One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 321 to 340. Chapter 321 Why Not? A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, looking at Shanks. Why do you ask this? Shanks and Mihawk looked at each other, and then slowly said, Roger led the era of the great pirate, but he started this era with his own life as a bet. The will to inherit from generation to generation, the gear of history, it's always turning. For nearly 20 years, pirates are everywhere, entering the real era of pirates. However, although this sea belongs to pirates, there is no real king. The group of dragons are headless, and they are talking about the situation on the entire sea at this time. No matter how weak the sea soldiers are, they have a marshal, a commander-in-chief on top, a world court on top, and 5 old stars. On the other hand, the pirates are more like a piece of loose sand. Yes, the strength of pirates, in comparison, is indeed higher than that of sea soldiers, but how can a piece of loose sand be able to defeat the gathered sea soldiers? There is no king in the sea, but there are 4 more kings, which makes the pirates more differentiated and cannot be unified. The times need a king. Staring at Yang Qing, Shanks' voice was sonorous and powerful. He has experienced the era of kings, so he knows very well what kind of deterrent One Piece has to ordinary pirates and even big pirates. That is the top king, and a word can set off a storm. One Piece not only went to Ralph Drew and obtained the treasure, then he was able to become. He is the real pirate leader, leading all pirates from the 4 seas to the first half of the Great Waterway, and then to the New World. It is conceivable how terrifying the armed forces surrounding the entire planet are. In order to make this era runaway, Roger sacrificed his life, so the number of pirates increased exponentially. In the whole sea, the most are the pirates, and the most powerful are the pirates. But also because of this sea needs a king even more. The gears of history are moving too fast, and they are running too fast. It takes a pair of hands to sort them out and make them regular. The times need a king. Yang Qing had a thoughtful look on his face. After 2 breaths, he understood and stared into Shanks' eyes. But, why me? You are the closest pirate in the world to this position. This time, it was Mihawk who said it, his eyes full of seriousness. Yang Qing was startled, then sighed, really? You are young enough and strong enough, if you propose to become a king. I think you have a 60% certainty. Shanks affirmed, of course, you have enough time to think about this issue. Quote, is One Piece so good? Will the pirates in the world be willing to be the pirate king? Of course not. If you want to become the pirate king, you must first do it. Your reputation is resounding across the sea, and when ordinary pirates hear your name, they will be terrified. With a single word, you can call on a large group of people to help you. Secondly, you must have strong power. At least you must be recognized by the 4 emperors, and let the 4 emperors above the sea respect you together. Finally, you must have the courage to become a king. If you want to become a crown, you must bear its weight. Without a solid head, wearing a crown will only crush the head. Roger became the pirate king, and the feat he made was to open the entire era of great sailing. And if the second person One Piece comes to power, what kind of feat will he accomplish? You don't have to rush to answer this question, but consider it carefully. Shanks said solemnly, I can only give you one answer, at least. At the very least, I, Redhead Shanks, absolutely support you. Mihawk's pupils shrank. Yang Qing was also stunned, and his whole body trembled. The meaning of Shanks' words is very clear. If he really has the heart to become a king, then this red-haired guy will undoubtedly be the first person to submit to his own hands. It's a promise, but enough to shock the world. The eyes are a bit complicated. Yang Qing can hardly believe that Shanks would make this choice. But think about it again, this guy can give up one of his own arms for Luffy, who is just a pirate. Seeing himself as the closest person to that position, why would he dare not gamble? If successful, it will open the second era. Shanks, you kid, you are so brave. Mihawk said in shock. Shanks just smiled casually, and then said with a smile, people are born with their own position. If someone else is the king, then I will be the pawn next to the king. Looking at the red-haired man in front of him, Yang Qing realized Shank's dream for the first time, and also really understood this man. He has his own dreams, but not only his own dreams. His is a dream, pointing to the whole era. This is the inner world of this man, how big your heart is, how big your stage is. Shank's heart is in the times, so he finally stood on the stage of the four emperors. All coincidences will inevitably become inevitable. What you once thought was impossible may not be realized in the future. People have dreams and goals. Dreams must be big, and they must be worked hard. It may not be achieved, but if you are running on the road of your dreams, then at least you will not be too bad. On this journey, you will encounter too much bad luck, pain and tears, but on the day of success, you will gain more. One Piece, the anime, runs through this truth from start to finish. Of course, for some reason, he is more positive, more optimistic, and more positive. In reality, it must be more cruel. However, because of the pain, because it will fail, should it be the reason for us not to work hard and not to dream? Of course not. Yang Qing also came to this world, then. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The numb dream was awakened, and then grew to the current state. One Piece. Why not? With a smile in his heart, Yang Qing's expression was very free and easy. Since you have come to this world, since you are so close to that step, why not make an effort? Of course, Yang Qing didn't say these words at the moment, he just kept silent. The time has not yet come, and the last step, he has not yet achieved. The Battle of Whitebeard, at this moment, suddenly seemed extremely critical. This battle, at the very least, cannot be lost. Whitebeard, I don't know how powerful you are, but this battle, I, Lucifer Saint, must do my best. Chapter 322 _. The look in his eyes became fierce, and a domineering aura rose up in Yang Qing's body involuntarily. Shanks and Mahawk noticed this momentum and looked at each other. A hint of joy flashed in Shank's eyes, and he understood what Yang Qing meant. Not yet. Suddenly, Yang Qing's rising momentum suddenly dropped. Shanks was stunned, and then showed a puzzled expression. I have more important things at this time, and they haven't arrived yet. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he turned to look at his friends. Yes, he wasn't ready, and neither was the Reaper. The Death God pirates at this time had not yet reached his strongest moment. He still needs time, he needs time to let his partners grow up. They are not required to be invincible in the world, but at the very least, everyone must be the strength of One Piece's partner. This time may be long or short, but fortunately, Yang Qing still has time and plenty of time. I will leave this sea for my final battle. Yang Qing stood up, looked at the distant sea level, and released a fighting intent in his eyes. As for the last of the four emperors, Bigu Mum, there is no need to go. The third of the four emperors, he is about to visit all of them, and his fame is enough. The name of the god of death, when it came out at this moment, was enough to shock the world. Whitebeard. Shank's expression also became heavy. Looking deeply into Yang Qing's eyes, he whispered, be careful, that old guy, although he is already on a downward trend at this time, he is still peak state. Quote. Ha, I naturally save it. Yang Qing smiled and turned to leave the place. He was about to set off, and after making a decision in his heart, he suddenly felt that the time was so urgent. One Piece, this heavy title. He has a higher dream, but this one is right in front of him. He wanted to make it happen, and he made up his mind to make it happen. In the early morning of the second day, Shanks stood on the shore with a group of red-haired pirates, and beside him was Mahawk. The two looked at the Grim Reaper, which was gradually moving away. Shanks had a smile on his face, but Mahawk showed a touch of contemplation. When the huge Reaper was completely invisible, Mahawk's eyes turned to Shanks. Are you really going to bet on him? Shanks was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I made a bet on another kid, but he probably hasn't gone to sea yet. Mahawk was even more puzzled. Then who are you? He has the potential of One Piece and is my friend. I don't support him, so who should I support? Looking at Shank's back, trying to figure out the cynical tone, Mihawk pondered for a moment before he understood. It turns out that the bet is on the other person, and him. Mihawk looked at the sea level, and a young figure's face appeared faintly. Is it just a friend's reason? That's right, a friend, that's enough. Yes, expecting friends to go higher and farther, isn't that what the way of friendship is supposed to do? For Luffy, Shanks made great efforts, and would rather lose his arm than let him go on the road of a pirate. He believed that this kid had all the spirit of a pirate. He was like the legendary person, so much alike. So, he is willing to gamble. However, for Yang Qing, Shanks is more support from friends to friends. Yang Qing has the ability, potential, and strength. He is the closest to this position. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, but Shanks, as a friend, should propose to let him go on a brighter path. Perhaps, before long, the name of the god of death will spread throughout the world. Walking towards the island with big strides, a smile bloomed on the corner of Shanks' mouth. On the coast, after Mihawk thought again and again, he stepped onto his own ship. The blue flame burned like a ghost fire, with a meticulous expression and a neat suit. This swordsman was like a Western gentleman, sitting on his own boat with Erlang's legs crossed. Then, the boat was dispatched and headed for the place where the Reaper was traveling. Looking at the distant sea level, the corners of Hawkeye Mihawk's mouth curved up. How can I not watch the world's #1 final battle? On the Reaper, Yang Qing sat cross-legged on the sculpture, closing his eyes and resting. The crew below should have been very nervous, because they were about to face the world's #1 pirate group and the master of this era. However, they were not nervous at all, instead they were full of smiles. They seemed to want to do what they love the most, to fulfill their dreams. At this moment, open-mindedness and optimism fill everyone's face. But, only without fear. Yes, why be afraid? Pirates should be fearless and face everything in the world bravely, right? Hum hum hum. Little Loli lay on her black sculpture legs and tried to climb to the top, but she fell down again and again. She was about 10 years old, and the people on the Reaper were already little adults when they were 10, and they were all mature. But little Loli's behavior at the moment is the normal behavior of a 10-year-old child. Can't climb up. Raising her head and looking at the vague figure on top of the statue, little Loli pursed her lips. I really want to see Big Brother. No, Lolita, don't give up, I'm going to see Big Brother. Lori, come on. Loli, but a pirate. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Woolen cloth. I cheered myself up, and the little Loli continued to climb up along the legs of the sculpture. This time, she was very smooth, but when she climbed to the waist position, little Loli's feet slipped and her hands trembled, but she didn't grasp it tightly and was about to fall off the sculpture. On the top of the sculpture, Yang Qing opened his eyes, smiled helplessly, and his right hand trembled. Boom! An invisible light circle spread out, and then under the shocked eyes of little Loli, she found that soft clouds appeared under her feet the next moment. It feels like a Simmons Chuang, but it is very strong, and the little Loli stands on it, and there is no need to worry about it falling. After 3 breaths, Bai Yun brought little Loli to Yang Qing. Looking at the smiling Yang Qing, little Loli's face showed a hint of blush, and then she jumped to the opposite side of Yang Qing. Big Brother. Little Loli seemed to muster up her courage every time she said a word. Huh? Yang Qing asked. Is Big Brother going to fight someone? Chapter 323 Battle. Yang Qing was stunned, looked at the serious eyes of little Loli, smiled and nodded. It's a fight. Speaking of the battle with Whitebeard, although it was more intense and dangerous, in essence, it was indeed a fight. However, what little Loli said still made Yang Qing laugh out loud. Big Brother, you will definitely win. Lolita believes in you. Little Lolita said the next sentence like a little adult. Oh, Loli, do you have so much confidence in your brother? Yang Qing smiled. In his eyes, little Loli was really just a little girl, a very cute girl. Yes, the big brother feels to Loli like a grandfather. Little Loli was still young and forced to pretend to be a serious adult, but it was a bit funny, but she was serious. Every time I go fishing in the sea, Grandpa standing in front of me, Lolita will feel an indescribable sense of security. No matter what the danger is, Loli will not be afraid, because Loli believes that Grandpa will protect herself and stand in front of Loli to overcome all difficulties and dangers. The same is true for you, big brother. You have the breath of a grandfather on your body, giving people a sense of security. Loli is very young, but her character is simple and innocent, and her touch is also very sensitive. She was very sensitive to recognize the unique aura on Yangqing's body. In the cognition of others, this aura should be called trustworthy and dependable, but in Loli's heart, it is a sense of security. A strong sense of security, as if this person is standing in front of him, and all dangers will be kept away from him. Really, Yangqing's eyes were full of smiles. Lori, you are also very good. Ah, Loli looked surprised, and was suddenly praised by Yangqing. Her cheeks blushed. Lori, you clearly know that this sculpture is not easy to climb, but you still insist on climbing up. In your bones, there is a spirit of not giving up. Yangqing said with a smile. Loli covered her cheeks and was too embarrassed to look at Yangqing. Where do I have it? Big brother, you are talking nonsense. Ha 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 ha. A series of loud laughter came from Yangqing's mouth, and it could be seen that Yangqing was in a very good mood at this time. Little Loli's innocence makes the people around her unable to bear her infection. This is the seed of a pirate. She is still very young at the moment, but Yangqing firmly believes that one day in the future, this seedling will grow up and become a towering tree, just like today's death god pirates. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sea level, turning half of the sea surface a bright red. One day passed like this, and the Reaper sailed against the wind and waves, cut through the wind and rain, and there was no obstruction along the way. At this moment, there is almost nothing in the whole world that can stop Reaper's footsteps. 7 days later, the Reaper had reached another sea area. Guys, are you ready? Our final battle. Oh, perhaps, it should also be said that it is the battle leading to the strongest. Yangqing stood up slowly from the bow of the boat, looking at the calm sea in front of him. His face was full of smiles, but his eyes were full of fighting intent, as if the entire sea was shrouded in it. Is this the Whitebeard's territory? Dylan stood on the bow and looked at this sea area with a complicated expression. It is no different from other seas here. It is as calm as ever. When there is no storm, the sun is shining and the sun is warm. However, if a storm arises, it will be dark clouds covering the sun, thunder and lightning, hail, and the roaring and whining of the wind and rain. Recalling the past, when I was on Fishman Island, I shouted loudly. Declared a war between one's own side and the other side. At that time, the blood was boiling, anxious, frightened, or there was a trace of regret. The strongest man in the world, no one wants to face it in person. But at this moment, standing on this huge ship, on the Death God, the people behind Dylan's were smiling. Fearlessness, open-mindedness and optimism, in the eyes of these people one by one released a splendid light. The sea turned each of them into real warriors. In the wars, they matured quickly, and they became real pirates, able to hold up a piece of the sky. Their strength, character, and willpower have all been tempered and then sublimated. At this moment, they can finally face up to the powerful enemy. Even if it is not as good, it will never be afraid. This is the warrior of the sea. This is the free pirate. Ah, the wind, with the taste of freedom, you blow the horn of freedom. Ah, roar, the thread of war has been drawn, artillery fire is brewing, blood is boiling. Ah, the spear, you, the wrecked one, will be re-stained with blood. Ah, freedom, fighting, blood, money, power, oh, we are fearless pirates. Pirates, we are pirates, free pirates. The sea is our home and our battlefield. Since we were born, our feet have been in the sea water, the sky is cloudless above our heads, and fish are wandering around our mouths. We are the freest pirates. The battle song of the pirates rang out from the mouths of the people on the death god, one after another, resounding loudly in the open sea. They have sung the battle song of the pirates. This is the last battle, they will go all out, their blood is boiling, and they are ready for everything. Freedom, fighting, is their melody. As soon as they were born, they were destined to be children of the sea. The belief of pirates, the spirit of pirates is unforgettable. Yang Qing stood in front of the bow, with a smile on his face, his right hand stretched out, followed by the sound of unsheathing. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Choke. The next moment, an ice blue blade, blooming with snow-like beauty, pointed straight ahead. Brothers, fight with me. The pirate battle song suddenly stopped, and the wind blew, blowing the black hair of the members behind Yang Qing. Dillons, Bucky, Ace, Law, Corazon, Longbottom, Erdish, Ernie Road, Landbass, Nips, Robin, Moria, and the youngest Loli. The sun shines on each of their faces, the wind blows their black hair up, and the calm faces instantly become hideous and crazy. The long sword pointed directly, the ice blue bloomed, and the fighting intent was roaring, and releasing crazy signals toward the sky. Battle. A second later, the roar of Genshin came from the Reaper. Then, the large sea area began to twist, and an incomparably domineering and majestic momentum swept the sky, unscrupulous. Chapter 324 Terrible. This domineering aura emanated from Yang Qing's body, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire sea area. Twisted, everything is distorted. The sea seemed to stop rising and falling, and the swimming fish also stopped. Through the sea, the giant sea kings who want to breathe, the body is thousands of feet long, and the face is hideous and terrifying. However, when this breath swept through the void, the huge sea king immediately turned white, fainted, fell heavily on the sea, and floated. This breath is too terrifying, as if the gods are descending, crushing everything in the world, leaving everything in a distorted state. This breath is ethereal and has no substance, but the speed of transmission is unbelievable. The Overlord is domineering. It was Yang Qing who unleashed his domineering arrogance. This arrogance was extremely domineering. In a flash, he swept across the sea and headed for the depths, the strongest pirate group. Whitebeard pirates, aboard the Moby Dick. Ha ha ha, there has been news that the Death Boy has left the red-haired territory and is coming towards us. Whitebeard poured the wine from the big jar into his mouth and laughed loudly. Children, be serious. Below, Marco, Bista, Joes, and the many pirate crew members all had faint smiles on their faces. They were neither nervous nor panicked. As the world's #1 pirate group, they have the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, with a white beard, enough to shock all existence and make all enemies fearful. Just wait for them to come. What is the guy who has been in the limelight recently? Joes clenched his fists and made a bang. It's not easy. How have you ever seen such a daring pirate group? Pick 3 emperors in a row, and go straight to Dad. This kind of courage is rare for the other 4 emperors. Marco cautiously he said that he had explored the foundation of the Death God group, so he had a good understanding of this pirate group. Just a Dillons, he is on par with him, and after such a long time, that person must have grown stronger. The crew members talked a lot, and they all looked calm and did not have the tension in the future of the war. This is the attitude of the big pirates, the world's #1 pirate group. They will not be afraid of any challenges. Whoever is in front of them must respect them. Their general trend has been completed, and they have cultivated a long-like aloof momentum. Of course, this aloofness is not the illusory energy status of Tianlong people, but a truly powerful and confident aloof. Such a spirit, if it were described by a ranking, it would be a king. They all have the bearing of a king, and the spirit of a real king. Suddenly, the wine jar that Whitebeard poured into his mouth suddenly froze, and everyone on the Moby Dick was shocked. Space, sea, sky, all are distorting. An ordinary crew member said in horror, pointing to the void in front of him, his whole body trembling and shaking. So strong and domineering, Marco said solemnly. Whitebeard looked at the tyrannical arrogance that roared past and came towards him like a gust of wind. He immediately put down the wine jar and let out a burst of domineering laughter. Ha 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 ha. After the laughter came out, the same domineering arrogance swept out, and then collided with the domineering arrogance that had already descended on the bow. Buzz. The void in front was almost completely distorted, becoming a little blurry, and the white clouds above were twisted into a vortex, which became very strange. The cadres were all dignified and cautious. Under this domineering momentum, the ordinary crew members were even a little unsteady standing. Buzz. Whitebeard grabbed the edge of the wine jar, Yang Tian took a sip again, and the transparent wine dripped from the head and landed on the deck. The face that was full of smiles turned a little serious at this moment. Fun kid. The more powerful overlord color rushed out violently and collided with the rolling breath from the bow. Boom. The Moby Dick shook violently, and seawater began to splash. What was even more terrifying was that the ordinary crew members, without firm willpower, foamed at the mouth and fell down on the deck. Hey, just kidding. No one even saw it. Some crew members said in horror. The ordinary crew members were only frightened in front of this divine king-like aura. On the other hand, the cadres looked solemn and serious. No matter what else, just this terrifying tyrannical arrogance reveals the terrifyingness of the person who came here. The two extremely powerful overlords collided with each other, causing the void in front of them to tremble again. This terrible breath seems to be able to change anything. Reaper boy, you're good enough. The sea in front was vast, but not even a ghost shadow passed through. It can be proved that the other party is still at least 10,000 miles away from him, but even at such a distance, he still has such a terrifying aura. This made Whitebeard's heart also shocked. All along, I have heard each other's name. However, have not seen it. For the first time, Whitebeard only regarded the other party as an arrogant kid who was ignorant with a little strength. The second time, after Marco went back to report, he felt that the other party did have some strength, which could help him relieve his boredom. In addition, the other party was young and had potential, and he was a good seedling. However, when he stood firm in the new world, Whitebeard finally faced up to this fast-rising little guy who dared to challenge his status. Death, maybe it's true. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Of strength. They are an amazing new pirate group, and even more amazing is that kid named Lucifer. The fourth time, when he defeated Kaido, Whitebeard's heart was shaken. As the king of this sea, what kind of strength the four emperors have, and how powerful Kaido is, his Whitebeard knows better than anyone. In addition, he defeated the Golden Lion before, which made him really regard this little guy as an opponent. Finally today, the two sides started the first test with a long distance apart. Just the moment of contact, in the other party's domineering look, the noble temperament, unshakable belief, almost indelible will, and the aura of a king, the fusion of the domineering look of domineering made him feel a sense of anger in his heart. Shock. There is no one in a million people who awaken the domineering look and domineering, and they have, the qualifications of a king. Chapter 325 Sunset. This is not just talk, it combines the breadth of almost all a person's nature, and can judge the character of the other party in an instant. This kid is scary. At the moment when the two tyrannical colors collided, Whitebeard's heart shook violently. In some respects, personality can represent a person's future achievements. And the domineering arrogance, the aura that reflects personal will, and even the soul, is able to express everyone's will incisively and vividly in the moment of release. This is not a common breath, but the breath of the will, spirit and even the soul of the individual. Therefore, he was able to directly shock the enemy's soul while emitting it, and defeat the opponent in an instant. In front of the Moby Dick, two domineering auras were competing against each other. The wine in Whitebeard's mouth kept pouring down. Looking from the side, this tall figure's expression didn't change at all, and he acted very casually. Under Yang Qing's overlord Servia, he didn't seem to feel any difference at all. This casualness, this ease, is in stark contrast to some of the rank-and-file crew on board. This silent confrontation lasted for a full 3 minutes. Yang Qing's domineering arrogance just dissipated. The Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, looked at the distant sea level, and placed the wine jar heavily on the deck. This kid really surprised me. After a short test, Whitebeard already knew that the other party was definitely strong enough, not someone who was arrogant. The fighting spirit in that breath made his heart become serious. This is declaring war on him, just like the provocation of Fishman Island, which burned his pirate flag. However, it's too arrogant. Who am I? I'm a Whitebeard. The most powerful man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was also burning with a raging flame of war in his heart at this moment. He was looking forward, waiting, for this battle to come. Not far, this battle is not far away. Boys, get ready, they're coming. After experiencing the terrifying scene just now, the white-bearded crew really learned the horror of death, and at this moment, they were all dignified. As far as that arrogance is concerned, he already possesses the power of the 4 emperors. Then, whose aura is that? A tall man under the second team asked tremblingly. Ha, Tiki, you're scared again. Don't be so useless. The other party is the Death God Pirates, but who are we? We are the Whitebeard Pirates. The man named Tiki nodded. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He joined the Whitebeard Pirates not long ago, so at this moment, he thought that everything about him was very clever. At the very least, no one around him saw anything unusual about him. Is that legendary fruit in this sea area? I'm in the Whitebeard Pirates. Is it possible to get it? Death Pirates, the overlord of that new world. How could there be such a terrifying power? Should I join them? The man was hesitating. The war was coming soon, and all he had to do was to protect himself. Otherwise, dying in this meaningless war for himself, even if he was injured, would be unbearable for him. Never mind, just observe. I hope my judgment won't be wrong. The Whitebeard Pirates are strong enough, so there is a high enough chance to get that fruit. And in his intelligence or feeling, that fruit is about to appear. The fruit of his destiny, the powerful fruit that represents his innate attributes. As long as he owns that fruit, he can truly make waves and become a pivotal figure in the future. On the Reaper, Yang Qing took back his domineering arrogance with a smile on his face. How long before we get to Whitebeard? It takes a day, but it only takes 6 hours to get the boat to the highest speed. Drizzt shouted with war in his eyes. Yang Qing raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was bright and the sun was warm. At this moment, it is almost noon. In other words, when we arrived at their place, was it the time when the sun was setting? Yang Qing asked softly with a smile in his eyes. Drizzt was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, the time to get there is just at sunset. Then let's speed up. It's also the occasion to arrive at him at sunset. Yang Qing said with a smile. Whitebeard is old, isn't it just like this sunset? It is exuding the light of his whole body. Not dazzling enough, not hot enough, but beautiful beyond measure. Under the control of Drizzy's power supply, the Reaper exploded with a loud bang. It was as if the train was rushing on the sea. The speed was extremely fast, and huge waves swept along the way, leaving deep traces on the entire sea. Time passed slowly, and finally, the golden sun turned red, reflecting on the sea level like a lantern. On the Moby Dick, there were many pipes hanging from Whitebeard's body, and his voice was like muffled thunder. It's all ready, I feel it, that kid, it's here. Marco and the others immediately stood up and looked towards the sea level. At first glance, the sea level is still calm. But suddenly, under the red sunset, a huge canvas suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, huge ships appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the sunset, boats, seagulls, and jumping fish interweave a beautiful scene in the eyes of everyone. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The people present were a little stunned, as if they did not expect such a situation to occur. How beautiful, Jose exclaimed. Under the beautiful scenery, there are endless crises. Get ready, it's time to fight. Marco said solemnly. All the cadres are cautious and dignified. The other party is not easy to deal with, they have already experienced it before. On the Reaper, Dylan's and others also took up their own weapons. Come on, brothers, it's time to fight. This game is not Kaido, nor Shanks, but the most powerful man, the pirates where Whitebeard is. Let them see the Death God pirates. Besides Death God, who else exists? Dylan stood on the bow, shouting loudly. Roar. In the rear, the crew members raised their necks and responded loudly. That's right, this battle, I need you very much. Yang Qing had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of fierceness. As the sun sets, travel alone. War is about to begin. Chapter 326 Start. The sickle and skull flag trembled under the sea breeze. The huge pirate flag is very clear from a distance of 1,000 meters. It swayed with the wind, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum. At the moment of seeing this pirate flag, everyone must widen their eyes and be on guard. This is the honor of pirates and a symbol of the status of pirates. It represents a kind of identity, a status, inviolable and inviolable. This flag is the pirate itself. On Fishman Island, burning the flag of the Whitebeard pirates means that the two sides cannot be friends, but enemies. So at this moment, between the two pirates, the smell of war has begun to permeate. On the Reaper, the crew and cadres stood on the bow one by one, with a serious expression and a smile. Little Loli seemed a little nervous, but she also clenched her fists. In this war, she undoubtedly couldn't help much. All she could do was to silently encourage her partners and support her in her heart. Also take care of yourself. So, Yang Qing gave her an order. Lori, take care of our boat, it's also our partner, and at the last moment, we need it to get away. Little Loli looked nervous and nodded heavily. Yang Qing smiled, turned his head and said nothing. He chose to believe in his partner, even though Loli was still young, he still believed. On the Whitebeard pirates, the captains and cadres of each division stood up and walked towards the bow. Surrounding the huge Moby Dick are countless smaller ships with countless captains on board. Whitebeard's tall figure was like a little giant, he stood up slowly and waved his arm. Below the cadres, let Lao Su get out of here. This battle is not yours. The crew below looked at each other in dismay, and some people resisted, but they were quickly stopped by other cadres. Get out of here, you are not qualified for this battle. In desperation, everyone quickly left, and soon disappeared here. Not far enough, get out of our sight. Marco shouted, his face full of indifference. How much scope will this battle involve? Nobody knows. There is a sea around them at the moment, but will they worry about fighting on the sea? Of course not. Are those guys from the sea soldiers at the entrance to the New World? Whitebeard hummed as he looked at the black spots that were getting closer and closer. Yes, they were completely caught up in the battle with the God of Death. I heard that 2 generals have already arrived, and Kizaru is not the opponent of God of Death at all, and was repelled twice. Marco said sternly. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, a smile appeared in his eyes, looked at the behemoth in the distance, and laughed. These boys, are they still capable? Yes, their overall quality is terrible, not an elite pirate group like Shanks. This group of people has great ambitions. Marco said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed loudly, and the dull laughter shook the entire sea area. The world does not lack powerful people, but it lacks ambitious people who dare to act. Ambition is the root of progress. They have ambition, isn't that good? Marco's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. Whitebeard stretched out his right hand, then firmly grasped his Naginata sword, and slammed heavily on the deck, causing the whole ship to shake. Turning his head, he glanced at the only 40 or so people present. Is this all the cadres? There are still too many. Whitebeard said with a smile, looking at the ships in the distance. I heard that they only have 10 or so people. Yes, most of their strength was left at the entrance to fight against the Navy, so only a dozen people came here. Marco nodded. It's really a bunch of daring people. Whitebeard laughed. His heavy body took 3 steps forward. Come and see how powerful they are. On the Reaper. It's very close. There are only less than 3 kilometers left. Yang Qing stood on the bow, and he could clearly see the tall white beard on the bow. With that long white beard and majestic figure, he truly deserves to be the strongest man in the world. His face is a little old, but his body still maintains a perfect state. The strong muscles, strong physique, and the horned dragon-like meridians on the arms all show that this man has unparalleled strength. He is like a lion about to enter old age, old, but more mighty. You can act now. Yang Qing sighed. The ice blue blade in his right hand trembled suddenly. Huh! A terrifying blue sword energy broke through the air, and then plunged into the sea. The sea trembled suddenly, starting from the bow of the Reaper. It was divided into 2 halves, and then the invisible sword energy continued to impact, towards the front, the place where the Moby Dick was flying quickly. Along the way, the sea was cut in half, forming bottomless ditches and ravines. Just a casual blow, it formed such a terrifying attack. Dong 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 dong. A huge drum sounded from the ship of the Reaper. Little Loli brought a big drum from nowhere, gritted her teeth and held a heavy drum, and was beating the big drum violently. The drums of war were powerful, and with the sound of dull and majestic drums, people's hearts seemed to be beating faster, and the blood flowed faster. On the Whitebeard Pirates, see Namo. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The sword energy came instantly at an extremely terrifying speed. His pupils narrowed, and Whitebeard let out a loud laugh. The cadres of the Whitebeard pirates around him all had solemn eyes, and Diamond Yoja's body began to be covered with sparkling diamonds. Let me try the power of the legendary death god. He bent down sharply, then jumped up, and his strong figure immediately rushed to the sky. And at this moment, that sword energy also arrived here. Chi chi chi. The crisp confrontation sounded, and Diamond Yoja's diamond-covered body kept trembling and shaking. Behind him, the cadres looked worriedly, their eyes full of tension and solemnity. What is the power of the god of death? Can Diamond Joes be able to resist? Finally, after 3 breaths, Joes roared and looked up to the sky. Huh! A sharp whistling sound came out, and the sharp blue light was washed into the sky. Only then did the cadres relax their eyes. Chapter 327_. However, the next moment, when they saw Joes returning to the bow, their pupils contracted and their expressions changed slightly. On his diamond-covered body that was supposed to be indestructible, there were even more cracks. This crack is not very conspicuous, but it clearly appeared in the eyes of everyone. That guy. Marco was shocked. What a hard material diamond is, but the man just released a sword energy, but it made Jaws' diamond crack. What kind of power is this? Whitebeard stared at the tall and thin man on the opposite bow, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not bad. There are only 2 words, but it is already a very high evaluation. On the Reaper, Yang Qing said with a smile. Longbottom. Understood, Captain. Longbottom leapt out in great strides, took off sharply when he reached the bow, and jumped down. The wind made his robe tremble. He is a devil fruit person, but the sea is below, but Longbottom's face has undoubtedly changed a little bit, and even the expression of fear. Some are only cold and cold. Low temperature, big freeze. Crack. When it was about to land on the sea, an icy voice accompanied by the icy temperature instantly filled the air. Then, everyone could clearly see that the seawater stopped, and circles of cold air spread out. The sea was frozen, and the liquid water surface was turned into solid ice. This range is almost infinite, and in just an instant, it reached the foot of the Moby Dick, and then continued to spread in all directions. The cold air kept rushing, until the sea surface under the boats of the rest of the Whitebeard pirates who had just left here was frozen, and it stopped only after it continued to spread forward for an unknown distance. By this time, there was already a layer of white low-temperature gas on the sea surface, and the sea turned into blue ice, a foggy piece. Pat. Longbottom stood on the frozen sea, stepped on it hard, and the corners of his mouth curved. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. The ice cube was about 500 meters thick, and it was difficult to restore the frozen sea surface no matter what he did. Its range covers a full 100,000 miles. Of course, the ice cubes are thicker the closer they are to the center, and thinner the closer they are to the edges. Enough to support a war. Longbottom thought that the sea is inconvenient after all, and setting up a battlefield suitable for battle is one of his tasks. And Longbottom's easy behavior also surprised the people of the Whitebeard pirates. What ability does this kid have? The sea is frozen by him. Is it a frozen fruit of nature? Is it another green pheasant? The sea, the whole is frozen into one piece. Marco narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall white beard beside him. This majestic man was a little surprised when he saw that the sea was frozen, as if he didn't expect it, but then, it didn't matter. He doesn't care what the state of the surface is like. This is the bearing of a king, the spirit of a Whitebeard. Come and don't be indecent, the old man will give you a meeting gift too. Boom. A slight sound rang out, Whitebeard's fist clenched tightly, and a small whirlpool appeared on the surface of his fist. Then, he punched lightly towards the space ahead. It looked really light, but with his punch, the reaper in the distance vibrated violently, shaking, as if everything was shaking. Ships, decks, air, and even human bodies, are shaking. Everyone felt uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. As we all know, if you fall from a height, in fact, the damage to the human body is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing is the vibration. The bones collide with the surface, and the flesh and the body collide with the surface. The resulting vibration can make the bones shatter instantly, and even the flesh and the body will become a puddle of flesh. Vibration is an extremely terrifying force. Whitebeard's fruit ability has already reached a terrifying realm, and he immediately gathered the ability to shake the fruit, making everything shake. On the reaper, the large void behind it began to tremble. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't shoot, it was Dylan's who shot. The co-captain took a step forward, his right hand stretched as well. Out, clenched into a fist. Then, the tiny vortex began to spin like a white beard, and finally, a punch was thrown. Buzz. The power of space permeates out, covering everything touched by Whitebeard's shaking fruit. Immediately afterwards, the space stopped and the vibration disappeared. The power of Whitebeard was dissipated so quietly. Dylan's face was pale, but it returned to rosy in an instant, which meant that he was fine. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the drums was still coming out, and little Loli gritted her teeth and vigorously lifted the drum hammer in her hand to cheer for her friends. After the initial trial, the two sides fell into peace, and only the sound of heavy drums remained in the field for a while. After 13 breaths, Whitebeard suddenly grinned and let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter sounded from his mouth, and then he slammed the naginata in his hand and pointed it straight forward. Children, fight with this old man, we are the home court in this war, don't let this group of juniors look down on us. Roar. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Quote. The only remaining 40 people of the Whitebeard pirates let out a loud roar, then rushed off the Moby Dick and landed heavily on the frozen sea. At a terrifying speed, it ran towards the opponent's ship. Guys, kill. Yang Qingbing waved her blue blade and said indifferently. The first to bear the brunt, Dylan's let out a roar. Kill. Let's see how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are. Then, he jumped out suddenly, and the crew of the pirate group behind him, like dumplings, jumped from the bow of the boat and landed on the ice, and then they all ran towards each other at a rapid pace. At this moment, both sides jumped out of the pirates and entered the confrontation. There was no chatting in front of the station, no nonsense. Fight is fight, enemy is enemy. Even though they admire each other, at this moment, they are rivals. The white-bearded crew members, who were standing far away on the ship and could not leave this place, looked at this place and saw from a distance that the two teams were approaching at an incredible speed. Chapter 328 _ There are few people on one side and many people on the other side, but the momentum shown by both sides is indistinguishable. The same makes the blood boil, the same horror is extremely incomparable. Gradually, the distance between the two sides kept getting closer and narrower. Kilometers, 100 meters, 50 meters. At this moment, Ace's whole body burned with red-hot flames, and an invisible tyrannical arrogance spread out. Fire Fist. With a loud roar, Ace took the lead in rushing into the team of the Whitebeard pirates' cadres, and a huge fire fist fell from the sky, like a burning meteorite. Behind him, Drizzt, Longbottom, Erdish and others quickly followed. Boy, your opponent is me. Diamond Yoja rushed into the sky, directly blocked Ace's fire fist with his body, and then took one step, already in front of Ace. In an instant, the battle began. Marco jumped on his body, the blue flames started to burn, and then he rushed towards Dylan's. The two, at this moment, finally reunited again, and they fought for the second time. The roar of the fire long. Roar. Ace's roar came out, like a long, low and majestic. Immediately afterwards, the huge giant behind him began to wake up in the form of flames, rising into the sky, flapping its wings, and constantly attacking the Diamond Joes below. This group of people is really powerful. Although the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates are numerous, at this moment, they are extremely solemn. The kid with the flames, 2 more people. And that guy, Thor Anilu, the 6 of you, go over there. Others, give me a quick fix for them. In an instant, the dozens of people surrounded by the Whitebeard pirates separated instantly, and then formed their own team to attack the dozen or so people on the Death God. Super electromagnetic cannon. Tossed the coin in his hand, and then there was a long beep. Like a laser, the thick blue light slammed into the ice in the crowd, and an explosion sounded. 5 or 6 people were thrown away, and the huge force, like a shelling, seriously injured people who couldn't dodge on the spot. Powerful strength does not mean that the flesh and body can resist the shells. Don't you see, Whitebeard died under various attacks and artillery fire. Unless it is the same as Kaido, almost indestructible flesh and body, otherwise everyone has weaknesses. Even Yang Qing, his flesh and body couldn't withstand many bombardments. Room, slaughterhouse. Luo pulled out his dagger, surrounded by 4 people, staring at him solemnly. Corazone's body was cold and silent, and there was no sound, which made the people who attacked him suddenly tense, because they couldn't even hear the wind. Long Elephant Fist. This is the boxing method that Yang Qing taught him, and it is just a boxing method thrown at him like garbage. However, after Corazon practiced, the power was incredible. With his ability to cancel the sound, his strength has jumped several times. Double Long's play in the water, like stepping on foot. Behind Corazon, there seemed to be a circling giant Long, and a thick elephant hoof also fell from the sky. He put out a fist, and this invisible power immediately merged with him. At this moment, he silently gave off a terrible dull feeling. Then, in the next second, Corazon took a step forward. Boom! The ground trembled, and the expressions of the members of the Whitebeard pirates who surrounded him changed, and they saw the fist pressure coming down from the sky, like a hoof. This kid is so weird, let's go. The members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly dodged, and then there was a rumbling sound, and hoof-like footprints appeared in the sound of ice cubes. It's really powerful, this fist technique. Captain, where did you get it from? Corazon exclaimed. This was the first time he used all his strength, and he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Moria had a calm expression, facing off against her enemy. Her every move was filled with the smell of Chinese herbal medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine boxing, acupuncture and moxibustion, acupoint stimulation. With a trembling in her hand, 9 silver needles appeared in her hand, and after it moved, the silver needles were inserted into the top of her head. Immediately afterwards, in the surprised eyes of the other party, the woman who could only keep evading before, unexpectedly, at this moment, a stream of air seemed to flow out of her body, and it became more than 10 times stronger out of thin air. Armed color. The dark aura wrapped around Moria's fist and her arm. Her speed was as fast as the wind, unbelievably fast. In just a moment of effort, he was already in front of the opponent, and then he punched. Bang! The opponent's face changed, and his fists blocked, but his feet slipped, and he was hit by this punch for a full 20 meters. When looking at the woman in front of him again, the member of the Whitebeard Pirates was full of solemnity. Shaking his numb arm, he stepped forward and charged towards the woman. The strength is not as good as a woman, he will not be convinced. Landbass, Drizzt, Robin, Nips, Erdish, etc., all found their opponents at this moment. Either 1-to-many, or 1-to-1. At this moment, everyone is under enormous pressure. This is the Whitebeard Pirates, every member is experienced. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. The existence of 100 battles is not comparable to ordinary elite pirates. Yang Qing stood on the bow of the boat, looking down calmly. Behind her, Loli's petite body was still swinging the drum hammer vigorously. Lori. Suddenly, he said softly. Huh, big brother. Loli paused and wondered. Don't knock, let's take a break. He smiled and said softly. Loli nodded obediently, then leaned on the drum, also looking at the crew below. Big brother, they are so strong. Loli clearly saw that the Death God Pirates, a group of only a dozen people, actually dragged more than 40 of the other party. Moreover, the situation of the war at this moment turned out to be indistinguishable. Yes, Yang Qing smiled confidently, they are members of the Death God Pirates, of course they are powerful. Yeah, little Loli was startled, then nodded heavily, Lori will be as strong as them in the future. Yang Qing touched Loli's little head and nodded, you will. Then, he turned his gaze to a figure sneaking up to Ace, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Blackbeard. Chapter 329 You are the only one. Blackbeard, Marshall D. Titch. This man who has been hiding himself in the dark has full patience and terrifying strength. He is ruthless, but he disguises himself as a bold and rough man on the surface. In the original book, because he robbed the 4th Division Captain Sachi's devil fruit, killed it, and then rebelled, his strength actually left a long scar on Shank's cheek. This is a man whose strength is equally terrifying, but deeply hidden. At the same time, he is also a thorn in Yang Qing's eyes. In the Great Waterway, this vile guy exposed his true nature and severely injured Asuna's younger brother. Almost even Asuna could not escape his cruel methods. This incident made Yang Qing already made up his mind that after encountering this vile guy again, he would definitely not let him go. Turning his eyes, Yang Qing looked at the white beard opposite him again. Its tall stature, even if it is thousands of meters away, can still clearly see any details on its body. With a crescent-shaped white beard and a burly figure, this man who is number 1 in the world has an indescribable bearing. After seeing Whitebeard's tall figure, Yang Qing even doubted whether strength was related to size. Otherwise, how can you explain that Kaido, Whitebeard, and even Anilu, the height of these powerhouses, are all terrible? If you shoot at Blackbeard now, I'm afraid you can't help but jump out, right? Yang Qing's eyes flashed, staring at Whitebeard. The other party is also staring at him closely at the moment. This man, who is now 70 years old, can be called an old man, but he still has a heart that will never retire. Even if he dies, he will die with great honor. This domineering man, I'm afraid he won't tolerate his crew being beheaded by me so easily. Even that man has a dark heart. Yang Qing's pupils shrank, and the ice blue blade in his right hand trembled suddenly. But, how can you not avenge this revenge? Suddenly, the robe on his body suddenly trembled, and under the gaze of everyone in the field, his tall and thin figure moved, and he jumped off the Reaper. Lori, take care of yourself, take care of the Reaper. The soft voice came out, which made Loli stunned for a moment, and then nodded firmly. The moment the figure jumped off the bow, the audience was filled with an incomparably domineering aura, and the domineering arrogance of the overlord exuded unscrupulously. This time, it is to feel this domineering aura up close. Just for a moment, everyone felt their head dizzy, felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. Somewhere in the distance, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in horror. "Run! It's too close here, too close to the battlefield." But it was too late, and the figures fell from the deck one by one, shrouded in this domineering aura, causing them to lose consciousness. The god of death has started to move now. Marco blocked the dagger from Dylan's attack, a little surprised on his face. "Hey, you captains are too anxious, it's not time for the king to dispatch." Marco asked Dylan's, his right leg filled with blue flames slammed down. Dylan's raised his hand and blocked the blow. "How do I know? Maybe, he just thought it was fun." The two collided violently again, causing the surrounding ice to crack. When Whitebeard saw Yang Qing jumping off the boat, he was also stunned, but in a blink of an eye, he laughed out, "Boy Death, it's interesting. This old man will accompany you in activities." At the age of 70, his body has entered a stage of rapid decline, but at this moment, he still has the strength to punch. Lian Po is old, can he still eat? Whitebeard can laugh loudly. "I can eat 10 sea kings in one meal." Yes, everyone thought he was old, but he himself thought he was young. His heart will never grow old, and his will to fight will never die. He will always be that mighty Whitebeard. With his knees bent, the tall Whitebeard jumped high from the Moby Dick, and then landed heavily on the ice. But then his eyes changed. "Boy, this is a little out of your identity." In everyone's surprised eyes, Yang Qing, who jumped off the boat, turned out to be heading towards Blackbeard. With his feet on the ground, his body was almost like flying, and in a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of 100 meters. The ice-blue sword edge flashed a dazzling cold light, and the killing intent was as cold as the winter and 12th lunar month. Almost instantly, he was 50 meters behind Blackbeard. "Tiki, be careful." Originally, he was sneaking around and preparing to attack Ace's Blackbeard. Hearing this loud shout, he suddenly felt that his whole body froze, and then the next moment, he felt the cold sword intent, shrouded in the top of his head. He turned around and was horrified to see the terrifying face in front of him from far to near, almost instantaneously. "Help, help, help." Yang Qing's long sword is like a long, cutting through the sky, making a sharp screeching sound, and then descending on Blackbeard. "Only you, Tiki, never forgive." This sentence burst out from his mouth, and the icy long sword went directly towards the Blackbeard's shang mouth. With this sword, Yang Qing showed no mercy at all. With the will to kill, he wanted to completely wipe out the life of this vile person. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. However, it may be destined by God, or it may be the power of the plot. At the same moment, a blade blocked his blade, just in front of his blade. A huge shadow appeared behind him, and a strong majesty enveloped him. When Yang Qing's pupils shrank, and his face was grim, Whitebeard. This sword just hit the blade in front of the Naginata. His attack was completely blocked by Whitebeard. Blackbeard trembled and trembled. It seemed that he had just reacted at this moment, and he fled from here, sweating profusely. He didn't know why this terrible guy would kill him so much. This sword turned out to be specially aimed at him. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dad." Roaring in horror, Blackbeard was in shock. He was really scared. If it wasn't for Whitebeard, that sword would definitely kill him. This is no joke. Chapter 330 Vibration. He felt the pure killing intent emanating from that guy's body. Yang Qing stopped chasing Blackbeard, turned around with an extremely cold face, then raised his head and looked at the huge figure in front of him. Whitebeard is very tall. Yang Qing's height is not low, but it only reaches Whitebeard's knees. It is conceivable that this majestic man is so huge that he can be called a monster. "Whitebeard, only him, I will never forgive." Almost growling, the words in Yang Qing's mouth were murderous. This ferocious killing intent was like a roar of a beast, causing Whitebeard to be stunned for a moment, frowning slightly. "I don't know what the story is between you and Titch. But I can't forgive you for hurting my beloved son in front of my face. Death boy." Whitebeard is tall and his voice is very dull, and his expression is extremely serious at this moment. The naginata in his hand immediately slashed, and then slashed towards Yang Qing. It can be seen that the most powerful man in the world was furious when he saw the other party attacking his son at this moment. This is a bit dull, but in his heart he regards his son as his dearest family member. Perhaps because of this, he is sought after and welcomed by many pirates. No matter how vicious the pirates are, but on his boat, it is his son, and he will guard them. This is the ambition of the strongest man in the world, and it is also his dream. He longed to have a family, so he went the extra mile to have a home. He couldn't tolerate anyone destroying it. Whitebeard. Yang Qing raised his sword to resist, and the terrifying strong wind brought scratches on the ice surface. The power of Whitebeard's knife was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, a majestic force fell fiercely. Bang! The icy blue blade let out an overwhelmed whine. Yang Qing's face changed, and his knees were bent down by the knife. This violent power is actually much more ferocious than Kaido. Whitebeard has the blood of a giant, so his body is huge, and his terrifying strange power is matched with it. With just one knife, Whitebeard's anger caused Yang Qing's feet to sink into the ice. Whitebeard. Yang Qing's face was cold, and his eyes were full of rays of light. At this moment, the power of the devil fruit was activated by him, and his limbs were also covered with blue-purple scales. In terms of pure strength, he is far behind Whitebeard. This is not something that can be caught up purely by exercise. There are also differences in bloodlines. On the ice blue sword blade as thin as a cicada's wings, a terrifying sword intent suddenly charged up, and the piercing sword intent made Whitebeard's eyes change. "Boy, you are very nice." Whitebeard sighed in admiration, and there was a boom sound on the naginata sword, and the power of vibration surged, and the vortex was spinning rapidly. Yang Qing's sword edge began to tremble continuously. This was not due to the collision with other objects that he controlled independently, but the ability of the fruit. If no measures are taken and this force is allowed to continue, then the ice blue blade will even shatter into powder under this tremor. The power of the vibration extended, spreading towards Yang Qing's whole body. After 3 breaths, his whole body trembled, and he keenly found that his bones and joints were shaking. This isn't watching the anime from the original, only seeing its appearance. In the animation, Whitebeard's shot is an instant kill, and whether a general or a lieutenant general in the sea soldiers, one-on-one, will be smashed into scum by its terrifying power. The power of the vibration can directly pass through the solid muscles on the surface of the body and directly into the fragile internal organs of the body, making the internal organs turn into mud in an instant. This is an extremely terrifying force, and it is accompanied by vibrations, especially huge vibrations, such as earthquakes, which can also cause climate changes, ultrasonic waves, and infrasound waves, which can cause unknowable effects on the human body. At this moment, Yang Qing was acutely aware that the vibrational power had been transmitted into his body, causing his complexion to change involuntarily. Withdrawing the sword, Yang Qing immediately retreated with the power of this vibration. He stepped back 30 meters, his eyes sharpened, and he stopped the involuntary trembling. Shake! He raised his head and stared coldly at the tall figure in front of him. Whitebeard's movements are not fast, but his attack power is too terrifying. Of course, his combat experience and coping ability are far beyond that of ordinary people. This led him to have a temperament that was constant in response to changes. He didn't need to move, but no matter how fast the enemy was or how powerful his attack was, he was able to resist it. Fire! Yang Qing stood 30 meters away, and after exhaling softly, he suddenly said such a word. As he opened his mouth, something that shocked everyone happened. A fiery flame burned in the air, which seemed to be born out of thin air, and then turned into a huge fire dragon, thousands of meters tall, circling and roaring towards Whitebeard. Fire! Whitebeard glanced at him suspiciously. How did the boy in front of him give birth to a flame? His fruit ability has nothing to do with flames, right? And such a huge range of flames covered a distance of nearly 1,000 meters in the air. Boom! A whirlpool floated between the fists, and Whitebeard punched the space. Click! As if the space was shattered by this punch, the huge fire dragon let out a whimper, and within 3 seconds of its appearance, it was torn to shreds by the vibrating force of this punch. Yang Qing was expressionless and spoke again. Water. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Crash. The sky was pouring like the Milky Way, and blue water flowed down from the sky, turning into giant longs, descending from the sky for 9 days, roaring, and rushing towards Whitebeard. Water again. You kid, I am surprised. Whitebeard let out a long laugh and punched again. Click. The space was shattered again by the power of the vibration, and the giant water stream in the sky was shattered by the power of the vibration, turning into a drizzle of rain. Wind. Yang Qing spoke indifferently. The wind whistled, turned into a sharp wind blade, cut out traces on the ice surface, and attacked towards Whitebeard. Looking at the void in front of him with a frown, Whitebeard threw his fist again. Boring tricks, boy, have you had enough? Even the air can shake and twist the Whitebeard. Naturally, he will not take this wind in his eyes. He is already a little impatient. Hearing Whitebeard's voice, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. Chapter 331 The Great Qin Armored Soldiers. It seems that what I imagined was correct. The ultimate power of this fruit is really terrifying. Whitebeard, come on. I'll show you, my strongest power. Control everything. Whitebeard's knife turned, and the hilt squatted on the frozen sea, causing huge cracks to appear on the ice surface. A smile appeared on his face, and then his eyes turned sharp. Come on then, boy Death, let the old man see what you are capable of. Dong 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 dong. The tall Whitebeard moved his pace. His movements seemed slow, but because of his body shape, each step spanned dozens of meters, seemingly slow but fast. The majestic body showed terrifying power, and the cloak behind him trembled. At this moment, Whitebeard took the initiative to attack. The crew of the pirate groups on both sides of the battle all paused for a moment, and then quickly retreated. The scope of the confrontation between the two powerhouses is extremely terrifying, and they are naturally clear. Back, 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 at least give up the range of 2 islands. A loud shout came out, and dozens of figures in the arena moved towards all directions while fighting, and in a blink of an eye, a huge range was revealed to the two of them. At this moment, Yang Qing opened his hands, and a smile appeared on his face. In such a shape, it was like embracing the whole world. Great Qin armor, come out. A faint voice came out, but then, something that shocked everyone happened. The frozen sea under his feet rumbled and trembled, and the ice cubes did not break apart. In the astonished eyes of the Whitebeard who was walking forward, the ice cubes went straight to the 9 days, and the cold air came out. In the short 3 breaths, in the air as high as 1,000 meters, a head appeared. Immediately after, the sun shines, and the ice blue upper body appears, and finally the 2 legs, the feet in combat boots. An ice blue giant with a height of 1,000 meters, towering like a mountain appeared in the field, and at his feet, a bottomless pit appeared here. As soon as this tall ice blue giant appeared, it stood in front of Whitebeard like a mountain. The originally tall Whitebeard was as small as an ant in front of this giant. The ordinary crew members who were watching the battle from afar, saw this terrifying giant, their eyes widened and they were terrified. As soon as the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Yang Qing unleashed his strongest ability without any hesitation, and summoned such a huge giant. On his face, even the pores are clearly visible, wearing a battle armor, with a heavy helmet, covering his face, only showing his mouth, jaw and eyes. In his hand, a worn-out spear seemed to be broken, but in the sunlight, it still shone with a faint blue light. As soon as this huge giant armored soldier appeared in the field, the atmosphere in the 10-mile radius was condensed, and everyone's faces showed shocking expressions. It's really terrifying, It's huge, like a mountain, standing there quietly, and the momentum that emerges from it makes everyone panic. How majestic and solemn is this? Control the elements. The 5 elements rotate. The 8 words were spoken again, and 5 colors of light suddenly appeared on the top of the ice blue armored soldier's head, representing the 5 powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. A circling aperture was formed, and after 3 circles around the top of the armored soldier's head, it trembled and turned into 5 light beams and ran towards the armored soldier's body. Flames. 2 boiling flames appeared between the eyes of the armored soldiers. From a distance, they looked blood red like the pupils of a beast. Earthy yellow color appeared on his armor, making it glow with strands of gold, improving the defense of his armor. The golden metallic power lit up on its broken spear, inlaid like a pearl. The ruined spear immediately exuded a sharp breath. The green light lit up his vitality, causing his whole body to fluctuate, like a real creature, with the ability to react quickly. The blue light makes his ice blue body stronger and harder, and it circulates, consolidating the firmness of his body. At this moment, Yang Qing was standing on the top of Da Qin Japing's head, with his arms around him, his face solemn and condescending, looking down at the Whitebeard below. Whitebeard, this is my fruit power. Of course, this is far from all of it. When I control its ultimate power, I control the world and everything. Elements, matter, under the scope of my ability, everything is under my control. This is the power of the gods. Yes, Yang Qing said everything truthfully. His body may not have the huge power of Whitebeard, and his power can't hurt Whitebeard, who has the shaking fruit. However, his fruit ability has evolved not long ago. It became stronger and more terrifying. This is a near-divine power that controls everything, Compared to the ability to control the fruit that has evolved to the final stage, everything is so fragile. Within the range of his domain, within the range of the invisible mask, everything is controlled by him. This area of 100,000 miles is my world. You are fighting the world right now, Whitebeard. The indifferent words floated in the air, and a solemn and cold breath was spreading. Marco swallowed his saliva and looked at Yang Qing, who was standing on the top of the kilometer giant's head. He was shocked beyond measure. The ability to control the fruit, such a perverted ability, has never appeared in anyone's memory. This is a more terrifying ability than the fluttering fruit. He seems to be able to control a. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Cut. Change the vector of matter. Change the form of matter, change the state of matter, and even change the properties. The awakening of the superhuman type can turn all the substances it comes in contact with into its tentacles, but after this control fruit awakening level, it turns the range under its control into a real field, and the mind is turned upside down. Change everything. Next, Whitebeard, let you and I have a good fight. Yang Qing's indifferent voice sounded, and between the rumblings, the tall giant took a step. The spear in his right hand, which was nearly 1,000 meters thick and long, brought out the sound of howling wind, and the golden beads on it shone brilliantly. Metallic glow. Then, he suddenly stabbed towards the Whitebeard below. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind is blowing, the spear has not yet fallen, and traces have appeared on the ice surface. Its power, because of its huge size, and because of its weight, has become extremely terrifying. Suddenly, the spear fell. Chapter 332 completely destroyed. The huge war spear fell, and the wind roared wildly. The war spear, which was completely made of ice and reinforced with metallic power, was stronger and harder than steel at this moment. Its speed is very terrifying, and in almost an instant, it has already descended on the top of Whitebeard's head. The huge spearhead, just the tip, is already as huge as an adult. Huh. Whitebeard raised his head with the same expression, and saw the huge giant in front of him, without any psychological fluctuations. He held the naginata in his right hand and slowly raised his left. As he raised his right hand, the air began to swirl, and then a bubble appeared and gathered on his right hand, becoming larger and larger, and stopped when it reached 10 inches in size. At the same time, the tip of the huge spear fell, and Whitebeard's left hand slammed it directly. There is no dodging, the front is hard. The number one man in the world is extremely simple and rude. Bang! First, a huge explosion sounded, and then with a hum, the shock wave began to spread out in all directions. Circles of ice cubes were blown up, and countless cracks began to appear, spreading out like spider webs. Between the three breaths, with Whitebeard as the center, the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters sank 5 meters, and a huge deep pit appeared. And on the spear of the great Chinjabian, it trembled and trembled constantly, and the cracks spread on it. It spread for 300 meters before it stopped. This scene made Yang Qing, who was standing on top of the armored soldier, congeal. The horror of Whitebeard shaking the fruit can be seen from this. Even steel seems so fragile under the force of vibration. The Dakan armored soldier put away the spear, the golden light flickered, and the blue light was also in his eyes, and the broken place quickly recovered. Boy Reaper, do you think you can deal with me if you make a big guy? Looking up at the towering armored soldier, Whitebeard's eyes became sharp. Really, you underestimate me. The naginata was suddenly swung by him, and slashed towards the armored soldier's legs and legs. The sword came out, driving the airflow, and the space trembled. The ability to shake the fruit merged with Whitebeard's own power to form a qualitative change. Click. The blade had not yet touched the armored soldier's legs and legs, but the ice on his legs had already begun to shatter. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he controlled the armored soldiers to take a step backward. Then the spear swung down again. Call. The wind was blowing, and the spear collided with the naginata at the next moment. Bang! The more frantic wind sounded, spreading in all directions. The strong wind spread across the entire sky, and even the air distorted. The contact between the knife and the spear made the entire frozen sea seem to shatter. Then, both sides stepped back and withdrew their weapons. At this moment, the two sides gave up the confrontation between speed and turned to the confrontation of power. This is real iron power, without the slightest discount. Therefore, this battle seems very monotonous, but the scope of the impact is extremely exaggerated. 3 kilometers, the bombardment between the two has affected the surrounding 3 kilometers. Strong winds, lightning, and ice slag filled the entire sky. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and the next moment, his knees bent, and with a wave of his naginata, he went straight to the legs and legs of this huge armored soldier. Although the size is larger, the strength has become more majestic, but the target is also larger, so it will become very clumsy. Yang Qing stood on top of the armored soldier with his arms in his arms and saw Whitebeard's action. The left foot suddenly lifted, and then stepped directly towards the Whitebeard. But at the next moment, his expression changed slightly. This foot was indeed stepped on, and the leaping Whitebeard had not yet reached the armored soldier's legs and legs, but it had already shrouded the top of his head. The feet of the huge armored soldiers are almost as big as the Whitebeard. But after this foot was stepped on, it could no longer continue. Buzz! The vibrational force suddenly spread out, entering the armored soldier's left foot, and then extending out at an incredible speed. The crew members in the distance could even see that this wave of tremors caused the void around the armored soldier's left leg to distort. Then in the next second, with a bang, the ice cubes in the sky cracked. Whitebeard smashed the armored soldier's left leg with one punch. This powerful force made Yang Qing's pupils shrink, and then became calm. He had already expected this scene. The armored soldiers are huge, but they are not necessarily the opponents of Whitebeard. Scratch scratch. The ice cube appeared again, extending from the break, and after 3 breaths, a complete leg appeared. It's interesting. Whitebeard stared at the left foot that he continued to step on. The corners of his mouth grinned, and he actually laughed. But after a moment, his eyes became cold. If that's the case, then it's completely destroyed. Whitebeard dodged this kick as the wide cloak swayed, then stepped back. His knees bent. The next moment, he rushed towards the air, and 2 seconds later, he had reached the waist of the armored soldier, and the robe on his body was shaking. With a serious and cold face, Whitebeard stretched out his left fist, and after a shudder, a bubble appeared on it, and then he swung it violently. Ohm! The air is distorting, this fist is swung, and the large void in front of Whitebeard begins to distort, like a collapse, and ripples like ripples appear. This is the power of vibration, and the whole space is constantly shaking. This tremor can shatter everything, and make everything, particles and even atoms, break up. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The suns are all shattered. Yang Qing's face was expressionless, and the eyes of the armored soldier under his feet were burning with flames, and he seemed to be angry. The spear swung out, pointing directly at Whitebeard in the air. At the same time, the armored soldier's waist and stomach were cracked, and large pieces of ice began to fall. This is an extremely spectacular scene, like a mountain collapsing and rocks falling. The huge armored soldier was smashed by the Whitebeard's waist, and the complete structure of the entire body began to collapse. But this war spear was resolutely swung out, like the madness before the destruction. In the air, it was difficult for Whitebeard to dodge the spear, but he did not panic, and swung out the naginata. Bang! The air waves spread out again, and the strong shock wave accelerated the collapse of the armored soldiers. Large pieces of ice were blown away by the strong airflow, and Whitebeard was also sent flying by the force from the spear. Chapter 333 is Destiny. Boom! Between the piles of shattered ice cubes, Yang Qing was expressionless, and then fell, slowly falling. The ice cubes are piled up like a mountain, and Yang Qing stands on the top of the mountain. The cold wind whistled, the lightning flashed, and the two briefly clashed, triggering changes in the celestial phenomenon. Whitebeard just fell from the air just now, his feet fell heavily on the ground, and the ground under his feet stepped out of cracks and shattered. He was half squatted, with a grim face, and stood naginata with one hand, with a dignified aura. Kid Reaper, show your real skills, such a big guy can't do anything to me. With a roar, Whitebeard threw a punch. Boom! The air trembled, and the large void began to twist, like ripples, advancing towards Yang Qing. His pupils shrank. Yang Qing stood on top of the pile of ice cubes with a cold look in his eyes. This is a battle of peaks and peaks that is different from the battle of the top. In that battle, Whitebeard faced the battle of all directions and showed an invincible posture. The power of each blow was extremely grand, enough to overturn mountains and seas. At this moment, Yang Qing is one-on-one with him, and the pressure he faces can be imagined. But he was calm in his heart, but he was not afraid. The shock wave spreads silently, and the ripples in the air have not yet arrived, but its power has already been shown. The ice cube shattered into powder, and Yang Qing stood up and flew into the air. Standing above the frosty sky, Yang Qing threw a punch. Buzz! The air also began to tremble, and in a short period of time, it collided with the ripples in front of it. Then the void fell into stillness, and after a stalemate for 2 breaths, it suddenly erupted. The endless air waves impacted and scattered, making his robes quiver. One won't work, so add a few more. Yang Qing's voice was cold, but Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. Boom! A huge vibration sounded, and around Whitebeard, large chin-armored soldiers appeared from the sea made of ice blocks. These armored soldiers surrounded the Whitebeard in the middle, and there were as many as 9 paths. For a time, Whitebeard was surrounded by it. Attack! Stepping on the void, Yang Qing commanded lightly. The voice fell, and 9 huge armored soldiers surrounded Whitebeard, and the huge spear stabbed downwards. The wind howled, and the strength of a single armored soldier was incomparably huge. At this moment, how powerful are the 9 armored soldiers? Whitebeard shifted and moved quickly. The strength of this armored soldier is so great that even he will not easily pick it up. Above the ice surface, the sound of rubbing, the sound of explosions continued, and the spear poked, and it was a deep pit. Boom! The power of the shock spread, and the huge figures of the armored soldiers swayed, and ice cubes fell, but after a while, they were restored to integrity. Yang Qing stood in the void, quietly looking down at everything below. These 9 armored soldiers are defeated, and there are still 900 waiting for you. The faint voice was extremely cold. As he opened his mouth, around the periphery of the 9 figures, one after another huge figure began to appear, and the ice and pink on his body fell. The head, torso, feet, quickly appeared on the field. This is an extremely shocking scene. One by one, towering figures like mountains emerge from the air and above the ice surface. There was silence between them, like dead things, and their movements were slow, but every step and every movement contained enormous power. Terrible, terrifying, the atmosphere of Morihan shrouded here. On the periphery, Ace dodged Diamond Yoja's punch, and the fire fist in his hand suddenly attacked. Fire fist. The punch hit Joe's directly, and after the flames, Jaws' shiny diamond body was exposed. The two looked at each other, but out of the corner of their eyes they were looking at the center of the battlefield, which was far away from them. There, one after another huge figure began to stand up. Obviously, both sides could see the shock in the other's eyes. Especially Joe's, the heart is speeding up at this moment. Densely packed, towering figures like rolling hills appeared in the field. Each of their figures is incomparably tall and possesses terrifying power. Dad, it will be all right. Surrounded by such a group of monsters, no one will not worry. Kid Reaper, what kind of power is this? Joe's was terrified. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if he changed his place and replaced Whitebeard with himself. And Ace was shocked, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha, the captain's strength has increased again. It is indeed the goal I have worked hard for all my life. The raging flames burned on his body and rushed towards Diamond Yoja again. Soon, Ace and Joe's fought for more than a dozen rounds. The two separated, staring at each other solemnly. They are also cadres under the Great Pirate Group. Both of them have very good fighting qualities. It is impossible to tell the winner for a while. At this moment, Ace's eyes suddenly glanced at a figure. It's him. A light flashed in his eyes, and Ace clearly remembered that at the beginning of the game, the captain showed the intention of killing this person. What kind of hatred is there? I don't care. However, I can't pretend I didn't see that guy's will. Suddenly, when he turned around, Ace actually abandoned Diamond Yoja and walked towards the tall figure not far from him. After taking 10 steps, a blast of air burst into the sky. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The hair rose, and the gust of wind blew to them. Whitebeard's punch directly exploded 10 Dokkan armored soldiers, causing half of the sky to tremble. Its terrifying power and almost invincible majesty, after the explosion, made everyone's heart beat faster, and the complexion was even more tidal and red. This is the demeanor of the number 1 man in the world, invincible, powerful, arrogant and unreasonable. The black hair was blown, and Ace ignored it. He was already very close to the figure. Joe's also discovered Ace's target at this time, and he couldn't help but change his face and speak loudly. Tiki, be careful. As if fate met, at this moment, Ace's goal is Marshal D. Teach. In this original book, Lieutenant General Ace was caught, which led to the Battle of the Top, the direct source of Ace's death. At this moment, under the pull of fate, he was directly locked by Ace. Hearing a loud shout, Blackbeard turned his head subconsciously, and then he saw Ace, who jumped up from 10 meters away, with a grim face and surrounded by flames, was attacking. Ace. Blackbeard, go to hell. In mid-air, Ace shouted. Chapter 334 Full Release. Blackbeard Teach's complexion began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into panic, fear, and a hint of confusion. He was a little confused. Why did the guys from the Death God Pirates seem to have a deep hatred for him? Everyone shouted and killed. When did he offend them? After the terrifying guy passed, another powerful person from the nature department came, which made him too wronged. The baby is wronged, but the baby does not say it. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and rolled in a circle on the spot, dodging the fire fist blasted by Ace in midair. Then he stood up quickly, and sighed as he ran. Just after he took 2 steps, Ace squinted and opened his eyes. Overlord, domineering. Buzz. The air trembled, and a domineering and majestic breath spread out. Blackbeard trembled all over, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Where did such a terrifying guy come from? The Overlord is domineering. It turns out to be the Overlord. Where did I offend him? Wasn't his opponent Joe's? Blackbeard didn't understand. The tyrannical aura slowed down his running speed and slowed him down. At this moment, Ace had arrived in front of him. There was no nonsense at all. Ace launched an attack directly, raised his legs high, the flames burst into flames, and then this leg with flames went directly to Blackbeard's head. Ouch! Blackbeard howled, not knowing if he was pretending, or if he was afraid. He raised his arms to block Ace's leg. Bang! A loud voice came out, and the tall Blackbeard was directly pulled out by this leg. In the air, a raging flame was already burning on his body, causing him to make a tragic cry. Ah! Boy, your opponent is me. Don't take action on my partner without authorization. Joe's had already rushed over at this moment and stopped directly in front of Ace. Looking at Blackbeard who was rolling on the ground, and Yosha who was staring at him, Ace could only give up. Blackbeard, in his eyes, is weak and worthless. However, Ace didn't see the terrifying look in the rolling Blackbeard at the moment. Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace. I won't let you go. A seed of hatred was planted in Blackbeard's heart and will grow in the future. After tossing on the ice for a long time, let the ice water douse the flames on his body. Blackbeard gasped and stood up just now, gave Ace a deep look, and left. In his eyes, there is a strong murderous intent. Elsewhere, Dillon's Marco et al. Are fierce fighters. The battle between the two at the center of the battlefield did not stop because of them. It's a war, and everyone has their own battles. At the center of the towering tall armored soldier, the white-bearded Naginata waved, blocking the dozens of spears falling from the top of his head. Ha! At this moment, the ability to shake the fruit completely broke out, and the terrifying shock wave spread out, and in just an instant, the war spear above its head was smashed into ice fragments. Then, with a wave of the Naginata sword in his right hand, a strong air wave impacted, and the legs of the large armor in front of him shattered and fell to the ground with a rumble. Drink! Above the fists, bubbles gathered, and the white beard slammed into the space ahead. Boom! The space was distorted, large waves rippled, and the armored soldiers shattered into pieces, and were completely destroyed under the fist of Whitebeard. Kid Reaper, this method is useless to me. With a loud shout, Whitebeard slammed the Naginata on the ice, and the shock wave came out from the ice, shaking the armored soldiers running towards him into powder. This power is really majestic, and the power of the vibration is terrifying to the extreme. He strode forward, and Whitebeard walked towards Yang Qing who was standing on the Bingdu mountain. With every step he took, the shock wave under his feet spread out and spread in all directions. Space is distorted and everything is shaking. The terrifying Whitebeard has developed the ability of the shaking fruit to an incredible realm. With no expression on his face, his feet stood on the top of the ice-blue mountain. Yang Qing was like a god, quietly looking down at the Whitebeard running towards him. Shish! The war spear cut through the sky and slashed the ground in front of Whitebeard, blocking his progress. The latter shouted loudly and swung out his fist. The thick and long spear was directly shattered into pieces, and then the Whitebeard jumped up suddenly. His hands were open, and bubbles appeared on each hand, covering the armored soldier's head. The next moment, he suddenly pressed down, and the huge armored soldier was directly pushed down to the ground by him. Then, it shattered into pieces. This shocking scene made Yang Qing's eyes narrow and his heart trembled. A 70-year-old old man still possesses such terrifying power. His every move is not at all what an old man should have. By the way, maybe the only thing that can prove that he is old is that he is not willing to do too much action. For example, running fast, or dodging with these equally huge armored soldiers, wastes their physical strength. He perfectly controls every physical strength, and then outputs it into the most powerful attack. This is an old man who is very clear about himself and the surrounding environment. He is a terrible guy. Worthy of the throne of the world's #1. Although there are many armored soldiers, they can't stop Whitebeard's progress. This is the world's #1 old man, who came to Yang Qing's front and back. Behind him are the huge armored soldiers who are striding forward and swarming, and the wind roars as they run. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sure enough, Yang Qing said lightly. The next moment, he fell from the top of the iceberg, his eyes were sharp, and he walked towards the Whitebeard. Next, is the moment when his fruit ability is truly released. The invincibility of controlling the fruit will be fully displayed in front of the world. After 3 breaths, Whitebeard raised his head and slashed unceremoniously towards Yang Qing, who fell from a height. Beneath the blade is a transparent bubble filled with shock waves. Under the roar of Whitebeard, along with the slash, he whistled towards Yang Qing. Huh! Yang Qing's pupils shrank, the ice blue blade in his right hand buzzed, and the sword intent rose to the sky, and the ability to control the fruit also began to gather on his sword, and a blue bubble appeared. Out! The ice blue world inside is clearly visible, it is the frozen sea area, as if this bubble enveloped the world in it. The bubble swelled to the same size as Whitebeard's, then stopped. Chapter 335 Violent Aesthetics. This is like the shock wave bubble, the concentrated fruit control ability, which also has an extremely terrifying power. Then, at the next moment, the slash slashed out, colliding fiercely with Whitebeard's attack below. Boom! The sky began to tremble continuously, and blobs of colors like fireworks bloomed, and strips of willow-like silk sashes fell from the sky, falling in all directions, slicing through the air, forming beautiful parabolas. This was an extraordinarily enchanting, even dazzling scene, but when it landed on the ice below, it shocked everyone. The frozen sea began to churn. The area of 3 kilometers in a radius was constantly shaking, and the ice began to melt. Under the collision of the vibration and Yang Qing's controlling force, high-temperature energy that could melt everything was generated. At an incredible speed, the sound of chi-chi-chi sounded, the ice cubes were melting, and the liquid began to appear here. Whitebeard stood above the frost, and the surrounding white mist was transpiring, like a fairyland. 3 feet away from his body, the sea water appeared quickly, surging, galloping, roaring, and rattling. Above the sky, above Yang Qingbing's blue blade, there was a circular wave again. His face was indifferent, the cold wind lingered on his body, and his robes were shaking. In the white fog, in the twisted air, is his body falling down at a high speed. After a breath, Yang Qing had already descended on the top of Whitebeard's head. The latter raised his head, the wide naginata suddenly swung, and the shock wave bubbles appeared on the naginata, and the airflow around his body even began to rotate, forming a vortex. Drink! With a loud shout, the second collision between the two began. Buzz! The subtle shock wave first spread out, and then followed the space for a meal. Above the sky, the ice blue blade was still, and it was topped with the naginata. Yang Qing's head is down and his steps are up, in a posture of upside down. Whitebeard's huge figure stood on top of the ice, and his pupils were full of sharp and solemn colors. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to disappear for the two of them, staring at each other closely. Buzz! Under Whitebeard's feet was the first to be smashed. Then, a circle of explosions sounded, and the endless seawater began to flow upstream. Body shape. Reaper boy. Beneath the white fog, Whitebeard's roar came out. The sound of boom came out, and a wave spread, and the seawater that exploded was directly shaken into white mist. The two people who were blurred before became clear again. Afterwards, everyone saw that Yang Qing, who was originally in the air, was directly knocked into the air by this punch, and then his whole body kept shaking and moving, and he fell towards the sea. However, just as it fell, a terrifying cold air suddenly radiated from his body. Freeze! Crack! What shocked everyone happened. Yang Qing's body, the sea surface that had previously turned into seawater, actually froze again at this moment. In a single thought, the sea froze. Yang Qing's ability, even Whitebeard, was shocked at this moment. It is simply omnipotent, as if there is nothing he can't do. Ha ha ha, am I fighting against God at this moment? Yang Tian laughed loudly, and the white beard strode forward. Between the huge stature and action, there was a rumbling sound. But the speed was surprisingly fast at this time. After a few steps, he was already in front of Yang Qing, and he was rude and swung down with a fierce knife. Boom! Vortex, circular fluctuation, all appeared on Whitebeard's blade. Naginata fell from the head with a terrifying sound of wind. The pupils in Yang Qing's eyes shrunk to a point, and this terrifying old guy exploded with every move. Whitebeard. With a roar, Yang Qing grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and waved it upwards, facing the powerful Naginata. Bang! The third blow between the two appeared. This blow caused a large piece of ice to rush into the sky, turning into an icy blue powder, which was extraordinarily beautiful. This scene is so beautiful that no one wants to close their eyes. Although the powder is small, the diamond shape can still be seen, blooming like a snowflake. This is the beauty in the extremely quiet, but in the dynamic, it is almost to the extreme, and it shoots out in all directions at a rapid speed. Then, waves of shock waves continued to spread towards the periphery. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. This blow completely dented the ice surface in the 5-kilometer range centered on the two of them, and blue diamond-shaped powder was flying all over the sky. The sky has turned into the blue of the deep sea, and the beauty is suffocating and suffocating. It's so beautiful, the battle between the two is a combination of violence and beauty. The contradiction and beauty are amazing, like the explosion between the stars in the universe, but the most beautiful flame can be released in the destruction. Ha! Yang Qing has stepped on the ice at this moment, his feet are deeply immersed in the ice, holding the Longchen sword in both hands. On the other hand, the white beard is also resolute. In this huge figure, there is a power that defies the sky. But they were completely blocked by Yang Qing. One of the two only reached the knee of the other, but the confrontation of strength formed a certain balance. This balance makes every outsider watching the battle feel awkward, but there is a trace of harmony. This is the aesthetics of violence, the beauty in battle, like fireworks, dazzling but ephemeral. Bang! The two waved their swords again, collided, and the shock wave terribly spread out. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing stepped out, and his figure suddenly disappeared. At this moment, his petite body had an advantage. Whitebeard slashed into the air, turned around abruptly, and blocked it with the Naginata. Bang! The air was twisted, the ice surface was skewed, and the power of the vibration swept out, rushing towards Yang Qing. Ha! Yang Qing's pupils shrank, and his figure disappeared again. When it reappeared, it was already 10 meters away. But at the same time, Whitebeard had already taken a step forward. He seemed to have predicted Yang Qing's actions, which was incredibly fast. Above the left fist, the shock wave spread, and then slammed down, hitting Yang Qing's head ferociously. It can be clearly seen that the space around Yang Qing's head is distorted. This punch shook the space, and even the stability of the three-dimensional space was destroyed. This is a terrifying punch. Whitebeard, the world's #1 man, from the opening to the present, a punch is more powerful than a punch. In his body, the blood of the battle seems to be slowly awakening. Chapter 336 Awakening of Fighting Intent. Yang Qing's pupils continued to flicker, and finally, he suddenly clenched his right fist, and then waved it fiercely. Come on, Whitebeard. Compete with each other. There was no dodging, no retreating an inch. In the face of Whitebeard's apparently terrifying blow, Yang Qing displayed a strong frontal force at this moment. With his punch, a circular aperture appeared in an instant, and then quickly expanded. The blue-purple scale armor quickly appeared, and the dark armament color domineering lingered around his arms, all of which happened in an instant. In the end, the two fists collided quickly. Bang! The arms of the two men trembled fiercely under this huge force. The violent shock wave spread out, and large pieces of ice rushed into the sky, and then turned into powder again under the next wave of shock. This is an incomparably majestic blow, a blow that can turn everything into powder, and the shock wave is like a circle of wind that cannot be stopped, rapidly spreading and impacting. In this blow, the huge energy of Yangqing and Whitebeard is contained in it. In the instant of collision, the energy between them undergoes huge changes. For a moment, it froze. Two majestic forces, compressing and compressing in the impact, became a small point, and this spread out the impact, which is only the smallest part. Ha! The two roared, and their expressions became a little crazy. The power of vibration, the power to control the fruit, exploded at this moment. Soaring into the sky, a large vortex appeared from the top of the two of them, and then ran through the frozen sea. In this sea area, high heat appeared quickly. The ice surface melted again, spreading into a large swath of seawater, submerging toward the two people in the center. Yangqing's eyes shrank. He quickly withdrew his fist, and flew into the air. Whitebeard clearly felt the surging of a large amount of seawater behind him. The majestic seawater covered the area of thousands of miles. Waves up to 100 feet were formed, slapping towards Whitebeard's back. Eyes narrowed, the Whitebeard looked up and saw Yangqing rushing into the sky, trying to avoid the 100-foot-high waves. And he can't fly. At this time, how can Whitebeard resolve the blow of this 100-foot wave? Ha ha ha, boy, you are really good. I feel that the fighting spirit that has been silent for many years is actually boiling. Whitebeard raised his head and laughed loudly. Yes, he felt as if he had woken up. That young self, excited to fight, collided in his own blood, and then woke up. He turned his head suddenly, and pulled his hands fiercely, and the power of shaking the fruit spread out like a corrugated board, and then swept across the monstrous ocean waves. The blue water suddenly trembled, and it was actually hit by the force of the shaking into a white fog. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with white fog. The white fog quickly impacted the figure of Whitebeard, filling the place. Then, Whitebeard's huge figure suddenly bent his knees. Bang! The ice surface under his feet was completely shattered, and the Whitebeard rose into the sky. His huge body brought out the whistling sound of the wind, forming a strong impact, and the sound of shoo shoo was actually heard in the air. Reaper boy! It was actually 2 breaths of effort, and Whitebeard's huge body shrouded Yangqing's body, and the shadow completely covered the latter. Whitebeard! Yangqing narrowed his eyes, his expression dignified and cold. The person in front of him is completely different from Kaido and Shank's fighting style. This old guy, who has experienced hundreds of battles, has tempered and incomparably condensed fighting spirit. He is more like a slow heat, not very passionate at first, but as the battle progresses, it will become stronger and more terrifying. Without Kaido's wildness, there is more simplicity and rudeness and calmness. Without Shank's composure, he has a little more accurate bet on timing. Just like at this moment, there is no place to stand under the feet. The old fighters on this battlefield chose to soar into the sky, and then punched Yangqing ruthlessly. Bang! This punch hit Yangqing's arms, causing the latter to immediately fall towards the ocean below like a cannonball. Under the extreme speed, the shock wave was formed when it went straight. When it reached the surface of the sea, the shock wave made the sea water sink and go towards the sky. What a terrible power! Yangqing turned his back to the sea, his pupils twinkling. Whitebeard's calculations were extremely accurate. He had no place to stand on his own, but he clearly judged that he had a way. This punch directly hits himself to the surface of the sea. Those with devil fruit ability are afraid of the sea, and in the sea, they will become completely powerless. Whitebeard took full advantage of this weakness to create a favorable terrain for himself. But it's fun like this. A smile appeared on his face. Behind Yangqing, the cold air suddenly rose, and then the splashing seawater, which was visible to the naked eye, was once again rendered icy blue. The sea is frozen again. At this moment, in front of the two of them, nature seemed so fragile. Just freezing, thawing, it has been done several times. The collision of energy and energy produces high temperature, resulting in greater force and high heat. This is how the sun works, somewhat like nuclear fusion. However, Yang Qing and Whitebeard's collision and confrontation can form such a spectacular event. This is not only because the two are strong, but also because the horror of the power contained in their devil fruit has reached an unimaginable realm. Ha! The Naginata fell from the sky, and at this moment, Whitebeard's face looked a little hideous. This tall, kind old man. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. People, the more they fight, the more excited they become. He raised his hands high, and the old bones seemed to regain their momentum at this moment, and they were split open. People in the air have pushed their strength to the limit. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and the next moment, his knees stepped on the ice. Bang! The ice cubes burst into a 10-meter wide pothole, and he jumped into the sky. Whitebeard! The roar spread throughout the sky, and the next moment, the sword struck again. In the sky, a dazzling light and shock waves were released, causing strong winds to blow in this sea area, and the clouds above the sky stirred up, which was terrifying, forming a vortex, and the thunder and lightning continued to roar inside. Immediately afterwards, the two of them were in the air, their swords flickering and chopping out continuously. Ah 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 ah! Like beasts, the two roared wildly. The majestic power erupted, and the whole sky roared. Chapter 337 Invincible Whitebeard. It is hard to imagine that this old fellow, Whitebeard, at this moment, can actually launch such a rapid and violent attack, which can be called an attack without chapters. He was insane, and quickly chopped the Naginata in his hand. Like an irrational beast, with thick arms and a burly figure, waving the Naginata sword in his hand, causing the wind to surge in the sky, the wind roars and roars. Under his frantic swordsmanship, Yang Qing, who was shrouded in it, had a calm expression, and the ice blue blade was attacking like an electric light. The speed was also extremely fast, and the two kept colliding. A huge shock wave continued to spread out. There were bursts of roars in the sky, and lightning flashed constantly. Gradually, with the passage of time, when the two faced each other until the third, 40, or 50 times, the weather changed. Thunder and lightning flashed and flickered, and the rain began to pour down. Yang Qing retreated and flew back, his face indifferent. When Whitebeard lost his slash with Yang Qing, the balance of power began to fall, but his eyes were even more excited. This battle was so cool that the blood in his whole body accelerated. Condescending, surrounded by endless rainstorms and lightning, Yang Qing's face was reflected in black and white. Bang! Whitebeard landed on the frozen sea, and Yang Qing also slowly fell. When he fell 30 meters above Whitebeard, the two looked at each other in silence. Whitebeard, it's hard to fight another battle that requires both of you and me to give your best. Come on and unleash the ultimate miracle of your life. Come on, use all your strength and let the world see the power of the world's number one. The sky was slowly approaching the darkness. Yang Qing stood in the void, and his words were clearly spread here like crazy. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, and then laughed out loud. Boy, the old man's situation isn't that bad. Who am I? I'm number one in the world, Whitebeard. Yes, he is the most powerful man in the world. He is not old yet, he is the strongest. In the future, there will be no more such battles. Let the world see, let the world tremble, let me see how huge the gap with you is. Yang Qing was crazy, stretched out his hands, and his voice was like a roar of a beast. Yes, he couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Experience the strongest Whitebeard. I do not know when to start. This strongest man has begun to weaken. He gradually embarked on his own sunset road, and he needed countless pipes on his body to maintain the health of his vital signs. Being a hero, you shouldn't go to the end like this. He should not go on like this. Life should release the last splendor in the battle. Is the battle at the top bright? Do not. 2 years later, Whitebeard wasn't the strongest of him. Being sick and being old has diluted his too strong fighting power. After a while, he was out of breath. Even in the end, he died in the hands of Blackbeard, such a dark, vile scum. This is Yang Qing's most intolerable and most angry. A hero should have a most heroic way to die. Roger chose to open a new world. What did Whitebeard choose? I am a remnant of the era, and there is no ship that can carry me in this era. Indistinctly, the man's voice echoed in Yang Qing's ears, making his whole body tense. Let him roar loudly, and the sound shocked the four wilds. Whitebeard, come on, use all your strength to kill me, or be killed by me. In this era, you still have opponents. Your ass, under your butt, and the ship that carries you. Let me see you, you're not old yet. Let me see you, how powerful you are. The sound was extremely loud, spreading in all directions. Ace was shocked, Dylan's pupils shrank, Marco's whole body trembled, and Diamond Yoja's eyes moved. Countless people who were fighting, at this moment, the whole body shook violently, and they were inexplicably shocked. Especially the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, some people even burst into tears at this moment. Whitebeard is getting old. Although he is still the powerful old man, he is old after all. They changed from young to mature, but what they brought was the older and older body of the old man. Although he is still hardy, majestic, and the strongest, he is still old. Come and show me that you are not old yet. Yang Qing's voice was like an echo, echoing in everyone's ears, making them feel complicated and difficult to understand. The deepest emotion was the Whitebeard with his feet standing on the ice. A stunned expression appeared on his face, then he was emotional, and finally he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed very happily, he laughed very loudly. He laughed for a full 30 seconds, and the laughter spread far. The laughter contained admiration, nostalgia, and a touch of excitement. Boy, you understand me very well. But I never said I was old. The former sentence had a smile, and the latter sentence, the smile on Whitebeard's face had faded. Next, be careful, don't let me kill you. Seriousness and fighting spirit are revealed in this sentence. At this moment, the Whitebeard was completely furious. He was stimulated by Yang Qing's words. Yes, Yang Qing's words hit his heart. But the number one man in the world, how self-esteem, how powerful. Being exposed to the thorn in his heart made this man completely angry. At the same time of anger, this strong man completely untied all his restraints. What physical condition, what is old, what is weak, what is too much activity, will be damaged. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. End lifespan. At this moment, he was completely put down by Whitebeard. Only the Whitebeard at this moment is the one who stands on the top of the world, the truly powerful and invincible Whitebeard. Boy, here I come. The dull voice sounded, and Whitebeard's power was released. At this moment, his huge figure is almost unbelievable. Armed color. Shockwave. The huge fist was clenched, and almost in an instant, it was behind Yang Qing who was standing in the void, and then he punched out. Call. The wind was surging, and in front of Whitebeard's fist, the 10,000-meter void twisted and began to tilt. The ice surface that was swept up below exploded inch by inch, filling the sky with debris, impacting all directions. Somewhere in the distance, the faces of the two members of the Death God pirates who were fighting changed, and Feikong ran away from each other. The incomparably strong wind blew across the area where they fought, causing violent explosions. Chapter 338 _ This can shatter an island with one punch. Then, everyone saw that Whitebeard's punch hit Yang Qing ruthlessly, sending the latter directly into the air. This punch was faster than ever before, it could almost be described as an electric light flint. It's hard to believe that the old Whitebeard has such a fierce attack at this moment. This blow caused the void in front of him to shatter continuously, making Yang Qing's whole body like a cannonball, hitting the ice surface in an instant. Bang! Boom! There was a loud crash, followed by a series of horizontal thrusts. The wide ice surface is like being shoveled directly by a large bulldozer. The sky is full of ice and clutter, covering the entire sky. Yang Qing was punched into the air and hit a large crater within a kilometer range, but was still pushed and flew 3 kilometers away. The terrifying power of Whitebeard was fully revealed from this punch. Bang! Falling from the air, Whitebeard's tall body stood firmly on the ice surface, his white robe was shaking, and his 8-pack abs showed a rude sense of strength. This old man, at this moment, seemed to return to the peak of his 30s and 40s. He no longer restrained any trace of his strength, and broke out completely. Yang Qing's few words have ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. At this moment, he is no longer a remnant of the times, no longer an old man stepping into the sunset, but the most powerful man in the world, Whitebeard. He was completely awakened and exploded completely. He no longer had a trace of strength left in his attack. He exploded into the strongest state. This punch is the bloom of his strongest posture. The first declaration of Z's return to the world. This is a silent declaration, but also the most powerful declaration. At this time, Whitebeard, the strongest state, the strongest Whitebeard, is 3 times stronger than the Battle of the Top. The number is scary, but accurate. In 2 years, his combat effectiveness has been reduced by geometric multiples. With one enemy being many concerns have made him unable to concentrate, and his combat effectiveness has shrunk again. The Whitebeard on top of the war is extremely weak. Even if the old male lion is weak, he is still a male lion, but he is still weak. The power of time cannot be resisted by anyone. The sky was full of ice and fluttering. Yang Qing put his hands on the ground and stood up from the ice while panting. He was injured, and no one could remain uninjured under the blow of Whitebeard. This old male lion let out the strongest roar in his life, and Yang Qing was the first to bear the brunt. It's really exciting. The strongest Whitebeard. Yang Qing gasped, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, but his eyes flashed with excitement and fighting intent. Yes, he was too excited. Facing the strongest Whitebeard, how could Yang Qing not be excited? Even in death, this battle seems so meaningful. Ha 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 ha. Yang Qing stood up laboriously. He turned around. Behind him was a mountain of ice cubes. Under the support of this icy blue, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Being hit by this punch, at this moment, his whole body is still shaking. The bones and joints rubbed together and made a creaking sound. This was the aftermath of the vibration, and it was going to shake and wipe out everything in silence. Shaking to stand firm, Yang Qing's eyes were full of fighting intent. Whitebeard saw Yang Qing stand up. His tall body took a step, then accelerated forward and ran. His speed has always been like this. It looks slow, but it is actually incredibly fast. In only 3 seconds, he had already crossed 2/3 of the distance of 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters away, the white-bearded Naginata suddenly swung out. Roar! The sound of the wind seemed to be roaring, the space shattered, and the ice debris in the sky became the strongest hidden weapon, coming towards Yang Qing in pieces. In just an instant, 5 kilometers of void was enveloped by this blow. Covering the sky and blocking the sun, all he could see were ice-blue ice chips, and the sky that was twisted to the point of being shattered. Yang Qing was a little stunned for a while. A single punch can trigger a tsunami and destroy the Whitebeard of the Marine Corps headquarters. At this moment, his hideous face is released, and he also becomes a fierce beast. Slowly, Yang Qing stood proudly under the discolored sky and stretched out his right hand. Then, clenched suddenly. Control the heaven and the earth, and the fate of the law arises and perishes. As soon as you control the heaven and the earth, in the time of thinking about the law, birth and death are all over. After this grasp was tight, the distorted sky was suddenly forbidden. Then, a huge palm print slowly appeared. It appeared above the void. The huge range was 10,000 meters, and it was almost impossible to see the edge at a glance. The icy blue debris in the sky hummed and fluctuated during the tremors of the giant palm, and then absorbed on it. After 3 breaths, an ice-blue giant palm appeared here, with clear lines on it, like the palm of a god. Whitebeard, come on. The battle has just begun. The huge palm of 10,000 meters slowly clenched, and then when its 5 fingers clasped together into a fist, it suddenly moved. He turned into a stream of light, turned into a meteorite that fell from the sky, carrying the power of Wan Jun, and bombarded the earth below fiercely. Crackling, crackling. The thunder and lightning roared, and the space seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of this 10,000-meter giant fist, and began to make noise. Not enough. Yang Qing's eyes were fierce, cold, and murderous. As if holding the heart of killing Whitebeard, his outstretched right hand trembled slightly, and then a jet-black armed color covered it. Visible to the naked eye, the incomparably huge giant fist in the sky also trembled. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The color is domineering and quickly covered. The Whitebeard standing on the ice has changed color. Reaper boy. It is completely unimaginable that that kid can actually emit such terrifying power, really like a god. Ah! Yangtian let out bursts of roars, and Whitebeard was about to give up his life. Bang, bang. A loud voice came out, and layers of ripples rose on the ice surface. Whitebeard's feet sank directly into the ice, down to his knees. He wants to use the power of this huge ice surface to block the power of this punch. The terrifying kid of Reaper was beyond his expectations. If the information he got was correct, during Kaido's battle, the kid in front of him was far from having such unpredictable power. But when facing oneself, the power of this fruit is simply as lawless and divine, and it is impossible to resist. Boom! The sound was like thunder, and the giant fist came. Chapter 339 Fragmentation. The huge fist of 10,000 meters, surrounded by black armed domineering, descends like a dark cloud. The Whitebeard, who was originally tall, was as small as an ant in front of this fist. But at this moment, this ant's legs were deeply immersed in the ice cubes. After exerting force, all the strength of the whole body was agitated, and the muscles, bones and joints made a crisp chirping sound. Hundreds of millions of cells in the whole body are boiling, waves of huge power surge out from the depths of his body, until his arms, and then his hands. Ha! There was a roar, and the sound contained shock waves. Whitebeard's incomparably stalwart body, at this moment, it was just power, and the space around him was shaken. The next moment, the fist of 10,000 meters collided with Whitebeard. Bang! The two sides collided, and Whitebeard's complexion changed, his face trembled. The terrifying power swept through his body, making him a little hard to resist. Weight represents mass. Falling from a high altitude shows how much power is contained in a 10,000-meter fist. It was hard to believe that in the face of such an attack, Whitebeard could still resist. At the first breath, Whitebeard's whole body trembled, and his hands tightly blocked the falling fist. The ice cubes around him began to explode on a large scale, and debris fluttered in the sky, and the scene was extremely shocking. In the second breath, the endless shock wave began to spread in all directions, affecting the battle between the pirates who were not far away from the two. The faces of the crew members changed greatly, and they quickly avoided the ice cubes falling from the sky, or the shock wave with incomparable power. On the third breath, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of the powerful Whitebeard, and his face became much paler. At the fourth breath, Whitebeard's whole body was shocked, and a powerful shock wave was emitted through his fist, and then covered the huge ice blue fist in a blink of an eye. The fifth breath, the air trembled, the swirling airflow, the ripple-like shock wave, spread to the huge fist. In everyone's surprised eyes, the huge fist trembled and turned into debris in the sky. This majestic scene can surprise and shock everyone in the world. Really, so surprising and blood-boiling. The beauty is not only the scenery and the magnificence of nature, but also the huge destructive power which can be called exaggeration and horror. After Whitebeard smashed the blow, he lifted his knees sharply, jumped out of the ice, and attacked Yangqing amid the fluttering debris. Wave. A shock wave circle appeared on Whitebeard's hands. He was running, and he suddenly threw his fists. Both fists smashed towards Yangqing in front of him. A thorn in the circle. Yangqing's open right hand closed again, and then he could see that the ice cubes with a radius of 5 kilometers around Whitebeard's body suddenly jumped up, and after reaching the highest point, they formed countless sharp cone angles, fiercely moving towards the highest point. The Whitebeard in the center was stabbed. The shock wave has become bigger and bigger at this moment, spreading to Yangqing's side. The latter roared, and the power of controlling the fruit swept out, eliminating the shock wave. At the same moment, there was also a loud explosion between the pointed icicles, which turned into ice debris. Whitebeard's tall figure jumped out and came to Yang Qing. Ha! The heavy naginata was under heavy pressure with unparalleled strength. Yang Qing turned his right hand, and the ice-blue blade formed countless sword flowers, which slammed into the naginata above his head fiercely. Click! The crisp voice spread throughout the arena, and Yang Qing's expression changed. Looking up at Long Quanjian, I saw that the blade that had been with me for a long time was actually covered with fine cracks, and even gaps appeared on the blade. Under the shock wave of Whitebeard, the Longchen sword was about to shatter. Terrible shock wave, terrible power. Naginata left, and Whitebeard's left fist with an aperture was condescending again, hitting him heavily. Yang Qing couldn't dodge in time, and he clenched his fist and attacked fiercely. Bang! The two banged against each other again, and the air was squeezed together and became sticky. A sword in one hand, a fist in the other, the scene fell silent for a while, and the two began to confront each other. The force was surging towards the opponent, and as time went by, circles of shock waves spread out, and large areas of ice began to collapse, smash, and dent. On the frozen sea surface, an ice-blue storm began to rise, pushing towards the periphery in circles, like ocean waves. After a full breath, the two abruptly retreated, and Yang Qing's pupils shrank. Because at the moment he retreated, Whitebeard had already completed the action of retreating and then chasing. This old guy, the physical strength at this moment is not like an old man. Bang! The naginata touched Yang Qing's Longchen sword again, and there were more subtle cracks on the blade. The shock wave spread all over Yang Qing's body, causing his complexion to change. Whitebeard's fruit ability is extremely terrifying, even he can't stand it a few times. However, the tall figure in front of him did not give him a chance to buffer at all. Stepping forward, holding the naginata in both hands, he kept slashing, and the ability to vibrate the fruit was frantically outputting like he didn't need money. Yang Qing raised his sword to resist, but as the number of times increased, his face became more and more ugly. The Longchen sword could no longer hold it. The force of the vibration made the internal structure of the sword begin to loosen. The blade began to hum and tremble, neighing in pain. Yeah, Whitebeard. With a loud roar, above Yang Qingbing's blue sword edge, a dazzling sword flower turned out, and then the one-style swordsmanship began to circle rapidly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The 13 Swords of Death. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. 10 swords, 11 swords, 12 swords, 13 swords. Until the last sword, Yang Qing's sword intent shot into the sky, and the Longchen sword filled with cracks began to hum violently, like a roaring roar. 14 swords. It is recommended to be bright, and the huge sword light reflects the icy blue frozen sea below, releasing an incomparably splendid brilliance. The sword wheel rotates, blooming from the top of Yang Qing's head, like a sword flower, beautiful and dangerous. A flash of exclamation flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, but the naginata slashed again without any fancy. He took the 13 swords in front of him with ease, as if he completely ignored the changes between the sword moves. And this knife is equally simple and direct, just like him, open and closed without any cover. Boom! The shock wave came out, and the knife came out of Whitebeard's hand, and then accurately hit the only real sword among the blooming sword flowers. Chapter 340 God in the Sword. Ding! The extreme movement became extremely quiet, and the pupils of the two clearly reflected each other. It turned out to be so crazy and hideous. The two people in the war have completely entered a state of madness, and there is nothing else in their eyes, only each other. The 13th sword, the 14th sword, this is a sword that transcends the boundaries of the human body. Its terrifying and transformation are incomprehensible. But this sword was blocked by Whitebeard after all. Above the naginata, the vibrating aperture expanded and poured into the Longchen sword, causing the ice blue blade to hum constantly, trembling in fear. Under this sword, the sword light around the two of them continued, and the shaking ripples spread layer by layer, making the air here solidify. In the space, it began to rapidly transform into a vacuum state. The frozen sea began to collapse rapidly, collapsed piece by piece. After a stalemate for 5 breaths, Yang Qing's face changed, and he retreated and flew away. After jumping 10 feet, Yang Qing looked at the Longchen sword in his hand. After his pupils contracted, he saw that the ice blue blade broke apart with a click, at the next moment, turning into a piece of crystalline blue shards. This made Yang Qing's heart tremble, and some inexplicable sadness. How many years and battles Long Quanjian has accompanied him. This ice blue long sword participated in the world-famous battle. This is a sword that has a deep relationship with him. However, this sword is broken today. It's a pity. Yang Qing shook his head, raised his head, and looked at Whitebeard, but his eyes at this time made Whitebeard startled. This kid. Whitebeard actually saw that a sword appeared in Yang Qing's pupil in front of him. 2 ice blue long swords were intertwined, filling the sky with sword intent. After an instant, a stream of light burst out of his body, and then the rays of light converged, and another Yang Qing appeared again. The previous Yang Qing was quickly transported away from here after the ice cube swelled. With his eyes closed, Yang Qing's real body quickly left here. Around the sword body, the air is twisted, and the sword intent is filled. Yang Qing stretched out his right hand, the ice cubes quickly gathered, and soon an ice blue long sword appeared in his hand. Whitebeard, thank you very much for bringing me such a battle. You are very strong, so I will also use the strongest state to deal with you. Sword 23, Yang Qing finally displayed this terrifying sword skill. Only, this time, facing Whitebeard, his sword 23 will release the strongest combat power. What kind of look will sword 23, which incorporates devil fruit, look like? With a flick of the sword, it pointed directly at the Whitebeard. Yang Qing glanced sideways, his black hair fluttered, the green robe on his body flew, and the sword intent was in his eyes. The air is twisted in the sword intent, and the magnetic field here has changed. Boy! Whitebeard took a step forward, and the Naginata swung again. Yang Qing walked slowly, the sword body completely ignored Whitebeard's attack, and almost instantly came to Whitebeard's eyes, and then slashed with the long sword. Poof! Slid across Whitebeard's mouth, bright red blood flowed out, and Whitebeard's face changed. This is the first time he has been hit in such a long time, and it is also really hurt. It's really good. With a sigh of admiration, Whitebeard's eyes were full of coldness, his right fist was raised high, and the shock wave swept out, like a frenzy. Boom! This punch hit Yang Qing, who raised his hand indifferently, and the ice blue blade pointed straight into the sky. Click! The ice sword shattered, unable to stop Whitebeard for a moment. Yang Qing remained expressionless and opened his mouth lightly. Sword God Domain. Buzzing. The space began to tremble and twist. Around Yang Qing's body, circling, buzzing, long swords, big or small, pointed directly at the fist dropped by the Whitebeard. Then, it slammed violently. Crack! Every terrifying shock wave that the long swords touched, all shattered. It turned into debris in the sky, but what shocked Whitebeard was that this long sword was almost endless, and there was no end at all. One shattered, and another, which greatly slowed the speed of his fist's advance, and even stopped at the end. Yang Qing was expressionless, watching the long sword stop Whitebeard's fist, no surprise. There's more. These 4 words were faintly uttered, and the next moment, Whitebeard, the crew of the Death God pirates, and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were all stunned. Like a monstrous wave, countless long swords appeared in the air. The swords were dozens of feet in size and only 3 feet in size. They were suspended in the air, flashing with ice blue light, releasing Ling Ran's sword intent. Can break everything. This is an extremely shocking scene of long swords. The long swords appear piece by piece. After 10 breaths, they cover a radius of 30,000 meters, covering a large area of the sea. Then, Yang Qing flew up, stepped on the sword and looked down at Whitebeard. I'll see how much you can handle. Indifferent voice, ruthless. The next moment, Yang Qing's fingers merged into a sword, and then pointed downward. Buzz, hum. The crisp sound of the sword roared, covering 30,000 meters of void, and the almost endless long sword suddenly trembled. Rolling towards the white beard below, they spun and neighed, forming a sword wheel, a sword circle, or a long sword, a huge scale, and its sharp sword intent made the void tremble. Whitebeard forehead. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Facing such a scene, he was a little shocked. The scene completely destroyed Whitebeard's impression of devil fruit. This is simply a godlike method. Like the god of swords, it can turn everything into a long sword. Every flower and grass, ice, sea water, and even air, all become a long sword. Facing this sword, he lost confidence. Therefore, Whitebeard, at this moment, turned around and did something that no one could have imagined. Run. Whitebeard chose to avoid it. This long sword is endless. Can he block 1, 1,000, and 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000? This will be an extremely terrifying level for his physical consumption. At this time, it was already dark, night fell, and the full moon hung in the air, bringing a faint light to the ice surface. Whitebeard's huge figure ran on the sea, making a vibrating sound. In the void behind him, the sword long hissed, turned his body over, the tip of the sword trembled and trembled, biting down towards him fiercely. Standing in the void, Yang Qing looked indifferent. World, this is my world. At this moment, Whitebeard fell into a disadvantage. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 341 to 360. Chapter 341 Tsunami. Running quickly on the ground, the long sword behind Whitebeard kept slamming down, causing the ice surface behind him to shatter. It collapsed inch by inch, and long swords fell, as if destroying the world. Under the icy rain of the long sword, Whitebeard's expression was calm, and his legs kept striding forward. He walked as fast as he could, and every sword was dodged by him by the slightest margin. Compared to Whitebeard, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Diamond Yoja, and others faced great difficulties. The generally circling long swords fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the ice surface, causing their complexions to change greatly, and they quickly evacuated from here. Like the end of the world, when you look around, everything in front of you turns out to be a sword. This is a battle that covers two pirate groups, and no one can escape. In just an instant, several people were cut by the sharp sword and cried out in pain. Yang Qing's sword body stood on the long sword, looking indifferently at the Whitebeard below. After a dozen times, Whitebeard's eyes flashed and he looked at the island in the northwest corner. He bent his knees, and the next moment, he rose into the sky. Shock waves continued to spread from under his feet, and for a while, he actually flew. Want to go? The long sword drew a stream of light, and Yang Qing's sword body also disappeared here. Following closely, he stood above the void and clearly saw Whitebeard enter an island. Want to fight on the island? Yang Qing's eyes flashed, his right hand trembled slightly, and the large sword appeared again. On the island with a radius of 30,000 meters, trees, flowers, and rocks flew up tremblingly, and then turned into long swords. Then, it stabbed down towards the entire island. Boom! Under the attack of this wave of sword gods, the huge island collapsed and sank into the sea. Destroying an island is just an instant. At this moment, a stalwart figure flew out of the island and rushed out at an incredible speed. His speed was so fast that it broke through the sonic boom, and when he heard the sound, his figure had already reached the top of Yang Qing's head. The ferocious, crazy, cold face, the robe fluttering in the wind, and the crescent-shaped white beard, it is the Whitebeard. Reaper boy, die. Boom. The shock wave gathered, and then punched Yang Qing in the face. The punch was so powerful that he couldn't react, and it really hit him with one punch. Then, I saw Yang Qing fell down and fell towards the sea. After 2 breaths, Yang Qing's head was a little distorted, and the light flashed back to its original state. His eyes were still cold, and the strong shock wave caused the sea behind him to splash, splashing 100 meters of waves. Fire and water change. The ability to control the fruit was released, and the splashing seawater turned into a monstrous flame under Yang Qing's ability. Then, in Whitebeard's shocked eyes, the flames soared and turned into a roaring tiger, leaping towards the sky. Ow! The tiger's roar was so loud that it came to the top of Whitebeard's head in an instant, and the flames carried a scorching high temperature. Armed colored domineering appeared on the latter's fists, and the shock wave spread out, with a violent roar. The white beard of the goblet of fire was scattered and fluttered into the sea. There was a sound of chi-chi-chi, and the white mist spread out. Glancing at Yang Qing, who was safe and sound below, Whitebeard's eyes were a little shocked. It didn't take any damage, what's going on? Whitebeard was a little strange, he couldn't understand, how could there be no damage at all? He knew the power of that punch and the shock wave it contained the most. It can easily break a person's head, or even destroy an island. In the air, Whitebeard's two arms suddenly moved, and his ability to shake the fruit was pushed to the limit. Boom boom. A series of explosions came out, and the large void in front of it began to twist. After the click sounded, the space seemed to be shattered. Old man, it's not that weak. Fear of rubbing. The voice came out, and Whitebeard's punch was aimed at Yang Qing under him. Not far away, when Yang Qing chased after Whitebeard, the endless sword in the sky turned into a little light and disappeared. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates breathed a sigh of relief just now, but at this moment, the void not far away was shocked again. Daddy, it's Daddy. Dad, is this going to set off a tsunami? The battle between these two people is too terrifying. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked to see that in the void ahead, the sky began to deflect and tilt, as if a knife had cut it into 2 and 3 pieces. The sea began to boil, and the shock waves began to reverberate. Yang Qing's sword body was constantly twisted, and in front of this majestic shock wave, his sword body became a little unconsolidated. Behind him, a huge wave of thousands of meters set off. Under the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit, a tsunami was generated. Roar. The sea was roaring, and the sea was rolling, slapping towards Yang Qing in the air. Hoo 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 hoo. Between the ups and downs of the sea, a gust of wind whistled, and lightning flashed and thundered in the sky. Facing this tsunami, this huge natural disaster, this terrifying natural scene that most people expect to be scared to pee their pants. Yang Qing was still expressionless, he suddenly opened his hands. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed and his heart was heavy. Strong, this young man is too strong. Strong to the point of monsters, he is very clear. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. How much power does Chu have at the moment? But even so, the other party still did not show any disadvantage. The sea was beating, the wind was roaring, and Whitebeard suddenly sighed. Can this battle be fought for a week? Yes, the battle is not over yet. It's far from over. Their battle has been going on for a long time. At this moment, the full moon is in the sky, covered by dark clouds. Looking up slightly, looking up at the sky, the stars are dotted, and the sea is sparkling. At this moment, Yang Qing let out a loud roar. Ah! The space shook again, and Whitebeard's pupils shrank violently. The tsunami waves in front of them actually stopped. Under Yang Qing's control, this terrifying natural disaster has completely stopped. This kid. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes trembling constantly. Godlike power, inexplicably, this line of words appeared in his mind again. The power of the control fruit radiated out, and the boiling sea was actually pressed to the ground, and it became still. Chapter 342 Kill him. The roaring sea, the surging tsunami, became still. In front of Yang Qing's power to control the fruit, everything is under his control. Standing above the void, Yang Qing opened his hands, behind which was the high waves rushing towards the bottom. It was the whistling of the wind, and the mad surging of the airflow. But at this moment, they all fell into stillness. In the next second, Yang Qing folded his hands towards his arms, and everything under his control moved towards the place where Whitebeard was. The whole world was shaking. Yang Qing's folded hands trembled and stopped in front of him. Behind him, 1,000-jong tsunami, surging airflow, resumed its action. Fiercely towards the white beard, the huge movement made the entire space distorted. Boom! The whirlpool swirled above Whitebeard's right fist, a punch burst out, and the tsunami in front was destroyed. The turbulent sea water swept past him on both sides, and then went to the rear. After 3 breaths, Yang Qing and Whitebeard met in the air. Sword chi is vertical and horizontal, and swords of different sizes appear above the vast void. After a short while, he stabbed towards the Whitebeard in the air, but in an instant, a terrifying shock wave shook from the whole body of this tall man. Spreading out like a wave, Yang Qing's face changed, and he saw that the wave passed through his body and went into the distance. The sword body was twisted, and under the attack of this shock wave, there was a tendency to collapse. But fortunately, in the next moment, it stabilized. After the shock wave spread out, it moved towards all directions at an incredible speed. In an instant, all the swords of Skyrim were turned into powder. Boy, come on, next, the old man will use his full strength. It should be enough to fight you for 7 days. Whitebeard's face is full of pride, and it is now. He finally used tactics to equalize the disadvantage of his old age and lack of physical strength to a balanced position. It has been about 7 or 8 hours since the battle, and during these 7 or 8 hours, Whitebeard has been in a state of passive defense. The reason is that because Whitebeard is old, even if he explodes his full power, his stamina is incomparable to someone as young as Yang Qing who is on the upslope in life. Therefore, although he chose to fight head-on, he saved his physical strength abnormally. It wasn't until this moment that they finally brought their physical strength to the same level. Yang Qing's face was expressionless, and Whitebeard's calculations were clearly already clear to him. But he didn't care. He also wanted to meet a stronger Whitebeard. The air became silent and cold. The two kept fighting, and waves of ripples continued to spread out in the air. The sea around them was roaring and churning, and this sea area was stirred up. Crack! The sea began to freeze, and eventually, when the two landed on the ground, the sea froze and turned into an ice-blue world. Looking at each other, their faces are the same solemn, cautious, and there is a touch of excitement and excitement. The strong fight against each other, the blood boils. Bang bang bang. After 2 breaths, the two figures moved quickly on the ice surface. They moved around and moved at an incredible speed. Running, jumping and constantly attacking. The huge power has caused the ice surface here to be devastated. And at the moment when the two were fighting, the top of an ice surface bulged. In the cold wind, on the top of the ice cone, Yang Qing's real body sat cross-legged, expressionless, his eyes tightly closed. GN23 is extremely powerful, but it also has a disadvantage, that is, the real body cannot be damaged in the slightest, otherwise there will be unimaginable disasters. At this time, a breathless figure came to the bottom of Ice Pickle Mountain. The camera swept through the cold wind, and quickly approached the figure. When he took a closer look, it was Blackbeard. After being knocked to the ground neatly by Ace, Blackbeard escaped from the battlefield. He had burns all over his body and became very weak. But being dazed, he actually made him come here. Inadvertently, Blackbeard raised his head, and then clearly saw Yang Qing at the top of Ice Pick Mountain. In just an instant, Blackbeard's complexion changed drastically. He retreated 5 steps in a row towards the rear in horror, and then farted. The stock sat on the ice. Yang Qing's killing intent when he appeared, he felt very real. It was a real desire to kill him. This guy really has a determination to kill himself. What's even more tragic is that he has no ability to resist at all in the hands of the other party. This made him almost urinate in fright, but after a few seconds, Blackbeard saw that Yang Qing on the top of the ice cone did not move at all. Then, he felt the huge roar in the sky on the other side, like thunder and lightning. The cadres on the 2 ships fought in the night, but the sky in this battlefield was like day. Flame ring. Ace's flames bloomed, reflecting half of the sky red. 100,000 volts, discharge. The discharge of Anilu is a huge light source, which can support all the lights needed for the night battle. Blackbeard was roaring constantly in the sky, like the day and night, and he looked at the figure on the ice pick mountain in fear. Then, he was stunned. This, not him. Some were stunned, some reacted. Blackbeard is very sure that the guy who fought against Whitebeard is Yangqing. But who is the person on this ice pick mountain? After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Blackbeard probed, and in the end, the figure of Ice Pickle Mountain remained motionless. No. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. No, it must be him. Well, is it a clone? Blackbeard's eyes widened, thinking of this possibility, so he quickly ran towards Ice Pick Mountain. 30 seconds later, he came to the foot of Ice Pick Mountain. Seeing Yangqing sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, and Yangqing who was still motionless, Blackbeard was even more sure of his thoughts. It's definitely right, this is the immobile clone. He did not judge wrong, but he was also wrong. Yangqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, was not a clone, but the real deity. After the fear in his eyes, Blackbeard's eyes flashed a fierce divine light. Of course, Blackbeard will not let go of the guy who wants to kill him. This clone won't move, that's how it should be. That guy's attention at this time is all on Dad, he shouldn't notice me. Kill him. Chapter 343 _ These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Blackbeard began to get excited. Even if he couldn't really kill the opponent, if he could hurt a single hair on him, it would be enough to make Blackbeard excited. What kind of person is that? The most powerful person among the pirates, the famous person in the world. Such a character can hurt him in the slightest, and it is enough to make him famous all over the world. Desire, crazy desire was born from Blackbeard's heart. These desires are enough to make him give up his life to take this risk. Overcome fear, overcome all concerns. He began to grasp the prism on Ice Pick Mountain and climbed quickly towards the mountain. Ice Pick Mountain is huge, really like a mountain. After a full quarter of an hour, Blackbeard came to the top of the mountain. He took a few breaths and then looked cautiously at the figure sitting across from him. The other party is an extremely terrifying big man, and the risks he takes are huge. But the risk is worth it. Step by step, move forward. After a short distance of 30 meters, Blackbeard walked for nearly 2 minutes. Then, Yangqing, who was observing from a distance of 1 meter, was really relieved. Because he found that this is really just a clone, and this clone will not move. Ha, really won't move. I won, I'm going to win. Remove this avatar, and the name of my Blackbeard will be resounding all over the world, ha. Blackbeard became excited, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Then, without any hesitation, he pulled out the pistol on his waist and pointed at Yangqing in front of him. He was still a little scared when things came to an end, but impulse prevailed. The index finger trembled a few times before slamming it down. Bang! The crisp gunshots came out, and on the top of the ice pick, Blackbeard's whole body trembled. Yangqing, who was constantly battling with Whitebeard, waving the ice sword in his hand and moving around, suddenly trembled and his face changed greatly at this moment. The next moment, he, who was originally extremely flexible, was punched out by Whitebeard. This punch knocked him out for thousands of meters, and then landed heavily on the ice surface, and the light in his whole body was distorted. Kid Reaper, this is your avatar. What a strange trick to have such a powerful force. Whitebeard shouted loudly. However, I guess that your deity should be hiding in an unknown place at the moment. I don't know why you didn't let your deity come and fight with me. Do you despise the old man in your heart? Speaking of the last sentence, Whitebeard threw a punch again. Large pieces of ice were tumbling up, forming ice walls, which came towards Yangqing like waves. Ripple-like fluctuations, advancing layer by layer, make the air rippling continuously. Yangqing struggled to stand up, trying his best to stabilize the distorted light that flickered on his body. This deity was actually injured. Who is it? The cold light in his eyes flashed, and he had hidden enough safety and concealment for the deity. However, he was still caught. I must go back immediately, otherwise, I will die. The situation is extremely serious. If I go one step later, I am afraid that the deity will really die. And the death of the deity will make him in the sword body dissipate in an instant. Deeply forgetting the white beard in front of him, Yang Qing stomped his right foot and stepped forward fiercely. Bang! The large-scale fluctuations quickly spread, and the shock waves scattered in circles, and then he rose into the sky, regardless of the white beard behind him, and walked in the direction of the deity. Whitebeard froze for a moment, then got up and chased after him. But the next moment, ripples like ripples began to appear in all directions, in the sky, and even under his feet. In the ripples that spread out, there are countless ice blue long swords rising slowly. With just one glance, Whitebeard realized that there were hundreds of thousands of these long swords. This power is really like a god in a sword. With a sigh, Whitebeard has nothing to fear. This large-scale long sword just takes more time for him. On the top of the ice cone, Blackbeard shivered and looked at the figure in front of him. Hit crooked. He was still nervous after all, his palms were all sweaty, and the index finger that pulled the trigger trembled unconsciously. With this shot, he hit him crookedly and hit Yang Qing on the shoulder, and what he wanted to aim at was the opponent's mouth. Too nervous, one more shot, and it can take care of him. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard aimed the pistol at Yang Qing's mouth. Then, he settled down and pulled the trigger again suddenly. Bang! The crisp sound of gunshots, accompanied by the rising smoke, came from the top of the ice cone. After 2 breaths, Blackbeard stared blankly at the figure in front of him, his whole body trembling violently and shaking, and a look of extreme fear appeared on his face. Death! 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 Blackbeard screamed, panicking, his voice was out of tune, full of panic. The other party came so soon, and at this moment, Blackbeard realized the importance of the clone to the person in front of him. But it was also the same, and there was despair in his heart. I will never let myself go. He will never let me go. Fear, panic, and despair swept through Blackbeard's mind, making him stunned. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. You're good, lucky, and courageous. The ice blue long sword slid across the sky, and the beautiful light created a graceful arc, and then descended. Yang Qing was indifferent, but a voice full of killing intent came out faintly. Poof! Bright red blood floated out from the sky, and then fell to the ground, emitting heat. Ah! Blackbeard just reacted, howling in pain. A long sword mark appeared on his stomach, and blood was flowing out without money. Yang Qing took another step, and the ice blue long sword stabbed. For this scumbag, he doesn't even need to change his sword moves. It's easy to kill the opponent. Poof! The icy sword edge directly pierced into Blackbeard's left mouth, his pupils suddenly enlarged, and despair and fear appeared in his eyes. This is the nostalgia for life and the fear of death. The long sword was drawn, and bright red blood was thrown out. Blackbeard fell heavily to the ground. Only you, Blackbeard, I will kill. Yang Qing's sword was placed on the latter's neck, and his voice was as cold as slag. Chapter 344 Ah! The Blackbeard on the ground, the blood flowing from Shang's mouth, his body trembled constantly, with nostalgia for the world and despair. He felt that he was doomed, and in front of this guy, he would definitely die. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even move, either because he was dominated by fear, or because his body was too weak. The icy blade of the sword was placed on Blackbeard's neck. Yang Qing's eyes widened, and his right hand suddenly exerted force. An ice-blue cold light flashed on the blade, about to cut off the person's head. But at this moment, a huge wave in the sky suddenly spread. Whitebeard's figure fell from the sky, and a punch had already been thrown. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the Blackbeard lying on the ground. With a flash, he immediately left here and flew towards the sky. Kid Reaper, actually fled and shot at my son. Whitebeard roared, and his angry expression was beyond words. Boom! The power of that punch spread to the entire Ice Pickle Mountain, causing the entire Ice Pickle Mountain to roll, and it collapsed in an instant. Whitebeard fell down, picked up the seriously injured Blackbeard from the ice cube, and then shattered the ice cube beside him with a punch, and jumped up quickly by the falling ice cube. When the ice cube finally fell and looked at the weak Blackbeard, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with cold killing intent and anger. You actually hurt my son. Reaper boy, you completely pissed me off. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he was surprised to see that Blackbeard was still alive. It's really big, and its survivability is really strong. Very weak and bleeding a lot, even that sword has penetrated his left shangshang mouth, where his heart is. However, it's really not dead. However, at this moment, Yang Qing has no spare time to manage the Blackbeard. The angry Whitebeard erupted with more powerful power, and he was completely furious. Call. The gust of wind swept past, and a figure appeared in front of Yang Qing, but he had not yet reacted. He was punched into the sky together with the deity behind him, and fell heavily on the ice. The body is twisted, Yang Qing's eyes are solemn. Control the ice cubes and quickly let the deity leave here. But the next second, Whitebeard's shock wave came again. Bang! In the punch, Yang Qing's body twisted again and fell heavily towards the rear. Ah, Reaper boy, old man, I will never spare you. The furious Whitebeard is extremely powerful in combat. His speed surpassed Yang Qing who flew out, and he already reached the top of Yang Qing's head in a few steps. Then he swung the naginata in his hand, causing the air to tremble. With a bang, he slashed heavily on Yang Qing's body, twisting it again. Stepping on it with one foot, this foot fell on Yang Qing's body, causing the ice surface with a radius of 5 kilometers to collapse and collapse. The two sword lights in Yang Qing's eyes flickered constantly, and countless long swords were born from the void and stabbed towards the Whitebeard, but the result was that they were shattered into ice chips before they came to the terrifying old man. The power of the shock made it difficult for all long swords to approach the furious Whitebeard. Ha! He stepped on it again, shaking the void and shaking. Yang Qing's face was ugly. Sword body, can't support it anymore. In front of this force that can even vibrate atoms and molecules, the sword body could not support it. Yang Qing avoided Whitebeard's last kick, soared into the sky, and walked towards the deity. At this moment, GN23 is no longer effective, and he must integrate into the deity as soon as possible. However, the angry Whitebeard would not let him go so easily. Chasing all the way, Whitebeard's attack in anger is simply devastating. He threw the entire void into chaos, and there were continuous collapses on the ice surface. Under his anger, the naginata swung, and several small islands connected by the frozen sea were involved. It shattered into 5 or 6 pieces and sank. And under this large-scale attack, Yang Qing also suffered the aftermath, which caused his body to be damaged again. By this time, it has started to fluctuate continuously. After more than 10 breaths, Yang Qing's sword body has become a ray of light. He turned his head and glanced at the Whitebeard behind him. He gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the body of the deity. Reaper boy, die! Whitebeard's roar came again. This time, the shock wave covered the size of the island, the sky was cracked, and the ice surface began to explode on a large scale. Molecules, atoms, and the void, everything was shaking. The shock wave was pushed very fast, and it was in front of Yang Qing in an instant. At the critical moment, Yang Qing suddenly opened his eyes. He roared and stretched out his hands. Give me up. Boom. Everything was still, and then an incomparably huge voice came out, and the entire sea area, everything within a radius of 50,000 to 60,000 miles, moved. He started to move towards Whitebeard and quickly gathered. This is an incomparably terrifying momentum and scale. Even the mighty Whitebeard is full of shock in the face of this twist of the world. Heaven and earth have been twisted by this kid. The ice surface is moving towards the sky, and the sky is sinking towards the earth. Everything is squeezing away towards the white beard at the center. The sound of bang 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 kept coming, and the explosion was very loud. In this terrifying large-scale battle, the world has been turned upside down, and everything is unavoidable. The crew members on both sides of the battle were separated in horror and ran in all directions. My. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. OMG, the captain is really moving. What a power. Is he a god? In people's hearts, this strange and terrifying power is not only worshipped, but also contains a trace of awe, like the awe of mortals to gods. At this moment in this life, the scope and power of this blow are extremely terrifying. This is also the limit of Yang Qing's strength. Control everything in 50,000 miles, and in these 50,000 miles, everything is under your control. The transformation of matter and the control of birth and death are all up to him. These 50,000 miles are all my body, and every move is under my control. Whitebeard, are you sure? I can't take it, but I will die. Yang Qing slowly ascended into the sky, with the world closing in behind him. His expression was indifferent, his voice was cold, and he really spoke like a god. Looking up at the terrifying change and the figure in the sky, Whitebeard took a deep breath. Then he burst out laughing. Chapter 345 _ Ha 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 ha. Let the horses come over. The god of death, I have to fight you for 7 days and 7 nights, and now, only 1 day has passed. On the horizon, a ray of sunlight shines, and the day has passed. This battle has been going on for a day. However, the physical strength of the two is far from reaching the limit, and their battle is still early. Yang Qing stood in the void, looking deeply at the burly and tall figure below, with sharp eyes. The next moment, the world with a radius of 50,000 miles was crushed downwards with his wave. Boom! The world is collapsing, the ice, the air, the wind, the lightning, in this moment the chaos becomes one. Whitebeard, who was in the center of this terrifying disaster, roared up to the sky. In his body, a domineering aura rose into the sky, suffocating the space. This is an area the size of a sea area, allowing Whitebeard to release the power of his entire body at this moment. He heavily inserted the naginata in his right hand into the ice below, and Whitebeard stood slumped, his huge figure stepping under the ice. At this moment, countless cells in his body began to boil and chirped. All over the body, there was actually a white gas-like mist, which became hot and hot. Looking up at the collapsed heaven and earth below, Whitebeard's face became a little grim at this moment. He is not old yet, and his combat power can still unleash the most powerful attack. Above the fists, the shock wave bubbles began to rapidly grow and swell. The whole body of Whitebeard began to have a black aura, and the domineering of the armed color was pushed to the limit. Above, the coverage is tight. Time and space seem to slow down at this moment, and it is very far away from the central battlefield. Marco, Jose, Bister and the others looked at the shocking scene, opened their mouths, opened their jaws, and opened and closed subconsciously, but they couldn't close them no matter what. Dad, can he resist? He kept Blackbeard's injured body on the ground heavily, and Marco's eyes were solemn. Who knows? Yes, who can know if such an attack can be resisted? Buzz, boom. The vibrating sound was like a muffled thunder, spreading throughout the entire sea. The shock wave bubble in Whitebeard's hand became bigger and bigger. At the end, Whitebeard roared loudly, and the speed of the bubble's growth started to increase. After 10 breaths, the bubble was already the size of 2 houses. By this time, Whitebeard's face was pale, but his face was crazy and hideous. The world is pressing down, and the top of Whitebeard's head has been distorted by the world. When it is closed, it is completely covered up. Even, at this moment, he can't even see Yang Qing's figure. Ah! Come on, this blow, let's see who is stronger. With a loud roar, Whitebeard suddenly waved his fists and hit the sky. Boom! Yang Qing's complexion changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of this shock wave, his body was also injured. The Whitebeard below, at this moment, is facing a world with a radius of 50,000 miles. The pressure on him, his face is pale, his whole body is shaking, sweat is rolling out, and the ice surface is constantly falling. However, while maintaining the original posture, it has hardly changed. At this moment, his body became a source of continuous release of power, and shock waves continuously burst out from the depths of his body. Buzz. Everything was shaking, the world seemed to be in a shaking mode, the ice, the ground, the sky, twisted, spun, and then shattered. This grand scene lasted for about 30 breaths before everything was settled. At this time, the radius of 50,000 miles has all turned into a wreck. Yang Qing stood in the void, panting, his eyes full of solemnity and admiration. The most powerful man in the world is truly extraordinary. At this point in the battle, both of them were a showdown of devil fruit abilities, and he also added his own swordsmanship. But the other party took it one by one. It is unimaginable to what extent this terrifying man has excavated himself, the ability of the devil fruit. Hoo 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 hoo. Standing on top of the broken ice, Whitebeard's cry was thunderous, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, but it was blood. Cough cough. After coughing a few times, this blow also greatly increased the load on Whitebeard, and the inside of the body was injured. For a while, the entire field was filled with the sound of exhalation from the two of them, and the atmosphere stopped. The battle between the two pirate groups outside the arena also temporarily stopped. They all stared at the two people in the field, watching the chaotic world, swallowing their saliva involuntarily. Too strong, too strong. The head of the god of death is actually so powerful that he can even tie with the old man. These two people are probably the strongest two people in the world. Everyone has such an idea in their hearts, they have never seen anyone stronger than these two. Distant sea level, another sea area not covered by ice. What an amazing battle. That guy, is he already so strong? Mahawk, who was sitting on the boat with Erlang's legs crossed, looked at the two figures in shock. They were far apart, but he could clearly see the two of them. At this point, he was terrified beyond measure. That kid, in addition to swordsmanship, devil fruit can. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Power, so terrifying. Really, like a god. The battle between the two seemed to have entered the intermission time, and they were all breathing heavily, and no one launched an attack. Next, it's time for a head-to-head contact. The devil fruit contest is over. Endurance, physical strength, fighting ability. Next, test the two of them, these are the comprehensive strengths. Mahawk's eyes were deep and he could see clearly. Whitebeard, it's not good for him. Yes, Whitebeard's attack power is very strong. This is something that anyone must admit, but, after all, this person is old. Huh. Mahawk suddenly turned his head to look behind him, his pupils shrank suddenly. Are they all here? This time, it's really lively. Chapter 346 is still going on. On the distant sea level, black dots are moving towards here at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the eagle's sharp eyes, the figures on these ships are clearly reflected. 4 Emperor Kaido. And, Shanks. 2 of the 4 emperors came here. Shanks looked stern, standing on the bow, solemnly watching the battle between the two in the field, his robes fluttered in the wind, with awe-inspiring momentum. Kaido, on the other hand, looked excited. Looking at the two people in the field, he roared excitedly, full of fighting spirit, and he seemed to be unable to bear the next moment he would walk to the field and participate in the battle. These two people are indeed here. Mahawk narrowed his eyes, but did not move. He turned his head and continued to watch the battle between the two on the field. Yang Qing was in the sky, and the Whitebeard was on the ground. There was a barren ice surface around the two of them. White air came out, and the distorted space returned to calm with time. The gasping sound of the two came out clearly. After facing each other for half an hour, Yang Qing, who was standing in the sky, let out a sigh of relief and spoke slowly. It seems that there is no way to tell the winner. Ha ha ha, yes, Reaper boy, let's fight hard. Whitebeard raised his head and laughed. Shaking his head, Yang Qing said helplessly, "It's very unfair to you, an old man." "Old man. I don't admit it, I'm old." Whitebeard threw a punch, ripples appeared in the sky again, Yang Qing's figure flashed, fell from the air, stood on the ice surface, and looked at each other. Devil fruit ability, swordsmanship, can't make you and me happy, so. Yang Qing's right hand trembled, and the ice blue blade slammed out, mercilessly inserted into the ice surface thousands of meters away, until it fell into the handle. "Come on, against the power of your body and mine. Physical strength, stamina, attack power, and fighting power, these are what a strong man really possesses. Hard power." Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. "Yes, Reaper Boy, you fit the old man's appetite very well." He picked up the huge naginata, and then gave the naginata a savage meal, making it stand directly on the ice, pausing steadily. Walking forward with great strides, the two stopped at the same time after 13 breaths. One looked down, the other looked up, and looked at the person who was close at hand, with smiles on their faces. "The old man never thought that someone like you would appear." The dull voice with some laughter came out, and Whitebeard felt a little emotional. At this moment, the two people, standing face to face, did not make a move. "I didn't expect that one day I would have a battle with the strongest man in the world. It made me feel really excited." Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, then laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha." Yang Qing also laughed, and for a while, the laughter of the two spread throughout the sea. At the sea level in the distance, the black dots came quickly and clearly. Shanks and Kaido's ship caught the eyes of everyone present, making the atmosphere a little tense. "Ha ha ha, what an exciting duel." Kaido roared like a beast, shouting loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong arrogance came from Shanks beside him. "Kaido, I won't let you do whatever you want in this fight." The smile on Kaido's face faded, becoming a little grim, turning his head to look at Shanks' calm expression. "What a nasty guy, are you forcing me to play against you?" "Huh." A sword chi suddenly slashed across the sea and came directly towards Kaido's ship. Behind him, a figure rushed out, and then blocked the sword chi in front of it, defeating the sword chi. "Hawkeye, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman." Kaido squinted at the figure far away in front of him. "Quiet, don't interfere with this duel on top of the world." The cold voice came, and Mihawk's position was already obvious. "Humph." Kaido glanced at the front and the side next to him, and let out a heavy hum, and the eager expression faded a lot. "Then watch it. Old guy, or novice, which one is stronger?" Kaido was sitting on the deck with a butt, really posing as a spectator. Shanks took a deep look at Kaido, then pressed the right hand of the western sword on his waist, slowly relaxed, and retracted it. In the center of the battlefield, Whitebeard and Yang Qing looked at each other. "Then let's get started." Yang Qing smiled and looked very relaxed. Whitebeard nodded, then suddenly shot. Bang! A huge wave of air swept out from the center of the two, and the ice surface was not cracked. This punch directly hit Yang Qing's face, causing the latter's left foot to leave the ground, his body's center of gravity detached, and there is a tendency to fly out. But after a breath, Yang Qing's eyes were sharp, and he stepped on it abruptly to stabilize his balance. Then, he punched directly at the belly of the tall figure in front of him. Bang! The air wave rushed out from behind the white beard, and the huge white beard's face changed, and there was a touch of pain. Then, Whitebeard bent down slightly, and his sturdy arms slammed down. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing raised his fist to resist and attacked with his elbow. Bang! As if two giant mountains collided, the terrifying force made the two of them unable to bear the impact of this force and took 3 steps back. But in the next second, the two smashed the ground, but they were entangled again. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous, muffled thunder-like sound spread throughout the entire sea area. Air waves surged everywhere, and the ice surface of this sea area suffered unimaginable destruction. On the sea, the waves were undulating. Shanks, Mihawk, Kaido and others watched the battle quietly. Their faces were full of calm and solemnity. This is the world's first decisive battle. Who will be stronger? And how long will this battle last? Two of the most powerful figures in the world, the peak and peak kings among the pirates, just punched and kicked, waving their own strength, expending their greatest physical strength, squandering, roaring, attack the opponent. Looking around the battlefield, the cadres and members of the pirate groups from both sides were also covered in blood, and they fought hard to attack each other. Gradually, time passed, and the day passed. This is already the third day, and the two have destroyed 7 islands, turning a sea area into a pitted ice surface. However, their battle continues. Chapter 347. Is it over? The two at the top of the strong threw their fists constantly. They roared, almost abandoned all the abilities they had used before, and attacked each other in the most brutal and direct way. The sound like a muffled thunder continued to come out. They moved around and appeared on the ice surface of this wide sea, and the battle could not stop for a moment. Roar! Ow! The roar of a beast came from the mouths of the two. They kept separating and merging together, giving each other the deadliest and most violent blow. This is the battle of life, the strongest battle. On the 4th day, the two were still fighting. The ice surface on a large area of the sea was shattered, and cracks appeared. On the 5th day, the low roar was still coming out, bloodstains began to appear on the bodies of the two, and the faces were also covered with bruises. The violent confrontation left both of them injured to varying degrees. They are still fighting, and at this time, the faces of the people watching the battle are already full of shock. The two were fighting against each other purely by physical strength, without any other power mixed in, but even so, they had been fighting for such a long time. On the 6th day, with a loud bang, Yang Qing was punched thousands of meters away, and fell heavily into the ice. Whitebeard gasped heavily, bending down to take a deep breath. Stinky boy, I have said that I am not old. His old and dull voice spread across the sea with a hoarse voice, containing a touch of majesty and pride. Yes, he is not old yet. He still has the sufficient physical strength, stamina, and powerful attack power. At this time, the crew members who were fighting against each other had already started to lie down one after another, and they had reached their limit. Whether it is devil fruit ability, or physical strength, endurance, can no longer be compared with these two people. Breathing heavily, the weak will close their eyes at any time. The crew of the two pirate ships stared at themselves and lay down unwillingly. Really hateful. Actually, they didn't defeat the opponent. The ice chips were flying, the wind was blowing, the world was clear again. Yang Qing stood up staggeringly. At this moment, his robes are already covered with blood, his arms are twisted at a strange angle, his face is full of bruises, and when placed on top of outsiders, he cannot be recognized at all. Big brother! Lolita's cry spread throughout the sea, and looking at the figure that was so weak that she would fall down at any time, little Loli was very scared and worried. The corner of his mouth twitched, and an ugly smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. I don't fall down so easily. Don't worry. Walking forward step by step, the fierce beast-like aura of Yang Qing's body swept out again. He was very slow, but he was brewing a terrible aura. When standing in front of Whitebeard, the two waved their fists again and started a new round of battle. The roar sounded again, and the battle began to look a bit tragic. This battle is another day. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day. Woohoo! On this day, there was almost only a heavy breathing sound between the two of them. Their breathing was heavy, like dull thunder. The two of them almost reached their limit, struggling for half a day with each punch, using all their strength, and then taking a big breath of fresh air. Yang Qing bent down and stared at the tall white beard in front of him, only feeling that his lungs, heart, and any of his internal organs were about to burst. It was a feeling of extreme pain. His whole body, from the epidermis to the inside, almost suffered a fatal blow from Whitebeard. And the other side, too. The blood on the corner of his mouth was so distinct, and a thick bloody aura permeated from the huge figure of the white beard. The most powerful man in the world finally ushered in this tragic scene on this day. This was his worst scene. Whitebeard even laughed out loud. His cry was like a broken blower, very tragic. Hee, lousy has never been so miserable. You boy, are really capable. You old guy, it's really scary, you're already so old, why don't you lie down? Yang Qing growled, his whole body was standing on the ice, unable to move. At this moment, even raising his finger was as difficult as lifting thousands of mountains. Whitebeard lowered his head, his right arm trembled vigorously, and the sweat on his forehead mixed with the blood and fell on the ice, but in the end, he was still unable to raise his arm. You kid, you didn't lie down. Old man, how could old man lie down? This is my time, the time of my white beard. The low roar contained strong domineering and terrifying willpower. In this low roar, the arm that was extremely difficult to lift was actually lifted up by the white beard, and then again wrapped in terrifying power and waved towards Yang Qing. Old guy. I don't care whose era it is. This battle, I have a reason not to lose. Even if I die, I won't lie down. Yang Qing's face suddenly turned hideous, and his roar was terrifying. And, in this state of being on the verge of a limit, he still waved his right hand again. Then, two arms, one thick and the other small, suddenly met in the wind. Bang! This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A circle of air waves spread out, the expressions of the two changed, and the sound of clack came out at the same time. They let out a scream of pain, and flew out in the direction of their backs, hitting the ice heavily, letting the ice chips fly. Is it over? Sea level, on the Kaido boat, an ordinary crew member asked in shock. No one spoke, and at this most critical juncture, when approaching the peak, no one wanted to speak. In the end, who will be the first? The number one man in the world, is he going to change and transfer it to the top of another person's head? Ship, Captain, these two are very weak, if we take them. The slight voice attracted the attention of everyone present. Shanks and Mihawk all looked towards the Kaido pirates. However, before the other crew members' words were finished, Kaido's fist was already swung. The majestic power directly crushed the person, turning the latter into a blood mist. Chapter 348 Never Lose. Kaido, I won't be reduced to such a point. Besides, my pirate group doesn't need to be spineless, principled, scumbags. The voice is sonorous and decisive. Kaido's unhesitating behavior made everyone present clearly understand why this ruthless pirate with the title of King of Beasts stood in such a position. Although he is cruel and ruthless, he still has his own bottom line and his own principles, and is willing to abide by the shallowest morality among pirates. Moreover, with Shanks and his gang and Hawkeye Mihawk by his side, Kaido also knew very well that he couldn't do anything. His eyes focused on the battlefield in front of him again, glanced at the crew members of the two pirates who were lying on the ground and couldn't move for half a minute, and then threw them on the two people who were covered by ice debris in the torn ice surface. The ice fog covered the line of sight, and it was impossible to see what the two of them were like at the moment. However, as time passed, after the breeze dispelled the barrier, the figures of the two appeared. The pupils shrank, and the people present were all staring at the two of them. In the center of the torn-apart pit, the two of them lay there, panting heavily, their bodies heaving and shaking everywhere. Trembling. This is the residual impact after being hit by a huge force. It is also the wailing of extremely tired, overworked cells. Everywhere in their body is neighing, sending out the greatest resistance signal. I don't want to fight anymore, every part of my body is howling so loudly. However, it was forcibly reversed by the willpower of the two. Hoo. The sound of heavy breathing continued to be heard, and the two men spewed hot white mist from their mouths and noses. This was the high-temperature gas brought out after extreme sports, and the water in their bodies was violently increasing. It was evaporated into white fog during the event. What kind of battle is this? The two of them seemed to be transformed. At this moment, the two were lying on the ground, seemingly unable to move. The people outside the venue were staring at it, watching any details of the two of them, including the flutter of eyelashes, the shaking of fingers. Moved. Moved. The first thing to move is Whitebeard. The hearts of everyone seemed to move together, and some people exclaimed. Dylan's, whose face was tightly pressed against the ice, couldn't move any longer, and opened his eyes. But as far as the eye can see, there is a piece of blue ice, and it is impossible to see the situation on the field. Captain, how's it going? Did you lose? Doubtful, worried, but helpless, this mentality, tormented every nerve of Dylan's. In the eyes of Shanks and others, the right index finger of the Whitebeard lying in the pit suddenly trembled. Then, like a lit lead, his entire gigantic figure moved. Although it was very difficult to move, every time he moved, he would let out an old groan of pain. However, Whitebeard was indeed moving. He supported the ice and began to stand up slowly. After trying this movement 5 times, he finally squatted on the ground slowly with his hands on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he started trying to stand up. Withdrawing his hands suddenly, his huge body shook violently, as if he was about to fall down again. However, at this time, his eyes slammed sharply, and he stopped abruptly. In the end, this huge figure actually stood up like that. He swayed, shaking weakly, and stood up. Looking at Yang Qing, who was still lying motionless on the ground, Whitebeard let out a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha, can't you get up? Death boy. I said, this is my time. His loud roar spread throughout the entire sea area, clearly reaching Yang Qing's ears. Yang Qing was still motionless, as if he was really knocked down. He couldn't move any longer at this moment. The breathing of everyone present was a little stagnant, and they stared at the two people in the field, as the victory or defeat determined. Suddenly, a crisp voice spread throughout the audience. Big brother, stand up. Stand up. It's Lolita, and the little Lolita's cry was so loud, it spread throughout the world of frost and echoed throughout the sea. Shanks' eyes turned to the bow of the Reaper, and on the young figure, his pupils shrank. That little girl. The Overlord is domineering. How is this possible? Mahawk was even more shocked, and the whole person sat up. Whitebeard's burly figure, under the impact, suddenly trembled and almost fell, but after being stagnant, it stopped abruptly. Then, his eyes turned to the figure on the bow. This little girl, where did she come from? Really, a good junior. There was a hint of compassion in his eyes, and a smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Then, everyone looked at the little girl who was holding back the tears of worry, suddenly turned their heads, picked up the drum hammer on the deck, and hit the big drum hard. Boom. Dong 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 dong. The rhythmic drums began to sound, spreading throughout the battlefield, even driving the hearts of everyone. This is the drum of war, which contains the power to stimulate the will to fight and make the blood boil. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. You said that as long as you hear the drums, everyone who fights will have infinite courage. You are my eldest brother, an invincible eldest brother, a towering tree, sheltering the wind and rain. How could you just fall down like this? You will stand up. Lolita will always believe. With 2 tears on her face, little Lolita tapped the drum face and muttered. On the ice, the dull drum sound entered Yang Qing's ears. The latter trembled, and his right finger moved slightly. Moved, and death moved. Immediately afterwards, one after another voice spread across the battlefield. Stand up. He got up too. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. The excited voice made the audience lively. When little Loli heard these voices, her face was filled with joy, and she tapped the drum face harder. Dong 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 dong. In the sound of the drums, Yang Qing's weak body finally stood up. With endless sternness in his eyes, Yang Qing bent down and stood up, suddenly looking at the Whitebeard opposite. It's not over yet. A deep voice came out. The next moment, Yang Qing took a difficult step, ran towards the opponent resolutely, raised his fists high, with an indomitable will, and the will to win that must not lose. In my mind, the faces of the friends who were lying on the ground appeared. Little Loli flashed the way she was trying to beat the drums, and Yang Qing's fists were suddenly clenched. This battle must not be lost. Why? I do not know either. But what about him? Chapter 349 Results. In the process of moving forward, the thin body swayed from side to side, staggering from time to time, as if it would fall on the ice at any time. However, Yang Qing's determined expression never changed. His teeth were clenched tightly, and the sweat from his forehead continued to flow down and fell on the ice. His steps were heavy and firm, and he kept walking forward. Every step of the way, he is enduring enormous pain, which is unbearable for ordinary people. At the same time, the white beard opposite also roared and took his heavy steps. The old man who is number one in the world is enduring even greater pain at this moment. Time is getting very, very slow. For nearly 5 minutes, the two stood face to face. Hoo 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 hoo. The sound of heavy breathing and the muffled roar of thunder, the two clenched their fists, brewing hard, gathering strength. But every time I squeeze it, it hurts to let go again. The cells were about to be torn apart, and blood leaked from their palms and bodies. Everything in the body is against their will. Boy, let's beat whoever punches first. Whoever punches first wins. Whitebeard's low voice came out, and the blue veins on his forehead were high and raised, like a chulong. The pupils were already filled with fierce light, and the blood-red color made Yang Qing's eyes extremely terrifying. At this moment, he didn't make a sound and was silent. Gathering all the strength in silence, his hands trembled and trembled violently, trying to lift and wave to defeat the enemy in front of him. For a full 5 minutes, the two tried countless times, and their right hands were shaking. Finally, their fists were raised. At the same time, the two raised their fists at the same time, and then waved to each other tremblingly. The boy's willpower is really good. Then let's decide the outcome of this punch. Whitebeard's voice came out again, and it was hard to believe that he could still grit his teeth and speak with disjointed I will lose. Yang Qing roared out like a voice that popped out of his teeth, and punched out abruptly. Bang, bang. 2 shock waves rushed out from behind the bodies of the two of them, breaking through the space, and a sharp scream of, shoo, was heard, and then quickly dissipated. Pat. Blood dripped from the corners of the two's mouths, and this time, the huge force did not take the two of them off the ground and fly out of here. They stood up straight, staring at each other. He bent down, gasping for breath. Jian, if you can't hold on, just fall down. Old man. Yang Qing gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, every cell in his body whimpered. You haven't fallen yet, how can this old man fall? Whitebeard's voice came out like a muffled thunder, making people feel that every word he said was exhausting his whole body. Every part of the two bodies was shaking, and exhaustion and fatigue swept through their bodies. At this time, even their willpower, they have reached the limit. Punch up again. However, they clenched their teeth and cracked their gums, but they still didn't throw the punch. The limit, both of them have reached the limit. Willpower, physical fitness, all have reached their limits. Call. Suddenly, a breeze blows. The wind blew through their bodies, and with this blow, their bodies began to collapse. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the two of them couldn't hold on any longer. Starting from the head, then the body, and finally fell heavily on the ice. Two world-famous powerhouses were lying on the ice like dead dogs at this moment, gasping for breath. The limit, really the limit. At this moment, the two of them could no longer exert any strength. From a distance, they fell to the ground at the same time. After waiting for half an hour, Shanks and Mahawk looked at each other and let out a deep breath. Kaido looked at the two people on the ground, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slanted slightly. Next, everyone brought the boat close to the shore of the ice. Mahawk stood on the shore, and then one person blocked in front of Kaido's big boat. Behind him, 6 or 7 of the cadres of the red-haired pirates stayed behind and stood behind Hawkeye. Here, no passage. Hawkeye's icy words, and the sword energy with killing intent, shocked everyone in the Kaido pirates, and made the pirates who were about to disembark stunned. Haha, okay, don't worry, I'll watch. The world-famous Armageddon. It ended in a draw. Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed, but stopped and did not move forward. Shanks took a deep look at Kaido who was laughing, and then started to spread out with the remaining crew. Checking the people who were injured in this battle, he came to Yongqing and Whitebeard step by step. Can you still stand up? Looking down at the 2 figures below, Shanks said in a low voice. The 2 were silent, only the dull breathing sound came out, but there was no response. I see. After pondering for a while, Shanks bent down and lifted the 2 of them, one shoulder, and then carried them towards the shore. Whitebeard was huge, Yongqing was small, and their bodies were filled with the stench of sweat mixed with blood. But the redhead, one of the 4 emperors, didn't care at all. He walked towards the shore step by step, and at this time, the crew members were also exhausted by the 2 groups of pirates, or the injured pirates walked over step by step. In the distance, the Reaper and Whitebeard's ships sailed slowly, heading here. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Captain, Dad. Dao Dao's exclamations came from the Whitebeard fleet that was getting closer and closer, and they were all shocked when they saw Whitebeard's motionless appearance. The strongest man in the world would actually be in such a state, which is simply shocking to them. Quick, quick, go and see how Dad is doing. Ship doctor, ship doctor. There was panic in the fleet. A few more suppressed shouts came out, making the pirates calm down. Quiet, idiot, didn't you see it? That's Shanks of the 4 emperors, and Kaido. These 2 guys are here too. The sound of gasping breaths came out, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates became nervous. The 4 emperors, the existence that kept pace with the Whitebeard pirates, was very terrifying. At this time, Whitebeard was injured, and the cadres were seriously injured on the ground. With their strength, they really couldn't resist the attack of the 2 emperors. The atmosphere at the scene became a little tense, and every crew member of the Whitebeard pirates trembled. Shaking, worried. However, they had to move forward. Chapter 350 Responsibility. On the Reaper, little Loli was full of worry, clumsily driving the Reaper toward here. Soon, as they approached the ice, Shanks' deep voice came over. Are you here? Then drag your captain back to the boat. Shanks' voice made the people on the Whitebeard pirate ship startled, and then they reacted immediately, with obvious relief on their faces. Facing the pressure of the 4 emperors, it is really too huge. At this moment, the Reaper slowly drove over. On the boat, there was only Loli alone. This strong little girl, gritted her teeth and endured the fierce eyes of the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, came to Shanks. What's your name? Shanks asked Loli with a gentle gaze. My name is Loli, Loli said loudly. Okay, Loli, can you move your friends to the boat one by one? Shanks stared at Loli and asked in a deep voice. Yes, Loli responded loudly. Shanks didn't say a word, and silently watched the young child get off the Reaper and then came to the front of the Reaper officers. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to drag his companions onto the boat one by one. In the first and second time, the little Loli succeeded despite her efforts and hard work. But by the 4th or 5th time, she was exhausted. However, this strong little girl did not make any cry, but gritted her teeth silently, and even dragged the cadres on the death god onto the boat. When little Loli moved to the 8th person, the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates had all been moved onto the Moby Dick by the crew. At this time, the crew just turned their eyes to the little Loli, and there was a stern look in their eyes, and a fierce light flashed. Even if she is a little girl, she is also an enemy. The mighty Whitebeard, who is in a high position, won't take action against young opponents, but they are not necessarily. Finally, little Loli struggled with all her strength, and finally came to Yang Qing, then bent down, lifted Yang Qing, and carried her on her young back. She trembled and started walking towards the Reaper, but because she had really run out of strength, it had already seemed extraordinarily hard. Sweat was dripping from his head, and his muscles were shaking. A young girl is still a child after all. The crew on the Reaper had exhausted all her strength. Luo, Li, Yang Qing's weak voice entered Loli's ears. The latter was startled, and then fell to the ground with one foot. Her knee burst open, and bright red blood flowed out. The pain made the little girl burst into tears. However, there was still no sound. Yasuo, who was behind Shanks, trembled in his heart, and was about to help Loli. But he was blocked by Shanks and shook his head. This is a matter of their pirate group. Even if she is just a child, as long as she is a member of the God of Death, she should take the responsibility of this pirate group. You don't have a little girl yet, can you see clearly? Yasuo wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He took a step back and couldn't bear to look at this young girl in his heart. Little Loli got up at this moment and started to move slowly towards the death god. Stop! Yang Qing's weak voice came out, causing Loli to tremble. Gritting her teeth, Loli walked forward step by step with Yang Qing on her back. There seemed to be a mountain on her back, pressing her to give up at all times. However, this strong girl seems to be born with such a temperament. She never let go of her hand, and she never fell to the ground. At this moment, she seems to have become another Yang Qing. Her willpower runs through her body, and she will not fall down. What she wants to accomplish, she must accomplish. This is freedom and the essence of pirates. From a certain moment, this girl who was just a little girl from a commoner's family has truly grown into a little pirate. Along the way, little Loli fell 8 times, with multiple abrasions on her arms and legs, and blood on her robe. There were always crystal tears in her eyes, but she never let go of her hand. Half an hour, a full half an hour. Little Loli just dragged Yang Qing to the boat, and she finally completed the task. At about 10 years old, she has unimaginable strength. At this moment, she is also a hero, a little hero. Her heroic appearance was seen by the people present, all the pirates, and was deeply impressed. The string plate hummed up, and the death god roared and trembled slightly. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, on the other hand, stared at each other's pirate ship with fierce eyes, and released a slight killing intent. These low-level crew members of the Whitebeard pirates do not have the kindness of captains. What kind of mercy do pirates with their heads tied to their belts need? At this time, they already had the intention to kill the people on the weak death god. A group of people who can threaten the Whitebeard pirates, even if they are idiots, they know the seriousness of this matter. And Whitebeard, lying on the deck at the moment, motionless, was receiving rescue from the ship's doctors. The situation was very unfavorable to everyone on the death god for a while. Lori, keep the ship safe, and you will be needed at that time. Yang Qing's words echoed clearly in Loli's ears. Little Loli gritted her teeth and stared at the large number of vicious pirates on the opposite side, and then looked at everyone on the deck. Finally, she turned her head silently and walked to the rudder. Buzzing. The Reaper was activated, cut through the sea and started heading towards an unknown place. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The war is over, but danger has just come. Yang Qing was lying on the deck, staring at the sky, breathing heavily. At this moment, he couldn't even move. Is it possible to entrust such an important task to her? A doubt appeared in Yang Qing's heart, and he began to worry about Loli's safety. With the departure of the Reaper, the Whitebeard pirates also roared and and then followed the tail of the Reaper. Kaido looked up at such a scene and let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, it's really funny. Can you survive? I'm really curious. After a loud laugh, Kaido left here with his fleet. For him, the battle is over. Chapter 351 Extremely Dangerous. Shanks looked at the 2 distant ships, then suddenly pulled out the western sword and swung it out. The twisted sword energy directly severed the sea that Whitebeard was walking on, and the crew members on it were startled and looked at Shanks behind in horror. What does this mean? Shanks, are you going to join our war? Hearing this sentence, Shanks' eyes narrowed, his robe fluttered, his red hair rose with the wind, and a dignified and domineering aura emanated. Shen Ning's words also came from his air. No, I just wanted to say. Everyone, can you give me some face? This war is over. The entire sea area was suddenly silent, the overlord-like aura enveloped the huge area, and the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were ashen, unable to speak for a long time. But looking at the opposite side, the crew of the red-haired pirates, who had already drawn their western swords and prepared for battle, felt as disgusting as eating flies, but they couldn't say it. Facing Shanks, one of the 4 emperors who were ready to go, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates finally chose to retreat. Looking at the long seawater gap in front of them, and then looking at the Grim Reaper, they reluctantly retracted their eyes and then changed their way. 4 emperors, they have no choice. Can only choose to give Shanks a face. Looking at the end of the war, Shanks and Mihawk looked at each other before shaking their heads, then got on their ship and left here. Grim Reaper vs. Whitebeard, this battle finally spread out after 7 days. Then, the world was shocked. Different voices are starting to come out all over the world, originating from different identities. The Grim Reaper vs. Whitebeard, it was a draw. The Grim Reaper is so powerful, it's terrifying. Is Whitebeard getting old? It's actually a draw with death, that is to say, is there one more man in the world? No, maybe they can't be called the strongest anymore. What kind of attitude would the sea soldiers have? It's really interesting. Just after I made up my mind to attack the god of death, such shocking news came. The legendary god of death had a fight with the man who was number 1 in the world. A tie. That is to say, it won't be long before the sea soldiers face the hatred of a white-bearded character. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. At the entrance to the new world, the Navy has dispatched 2 generals, but they still haven't won the Death God's territory. Instead, they have completely offended the Death God pirates. There has been news that the Death Pirates have officially withdrawn from the Wuhai sequence. Wuhai has reshuffled the cards, and the God of Death is on the world's strongest stage. This shocking news really makes people all over the world unable to sleep for several days. That kid, he's already so powerful. It's amazing. At present, the traces of the Whitebeard pirates and the Death God pirates cannot be found. At this stop, you can see that both of their pirates are seriously injured. Maybe, it will take several years to recover. Come here. Definitely, after all, it was a collision between 2 behemoths. I can't even imagine that the young Reaper was actually tied with Whitebeard. I can't imagine, if in a few years, the God of Death will grow up for a while, won't he step on the throne of the Thief King of Shanghai City? There was a lot of discussion, and no one could stop this mighty event. In history, this battle is called the Battle of the Eve, and the Battle of the Eve of the Pirate King and the King is decided. The impact on the entire pirate system, and even the entire world, is extremely far-reaching. After this battle, the Whitebeard pirates disappeared. The main cadre members of the Shinigami also disappeared. At the entrance of the new world, after learning this shocking news, the command issued an order without hesitation. Mad, all retreat, all retreat. The Navy wants territory, we give it to them, no, no more. Ha 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 ha, we are pirates, we are the freest warriors in the sea, all evacuated, and the site was given to them. Wow, ha ha, our next goal, but one piece, what are these broken grounds worth? The captain has paved the way for us, now, all gather in Dressrosa, and join us to find our captain, find, our king. 7 days, just 7 days of work, the Marines were horrified to discover that the Death God pirates, which were extremely difficult to deal with a few days ago, actually left without a single one, and all of them left this place. A huge fleet began to sway mighty in the new world. No one dared to stop it. The flag of the sickle and skeleton made every pirate panic, even the 4 emperors. At this moment, the name of the Death God pirates became the strongest in the world. Different from the age when Whitebeard seemed a bit old, the god of death seems to have started a new era. The entrance to the new world was easily won, and the naval soldiers were successfully deployed, which changed the situation in the new world, but the naval soldiers were not really happy. On the contrary, in the Marine Corps headquarters, in the office, the faces of every boss are full of solemn expressions. Now, it's really troublesome. Warring States rubbed his temples, his face extremely ugly. The Reaper disappeared, and the entire Reaper pirates entered the depths of the new world to find their captain. At the entrance to the new world, all are controlled by Marines. The dynamics of the world are changing rapidly, and it is almost impossible for anyone to imagine. The third of the 4 emperors has fought thoroughly, and his position has been completely consolidated. This guy doesn't. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's for the Pirate King. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely cannot let him succeed. In this sea, there cannot be another king. The Warring States roared angrily. During his tenure as a marshal, the root cause of such chaos appeared. Issued a new order, and then dispatched a large number of Marines to the New World. I will start the last wave of sweeping to completely remove the dregs on these seas. The naval system began to operate rapidly, and orders were passed down one by one, and a large number of Marines were stationed in the 4 seas and the New World. Pirates on the sea have entered a tense period. There have been pirates dying and being arrested, and the battle between the Navy and the pirates has entered a particularly intense moment from this moment on. And a new order, a reward order, was also issued. The 7 Wuhai are all established, the new Wuhai, Flamingo, Doflamingo. Captain of the Death God Pirates, Death God Lucifer, a bounty, 1.7 billion Bailey, regardless of life or death, note, extremely dangerous. Chapter 352 Timing. The wind of the sea was blowing quietly, and the air with a salty smell felt free even to breathe. In this free, deep sea, there is endless mystery and vastness. The era of the great pirates has begun, and every moment there are pirates who let go of everything and plunge into the sea with a free heart. A year has passed since the battle on the Eve. The sea has undergone drastic changes over the years. The first is that the pirate forces are reshuffled. The Death God pirates jumped on it and became the new emperor. In the sea, there have been 5 emperors since then. The 4 emperors each occupied a sea area, and the 5th emperor, Death God, wandered among these 4 sea areas, and finally came to the nearest place to Ralph Drew. They are only one step away from that mysterious treasure. At the entrance to the New World, the Death God pirates all gave up, and they became old neighbors with Whitebeard at this final terminal. The 2 sides were separated by a sea, but they were silent. During the week of that battle, it took half a year for both sides to recover. Then, there was a huge change in the power of the pirates, which shocked the world. The sea breeze is blowing gently, the wind and waves increase greatly. Looking up at the sky, there are no clouds, a clear blue. On a small island, 2 figures sat on the ground. One of them is very tall, while the other is a little thin. So, the god of death, didn't you come to fight me this time? Whitebeard's voice buzzed like thunder and said loudly. With a smile in his eyes, Yang Qing raised the wine glass in his hand and touched the Whitebeard. I brought wine, of course not to fight you. Oh, then what are you doing? Whitebeard asked suspiciously, looking down at Yang Qing's face. Call. The breeze blew. Yang Qing looked up to the sky. Looking at the blue sky, he suddenly fell silent, and only spoke after a long time. The world is boiling, Whitebeard, and the scorching bubbles have been brewing and rising. Wait a day, that temperature rises to a terrifying level, then the lid that covers the freedom will explode with a bang. A lot of free steam will fill the whole world. The opportunity has come. With excitement, trembling in his voice, Yang Qing was a little crazy at this moment. What do you want to say? Death boy, Whitebeard said coldly. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Yang Qing suddenly looked directly at Whitebeard, and an extremely domineering momentum rushed out, and the entire sea area was still. The atmosphere between the two suddenly froze. Whitebeard stared at Yang Qing's eyes tightly. His old face was expressionless. 10 seconds later, he said, "The time has not come yet. One Piece, not only for pirates, you also need to let the world recognize you." Yang Qing stood up slowly. His expression became extremely cold. As he got up, the violent momentum spread out, causing chaos in this area. "Of course I know that this time, I'm just here to inform you. One Piece, I'm determined." Suddenly, Yang Qing turned and left. His domineering arrogance became weaker and weaker as he walked towards the shore step by step, and then disappeared. Whitebeard looked at Yang Qing's disappearing back. His eyes became low, and he sighed after pondering for a while. "You boy, did you come to book with me? When the time comes, how about it for you?" After taking a sip of the drink, Whitebeard's complexion became a little complicated. A year has passed, and his combat effectiveness has declined faster than he imagined. If there is another battle this time, he is really not sure to defeat the opponent. In particular, after meeting again, he clearly felt that the other party was stronger. If you say that your power has begun to weaken, then the convenience has entered a period of rapid growth. Two people, one is like the setting sun in the west, and the other is like the rising sun. A new king is about to rise, a new king that is completely different from Roger. He is stronger, the aura of the king is stronger, and, faintly, this guy has also revealed new ideas. This is a terrible thought that can completely wipe out an era, and can burn everything. 3 days later, the Reaper boarded. Everyone was bored lying here to rest and play. There are 3 islands behind them, and a large number of Death God Pirates crew members are stationed on them. The number of them is 250,000. This is a terrifying amount. Every pirate is a powerful elite pirate. This is a powerful fighting force that can easily subvert a medium-sized country. So, Robin, have you decided? Go alone, the Great Channel. Yang Qing frowned as she looked at Robin with a persistent face, a little speechless. I don't know where Robin got the news. There are a few historical texts hidden in the first half, and this is simply the biggest temptation for Robin, who is obsessed with archaeology. The latter immediately proposed to go to the first half. You should bring a team, Robin. Moria put down her book and said with a smile. Robin shook his head. There are too many people, I don't want others to know my news. Then, she looked at Yang Qing. I must go. Yang Qing covered his forehead, very helpless. The two start a standoff, then argue. Finally, a week later, Robin left the New World in a single-person wooden boat for the first half of the Great Passage alone. Really, it's disturbing. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The guy. Yang Qing shook his head, worried about Robin. In the Death God Pirates, the 2 weakest guys, Robin and Moria. Of course, they are not combatants either. And lowly, too young to be ignored. Chapter 353 Not Immortal. The departure of Robin made Yang Qing worried, but it did not affect the whole of the Death God Pirates. She walked quietly, and there were countless people covering up the news for her. Coupled with the strength she had cultivated over the years, she easily crossed the New World, crossed the Fishman Island, and came to the first half of the Great Waterway. Time continues to move forward. Yang Qing is practicing every day. He needs more powerful strength. Even at this moment, he was quite sure of defeating Whitebeard. In other words, from now on, he really became the most powerful man in the world. And the cadres of the Death God Pirates will naturally not slack off. Every day, they practice frantically. Too weak, they are still too weak compared to the captain. The perverted and powerful Yang Qing completely influenced these guys. Everyone has become the craziest cultivator. Because of this, the overall strength of the Death God Pirates is rapidly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. One day, they will burst into spectacular achievements. Half a year later, Yang Qing heard a ding in his head, and the swordsman system responded. Congratulations to the host's strength for meeting the requirements, and opening the Sword Immortal secret book. Yang Qing was taken aback and looked at the system interface. I saw that above the previous martial arts cheats and swordsmanship, those question marks began to appear in his eyes one by one. Swordsmanship. Thousands of swords return to their ancestors. Sword God. The Dionysian charm. A large number of high-level swordsmanships that entered the Shenxia level appeared in Yang Qing's eyes, making him show such an expression as expected. He has already predicted that with the improvement of his strength, more high-end swordsmanship will inevitably appear. And these sword immortal techniques prove this. Shushan swordsmanship, secret books in the wind and clouds, and a lot of unknown swordsmanship. It's really powerful. Yang Qing glanced at these secrets carefully and sighed involuntarily. Of course, the price of these swordsmanships is also extremely expensive. By this time, the system has already opened the trading method of barter. In this pirate world, the devil fruit is the currency equivalent. Swordsmanship, a devil fruit. The method of creating a spirit sword, a devil fruit. The so-called method of creating a spirit sword is naturally the art of casting a sword. Compared with the Longchen sword used before, this sword tool created through the art of self-cultivation is a spirit tool, and various spiritual spells and formations can be added to it. Very wonderful. It can zoom in and out, fly in the sky, and even extremely powerful. It also has its own wisdom, that is, the sword spirit. Trading with devil fruits as a unit, this swordsman system has reached an expensive realm. It really leaves me speechless. All the devil fruits have been distributed to the crew. If I had known, I would have kept a few. Shaking his head, Yang Qing can only helplessly wait for the next time he gets the devil fruit before exchanging it. Now, let's develop my devil fruit first. Before the battle with Whitebeard, the control fruit awakened, and the awakening power at that time was just under control. At this time, the ability to control the fruit is constantly increasing. If he continues to practice, one day, Yang Qing will be able to cover the entire star with the power of the devil fruit and control everything on the entire planet. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. The four seas seemed calm, and the fierce battle between pirates and marines entered a relatively flat period of time. On this day, Ace found Yang Qing. "Captain, I want to go to the first half." Pressing the hat on top of his head, Ace said with a smile. "Huh, are you going too?" Yang Qing asked suspiciously. "Ha ha, Luffy is going to see, I'm going to see that kid." And Ace narrowed his eyes, and murderous intent shot out from his eyes. "I just got the news that Blackbeard has betrayed and killed the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I can't tolerate people like this, escaping into the New World. I'm going to kill him, which was also a mistake in my last fight." Shrinking his eyes, Yang Qing looked at Ace with a solemn look in his eyes. The inertia of history, in other words, the plot is irreversible. In the original book, Ace was arrested by the Marines for chasing Blackbeard, which eventually led to the Battle of the Top, and died here. After a moment of silence, Yang Qing looked up at Ace. "New World, you still have tasks. You are the captain of the 2nd Division, and you can't just go to sea." Ace was startled, then scratched his head and said, "Captain, it's been very leisurely recently. The 4 emperors won't take any shots at us easily. We have Whitebeard on the left and Shanks on the right, so we won't encounter any danger at all." Quote. Then, Ace turned around and waved to Yang Qing. "I'm leaving, boss, thank you. Something happens, call me back." With a loud laugh, Ace left the Reaper, also driving his wooden boat towards the Great Channel. Yang Qing's forehead was full of black lines, and he was speechless. This kid really doesn't listen to Lao Su at all. I really want to clean him up. Dylan's laughed when he saw this scene. "Ha ha ha, you are nosy. Ace is very strong now. He is the captain of our 2nd Division. He is naturally burning fruit, and with 3 colors domineering, this kid is already the top combat power of our pirate team. Underscore. Even if it is a general, he can fight against it, so don't worry." Yang Qing shook his head. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's not like that, hey. I can only hope he's lucky. The face of Blackbeard flashed in his mind. For some reason, young Ching was always a little worried. But on second thought, Ace is much stronger than the original at this moment, and Blackbeard should not be his opponent. In this way, quietly, the two of the Death Pirates left the New World, and unknowingly left the Death Ship. 3 days later, the red-haired ship slowly moored under the huge reaper. The sudden arrival of the 4 sovereigns made the ships moored around the periphery a little turbulent and moved. They all looked at this place, wondering what happened. Dylan's and the others also looked at Shanks and the others who were slowly walking towards the deck. "What's the matter, Shanks? Suddenly come to us?" Dylan's asked with a smile. Yang Ching also raised his head and nodded with a smile. He felt something was wrong. How could Shanks come to him? "Let Ace come back. That kid, he's not something he can handle." Huh. Yang Ching was stunned, looking at Shanks who strode towards him. "Blackbeard, that guy, not a mortal. Chapter 354 is not a good person." Eyes flashed. Yang Ching stared at Shanks. What he didn't expect was that Shanks came here for this matter. In the original book, Shanks also went to Whitebeard. However, it ended in failure. "Did you see this scar? That guy did it." Shanks looked solemnly, pointing to the 3 marks on his left eye, which ran through the entire eye, looking a little terrifying. "That guy, isn't it? Ordinary people." Quote. His tone was very heavy, and his words were full of attention to Blackbeard. "Let Ace come back. That guy, maybe not Blackbeard's opponent." Shanks stared at Yang Qingdao closely, his eyes full of seriousness. Yang Ching was silent, but did not immediately answer Shanks' words. After a full 2 minutes, a smile appeared on his face. "Shanks, Ace is a member of the 2nd Division of my Death Pirates. I know his strength better than you." "Lucifer, I'm serious, this is definitely not a joke. That guy is very dangerous," Shanks said solemnly. With a twinkle in his eyes, Yang Ching became serious. "I'm serious too. I don't believe that Ace will be defeated by that guy. I know his strength very well. He is no longer the one he was 2 or 3 years ago." "Shanks, Ace, very strong." "Yes, Ace is strong. Chang has truly convinced the members of the Death God Pirates. The ability to burn the fruit of the natural system, coupled with the 3-color domineering, and his outstanding talent. At this moment, Ace has unlimited potential. He is really fighting in the footsteps of One Piece. Of course, this will definitely be behind Yang Ching. Lucifer, Ace is your crew. I hope you can guarantee his safety," Shanks said seriously. Yang Ching nodded. "That's natural. I value him more than anyone else. I bet too much on him." A smile appeared on Shanks' face. He could understand Yang Ching. Just like he did with Luffy, Yang Ching bet everything on Ace. "Don't worry, he won't have anything." In the end, Yang Ching comforted Shanks like this. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Shanks said, "I hope so, otherwise, it will be a big problem. If the identity of One Piece's widow is exposed, the impact on the entire world can be imagined." "Okay, since you're here, of course I can't let you go." Yang Ching pulled Shanks over. "I've been bored to death by being alone recently. Tomorrow, let's go to the sea last time and go fishing for Sea King. Class." Then, he turned to look at Dylan's and the others, before he could speak. "Haha, I've been waiting for you here." A series of sounds of bang 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 came out, and Dylan's and others put the wine jar and the food on the deck. The crew members of the Red Hair Pirates also had smiles on their faces. The purpose of their coming here is naturally not just for Ace. More, the wine of Shang Yangqing and others. As a Tianlong person, his status is respected, and his annual wine can be said to be a steady stream. Especially when the position is stable, Yang Qing and the Death God Pirates are in a very strange position. The middle position between the rebels and the court army, the world court dare not deal with him, and the pirates also respect him very much. A banquet started like this. The relationship between the 2 pirate groups has become very close over time, and it can be called a family. And just about a month later, Shinx and others had already left. On this day, young Qing suddenly stood up. He had a new idea. Dylan's, I'm going out for a walk. With a smile in his eyes, young Qing turned his back to the crew. Dylan's and the others raised their heads and looked at young Qing in amazement. What did you say? I'm going out and need something recently to improve my strength. This sentence shocked everyone. They are very clear to what level of strength young Qing has reached. But even so, the other party actually said that he can still improve his strength, which is really a terrifying human being. A white cloud appeared under his feet. Young Qing flew up into the sky, and walked towards the entrance of the new world alone. He can fly, so he is free, convenient, and much faster. At the same time, in a small town called Windmill Town in the East China Sea, a boy with a big smile on his face pressed the straw hat on his head and jumped into the small wooden boat with a big smile. Ha ha ha, One Piece, I'm determined. Let's go, let's go. That guy Ace, he shouldn't be able to wait for me, ha ha ha. This kid, wearing a red vest, black shorts, and a pair of flip-flops on his feet, is full of hearty, open-minded, and optimistic aura, almost the same as Ace, very imaginative. It's just that Ace is a bit more gentleman than him. In Alabasta, in a dark basement. Thick smoke lingered, and the tall crocodile sat on the chair, looking at the slender figure in front of him, his eyes flickering. There is fear, but also a trace of excitement. Still unsure. Crocodile, whereabouts of historical texts? I've been here for 2 years. The woman shook her head, and her cowboy hat shook. Crocodile looked up, a smile on his face, looking very ferocious. Actually, we have already decided, it's just that things have to come as planned, right? Our goals are not in conflict, and it is naturally pleasant to be able to cooperate. The woman shook her head, a faint look on her face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Desert. She didn't answer, seemingly completely ignoring the vicious sand crocodile. Crocodile's face changed and he was angry in his heart, but he did not act rashly. The woman in front of him was useful to him, and the plan had to use this woman. Second, this woman is one of those guys after all, and her own strength is unpredictable, so he is not sure. And if the identity of this woman is exposed, then, it is conceivable that the entire first half of the Great Waterway will cause a huge earthquake. As soon as possible, I've learned the whereabouts of the other piece, I just don't know how to get there. Shaking her head, the woman left the basement. Step by step up the steps, and when she came under the sun, the woman's face appeared. It was Robin who left the Death God pirates. With the help of Reaper's vast intelligence system, Robin is very clear about the whereabouts of the historical text. That guy Anilu, when is he coming? It's really slow. Robin frowned and muttered. And the guy behind him, he's really not a good guy. Chapter 355 The Person Who Lost Me. Under the steps, Crocodile's figure appeared behind Robin, smoky, and his grim face appeared with a smile on his face after it appeared in the sun. Miss All Sunday, maybe you should do your own thing. Crocodile smiled. Robin didn't listen to Crocodile's words. She just nodded with a smile. Alabasta has changed from beautiful to desolate. You paid a lot for this, right? Crocodile laughed. Ha ha ha, is it desolate? No, I still think that Alabasta is the most beautiful. Here, in the near future, will become my imperial capital, and I will not tolerate it like this. Ugly as before. Shaking his head, Robin ignored the somewhat demented crocodile and walked away from here. At the same time, Ace's figure appeared in the Seven Waters. The orange hat, freckles on his face, and a smile all the time make the whole young boy full of energy and breath like a flame, and he is very popular with others. And under his deliberate concealment, it is naturally difficult for anyone to recognize him. Blackbeard, where have you been? What a cunning fellow. I have met the other party 3 times, but each time the other party can slyly escape. Even before I make any effort, the other party has already escaped. He seems to be afraid of himself, but he doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Compared with the war 2 years ago, this guy has grown a lot. It actually made Ace feel a little cautious in his heart, and felt that the other party was not easy to deal with. Because of this, I can't let him go. Taking the boat, Ace left here and headed for the first half of the Great Channel. He had news that the Blackbeard guy had appeared on Longchain Island. And Yangqing, at this moment, appeared in the East China Sea. Stepping on the white clouds, the scenery beside him quickly passed by. Yangqing looked down with a smile on his face. The plot has already started. That is to say, that Kid Luffy has also set sail. It's interesting. Of course, the purpose of his trip was not Luffy. As one of the 5 emperors, his status are simply not comparable to a fledgling child at this moment. He is more interested in another thing, his own joining, and has set off such a big storm in the world of pirates. Then, will the original plot change? He was even more curious about this matter. Bucky was pulled into the pirate group by himself and became stronger. And Analu has also become stronger. Compared with everything in the original book, what Luffy encounters and sees when he goes to sea this time will naturally be very different. Yangqing wants to see all this happen with his own eyes. His strength has entered a bottleneck, and now it has entered a stage of steady rise. Going a step further, he is going to step into that area and become the most powerful king in the sea. However, Luffy's departure to the sea and the development of the plot have become an opportunity for Yangqing. If you want to become a king, you still need a chance. And this opportunity, I have a hunch, is on Luffy this guy. This is the truth of Yangqing letting go of everything in the new world and going here alone. He wanted to see, step by step, what the protagonist Luffy would bring to him. It was a hunch, but it was all too clear. After flying into the East China Sea, Yangqing drove again for about half an hour, his eyes flashed, and then he quietly fell. This is Kokoja village, a town that was attacked by pirates. And here, there is also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book, Nami. When Yangqing fell to the ground, it was almost evening. Like a ghost, his figure suddenly appeared in this town. When the people in the village saw him, they couldn't help rubbing their eyes. You bastard, when did you come? The speaker was an old man who was bent over. Yangqing smiled at him, and then left. Hey, you kid, if you break into this place by mistake, leave quickly. This place is not a place you can stay. You will be killed by them. The old man suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly. But before he finished speaking, Yangqing's figure had disappeared. Somewhere in town, the builders here are very different from the towers everywhere. And the terrifying evil dragon pirates are stationed here. This is a group of fish-man pirates. They are vicious, cruel, greedy, and shameless. They occupied this town and plundered the wealth here. Such a pirate group can be said to be countless in the sea. They are not powerful, but they are more evil than many powerful pirate groups. It can be said that such a pirate group is the real scum. They have little morality and more of a harm to the world. In a sense, they are the real pirates. Yangqing slowly walked into the tower. He came in an inexplicable and strange way, like a gust of wind, suddenly blowing into the courtyard. Who is your boy? A fish man suddenly saw Yangqing and immediately shouted. This shout immediately alarmed the fish people in the courtyard. The dragon, who was lying down and resting, immediately opened his fierce eyes. Why do I look at him a little familiar? Octopus Little 8 said suspiciously. Hey, when you say that, I also think he looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. Hey, who are you? A fish man asked Yangqing stupidly, but Yangqing didn't answer, just chuckled and looked at the dragon who had stood up. Inheriting the innate strength of the Murlocs, the dragon's body is also very tall. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Big and powerful. When he saw Yangqing for the first time, he was stunned, and felt a little familiar, and after the second glance, the dragon's heart pounded violently. No, impossible. He's not, he can't be that guy. But, why is it so similar? He stared at Yang Qing's face closely, but he was looking at it, but this face overlapped with the terrifying guy in his mind. That's him. Is it really him? There were excitement, fear, respect, and different expressions in the eyes of the evil dragon. Looking at Yang Qing, he spoke with a trembling voice. You, is that you? Yang Qing shook his head and smiled softly. There are murlocs here, which really surprised me. However, it's really the one who lost me. It's really him. The dragon trembled in his heart, and his face showed excitement. Chapter 356 In the Orange Garden. This face, the evil dragon, is naturally very clear. There is no murloc who does not have a deep memory of the death god who rudely snatched the murloc from the hands of Whitebeard. He broke the record in history and completely included the murloc in his own control, and he does not reject the murlocs at all. What is even more miraculous is that his pirate group has a large number of murlocs. This is a subversive progress, which makes countless murlocs excited, worship, and even believe in it. Yes, for the worship of the god of death, the fish people have become a kind of belief. Therefore, at this moment, the moment the evil dragon saw Yang Qing and recognized him, there was reverence in his eyes, followed by panic. He clearly heard what Yang Qing just said, and he lost himself. There is no doubt that what he has done has indeed lost the face of the murloc. I took great pains to list Fishman Island in the World Court Peace Alliance, and signed an irreversible peace agreement with the court, in order to allow the fishmen and humans to truly live in peace. And you, here, are fighting against with such a powerful force. I have really lost my face, and I have lost the face of Fishman Island. Yang Qing shook her head lightly. Every word made the dragon's body shake violently, and his eyes were full of horror. You stinky boy, who are you? There were fishmen next to him who still didn't recognize Yang Qing's identity and shouted loudly. But after he said a word, Yang Qing turned his head suddenly, his icy eyes staring at the murloc who spoke. No breath came out, but the mental will shot out of that scorpion instantly made the murloc's eyes turn white, fell directly to the ground, and fainted. This strange scene alarmed the fish people present and made them exclaim. Sir, let them go, they are all my companions. The dragon cried out in horror. Yang Qing turned his eyes and looked at the evil dragon. I'm too lazy to take care of your shit, but remember, the sins you've done will eventually be repaid by yourself. Turning around, Yang Qing left here. Seeing Yang Qing leave here, evil dragon breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flashed and his face changed. In the end, it is still fierce. The Lord said he wouldn't care, so he definitely won't care. I'll leave after I finish this. Compared with the Great Waterway, the human beings here are too weak. And Yang Qing, after leaving here, went to a place in Kokoja village. Half an hour later, the blue-haired woman looked at Yang Qing and said in shock. You are an outsider, why are you here? As the woman spoke, she pulled Yang Qing into the room. Shish, don't let them find out, otherwise, you will be in danger. How dare you, you bastard, dare to break into the dragon's territory? Yang Qing smiled. First time meeting, my name is Lucifer, please give me more advice. I don't care what your name is, it's better to sneak back in secretly, otherwise, you are too dangerous. Nuo Chigao said angrily, there are still people who dare to break into this place, are you dying? My boat is broken, I have no choice. I can only swim to the nearest island and come here like this. Yang Qing shrugged and spread out his hands helplessly. Nuochi was stunned for a moment, then smiled, then you are lucky. After a second, her face turned gloomy. Here, you will be greeted by hell, unfortunate humans. Yang Qing was startled, then smiled and said, hell and heaven can't leave me. Then, he stood up and looked around the small room. Nice place. Little girl, I have been living here recently, thank you for your hospitality. A black line appeared on Nuochi's high forehead, standing behind Yang Qing with his fist raised and loudly said, Hey, how old are you? Call me a little girl, and who promised you to live here? Yang Qing waved his hand and smiled magnanimously, Thank you, I have nowhere to go. Nuo Chigao was speechless, but as Yang Qing said, he really had nowhere to go. If this guy wandered around for a while and was discovered by the evil dragons, he would definitely die and never die again. I'm unlucky. In the end, 4 words decided Yang Qing's stay. Looking at the sullen blue-haired girl, Yang Qing smiled and looked out the window. There is a blooming orange tree. Very beautiful, the wind is blowing gently, blowing the orange garden, the branches and leaves are floating, it is very beautiful. Nice orangery. Quote. He sighed in admiration, but got no response from Nuo Chigao. He shook his head and smiled, then walked out into the orange orchard. Gently pluck an orange, peel it, and toss it in your mouth, the sweet and sour flavor sweeps your taste buds. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, and he couldn't help but admire again. This orange, just like you, is gentle and sweet. Little girl. Nuo Chigao looked at the handsome young man outside the window, and couldn't help staring at the smile on his face in a daze. After a few seconds, her face turned red. Fuck, hooligan. In this way, Yang Qing lived in Nuo Chigao's orange orchard. 3 days later, the dragon looked gloomily at the murloc in front of him. You mean, my lord, he stayed at the house of that woman named Nuo Chigao? Yes. There was a puzzled expression on the face of the dragon, and he felt a little uneasy. Why in the end? Also, what is the purpose of your presence here? Eyes changed many times, the dragon finally. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Gritted his teeth. No matter what, I won't affect the adults. Don't bother your lord, we'll go on with our own business. He instructed the other party, and the murloc nodded in agreement. By the way, what about the little girl last time? Has she been out for a long time? I guess she'll be back soon. Every time she comes back, she can bring a lot of wealth, a very capable little girl. The fishman said with a smile. Hey, it's really capable. Unfortunately, it's of no use at all. The evil dragon laughed wickedly. In the orange orchard, the dragon should not know Yang Qing's existence. Yang Qing is also here, living a rare and leisurely life. Nuo Chigao is a tough-mouthed, but in fact, very gentle woman. After Yang Qing got along with him for a while, he understood very well. I heard that you have a younger sister. Nuo Chigao, where has she gone? One day, Yang Qing asked casually. Nuo Chigao's face changed, and after a long time, he said angrily, if you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Know too much and they'll kill you. Yang Qing's eyes flashed and nodded with a smile, got it. Chapter 357 _ 3 months later, in the relatively quiet village, there was a loud noise. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Here they come. Nuo Chigao seemed to have thought of something, and ran out in a hurry. Even at this moment, Yang Qing didn't even have time to say hello. The sound of boom rumble began to keep coming, and in the yard where the dragon was, there was a series of battles and roars. Yang Qing was half lying on Nuoki's high chair, closed his eyes, and pictures began to flash. Luffy, help me. The woman with orange hair, the cry of grief resounded in his ears. At this moment, even if he didn't face it in person, Yang Qing could still feel the deep friendship contained in it. Finally, when a loud bang came out, excited shouts came out. It's over. Yang Qing opened her eyes. That Straw Hat Boy really deserves to be the protagonist. With a sigh, Yang Qing stepped forward and walked towards the town. Luffy has a unique temperament, different from Shanks, different from Whitebeard, and different from Yang Qing. This is a very unique temperament. If I had to use words to describe it, it would be reliability, a strong sense of reliability. Every partner who trusts him can feel the sense of security contained in this figure. In the original book, Luffy's vigor and spirit are very obvious, and it can make anyone feel the strong positive energy in him, which makes people's blood boil. And in this real world, Yang Qing saw this kid's charisma at close range. When I walked to the center of the town, I was really excited. Yang Qing glanced at the place and saw the cheerful smile on the blue-haired girl's face, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It has to be said that a smile is contagious. He turned his head and left here, and after a few steps, he came to the gang of evil dragons who were about to flee. Where are you going? The faint voice made the embarrassed evil dragon group immediately tense up. Big, my lord. The dragon turned around and saw Yang Qing, with tears in his eyes. He seemed excited, regretful, and fearful. His knees softened and he fell to his knees. In front of Yang Qing, "Sir, help me, help me. I want to live." Yang Qing was expressionless as he looked at the evil dragon in front of him. "You're lucky you're not dead yet. But it also verifies my conclusion. The world is causal, endless, and this is your retribution." The dragon cried, his forehead pressed to the ground. At this moment, he is no longer as vicious as before. "If you can still be alive after arriving in the new world, I will give you a chance," Yang Qing said lightly, then turned around, ignoring the evil dragon group. "Captain of the Murloc team, I miss you. You should know his name, and if you are lucky enough to see him, join his team." Quote. The dragon trembled all over, raised his forehead, and knocked again heavily. "Thank you, sir." Tears flowed, and the heart was moved, excited, or any other emotion, the dragon has been unable to describe. After Yang Qing left the evil dragon, he once again came to the side of everyone who had begun to celebrate at this moment. Nuo Qigao had sharp eyes and found Yang Qing. "Hey, Lucifer, come here. Ha ha ha." The blue-haired girl smiled happily, and Yang Qing was infected and walked over with a smile. "Is your mind relieved?" asked softly. Yang Qing took the rum from Nuo Qigao. "Well, it's relieved, that's great." Nuo Qigao, with crystal tears in her eyes, looked at the smiling orange-haired girl in the crowd, her eyes full of joy. "Is that your sister?" Yang Qing asked. "Yes, she is my sister." Nuo Qi nodded and affirmed, "My dearest relative in this world." "But you don't have the same hair," Yang Qing asked strangely. "Go to hell." Nuo Qigao pinched Yang Qing fiercely, causing the latter to cry out in pain. Celebrated overnight, and on the second day, everyone was groggy. At this moment, Nami discovered Yang Qing next to Nuo Qigao and asked strangely, "Who is this guy?" "Lucifer, a stinky gangster who eats and drinks," Nuo Qigao said angrily. With a clear smile on her face, Nami joked, "Ha ha, Nuo Qigao, I understand. Do you like him?" Nuo Qi blushed and shouted loudly, "How is it possible, that guy, who knows how to play cool lazily all day long, it's useless at all, who would like him?" "Ha ha ha, don't get excited, I'll just talk about it," Nami said with a smile. "However, it's not bad to have someone you like, Nuo Qigao." Nuo Qi was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. "He's not like an ordinary man." "Huh?" Nami asked suspiciously. "I can see that there is no fear in his eyes. I didn't understand it before, but when I saw Luffy and the others, I understood. A man with such eyes is definitely not ordinary. That guy is not ordinary. He won't stay here." "Ah." Nami was stunned. His eyes could not help but drift to the young man, and the lazy smile on his face was always the same, exuding an inexplicable charm. At first glance, it is very tasty. And his eyes are terrifying. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The sharpness seems to be deliberately hidden. Who is that guy? Nami was very curious as such a question emerged in her heart. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates left here. After leaving here with a smile, among the crowd at the port, there was a person with a lazy smile. It was Yang Qing himself. On the third day, a bounty fell from the sky. Yang Qing waved and grabbed the bounty in his hand. Looking at the big smiling face on the bounty, he couldn't help but smile. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty, 30 million, life or death. Have you finally taken the first step? Then, he raised his eyes and looked at Nuo Qigao, who was singing an unknown song in the orange garden. His eyes flashed. "Nuo Qigao," he suddenly called out, His voice was deeper than usual. Huh. Nuo Chigao's body trembled, and he realized something. I'm leaving, Yang Qing said softly. The scissors in his hand suddenly fell, hitting the ground heavily. Really? Chapter 358 Weird. Yang Qing's body trembled, and then he saw the blue-haired girl slowly turn around. At the moment when she turned around, the woman's shoulders were still slightly trembling and shaking, but when she completely faced herself, the woman had returned to normal, and her face was full of smiles. I'm finally leaving, you bastard. You have been eating and drinking for so long, doing nothing. I've already bored you, hurry up. Nuochi scolded with a high smile. Her eyes were no longer I can't find the panic and a trace of sadness just now. With a stunned look on his face, Yang Qing laughed. He took a few steps and came to Nuo Chigao after a few steps. Without doing anything, Yang Qing just stared at Nuo Chigao with such determination, until the woman looking at her was nervous, awkward, and flushed, and he just said with a chuckle. Hee, actually, you're very pretty. Nuo Chigao was shocked, and he was about to say something, but Yang Qing had already stepped directly beside him and picked an orange. I'll have one of your oranges at the end, goodbye, Nuo Chigao. Tossing the oranges in his hands, Yang Qing took a step, but the person had already ascended into the sky and flew away. In the blink of an eye, Nuo Chigao could no longer see him. Looking up at the black spot that was getting farther and farther in shock, Nuo Chigao was a little sluggish until it disappeared. After a long time, she just came back to her senses. Sure enough, you are no ordinary guy. With a complicated look in his eyes, Nuo Chigao clenched his fists. But why won't you help me? Quietly, Nuo Chigao left such a knot in his heart. Why didn't he do it? Yang Qing asked himself, but in the end he didn't get any results. Is it because he doesn't want to, or is it because of the plan in his heart, perfect execution? In the end, Yang Qing, after all, is just a selfish person. If someone can solve things, he will never intervene on his own accord without affecting his own plans. Stepping on the white clouds, Yang Qing looked down at the sea below. Half an hour later, he heard the excited screams of a pirate ship sailing on the sea. Ha ha ha, I finally got a devil fruit. Alrita, will become stronger, that boy with the straw hat, I will never spare him, ha ha ha. This is a rough female voice. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face immediately. He could see that this woman was Arita. That is, the first soy sauce character that Luffy met after he went out to sea. An ant with a stout body and an ugly face, but she considers herself to be unparalleled in beauty. Devil fruit. It's not bad, I finally got the harvest. Yang Qing's face was full of smiles. He didn't forget that he came out this time, and there was another task, which was to collect devil fruits and exchange them for the new ones on the list. Sword skills. Moreover, the long spring sword has been broken for so long, and he has never been able to use the appropriate sword skills. After the Battle of Whitebeard, Yang Qing has combined his swordsmanship and fruit ability, and then integrated the three-color domineering into one. It can be said that his strength has once again climbed a level, reaching a level that he could never imagine before. Hi. If there is another battle with Whitebeard, then it must be him who persists to the end. After flying and falling, Yang Qing directly withdrew the power to fly and let the body fall down freely. The sound of the wind was whistling beside his ears, and Yang Qing's entire robes were rattling by the strong airflow. 5 seconds later, a shock wave had formed in front of him, and after 3 seconds, he turned into a meteor-like falling object, with a whistling sound, and charged towards Alrita's pirate ship. Huh! A sharp whistling sounded, and Arita couldn't help but look up, and her expression changed immediately. What is that? Tell me, what is that? Grabbing the skinny pirate beside her, Arita shouted fiercely. I don't know. The pirate was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. His legs and legs trembled. Yes, is it a meteorite? Go to your mother's meteorite, this is the sea. Will the meteorite come here from the sky? You idiot. The pirate who slapped Alita turned 3 times, and then fell on the deck with a bruised nose and a swollen face. "Navigator, dodge that guy for me," Alrita commanded loudly again. Of course, basically without her command, the navigator was already sweating profusely and started to control the ship. However, as time passed by, their faces became even more ugly, staring at the meteorite that was already burning with flames, their whole bodies trembling and shaking in fear. After 3 breaths, the gust of wind was already blowing from the sky, and the entire pirate ship was shaking. The pirates on it screamed in horror. The wind was so strong that even their robes were blown, and some people with light bodies were even blown backwards. "Help! Help!" In this vast sea, the pirates actually began to call for help. It was so shocking, the flames burning in the sky that day, no one knew what it was. However, everyone was extremely shocked and terrified. This guy is a terrifying existence. It's really unfortunate how they met. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind was strong, and the pirate ships were blown out of the cracks. Then, after 3 breaths, the flame was unreasonable, and the arrogant head slammed into the pirate's clothes. Bang! The raging flames burned from the pirate ship, which was not a small pirate ship, and it was torn apart in an instant, and countless pirates were blown away in horror. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a figure standing up slowly in the fading flames. People. It's human. My God, it's actually human. Every pirate was frightened. They couldn't believe that a human fell from such a high place and didn't die. Instead, their ship was blown to pieces, which was simply too shocking. And the ant-like Arita was even more frightened. Her thick legs and legs trembled, and the mace in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. You, she repeated 3 times, but still didn't say a complete sentence. Because the person who stood up just appeared in front of her, face to face with her. The indifferent expression and the invisible momentum instantly shocked Alrita and made her fear to the extreme. Weird, really weird. Chapter 359 Suffocation. You, who are you? Alrita's voice was out of tune and looked a little sharp. Yang Qing was expressionless, glanced at the ugly and somewhat disgusting fat woman in front of him, and said coldly, "What an ugly woman, get away." When these words came out, the face of Arita, who was still a little frightened, changed immediately. Her whole face was flushed, and anger poured into her head. "Stinky boy, you are courting death." Yalita waved, punching Yang Qing with her fist. "I can't see the big waste of the world," Yang Qing said coldly. His voice was slow and deep, his right hand stretched out and out, trembling slightly. A strange force poured out directly and swept through Alrita, who was shocked, and the anger on his face disappeared suddenly, turning into panic. "What is this? Hand over the devil fruit. I can spare your life, or die here." Yang Qing's voice was very cold, almost without any emotion. "He has no spare time to play with these weak guys. The purpose is just devil fruits." "That fruit. You are for that fruit." Alrita's face changed, then she hesitated for a long time, and finally cherished her own life. "That fruit is not in my hands." "Huh." Yang Qing's face turned cold, and the power to control the fruit immediately extended. Alrita's fat face became hideous, and her hands couldn't help reaching her neck, where she seemed to be imprisoned by a pair of hands, making it difficult for her to breathe. In the box." Struggling, Arita spewed these words out of her mouth. After saying a word, Arita took a deep breath. The force that held her neck disappeared, but at this moment, she was still under the opponent's control. Because her body is still in the air, her own consciousness can't even control her body. This strange scene made this fat ant feel chills in her heart. What kind of strange power is this? Box. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and then began to search around. The sea is in ruins, fragments of ships. The complete pirate ship before was directly smashed into slag by Yu Wei, who fell. In such a chaotic environment, finding a box can be difficult. Frowning, Yang Qing looked at Yalita in the air again, making the latter sweat dripping from her forehead, terrified. Here Here, the devil fruit is here. At this moment, a thin boy held a red box in his hand, raised it in his hand, and shouted in fear. Yang Qing rolled his eyes, and the power of controlling the fruit moved, and the box flew directly out of the thin pirate's hand, and then threw it into the air. When it was in the air, the box had automatically opened, revealing the devil fruit inside. It's this, Alrita said loudly, secretly relieved. She finally saved her life. The skinny pirate looked extremely cute in her eyes at this moment, and she swore that after the terrifying guy in front of her left, she would take good care of that kid. Catching the devil fruit in one hand, Yang Qing swept his eyes and nodded. Yes, it is indeed a devil fruit. Then, he looked at Alrita and nodded to the person in front of him. Arita breathed a sigh of relief, because she found that the power that controlled her had disappeared, and the next moment, she fell heavily on the remaining deck, causing the sea to splash. Just when she was glad that she finally got her life back, something unexpected happened to her. The indifferent young man took a few steps to her. Then, a punch came out suddenly. This punch was so fast that Alrita couldn't react at all, and it was too heavy. It was so heavy that the surrounding pirates were horrified to see that a force of energy hit directly from Alrita's bent waist. After moaning and moaning a few times in pain, Alrita's eyes were confused, and then she fell heavily on the deck, losing her breath. She didn't understand until she died. Even though she had found the devil fruit, why would the person in front of her still kill her? And, how can this guy be so strong? It's just a punch, and he can't even take a punch. Arita is dead. It took 5 full seconds before a terrified scream came out. The pirates floated on the sea, holding the broken deck, looking at the figure in the field with shock in their eyes. After slowly withdrawing his fist, Yang Qing glanced at everyone, and then left a blank sentence. Although misbehaving is the way of pirates, but after a cold meal, he continued. Pirates also have morals. Like this bottomless scum, they don't even have the qualifications to survive in the weakest 4 seas. His voice was cold and domineering, and with the momentum of killing Alrita with one punch, he immediately shocked all the pirates present. Quiet, no one dared to speak at this moment. Then, Yang Qing stepped up and left. Who is he? Cool. This guy is so cool, I want to follow him. Yeah, although he killed Alrita, he is really imposing. The pirates exclaimed and said that for Alrita, they were more afraid, but did not have a trace of respect, and they died when they died, which did not affect their mood. Quick, find out the identity of this guy. He is definitely not a simple guy if he can kill Alrita with one punch. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Quote. Maybe, he is also a pirate. Among the 4 seas, the East China Sea is the weakest. Many people are not clear about the New World, or even the first half of the Great Passage. Because no one would gossip about guys who are countless levels higher than him, just like Yang Qing's previous life, he wouldn't inquire about how many women Al slept with every night. For Yang Qing, many people only know his name, but more people don't know what he looks like. However, after a quarter of an hour, one person took out a bounty with trembling and shaking hands, and the pirates floating on the sea were suffocated. Chapter 363 Steps to Casting a Sword. Death, Lucifer. One of the 5 emperors, he is one of the 5 emperors, the god of death who is tied with Whitebeard. The bounty is 1.7 billion Bailey. The most powerful guy in the world. He is known as the guy who can ascend the throne of the Thief King of Shanghai City with great probability, achieve great things, and open up a new era. The pirates' pupils widened, their saliva spurted far away, and they shouted excitedly. It's him. We actually saw Lucifer, one of the 5 emperors, the real pirate king, the big pirate at the top of countless pirates. He is the real big pirate. At this moment, after learning Yang Qing's true identity, these pirates were all excited. As for fear, they no longer have it. What are the identities of the 5 emperors? even a pirate group that is countless times stronger than them will be afraid when they see it, but more of it is awe. The emperor among the pirates should naturally be revered by countless pirates. Being able to see one of the 5 emperors made these pirates extremely excited. Invisibly, the gorgeous corner of Yang Qing's power, his figure has left a deep impression on these pirates, and it has been enlarged invisibly. Not long after that, the name of the god of death slowly resounded in the 4 seas. This is something Yang Qing can't imagine. His name and prestige are more spread among the upper classes of the world, the strongest among pirates. However, compared to the people at these peaks, the pirates at the bottom, the commoners are incomprehensible. This trivial shot was just a starting point. With Yang Qing's actions in the world without his knowledge in the future, his fame will spread again. And this time, it will be the whole world. At a certain point, this is also the only way to become one piece. Reverence, conquest, prestige, strength, these are what a king should have. Yang Qing is already complete and perfect, but he still lacks a little bit, just that little bit, which will prevent him from reaching the top. These conditions are intangible, but real. Flying in the sky, about half a day later, Yang Qing came to Rog Town. This is the last transfer station in the East China Sea, occupying very important topographical conditions. When he came here, on the one hand, Yang Qing was following the trail of the straw hats, but on the other hand, it was because he would meet an expected person here. Standing on the coast of Rog Town, Yang Qing looked up at the sky with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. He still remembers the battle when he first went to sea. To be able to reach a tie with himself, Long's talent and strength can be imagined. After so many years, is the former opponent still strong today? Although Yang Qing didn't say that he wanted to have a real battle with the opponent, he was very curious and wanted to try it. Just by touching it, he can roughly judge whether the opponent's strength is similar to himself, or stronger than himself, or weaker than himself. Walking towards Rog Town on foot, Yang Qing is also interested in seeing what changes here after many years. He walks alone, and with his unique fruit ability, even if he is seen by others, he will not only recognize him in his heart. Half a day later, with a smile on his face, Yang Qing saw the execution platform in the center of Rog Town. There was a touch of nostalgia in his eyes, recalling the past. I once stepped on this high platform step by step, and now I revisit the old place. I have a strange feeling. It's not far, only one step away, only one step away. After muttering, Yang Qing smiled and turned to leave. I found a hotel at random. After Yang Qing stayed, he closed the door and prepared to exchange the new secret book generated by the previous system evolution. It is very necessary for me to master the technique of refining the sword. The attack power and comprehensive combat power of the spirit sword are much stronger than that of ordinary iron. Above the mortal iron is the spiritual tool. Compared with the unconscious mortal iron, the spiritual tool is not only tougher and sharper, but more importantly, it has a spirit that is the same as the living body. In a sense, the reason why the spiritual tool is called a spirit is because it exists out of the mortal body. Without hesitation, Yang Qing directly exchanged the devil fruit from Alrita. Consuming a devil fruit, the host will obtain the method of forging a spirit sword, which will be directly poured into the host's mind. Please pay attention to check it. The dull voice of the system sounded, and after Yang Qing was stunned, he felt that a large amount of information was forcibly packed into his mind. After half an hour, Yang Qing rubbed his temples and opened his eyes. It's really broad and profound. This is just a way to get started, and it's just like this, changing. It is indeed a metamorphosis, and the method of creating the spirit sword that the system entrusts to him is very cumbersome. It is not as simple as taking materials, casting is as simple as that. It divides the method of creating spiritual energy into 3 steps, taking the meaning of 3 births in all things. The first step, quenching, that is, selecting the material, quenching the iron, leaving only the essence and removing the dross. At this stage, the material is not required. Any material can be used, but in the end, only the essence of the material will be left. Then, it is to model these essences to produce a sword shape, which is called a sword chick in the cheats. The second step is to engrave the spirit energy into the sword young and condense the sword formation. This step sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult to complete. There are many kinds of sword formations, and the host can print them one by one according to their needs. Even if the swords are completed, they can still supplement the sword formations. Therefore, this step is also the longest step. The third part is casting spirit, forging the spirit of swords. This step requires the blood of countless creatures and the magic sword that engraves the sword array. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It will absorb the blood of the creature, and then condense the blood spirit. The blood spirit that was initially born only has a killing consciousness and overflowing murderous aura. With the cultivation of the host's sword intent, it will eventually grow into a sword spirit. This is the 3 steps of casting a sword, which is very cumbersome, and it is many times more difficult than the casting of ordinary iron. But fortunately, the system directly instilled the method of casting swords into Yang Qing's mind, allowing him to master the relevant knowledge in an instant, just like cheating. Next, I'll go to Rogue Town first and find some materials. Try slowly. One day, I will create a sword that belongs to me. There is a secret book that says, if the sword is out, the sword will shock the world, shake the world, there will be swords roaring the world, the scene is spectacular, and the sword intent will soar to the sky. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 361 to 380. Chapter 361 _ If the sword is made, then it will cooperate with Yang Qing's exchange of sword immortal technique. Such formidable power, coupled with the devil fruit, Yang Qing can no longer imagine what the scene will be like. However, the only certainty is that Yang Qing is looking forward to that moment. To become stronger, to become stronger, to become stronger, is his pursuit at this time. In the afternoon, he began to walk out of the room, and then went to the auction house, or the weapons store. Money has become a number for him. With the outflow of a lot of money, countless swords with exquisite workmanship, which are already very good for ordinary people, came into his hands. Moreover, some rare materials in the auction house, and Halu stone, were collected by him. In the evening, Yang Qing sat cross-legged in the house, frowning at the material about 1 meter high in front of him, and the more than 20 long swords placed beside him, thinking. These materials are easy to say, just smelting, but these long swords, will it be a pity after smelting? After pondering for a moment, a light flashed in Yang Qing's eyes. Forget it, the better the grade, the better the material inside it. In the future, the materials I want to polish the young sword are not only these, and there is no pity. Closing his eyes, Yang Qing began to recover his spirit. 15 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Fire. With a soft drink, the void made a fire. The flame was red at first, with the same temperature as a normal flame, but after 3 breaths, it suddenly changed color and turned white. As time passed, the flame became more and more white, and there was even a hint of blue in it. By this time, its temperature is already terrifying, and it can easily incinerate steel. Yang Qing exerted 50% of his strength to condense one place, and he gathered this group of flames to smelt all the materials in front of him. Take the essence and get rid of the dross. This is a necessary condition for making the material of the sword young. Otherwise, the material of the sword chi produced will not pass the test, and the power will drop a lot. Even if the young sword is not tough enough to withstand the coercion of the sword formation and the sword spirit, it will break apart, and all previous efforts will be forfeited. So at this moment, Yang Qing was very careful. With a wave of his right hand, the metal like a hill of metal began to fly into the flames. Chi-chi. The metal burned, changing from solid to liquid, making a crisp sound. Over time, some of the liquid becomes gaseous and disappears into it. The metal liquid in the flame begins to decrease in quality as it burns. The magazines in it were all burned and disappeared. The calcination process was very long. Yang Qing sat cross-legged on the ground. Slowly waving his right hand, pieces of metal stones were sent into the flame, and gradually the day passed. The metal on the ground had not disappeared, and he turned his attention to the long sword beside him. After 3 breaths, the long swords also flew up and entered the flame. After about 3 days, there was no more metal or long sword in Yang Qing's room. In front of him, there was a scorching flame, which was constantly flowing with colorful transparent crystal liquids. Purple, blue, orange, red, and black liquids blended and flowed with each other. Under the scorching of the flame, their mass continued to decrease, and from time to time gas of different colors floated into the air, and then disappeared. After another 5 days, these liquids of different colors have reached a point where they cannot be melted. No gas appeared anymore. In other words, these liquids were the essence of the metal, and the magazines had all disappeared under the scorch of the flames. Woo! Taking a breath, Yang Qing began to wave his hands, using the power of controlling the fruit, and began to shape it. This is just the simplest shape of the sword. If you encounter good metal in the future, you can still join it, and it will not affect the development of the sword. On the other hand, Yang Qing did not have any cultivation spells, nor did he have the legendary 3 real fires, but he could smelt metal, but he relied on the power of the control fruit against the sky. I have to say that this fruit is worth $1 billion. After Yang Qing developed to awakening, he was almost omnipotent. Energy transformation, control everything. Today, the power of this fruit is still growing. He can also be stronger, which is an extremely terrifying thing. Gradually, the molten metal in the flame turned into a sharp blade shape under the control of Yang Qing. Then there is the body of the sword, the hilt. This is just an approximate appearance. It is still liquid in the flame, and it flows slowly, which is very magical. Subsequently, Yang Qing lowered the temperature of the flame step by step. As the flames dissipated, the appearance of the young sword in the air began to appear. It is about 3 feet and 3 long, and the whole body is dark in color. There are traces of spots on it, like stars and spots. It is irregular, but it has a strange beauty. At the edge of its blade, blue silk threads surround it, and it can be noticed that it has the color and taste of halu stone. This is a young sword condensed from the essence of metal minerals, which is very extraordinary. Even as ordinary iron, it has surpassed the vast majority of swords. However, in the casting process of the spirit sword, it did not even complete the first step. It was just a conceptual sword. Water. The ice water came from the void, poured on the hot sword chick, and the white mist began to rise. But on the way to ascension, he was dispersed by Yang Qing's wave. This process, Yang Qing is very slow. Too fast will easily damage the texture of the sword. Young must be careful, step by step. 3 minutes later, Yang Qing stretched out his right hand and held the somewhat heavy sword hatchling. Different from the thin body of the Longchen sword, this young sword is a bit thick. It is also very heavy when held in the hand, like an unbladed épée. Fantastic! This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's just a young sword, but Yang Qing felt a sharper aura than the Longchen sword, and besides this sharpness, there was a wisp of heaviness. Like the sharpest sword in the world, after wrapping the tip of his sword in a scabbard. The kind of Zuhua introverted, resulting in the feeling of heritage. After covering up all this sharp aura, this young sword has become. Inexplicably, Yang Qing felt this way, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Holding the sword chick with one hand, Yang Qing slowly felt everything about this new sword. Mostly, he took a black cloth and wrapped it, completely making it extinct in front of the world. Chapter 362 I'm satisfied. In the days that followed, Yang Qing carried a dark package and wandered around Rog Town, looking for suitable ore, or swords. Every time he encounters a suitable one, he integrates it into the sword young to enhance its ability. And with the addition of materials, the sword chicks are also constantly changing, and the dark sword body begins to change color. Just relying on this moment, Yang Qing can't judge what the sword young will look like when it is really completed. About a week later, Yang Qing was surprised to see Mahawk with a black suit and a calm breath at the joint of Rog Town. Why are you here? Hawkeye was the first to speak. This man stared at Yang Qing with sharp eyes and was very curious. "Come here to play," Yang Qing said casually. "The real situation, of course, will not say much. 5 emperors shouldn't stay here. The new world is in chaos, without you suppressing the scene. Is it really okay?" Hawkeye frowned. "Now, it's a time of peace." Yang Qing waved his hand, then past Hawkeye. "Then what about you? Why did you come here?" "Just to pass the time," Hawkeye said lightly. "Oh, to pass the time, do you have to bully children?" Yang Qing teased. "Did you see it?" Hawkeye turned around suddenly, his eyes full of fierceness. Yang Qing shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm not interested in watching such a doomed battle. I just think it's really interesting that you can actually use a sword. The younger generation of the new era should know how to go their way." Hawkeye said in a low voice, "And, that kid does have potential. I'm just guiding him. Then, you should also know that his target is you," Yang Qing said with a smile. "Isn't Ace's target also you?" Hawkeye asked back. "Humph." Somewhat dumbfounded, Yang Qing did not expect that he would be led by Eagle Eye, shrugged his shoulders, and left here. "Boring guy." Hawkeye looked at Yang Qing's back, said coldly, and left with his sword behind his back. 3 days later, on a shore in Rog Town, a boat with a sheep's head on the front part docked. On the open sail, at the top of the mast is a flying pirate flag, on which is painted a skeleton with a straw hat, which looks very festive. After the ship docked steadily, the group got off the ship, then separated, and entered the town of Rog. In the room, Yang Qing's eyes moved, and a smile appeared on his face. "Here they come. Then, my target should have appeared too." The Straw Hat Pirates came to Rogue Town, which was not much different from the original. The only difference, perhaps, is that there is no more Bucky the Joker. By the way, there is no more Aunt Erita. However, none of these matters. Yang Qing has many ways to draw out that guy. He walked out of the room, packed the package on his back, put on a blue baseball cap, and was wearing a black sports suit, and walked towards the center of Rogue Town very casually. About half an hour later, he saw Straw Hat Luffy standing under the execution stand. The corner of his mouth twitched. Yang Qing bent down, and then picked up a small stone on the ground. "Hey, Straw Hat Luffy!" he shouted loudly. Luffy was stunned, then turned his head to look at Yang Qing, and said with some puzzlement, "Who are you? Did you call me? You are the only one here. Who am I not going to call you?" Yang Qing said with a smile, "What are you doing here? This is where Roger, the Pirate King, died. Ordinary people don't come here to hang out." After listening to Luffy, a smile appeared on his face. "Ha, is that right? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King." Raising his eyebrows slightly, Yang Qing had an inexplicable feeling when he heard Luffy's words that were exactly the same as in the original book. "I'm here because I want to be the Pirate King too." Luffy showed a big smile, smiling happily. "I have to say that this kid's smile is indeed very infectious, very confident and sunny." "Oh, is that so? Well, I'm going to be the Pirate King too." Yang Qing also laughed. "Let's try it out. You and I are more qualified, how about that?" Yang Qing's words made Luffy stunned for a moment, and then he really laughed out loud. "Okay. Then I'm welcome." The stone in Yang Qing's right hand suddenly bounced. "Huh." A sharp whistling sound came out, and suddenly there were more dark clouds in the sky, and thunder and lightning began to brew in it. Luffy saw a series of gas explosions in the air, and then his face changed greatly. The flying stone was too fast to avoid. Bang! The stone slammed into him unceremoniously, and the powerful force actually slammed his whole body to the ground. He rolled over 20 meters with his face, and slammed his head into the garden wall next to him, before he stopped. Luffy, who suffered a heavy blow, couldn't recover for a while. Yang Qing smiled step by step and came to Luffy. Then grabbed the ladder and start dragging from the ground. "It seems that your strength is not good enough. In this way, you can't become the Pirate King." Stepping up the steps of the execution platform, Yongqing began to drag Luffy towards the highest peak step by step. In comparison, I am more qualified than you, Luffy. Luffy, who was being dragged, was hit by the stone. At this moment, he has not recovered. Luffy can't imagine that it is just a small stone. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. There was such a terrifying strength that he was completely weak and numb. Finally, the two came to the top position. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the sky roared loudly, and the dark clouds were already dense, covering the entire island. Looking up at the sky above, Yongqing had an inexplicable smile on his face. Interesting. He murmured two words, and he turned his eyes to the left and right. One was a swordsman with 3 knives, and the other was wearing a black suit and short blonde hair. The two of them were running towards them anxiously. Hey, who are you? Let go of Luffy, the blonde man shouted loudly. Let go of our captain, what are you going to do? This is the swordsman of the 3 swords style. Yongqing smiled slightly and ignored the two. Instead, he looked at Luffy who was being held on the execution platform by him, and asked with a smile. How about this place as your execution ground? Monkey and Luffy, a place of death like Roger. Are you satisfied? Luffy was a little weak at the moment, but the next moment, he raised his head with a big laugh and shouted. Okay, I'm satisfied. Chapter 363 1 on 3. Then, in the terrified eyes of Zoro and Sanji, he said another sentence. I'm sorry, my friends, I'm dying. Ha 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 ha. This foolish look doesn't even care about his own life or death. At this moment, Yongqing, who was standing behind him, was a little stunned. As expected, it's the protagonist. Terrifying aura. Outsiders can't understand this kind of condescension that really puts life and death aside. This is very scary. There is a great fear between life and death, and no one is not afraid of death. People are born to survive, to run around and give everything for survival. They are not willing to face death. Death is terrifying in everyone's eyes. But if it appears, a guy who doesn't put life in his eyes. Such people are either lunatics or heroes, possessing faith and willpower beyond the reach of ordinary people. Compared with strong strength, this belief and willpower is the most terrifying. There is no doubt that Luffy is such a person. It is precisely because of this that in the difficulties in the future, he has not been defeated again and again, but has continued to win and become stronger. Then die. The corners of his mouth grinned, and an ice blue blade appeared in Yongqing's right hand. The tip of the blade was pointing down, aiming at the neck of Luffy who was kneeling in front of him. Then, in the next moment, he stabbed suddenly. Boom! The sky was angry, and thunderbolts split from the dark clouds. Underneath it, Sanji and Zoro shouted loudly, and their faces changed drastically. Luffy! Click! The execution platform collapsed suddenly, and this thunder and lightning smashed on the execution platform, collapsing the entire platform. Ha ha ha, I'm not dead. Luffy's excited cry came out, and only then did the nervous Zoro sigh in relief, and hurriedly looked at Luffy who ran out of the ruins. Luffy, are you okay? Sanji asked loudly. Who is that guy? I think I've seen him. At this time, Yongqing also walked out of the ruins step by step. The icy blue long sword was completely composed of solid ice and glowed with blue light. With a smile on his face, he stood not far in front of the three. I remembered, this guy is the man with Nuo Chigao. Nami knows him. Zoro suddenly said loudly, and then he glared at Yongqing again. You what the hell are you doing, man? At this moment, Yongqing became extremely mysterious in the eyes of the three. He was obviously friends with Nokiki, but he suddenly attacked Luffy. What's even more frightening is that Luffy is not even the opponent's opponent. If it weren't for that thunder and lightning, I'm afraid Luffy would be dead now. Thinking of this, the two of them were full of anger. Well, who am I? You will know sooner or later. Yongqing swung his sword, and then pointed at the three people present with a smile. Now, let's test how much you are capable. Luffy pressed the hat on his head, the smile on his face disappeared, and it became a little gloomy. When he laughs, it gives people a very relaxed and happy feeling, but at this moment, his face sinks, but it contains endless majesty, which greatly increases the pressure on others. As for Zoro, he tied the green cloth around his waist to the top of his head, and he took out all 3 swords. Sanji even lit a cigarette and looked at the person opposite dignifiedly. Pressure, invisible pressure. Although Yang Qing was relaxed, the pressure released silently was still not something that the 3 of them could resist. Facing the hostility of the 3, Yang Qing was simply too relaxed, with a faint smile on his face. Go! Suddenly, Zoro shouted loudly, and the 3 of them bent their knees almost at the same time. The speed suddenly increased, and they rushed towards Yang Qing. A strong wind blew, blowing Yang Qing's robe. Rubber rubber. Luffy stretched his arms and called from a distance. At the same time, 2 figures have also arrived at the left and right sides of Yang Qing. Sanji jumped up, raised his legs high, the cigarette sparks in his mouth fell, and slammed down, the target pointed directly at Yang Qing's head. Zoro, 2 long swords, 1 in his mouth, 3 in total, all the blades aimed at Yang Qing. At this moment, his waist sank, his feet exerted force, and he turned sharply. It was the power of one turn, which generated huge kinetic energy, and the 3 knives flashed light and slashed towards Yang Qing's whole body. The cooperation of the 3 was extremely tacit, and they formed a very sharp attack. Against ordinary people, it was almost impossible to escape. But, unfortunately, they faced Yang Qing. Seeing the color, the faint smile on his face remained, and Yang Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. The next moment, his hands directly grabbed Luffy's fist, making the latter stagnate. Then he lightly took a step forward to the right, ingeniously dodging Sanji's cheating, making his face change. Immediately afterwards, his hands trembled, and Luffy in the distance was directly shaken back. At this moment, the ice blue long sword that was just thrown away just landed in front of his right hand. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, Yang Qing swept to the right. Dang dang. 3 crisp voices came out, Soren's face changed greatly, all 3 swords were blocked, and he took 3 steps back towards the rear. How is it possible? At this moment, the 3 of them were all shocked. The person in front of him, incredibly powerful, was able to escape the joint attack of the 3 of them in an instant. Compared to the vast and vast sea, the 3 of you are still too weak. Yang Qing shook his head and took a step forward. The ice blue long sword slashed out and attacked Sauron directly. Zoro's expression changed, and he hurriedly attacked. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing wielded a single sword with one hand, and the speed of the sword was as fast as light. In just 3 breaths, Sauron was slashed out by a sword, and fell heavily on the ground. The hands holding the sword kept trembling and shaking. Power. He felt a power that was completely unmatched. That man's sword speed and strength are much stronger than him, and the 2 are not on the same level at all. Then, Yang Qing took a step forward and appeared in front of Shang-Chi Shi almost instantly. In the latter's horrified eyes, he punched. Bang! The energy came out of the body, and Sanji was so soft that he fell to the ground, losing his strength. Seeing this scene, Luffy made 2 moves in a row, and his 2 companions fell down, immediately furious. Sanji, Zoro. Damn, you. Crazy, Luffy fell into madness in an instant. However, nothing is of any use. Still only 1 step, Yang Qing came behind Luffy. The long sword swung horizontally, and the blade touched Luffy's neck. Chapter 364 Goodbye Dorag. In the blink of an eye, Luffy will usher in his second death. At this moment, a cold, mature voice came from the depths of the street. Do you have to be so cruel to the younger generation? Death, Lucifer. Yang Qing's eyebrows were the same, but the blade in his right hand did not cut off after all. Yo, Long, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. On the roof on the left side of the street, it seemed to appear suddenly, as if it had always existed. There was a figure standing, wearing a cloak, so that others could not see what was inside. Crash! The pouring rain suddenly fell, and the weather became very bad at this moment. The raindrops formed a curtain, fell from the air, hit the ground, and fell to pieces. The thunder in the sky became more manic. Yongqing and others were standing in the sky. The huge dark cloud vortex was slowly rotating, and the golden lightning inside was like a giant long, swimming and roaring, turning the gloomy sky, shades of light and darkness. Boom! Thunder and lightning made a roaring sound, flickering, rushing, descending from the sky, and then suddenly disappearing. The wind howled, and the rain poured. With a smile in Yongqing's eyes, he stared at the man standing on the roof. Call. When the wind picked up, the sound of the roof suddenly dissipated. When it reappeared, it was already 3 feet across from Yongqing. The wide cloak completely shrouded his face, making it difficult to see. But the flickering thunder and lightning illuminated the tattoos on his face very clearly. Let go of the man in the sea and let him get out of here. A deep voice came from under the cloak, containing an indescribable majesty and imposing manner. The ice blue long sword withdrew, and Yongqing let go of Luffy with a smile on his face. After Luffy was released, he nervously ran towards Zoro and Sanji. His flip-flops stomped on the road, making a clear sound. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy shouted anxiously. Ahem, we're fine. Sanji struggled to stand up. Although his face was pale, he could indeed see that he was not seriously injured. Zoro also stood up silently, his eyes fixed on the man in front of him. Figure. The three gathered together again, and turned their eyes to Yongqing, their eyes full of fighting intent and solemnity. This strange guy's strength is beyond their imagination, completely crushing the three of them. The sea soldiers are here. I'm afraid this place is not suitable for us. The man hiding under the cloak said in a low voice. Several people present glanced at it, and sure enough, they saw the sound of dense footsteps in the alleyway, and then a large number of Marines ran out and rushed towards here. Oh, Yongqing raised his eyebrows, but he didn't care much about the people who came. And the three of Luffy's faces also changed. They knew that if they were targeted by the Navy, it would be much more troublesome. Sanji, Zoro, let's go. Gather them, we should set sail. Luffy said in a condensed voice, his eyes fixed on Yongqing. Okay, Zoro nodded. Go. Finally, after giving Yongqing a deep look, the three of Luffy turned around and ran. When Yongqing looked at the man in the cloak again, he found that the figure of the other party had gradually begun to dissipate. He was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged and smiled. Don't want to deal with me head-on. It's so boring. Turning around, Yongqing ran to the other side, and after 3 breaths, his figure also disappeared here. On this side, the three of Luffy ran fast. They followed the alley and headed for the place where the pirate ship was. Luffy, how did you meet that guy? Sanji asked with a solemn expression. Just under the execution stand, he said he was going to be the Pirate King, and then, we started fighting. Luffy said loudly, then a little disappointed, I'm not his opponent. Don't talk nonsense, let's go, there are so many sea soldiers. Zoro shouted. Ahead, one by one, the Marines were already approaching the three of them with their guns raised. I found the straw hats, speed up support. The sailors shouted to each other, and soon the large army came. With a cigarette in his mouth, a tall and strong naval officer with a nearly middle-aged face strode here. At a glance, he saw the three of Luffy, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Monkey D. Luffy, you're under arrest. Ha ha ha, no way. The three of Luffy ran forward, knocking down many Marines along the way. Thick white smoke rushed into the air, and the naval officer came towards the three. Sanji dealt with the Navy, Zoro fought with a woman wearing glasses, and Luffy met the Navy officer head-on. Straw Hat Boy, this is where you will end, just grab it. The sea soldier shouted loudly, attacking Luffy. No, ha ha ha, I'm going to the Great Route. Luffy laughed, dodging the officer's white smoke. On the other hand, Zoro pushed the female sea soldier against the wall with a knife, with a complicated expression on his face. Why do you have the exact same face as her? What did you say? Dusky shouted loudly. Sauron, Sanji, you go first, find Usopp and the others, and let them run towards the Mary. Luffy's voice came through. Zoro slammed the knife back, and Dusky was soft. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Fell to the ground. Then he took a deep look at the woman behind him and walked towards the distance. The future will be indefinite. You're the only one left, okay. The naval officer was naturally Smog. His face was stern, and the white smoke was coming out of his mouth, and he asked in a low voice. The figure suddenly increased, and he fought with the opponent. After 10 moves, Luffy was detained. It's over, Straw Hat Boy, stay here. The voice was very deep, and Smog was about to start to completely subdue the pirates in his hands. No, I'm going to the Great Channel, let me go. Luffy struggled desperately, but to no avail. But at this moment, the wind suddenly picked up, and a voice wearing a cloak came out. There's no reason to stop a man from running to the sea. Then, Smoker's face changed greatly, and he involuntarily released Luffy's hand. The next moment, Luffy laughed, ran away, and quickly disappeared in front of Smoker's eyes. Who is it? Smog turned abruptly, but saw no figure. On a roof, the face of the man in the cloak was in the shadows and could not be seen clearly. But as he looked in the direction of the sea, his eyes were full of contemplation. The wind is stronger, but the rain has dissipated. Chapter 365 Survive as you wish, Luffy, all kinds of coincidences and ambitions flow with the times, ask the world, and one day we will meet. Muttering this sentence, the robe on the man in the black cloak shook with the gust of wind. His body began to exude a unique momentum, causing everything around him to fluctuate slightly. He looked at the people running in the distance, and his eyes were full of expectations for the new generation. Just let me help you. Go and face the sea, boys. As these words were spit out, gusts of wind rushed out of his body and rolled towards the shore. The group of Straw Hat Boys running on the road were suddenly swept up by the gust of wind and flew towards the shore. After 5 or 6 breaths, the wind stopped, the Straw Hat Boys hit the ground, and when they looked up again, they were not far from the Mary. The leisure time is very good, Long. A clear voice suddenly remembered. Dorig's body trembled, but there was no accident. He turned around and slowly looked behind him. Not beyond his expectations, it really was this man. My son goes to sea, and as a father, I should give him a ride. A deep voice came out. Drago stretched. He took off his hat, revealing a face full of lines. Yang Qing smiled and stared at the face in front of him carefully. Compared with a few years ago, Dorag at this time is undoubtedly much more mature. He seemed more stable and condensed. The first time he met, he was as sharp as a scabbard sword, but this time, he was wrapped in a scabbard, and the light was restrained. Your son, is that the boy with the straw hat? Yang Qing asked with a smile. The two met again, as if they had not seen each other for many years, chatting with each other familiarly. You know, there is more to ask. Drago's face was stern, but he had no interest in chatting. Also, I would like to know why one of the 5 world-famous emperors, the god of death, came here. Is it just to take action against a few juniors who haven't gone to sea yet? Then this surprises me a little. Ha ha ha. Yang Qing laughed, and after a long time he stopped his voice and said interestingly, of course not them. I'm here, more than that, for you. Long. I haven't seen you for many years, are you stronger? I'm looking forward to it. The world's first criminal who is also hailed as a thorn in the eye by the world court. Long, how powerful are you now? I'm very curious. The fighting intent in Yang Qing's eyes was undisguised. At this point, he no longer needed to hide everything. Anything can be said on the table, and it is straightforward, without the slightest sloppiness. Are you specifically for me? There were more doubts in Drago's voice. That's right. I'm just for you. Come on, try it. Long, how much has changed after so many years? Yang Qing said loudly. The void behind him suddenly froze and was instantly controlled. Drago's eyes shrank, staring at Yang Qing opposite. You really are stronger, it's terrifying. Why, Long, are you afraid? Yang Qing couldn't help sneering when he saw that the other party didn't even plan to attack. Meaningless battle, Drago said indifferently, turning to leave here. I won't let you go so easily, Drago. Yang Qing laughed and walked over a few steps. Naturally, he would not easily let go of this opportunity to fight against a master. Whitebeard fought against him, and he made great progress. At his realm, it is not easy to find an opponent again. Dorag is one of the reasons for coming here. Fight with the masters, let yourself find your inadequacies again, and continue to improve. After 3 steps, Yang Qing had already reached behind Dorag and slammed a punch. Buzz. The air suddenly compressed, and then formed an air cannon, which was also shot forward as Yang Qing threw a punch. A second later, the punch passed through Dorag's body, and the latter turned into a breeze and dissipated in front of Yang Qing. The air cannon threw out directly and landed on the roof not far away, shattering a brick and causing many screams. Since you insist on doing this, then I'm not welcome. A low voice came from behind Yang Qing. Unconsciously, Dorag's tall body had reached behind him, and a shadow shrouded him. Long claw. It seems that the space has been caught by Drago's hands at this moment. The air waves are converging, the air is thin, and Yang Qing feels a little suffocated. The power of this claw has not yet been released, but it is only condensed, but it has already been reflected. Buzz. The 30-meter space suddenly shook, and Long's right hand popped out and went straight to Yang Qing's head. There is no doubt that if this claw is firmly grasped, Yang Qing will basically be unable to avoid the end of death. At this critical moment, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, a bright smile. It's so good to fight with a master. Fighting intent, the soaring fighting intent emerged from Yang Qing's body. His figure was twisted at this moment, and after a breath, he was already face to face with Drago. The claw that was facing away from him before, now grabbed his face directly. Bang! However, the catch eventually came to a standstill. He was firmly grasped by Yang Qing's right hand, and the residual power of the claw strike was revealed, blowing Yang Qing's black hair, and it was sent out from a distance, and a gust of wind was actually set off. Then, after a short while, the pupils of both of them trembled. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The sound and shadow disappeared almost at the same time, and when it reappeared, it was already 3 meters away, and the 2 legs slammed together in the air, making a dull thunderous sound. The tiles under their feet, as the 2 moved around, made a fine sound, and occasionally they were stepped on and cracked. Long, come on, fight. Yang Qing's loud laughter came out, his figure reappeared, already in the air, his right leg suddenly lifted, and then chopped down. Bang! Dorag's face changed, and he raised his hands to block the punch. The position of his legs, a circle of air waves spread out, but it was the residual energy generated by removing the strength of the punch. Immediately afterwards, the 2 kept disappearing and appearing. Their fighting area was only a mere 20 meters, and they were all on the roof. However, a minute later, the building was still not destroyed, except for some broken tiles. Everything else is still guaranteed to be complete. Wind. With a grim face, Dorag suddenly turned into the wind and disappeared in front of Yang Qing. When it reappeared, it was already standing in the air. Chapter 366 Change. Yang Qing looked up at Drago in the sky with a smile on his face. He was very happy to be able to fight with him. Even in this town of Rogue, the 2 could not really let go of their hands and fight, but it was enough to be enjoyable. The next moment, Yang Qing's body suddenly rose up and went towards the sky. After 3 breaths, the 2 faced each other again. The fists are wrapped in jet black armed color domineering, waving each other to attack. Their attacks were as dense as thunderstorms, slanting towards each other. But the 2 of them are like fish in the water, flexible and elegant, and can easily escape these attacks. The tide of the times has moved, Dorag, have you felt it? While throwing a fist, Yang Qing said loudly. Dorag's face didn't change, his pupils stared at the smiling guy in front of him. You kid, it's really too dangerous. What do you want to do? Ha ha ha, don't worry, I just want to push this wave and make the world a tsunami. A tsunami big enough to spread across the world. Then, when the tsunami recedes and the land emerges again, our world will wake up again. It's an innovation, Dorag. It's like your innovator, overthrowing the old regime and establishing new warrants. What you want to reform is the country and the court. The two fists collided together, causing a gust of wind, and Drago's face became darker and darker with Yang Qing's words. And what I want to reform is the whole sea. With this sentence, Dorag's face changed greatly, and he threw a punch. You lunatic. Do you want to destroy the world? No no no, ha ha ha, of course I won't, it's just a change. I control everything, and when the whole world falls under my control, all changes are natural. Yang Qing laughed and threw out the same punch. Bang! There was a wave of air in the air, and both of them retreated. Then the figures slowly floated down and landed on the roof again, looking at each other. Have you gone crazy, Lucifer? The skyrocketing power has made your desires continue to rise. This time, have you really gone in the direction of evil? Your change will make countless people lose their lives. It's a disaster. In a sense, Drago has already understood what Yang Qing is going to do, and only Yang Qing can do such crazy things at this moment. This made his heart tremble and he was very worried. Because as he said, if Yang Qing really launched this tsunami that was enough to set off the entire sea, the whole world would wake up. But how much of the old things are left? In history, no major change, the replacement of a country, was not faced with a huge disaster. His Drago just launched a coup d'état in the country, which is relatively mild, but listening to the people in front of him, it is clear that he will not be so kind. This guy is too dangerous. In Dorag's heart, the emphasis on Yang Qing was raised by several levels. Take him. At this moment, this idea sprouted in his mind. With a sharp look in his eyes, he suddenly started to act, and the power of devil fruit and domineering was instantly merged into one. In order to avoid a huge area of destruction, he condenses all his attacks into a single point. Then, his speed reached a terrifying level, and he silently arrived behind Yang Qing. Do you know, Dorag, when I first set foot here and saw the execution platform, the idea of becoming the Pirate King had already sprouted in my heart. But that was too far for me at the time. Yang Qing was still talking, with his back to Drago. The next moment, when Drago gathered a variety of forces, and the attack that was so terrifying that it could destroy an island came, Yang Qing suddenly turned around. Then he smiled, his eyes full of contempt, and stretched out his hands. Bang! The two collided again, but it overturned the house with the two at the center and a radius of 300 meters. The houses swayed and collapsed, and the people inside fled in panic. The dust was everywhere, and the ground began to sag. The two of them tried their best to restrain themselves, but they still caused such a huge destructive force. And at this moment, when I come here again, my heart is very excited. The will inherited from the times, the steel cast by dreams, and the high mountain in every pirate's heart, that position is within my grasp. I'm the closest to it. Drago's pupils shrank, and said inconceivably, you want to hit the Pirate King? Ha 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 ha. Yang Qing burst into laughter, and he stared into Drago's eyes suddenly. Yes, I want to become One Piece. I want to stand in the deepest part of this sea, at the apex of every pirate's dream. I want to fulfill my dream. I want to change the world. At this moment, Yang Qing can finally say out loud what he wants to do and how to do it. He is no longer the weak person, no longer a child with empty dreams and no strength. At this moment, he stands at the top and peak of the world, invincible, and is the most powerful person in the world. And Dorag, you will be the king of the land. I need your help. Unceremoniously, Yang Qing made his own request. I am the king of the sea, You are the king of the land. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Together we can change the world. Drago's pupils continued to shrink, and a storm surged in his heart. He has always dreamed of changing the world, but the more he goes on, the more he discovers how deep the water in this world is. And for so many years, he just stepped on his feet and feet like water, wanting to completely drain the water in the whole world, and then change the water. What a vast, complicated, and difficult process to complete. It will take generations, or even a dozen generations, to hope to accomplish this. The power that has been consolidated for a long time, the right to stand on the top of the world, such a behemoth, if you don't face it in person, it's hard to imagine it's stern and condensed. Even if it has the power to lift mountains, what is the use? What stood in front of him was not a mountain, but a continent that stretched endlessly and boundless. Come on, Dorag, let's join forces, and I will become the king of the sea. You and I will change the world. Isn't that what you wanted? Yang Qing's face was full of smiles, and his words were full of fascination and temptation. Just like when he met the other party for the first time, how much will Yang Qing's words have a huge impact on Dorag this time? Chapter 367 Rejection. Dorag's face changed continuously, his hands kept on, and Yang Qing quickly threw a fist against him. The collision between the two brought a gust of wind and swept up the sky. At this time, the sailors stationed in Rog Town had already discovered the abnormality here and rushed here quickly. It's there. There are two people fighting. Those two guys are definitely not ordinary people. Quick, stop them, damn it. Shouting to each other, a large number of Marines began to rush here. The battle between Yang Qing and Drago caused a wave of rhetoric. Countless terrified people scrambled and ran around, their eyes full of panic. On the field, the two were still facing each other. You are so crazy, Drago said solemnly. This thought is too dangerous, this is impossible. Impossible, Yang Qing laughed. Ha ha ha, I haven't tried anything, how do I know it's impossible? This will be a major breakthrough, and it will be a challenge to the times in the world. Dorag, your heart is definitely not talking like this. You are throbbing and fantasizing. You are a person with desire and ambition. You are destined to be extraordinary. So, join hands with me. In the near future, the world will change because of you and me. This is an earth-shaking change. This is the advance of the times. Dorag listened to Yang Qing's words. His eyes were full of light flickering. He was hesitating and doubting, but after 3 breaths, he still shook his head. His eyes were full of determination, and his voice was low and angry. Impossible. I can't join forces with you. I will do it, but never think about it. Don't worry, I'm teaming up with you, crazy guy. The powerful force has lost your heart, Lucifer, it's time for you to reflect. Drago's eyes were full of anger. Behind him, the wind was blowing. After a breath, his hands trembled, and the space behind him shook, and an invisible giant began to gradually appear in the void. The huge body is 1,000 meters long, and the body is long and winding, and it emits a roar of the sky. The 4 or 5 air cannons in its mouth are fiercely blasted towards Yang Qing. Shish. The sharp voice made the air smell of being burnt. Yang Qing laughed, looked up at the sky, standing in the sky, with the kilometer-long Dorag behind him, clenched his fists, and then punched out one after another. Bang bang bang. The air is chaotic, and the wind is blowing. All the air cannons were easily smashed by Yang Qing, and his voice came out again. Dorag, it's you who's wrong. The turbid water can only become clear if you pour it all out and replace it with a new one. The world, too. You understand the country, but you don't, pirates, don't understand the world. You think I'm crazy, just because I want to do it, I will do it. I'm a pirate, synonymous with freedom. We are free and unrestrained. Because of this, the world is afraid of us. Drago's face was gloomy, and his eyes were angry. What a bunch of nonsense, too lazy to bother with you. He swept his eyes and looked at the Marines who were running towards here at a rapid pace. The Navy is here, I'm leaving, your stupid idea, it's better to put it out early, it's too stupid, too crazy. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to control myself and not fight with you. The breeze was blowing, and Drago's figure slowly dissipated, turned into a gust of wind, and quickly went away. Seeing Drago disappear here in a blink of an eye, the smile on Yang Qing's face faded and became calm. Drago's rejection was not unexpected, it was normal. All he has to do is to leave a seed in Drago's heart and wait quietly. When the time comes, he will naturally take root and sprout. We'll see you again, Dorag. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Yang Qing glanced at the incoming Marines behind him. A large number of Marines have surrounded this place in a circle. At this moment, they are slowly advancing forward under the leadership of the leading Marine. Don't move, or you will be killed immediately. You can't do anything about it, don't resist. The loud shouts of the sea soldiers came. Yang Qing smiled slightly, and didn't care. He took one step forward, ready to leave here. But at this moment, one of the Marines suddenly pulled the trigger under tension. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots, accompanied by a strong smell of gunpowder smoke, spread throughout the audience. Seeing this scene, Smoker's face changed immediately. Not good. He suddenly stared at the figure in the field. The guy who can destroy such a large area of the ground like this is definitely not a simple guy. When he came here, he just waited and watched, but the Marines even shot without his order. There were more than 100 Marines present, and the chain reaction started, and the gunshots rang out continuously. After a full 5 or 6 seconds, the gunfire ceased. Every sailor swallowed his saliva and looked at the field nervously. Then, they saw a shocking scene. The bullets, the densely packed bullets were surrounded by a circle, and then stood quietly in the void. It was as if time stood still when the bullet was fired, and then moved 3 inches in front of the man. The bullet was abruptly stopped in midair. Hi! The sound of countless gasping breaths came out, and Smoker even more. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Pupils constrict. This man, his face is so familiar. Smog felt very familiar when he saw Yang Qing's first face, but he didn't remember who it was for a while. Pirate, definitely a pirate. I saw him in the Bounty. Smog didn't pay much attention to the god of death, and only occasionally glanced at it. Even this new emperor's strength is even more terrifying. He has also fought with his pirates, but Smog is more familiar with the 2nd and 3rd tier fighters of the Death Pirates, those tough guys who made him suffer a lot during the battle. Ding 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 ding. A crisp sound came out, and all the bullets fell to the ground. Showing Yang Qing's entire figure, his eyes glanced coldly at the sea soldiers surrounding him. You guys are really a bunch of people who don't know what they are called. One step out, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed suddenly. Om. The domineering aura rose into the sky, instantly radiating in all directions. This is the impact of the will, the coercion of the spirit. The Overlord is domineering. Chapter 368_. In just an instant, the pirate's present fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Glancing around, it was full of fallen pirates. Yang Qing was expressionless and walked away. He walked out of the encirclement step by step, and 10 seconds later, he came to a figure. Smog's eyes were hazy and his whole body was swaying. In the face of this domineering aura, he couldn't hold on at all. This violent aura instantly impacted his will, making him immediately stunned. At this time, in front of his blurry eyes, he could only see a figure coming to him, but he couldn't see who it was. You, who are you? Smog asked, struggling. Who is it? Yang Qing asked back with a smile, and then stepped over Smaller's side, leaving a voice behind. You'll know. In just a few steps, Yang Qing's figure disappeared. Drago has already left here, so there is no need for him to stay. And Smog insisted on standing for another 3 seconds. After all, he was dizzy, hit the ground heavily, and lost consciousness. That terrifying shock of will is not something he can resist at all. 3 days later, the East China Sea entered the Great Channel next to Upside Down Mountain. A small boat is slowly advancing, with two people sitting on it, facing each other. The atmosphere is a bit weird. What are you doing on my ship? Hawkeye Mahawk stared at the guy in front of him, his tone a little cold. Take me a ride, I happen to meet you, take a downwind, don't mind. Yang Qing replied with a smile, placing the wine jar in his hand heavily on the small boat and making a bang. Hawkeye raised his eyes. I haven't agreed yet, you arrogant guy. Ha ha ha, you don't need your consent, Mahawk, I invite you to drink, you should be happy. Yang Qing said with a smile. Then he brought Mahawk over, and threw the two large bowls on the deck, whirling, and finally stabilized. Clear wine, which comes out of its own accord, fills two large bowls. Hey, I took you for a ride, but it seems like I took advantage of you. Mahawk said with an ugly face. The guy in front of him was as shameless as red hair. Ha ha, don't mind, we two, who is with whom? Yang Qing laughed. I have nothing to do with you, and I don't want to. Hawkeye said with disgust, you'd better leave my ship immediately. Yang Qing just smiled, not paying any attention to Hawkeye's bad attitude. Under the strange atmosphere, the two began to clink glasses frequently. In the end, Hawkeye did not drive Yang Qing away. After several days passed, Hawkeye's sailing speed slowed down a lot. Because of this, on the third day, a sheep-headed pirate ship appeared behind their butts and buttocks. On the sails, a large straw hat skeleton was painted. It was the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy and his party. I see, it's all you. My ship is a lot slower, and even they didn't get rid of it. Hawkeye frowned. Don't mind. Look at that guy, he looks at you, but he is full of fighting spirit. Yang Qing pointed to the green-haired man at the bow, who was staring at the two people on the boat at the moment. On the Golden Mary, the Straw Hat and his party became completely solemn. In the battle in Rogue Town, the three of Luffy were extremely impressed. That terrifying man was simply crushing all the way, shocking. What's even more terrifying is that this mysterious young man is standing with Mahawk, the world's largest swordsman, at this moment. What exactly is going on? That kid, Zoro, the one with the straw hat, is Luffy, yes, the guy Shanks is concerned about. Yang Qing pointed at the two of them and smiled. Now, they are all weak and pitiful. His voice was not concealed in the slightest, so it clearly entered the ears of the two people on the deck. This guy. Luffy both gritted their teeth. This is naked contempt. The young man didn't care, and the two of them could see clearly. Mahawk just glanced at everyone on the Golden Melly, and then withdrew his gaze. It's boring. At this time, Luffy and the others could not attract the slightest attention from him. As Yang Qing said, they are too weak. Ha ha. Seeing Hawkeye's appearance, Yang Qing just smiled. Then, Yang Qing shouted to Luffy and the others with a smile on his face, causing the whole boat to rush into anger. Hey, you are so weak, do you really want to go to the Great Route? We'll die, boys. Ha 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 ha. Although the voice was laughing, Luffy and the others could clearly understand the contempt in it. The first one who was angry was Nami, the orange-haired woman, who shouted loudly. Who the hell are you? You lied to Nuochigao and suddenly appeared here again. Hey, Nami, don't. Usopp covered Nami's mouth in horror and stopped him from continuing. That guy is so scary, even Luffy and the other three are no match. He will kill you. Then, Nami shouted out a half-sentence, and was dragged by Usopp again. Okay, kind. Her words seemed a little vague because her mouth was covered. But Yang Qing could understand it, and couldn't help shaking his head. The smile on his face sank. I didn't deceive Norkagao. Everyone has suffering to suffer, and suffering leads to better things. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. This may be fate, and I will not interfere in anyone's future without authorization. You're still young, so you don't understand. Nami became even more angry, and dragged Usopp away. At this moment, unimaginable power erupted. She walked to the edge of the boat with a few big steps and shouted loudly. I don't care who you are, what is the purpose of hiding in Kokoja village, and immediately disappear from our eyes. Immediately, disappear. Because of Nuoki's height, Nami was surprisingly angry at this moment. She didn't care about Yang Qing's identity at all, and she shouted out loudly. Let Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp be shocked. And what she looked like at the moment made Hawkeye's eyes flash, and she was a little surprised. The little girl is so brave, she will definitely have a future. In his words, there was some gloating, and he glanced at Yang Qing with a clear smile. Luffy laughed, Zoro and Sanji's faces relaxed, only Usopp looked terrified. No matter who the other party is or how powerful they are, at least this moment, they are very cool. Chapter 369 is here. It's really helpless to be scolded. Yang Qing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, then his face turned gloomy and looked at the golden melee. However, you are so daring. In the next second, Yang Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on Mihawk's deck, suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already standing on the deck of the Golden Mary. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, I can understand, but you are so rude. Lack reverence for the strong. Yang Qing's words were clearly spread throughout the arena. Hawkeye's eyes flashed not far away, and he frowned slightly. Lucifer, what are you going to do? Hee, don't worry, I won't shoot at them. Yang Qing turned back and smiled, then looked at Nami with a sigh in her voice. She is indeed a very courageous woman. Just like Nokigao, and like your mother. The blue-haired woman flashed through his mind, and Yang Qing's expression was a bit complicated. How could he not feel Nuochigao's feelings for him? You bastard. Nami ran over and threw a punch. This sturdy scene made Luffy and the three of them on the side immediately change their faces and shouted loudly. Nami, don't. The three of them understand Yang Qing's fear best, so at this moment, they are extremely worried about Nami's safety. However, the next second, they breathed a sigh of relief. The mysterious young man just stretched out his right hand and easily caught Nami's fist. You don't understand, and I can't tell you, so please be quiet. Yang Qing's tone was a little heavy when she released Nami's right hand. Hawkeye crossed Erlang's legs and looked at everyone here with interest. Then, he looked at the group of people present. One by one, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp. He was very familiar with these faces in his previous life, and when he saw the real person at this moment, he really felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Don't worry, here, I won't shoot at you. It's totally unnecessary, I'll take action against you. The figure slowly floated into the air, and Yang Qing flew towards the Hawkeye's boat. Go, run to your dreams, the sea will tell you all the answers, the unknown is the most worthwhile thing to pursue. His voice drifted in the air, and in the shocking eyes of Luffy and the others, the eagle-eyed boat actually flew up and headed towards the other side. The ship, their ship, actually flew. Usopp said in shock, his eyes full of amazement. It's so handsome, a flying ship. Luffy's eyes were full of light, looking at the ship that was getting further and further away, he was very envious. Who is that mysterious guy? At this moment, Nami wanted to know Yang Qing's identity. Zoro was staring at another indifferent figure on the boat, his eyes full of fighting intent. I won't lose again. After half an hour, Hawkeye looked at the person in front of him expressionlessly. I'm going to the Great Waterway. What did you want to do when you brought my ship here? Around the boat, huge sea kings roared and scurried, causing a large splash of water, but they didn't dare to really hit the boat. On the boat, they smelled a terrible smell. Well, I just don't know where to go, don't mind, haha. Yang Qing touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly. Hawkeye was silent, and after a while, he stretched out his right hand, grabbed the handle of the knife, and waved it like an electric light, heading forward. Huh. The blue sword energy erupted. Yang Qing laughed, and quickly avoided the sword. Haha, don't be angry, it's just an accident, and it's good to just look at the scenery, isn't it? The sword energy rushed out, splitting the 4 or 5 sea kings in the back in half, and the scarlet blood dyed the sea red. When Yongqing saw that Hawkeye was about to draw his sword, his expression changed slightly, and then he said with a smile, I'll go right away, hee. Before he could say a word, Yongqing flew towards the sky, and after 3 breaths, disappeared in front of Eagle Eye. Seeing that Yongqing disappeared, Hawkeye slowly returned the unsheathed knife. Then he pondered for a moment, and murmured, I asked you to take my ship out. Damn it, how can I get out? It's a windless zone here. Sure enough, it wouldn't be good to meet him. After Yongqing left Eagle Eye, he headed towards the Great Channel. 2 hours later, he fell from an island, and then the ability to control the fruit radiated out and swept the nearby trees. Crack. After about half a quarter of an hour, a small boat took shape. Yongqing controlled the boat into the sea. After trying it, a smile appeared on his face. Yes, sailing. Flying out of thin air, speed time and space, but boring. Yongqing came out, more with a plan to increase his knowledge, improve his strength, and collect devil fruits along the way. Naturally, it will not be just to hurry, and Luffy and the others just happen to meet. Very well, let's slowly reach the Great Channel like this. Said with a smile, Yongqing was lying on the boat and controlled the boat to walk forward slowly. At this time, Luffy and the others had already rushed up the upside-down mountain, screaming in excitement. They finally took the first step, from the 4 seas, to the real pirate land, and soon after they entered the Great Channel, Yongqing's identity was known to them. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Caused a shock to the crowd. At the same time, a group of people arrived in the Drum Kingdom. The leader was tall and had a smile on his face. He looked very cheerful on the surface, but deep in his eyes, it was full of cruelty and gloom. This kingdom, haha, start here. My pals, it's time for my Blackbeard's name to spread. The leading guy was Blackbeard. He escaped from the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, he finally found like-minded partners and started his own pirate career. That's what makes it interesting, Captain. Just destroy the country first. The man holding the automatic rifle said with a smile. Blackbeard's face was full of smiles, and he took the lead, and behind him, the crew followed closely one by one. The entry of several people did not attract anyone's attention. They're weird, but they're not noticeable at the moment. Especially Blackbeard, although he has always been in the Whitebeard pirates, his character makes him very low-key, and outsiders rarely know him. When everyone arrived at a country with a large population in the square, Blackbeard stopped and showed a slightly sinister smile on his face. Just here. Try the power of my dark fruit. Chapter 370 Ice and Fire. Thick darkness flowed out of Blackbeard's hands, and then swept in all directions. In the center of this square, darkness suddenly descended, radiating toward the entire town. This darkness swallows everything, just like a black hole, even the light is swallowed in. The surrounding members of the Blackbeard pirates all chuckled to avoid the darkness. They don't know the power of this darkness, so they don't dare to touch the covered ground at will, so that everything falls into the power of nothingness. Then, they saw Blackbeard drinking continuously, with a look of pain on his face. The darkness swept the entire town. Everyone was afraid of this unknown darkness, and began to run in panic. They kept running, with fear on their faces. After about 3 minutes, darkness engulfed all the houses in the town. Dark cave. Blackbeard spit out these 3 words. His face was cold and cruel. Such power. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates, watching this scene, said in horror, they were shocked by the power of darkness. The power of the captain is incredible. And Blackbeard was panting, bent over and exhaled, but looking at the scene he created, a wild smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, have you seen it? This is the power of the dark fruit. It's worthy of my hard work and lurking for so long, and I finally got its power. It's so perfect. This kind of power, although it is not the fruit of the natural system, but it is the power nemesis of all the fruits of the natural system. No, it is the nemesis of all fruit power. With it, I will no longer fear any capable ones. Blackbeard laughed. The power of the dark fruit really made him too satisfied. That kind of power is amazing. 3 minutes later, he had a sharp look and shouted loudly. Liberation. It was as if a giant beast hiding in the darkness burped and spit out everything it engulfed. Houses, buildings, sculptures, flowers and trees were once again released from the darkness of nothingness. When they appeared here again, most of the Drum Kingdom was already paralyzed. To become a country full of wreckage and ruins is astounding. This is its power. I'm so satisfied, ha ha ha. Blackbeard raised his head and laughed. Just as he laughed, several figures suddenly appeared in his mind. The man who bore the brunt had black hair, freckles on his face, and flames burning on his body. Then, there was a young figure with an indifferent and cold face. When the young man's figure flashed across his mind, it was a surprise. He couldn't help shivering and shook his head sharply. Then, Blackbeard clenched his teeth, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. With it, I can get my revenge. Ace, I won't let you go. Blackbeard's eyes were full of killing intent, but there was a crazy smile on his face. At this moment, he is like a crazy careerist. The first half of the Great Channel, an island of animals with long bodies. All the animals and plants here are somewhat deformed. They all have tall, long shapes that make them feel weird. It is precisely because of the change of magnetic force that the development of the organism is impressed, and everything here is so weird. And on this island, a black-haired man is standing at the moment, with red beads hanging on his neck and a long sword on his back. His face is solemn and dignified. This person is Ace. He chased Blackbeard from the New World to the first half of the Great Channel. But today, when he arrived at Long Chain Island, he met an unexpected person. Aoki, why are you here? Ace said solemnly. On the opposite side, a tall figure stood there, looking lazily, with blindfolds over his eyes, his entire body motionless, as if he was sleeping. Ace's question, Aokiji didn't answer. Maybe he really fell asleep. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Ace pressed the cowboy hat on his head, then, cut, and walked towards Aokiji. Until he walked a foot in front of Chingzi, one of the 3 generals of the sea soldiers. Chingzi with the highest combat power still did not change at all, as if he had really fallen asleep. It made Ace even more puzzled. This guy really dared to fall asleep here with such confidence. Boring. Shaking his head, Ace stepped over Aokiji's side. I thought that there would be another battle, but I didn't expect him to think too much. However, just after Ace took 3 steps, a long yawn came from behind, causing Ace to stop immediately. It's really not the right time to wake up. Ace narrowed his eyes, and the momentum on his body became solemn. The King of Ice awakens, and no one dares to underestimate it. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Death God Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. The big pirate with a bounty of 530 million Bailey, why are you here? Sleepy, asked lazily. His tone was slow, languid, and indifferent. It has nothing to do with you. Ace said seriously, I still have something to do, so I won't disturb your sleep. After saying that, Ace turned to leave. But at this moment, Aokiji's voice came again, making Ace's eyes show a hint of war. The sea soldiers didn't let go of the pirates so easily. Chingzi's voice was also a little serious. The captain of the 2nd Division under the dignified 4 emperors, I can't pretend that I haven't seen it. What's more, the attributes of you and me. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. But the absolute opposite. Ace turned around abruptly, flames burning in his eyes, flames blazing around his body, and his eyes were sharp. If that's the case, then try it. Ice and fire, who is stronger? I wanted to learn the 3 generals of the Navy for a long time. The highest combat power is amazing. The battle in the New World, the Death God Pirates, has never been forgotten. The voice was indifferent and calm, but the pressure in it made Aokiji's face suddenly serious. Chapter 371 The Most Mysterious. The faint pressure, along with the release of the domineering arrogance, made the entire Long Chain Island enter a very tense atmosphere. Ace's tyrannical aura, although there is no white beard, young Qing's realm is overwhelming, but also has that invincible aura, which can shock everything. At the moment of the impact, Aokiji's face changed and his eyes became solemn. Aokiji didn't have much contact with Ace. More, he is through the intelligence of the Ministry of Coast Guard. A natural type with the ability to burn fruit, young, promising, captain of the 2nd Division of the Death Pirates. This young man, his high bounty and status, in his opinion, is more because of his captain status. But at this moment, when Qingzi faced it in person, he knew deeply that he was wrong. It was very wrong. The guy in front of him already had the capital to fight against him. The Death God Pirates are really a terrifying team. Aokiji's eyes were a little complicated as he murmured. He still remembered how frightened this little pirate ship was when he attacked for the first time. But after few encounters, the other party has made rapid progress, and although he has made progress, it is far less terrifying than the other party. At this time, the captain of the first team of the other pirate ship has been able to fight against him. Qingzi, since you blocked me, then I'm welcome. Ace's face was solemn, and his tone was full of domineering and fierce. Above his body, the flames burst into flames, and the high temperature distorted the air. On the opposite side, Qingzi's expression changed, and cold air burst out from his whole body, and a large amount of coldness rushed towards all directions. This cold air touched Ace's flame, which also lowered its temperature a lot. Two people are fire, one is ice, and they are born to resist each other. At this moment, a battle is inevitable. Fire Fist. With a roar, the flames on Ace burned again, the high temperature surging, just like Ace, full of passion and anger. The huge fist immediately fell from the sky and rushed towards the green pheasant. Ice Thorns. With the sound of clicking, a large piece of ice-shaped spikes appeared on the ground. It collided with the fire fist, burning layers of white mist and water vapor, making a chi-chi sound. When Ace saw this scene, his face became even more solemn. Sure enough, it is the power of mutual restraint, which is difficult to deal with. He touched his fists, and an angry giant dragon appeared behind him, flapping his wings and roaring. Ow! Fire Long Breath. A huge star map appeared in his mouth. During the rotation, a hot flame spit out from Ace's mouth, and the temperature was dozens of times that of ordinary flames. In an instant, the space was distorted by burning. Aokiji felt the high temperature so close at hand, his face changed greatly, his right hand was covered with a domineering dark-armed color, and then he greeted the terrifying flame with a white chill. Ice Age. Circles of white waves rushed towards the surroundings, and the ground and the sea were frozen into ice sculptures. The trees and tall animals on the Long Chain Island fell into stillness at this moment and entered the world of ice and snow. In addition, the power of this ice also covered the entire sea surface. The sea was frozen, and the limit could not be seen at a glance. Almost instantly, Ace's eyes have become a world of frost. Around the flame, it was wrapped in frost. The white mist was constantly transpiring, the ice was liquefied, and then it was vaporized. This terrifying speed made Aokiji's eyes flash, and his estimate of Ace continued to increase. The Overlord is domineering, the degree of development of the terrifying fruit, and the natural fruit, these major points are combined. This kid is really scary. At this moment, Ace slammed his fists, and a loud shout came out again. Ow! Fist of Fire Long. A huge array appeared in the air, and the dragon claws of flames appeared in the array, and attacked the green pheasant fiercely. The accompanying high temperature and power make Aokiji not dare to take it hard. His eyes were dignified, his right hand stretched out, and the ice blue spear quickly emerged. The spear continued to grow thicker. At first, it was only 3 meters long, but after a breath, it was already 100 meters, 5 or 6 meters thick. Then the spear collided with the long claws. Around the center of the two, the ice cubes cracked, the air twisted, and there was a rumbling sound. In the sky, the dragon claws and the spear touched each other, and after a bang, the chi-chi-chi sounded continuously, the white mist continued to evaporate, and the spear and the flame dragon claws offset each other. After about 5 seconds, there was a shock in the air, the expressions of the two changed, and at the same time, they withdrew their right hands. Scary guy. At the same moment, these words appeared in their hearts. At this moment, the two confronted each other and no longer attacked rashly. Their eyes were fixed on each other, their eyes sharp. And just when they were fighting, Luffy and others had entered the first half of the Great Channel and came to the site with Crocodile. Here, they see the mysterious Robin. Robin, who appeared for the first time, with a smile in his eyes, was very curious to pay attention to everyone in this pirate group. Is this guy with the straw hat Luffy? Ace's younger brother. It's really funny. Robin looked at Luffy, full of smiles. In the face of Robin, the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi, was horrified. Don't worry about me, little princess, I have no interest in your plans or what you want to do. Robin said with a smile, but made Princess Wei Wei even more nervous. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Jong. Who the hell are you? Sanji, Zoro, were subdued by Robin's fruit ability almost instantly, making Luffy's face extremely solemn. Who am I? Hee, you'll know, there will be a date, interesting boy. Robin turned to leave, jumped off the Mary, and jumped into his own boat. That woman. It's Crocodile's partner, the most mysterious guy in the studio. Wei Wei said with a look of horror. Is she great? Luffy asked stupidly. She, Wei Wei said for a long time, but she couldn't tell whether the woman was serious or not, because the most mysterious thing in her work was this woman, and almost no one knew her ability and identity. Haha, it's decided, we'll go to Alabasta. Luffy said with a big laugh. The Straw Hat Pirates were greatly surprised, and Usopp lay directly on the deck, his face full of fear. Chapter 372 What Kind of Warrior? Hey, Luffy, did you make a mistake? That's Shichibukai. Nami growled. Ha, just went there, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Luffy laughed, almost falling apart after being shaken by Nami, but he didn't change his mind. The Sheep's Head boat pierced the sea and headed for Alabasta. On Long Chain Island, the battle between Ace and Aokiji has reached the sea. The 100-meter radius of the Long Chain Island near the coast was burned in a mess, and then covered with dense ice slag, which became horrible to see. The battle between the two was a sea of fire on one side and a biting cold wind on the other side. Both looked cold and stern, and their eyes were full of solemnity and caution. The battle continued, and a day passed in a blink of an eye. The next day, when the two started fighting again, the phone bug in Ace's arms suddenly rang. Blue. Ace frowned, but eventually retreated, glanced at Aokiji, and answered the phone bug. Hello. Hey, Captain, there are traces of Blackbeard. They appeared on Drum Island and destroyed the Drum Kingdom. A voice came from the phone bug, which made Ace look sharp. The purpose of his trip was Blackbeard. You just said them. Ace was keenly aware of this. Yes, Blackbeard found a team of partners and established the Blackbeard Pirates. This name seems to be aimed at Whitebeard. He is really an arrogant guy. Also, Captain, you should go. Near the Long Chain Island, there are already sailors. 4 warships, 4 lieutenant generals. You have already attracted the attention of the sailors, so hurry up and run, ha. The gloating voice of the phone bug caused a black line to appear on Ace's head. Helplessly glanced at the green pheasant opposite, then hung up the phone bug. It seems that I can't fight you anymore, I still have important things. There will be a period later, Aokiji. Withdrawing the flames on his body, Ace pressed the cowboy hat on his head, spewing flames from his feet, soaring into the sky, and disappeared in front of Aokiji in a blink of an eye. Looking blankly at Ace who said to leave, Aoji shook his head, feeling a little depressed. I can't stop it, it's really distressing. It's really troublesome for the death gods to change their minds like this. After standing in place and thinking for a while, Aokiji turned his head and entered the long chain island, then found his somewhat damaged, but barely able to ride bicycle, and pedaled it. Alas, I have to change my bike again. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have to fight that kid. It's really troublesome. His face was full of charred black, and the green pheasant looked a little embarrassed, riding a bicycle, crunching, and slowly away from the sea. On an island in the first half of the Great Waterway, the flames within the island burned into the sky, and the sound of explosions continued to be heard. The panicked refugees fled everywhere, with vicious pirates grinning and chasing behind them, wielding machetes, and knocking down villagers one by one. Ha ha ha, we got the news, it's here, there are devil fruits here. Hurry up or hand over this island, ha 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 ha. The threatening voices of the pirates spread far and far, and the villagers on the island had unyielding but frightened expressions on their faces. Set fire, keep burning, it's not enough, the fire isn't big enough. How can we hold a banquet at night with such a small flame? Wearing a captain's hat, a short, fat pirate, roared loudly. The pirates behind him roared loudly, threw oil barrels into the house, and then lit it, with crazy and bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. In the face of blood and war, human beings will always expose the ferocious attributes that came from ancient times as animals. Villagers howled in pain, heartbroken, their homes, their loved ones, at this moment mortally threatened. Better, hand over the devil fruit obediently, otherwise, I really can't control myself, the desire to destroy. The pirate group is just a very common one. There are countless pirate groups pouring into the Great Waterway from the four seas every year. In terms of overall strength, this pirate group is far behind the Straw Hat Pirates. But when it comes to the ability to do evil, it is also a lot higher than Luffy and others. While the center of the island was very lively and shouting, a small wooden boat quietly approached the harbor here. Then, a tall and thin figure jumped down from it. Has it started? Devil fruit, I really am not the only one who wants it. The thin young figure murmured while looking at the flames on the island. In the center of the island, the villagers were leaning against each other, surrounded by pirates, their faces were full of horror. Mom, I'm afraid. In the crowd, a little girl hidden behind the people looked at the pirates walking towards them fearfully. Lily, don't be afraid, you are the child of the bravest sea warrior, don't be afraid. The woman beside the little girl encouraged. The woman who spoke, facing the pirates, did not have the look of fear in other people's eyes, on the contrary, full of courage. However, I'm still afraid that they are too bad, Lily said, trembling and trembling. Relax, don't be afraid when Mom is here. The woman took Lily's hand and took Lily into her arms. I heard that my father is also a pirate. Is he so bad? Lily asked her mother suddenly while she was afraid. The woman was startled, then looked at Lily with a smile. Your father is the bravest sea warrior, not such a scumbag. Pirates are the freest warriors, but that's not the case. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Guy. Well, I also believe that my father is not such a bad person. Lily said happily, but in her heart, she still could not imagine what kind of warrior her father was. Chapter 373. There are 3 reasons. Trust me, my life is pretty good. However, I'm not sure if she will survive. The disgusting and threatening words made the villagers' faces change immediately, and they cursed at the beasts. The chunky pirate took a few steps to the woman's side, with a grin and excitement on his face. Life on the sea is dull and tedious, so he was a little happy to be able to encounter such a stream of beauty here. So, he wants to be happier. The woman was dragged by 2 pirates. Her face was full of anger, but she was not afraid. Scum! She spat fiercely at the chunky pirate. This mouthful was directly spit on the face of the chunky pirate, which made him stunned for a moment, and then he wiped it with his hands, and his expression changed to a hideous speed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bitch! He raised his right hand high, opened his palm, and was about to pull it out. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and the leaves on the ground were rolled up. Then it trembled suddenly and shattered into countless petals. A domineering, terrifying aura that the pirates had never experienced swept over them. This breath did not directly knock them to the ground, but it caused fear in their hearts, and they dared not even move. The chubby man's hand trembled, but the open palm didn't draw it down. The surrounding villagers, however, had no effect. They stared blankly towards the shore. There, the breeze gradually rose, and a figure came from far to near. He was not walking fast, but very slowly, step by step. But every step, the sound of stepping on the sand, like a percussion music, hit everyone's heart heavily. It makes people feel uncomfortable, neither up nor down. This is a step that stimulates the flow of human blood, and it is even more bizarre with the shocking breath. That person, who is that? At this moment, doubts appeared in everyone's eyes. The clothes were fluttering, and the person who came was passing a long-distance runner in plain color, with a faint smile on his face, showing endless majesty, and behind him was a black package, which appeared to be a long strip. His body, from top to bottom, revealed a mysterious atmosphere from the inside to the outside, which should not be underestimated. Mysterious people, mysterious heroes. Yes, hero, because just as he was walking, he spoke lightly. You who shot against ladies, young children and old people are scumbags. There was a chill in the words, and the domineering aura suddenly intensified. In an instant, the short and fat man trembled all over, fear surfaced on his face, and the pirate with weak willpower fell to the ground with a soft body. At this time, the woman also saw that something was wrong here. She broke free from the two pirates, then ran to her daughter and hugged Lily tightly. Mom, is he a brave fighter? Lily didn't have the fear just now, but pointed at the young figure and asked excitedly in her eyes. The woman was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the man who had walked in front of her. With a young face, a thin body, and a smile on his face, he has a sense of nobility of a gentleman. Just as the woman looked at the man, the young man also looked at her, and the two stared at each other, stunned at the same time. Woman, you are very brave. Yang Qing's words seemed to be very old, although he was very young, which made the woman look strange. You were praised by a young brother. Just when she was stunned, Yang Qing had already looked at the chubby man, her eyes turned cold in an instant, and murderous intent rose to the sky. You were wrong at 3 o'clock. First, your nature is vicious, greedy, there is no bottom line, and the evil is pure. Ashamed of the identity of a pirate, you have no bottom line, and you have lost the way of a pirate. Secondly, you can't tell the situation clearly. You are so weak and dare to break into the first half of the Great Waterway. You can call yourself a dead end. The third and most important point, how dare you rob me of the devil fruit? You have the guts to take what I like. Yang Qing said one sentence at a time, causing more and more sweat on the short and fat man's face. After the third sentence was finished, the short and fat man didn't even know what he was afraid of. His knees went soft and he fell to the ground. Brow, spare me. He didn't know how powerful the person in front of him was, or who he was, but the momentum that shrouded his head all the time at that time was like a sword hanging above his head, causing the hairs on his whole body to stand upright. It seemed that the next moment, he would be strangled to death by this man. This kind of feeling is very clear, it is killing intent, a killing intent that is so majestic that the short and fat man has never seen it before. Die. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing's hands trembled slightly. The strange power came out of the body, swept the void in front, and then went in all directions, landing on every pirate. Next, something that terrified everyone present happened. Me, what's wrong with me? The short and fat man shouted in fear. He actually found that he couldn't control his body, and he glanced around and found that his crew members were also like this, looking at himself in panic. With others, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. His hand slowly touched the pistol on his waist, and then he raised it with trembling. At the same time, the other pirates either pulled out the weapons around their waists, or drew them out, and then aimed them at their necks. There were even those without weapons, who put their hands on their necks and pinched them hard. The scene was so strange, as if a ghost had descended, it made one's heart feel cold. Death. Yang Qing spit out a word expressionlessly. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The chunky man then pointed the pistol at his temple. He was so frightened that his face turned white, his lower body was full of sullenness and smell, and his trousers shrank a lot. And other pirates even cried out. Help, help, I don't dare anymore. Mom, help me, I want to go home. But no use at all. The sound of the trigger being pulled rang out, and the icy blade and hands slammed towards their necks. The next moment, a cruel and cold voice came out. The villagers looked at this scene with fear. The cowardly had closed their eyes, and the woman covered Lily's eyes to prevent her from seeing this scene. Bang! The smell of gunpowder came out, the gunshots were loud, and then, a series of poo-poo sounds came out. When the villagers opened their eyes again, the pirates who were still alive and ferocious before were all terrified. Chapter 374 Mounts. After swallowing saliva, no one dared to speak. The villagers fell into an eerie silence without any threat. Lily was trembling with fright, and the woman hugged her tightly, staring at Yang Qing vigilantly. In the face of this kind of guy who brutally kills other people, they really can't be relieved. Everyone seemed to be stabbed by a long sword in their hearts, and they were extremely nervous. But just when they were nervous alone, Yang Qing spoke with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm a pirate. The first sentence made the villagers look horrified, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back, causing the crowd to panic. However, the second sentence came out immediately. But don't worry, I'm not such a scumbag. Yang Qing smiled and glanced at the chubby man under his feet, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Give me the devil fruit and I'll leave. If you don't give it. His face suddenly darkened, and his gloomy eyes suddenly enveloped the crowd. He didn't speak, but the villagers immediately understood what he meant. The villagers witnessed Yang Qing's cruel actions with their own eyes, and they already had a clear position and judgment about him in their hearts. This is a cruel, powerful, mysterious figure. No one knows what he will do if he doesn't do what he says. He has more powerful power. If he runs wild, I am afraid that there will be rivers of blood here. Evil, evil, the devil fruit is not here with us. An old man said tremblingly, the legend you heard should only be that the devil fruit is on this island, but he was actually robbed by the monster on the top of the mountain. Gone. Monster. Yang Qing was taken aback. Why did another monster suddenly appear? You mean the devil fruit is on the top of the mountain? Yang Qing asked in a deep voice, looking up at the towering mountain on the other side of the island. Yes, the devil fruit was originally picked up by Lily at the sea, but when she brought it back to the village, a monster suddenly rushed out from the top of the mountain and took the devil fruit away. The old man nodded. Yang Qing carefully observed the old man's eyes and felt a little strange after confirming that he was not lying. Looking at the towering mountain, he was a little puzzled. There are monsters on this island. I have to say that the monster in the old man's mouth aroused his interest. In this world, what monster is better than Kaido or a character like Whitebeard? Interesting. With a smile, Yang Qing stepped forward and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. It wasn't until Yang Qing left that people breathed a sigh of relief. How to deal with these pirates? Someone asked suspiciously. Throw them all into the sea, these hateful guys. The villagers gritted their teeth, disgusting the pirates. Then, people moved their hands, and soon these dead pirates were cleaned up. Lily stared blankly at Yang Qing who had disappeared before her eyes, and asked her mother suspiciously. Mom, is he a warrior of the sea like Papa? Huh, the woman was stunned, not knowing how to answer her daughter for a while. Although he looks ferocious, there is no malicious intent in his eyes. Lily can see it. Lily nodded. Also, he saved my mother. He must be the bravest warrior in the sea, right, just like Papa. After recalling Yang Qing's Yang Qing in the woman's mind, she finally smiled and touched her daughter's head. Lily is right, he is a brave warrior on the sea. So where did he go? The woman was silent and looked up at the mountain range in the island. He should go there. In the mountain forest, lush green plants are densely covered, and cuckoos are chirping in a deep voice, like an old man. Yang Qing walked slowly to the top of the mountain, and the domineering look spread out, including the entire mountain. After 3 breaths, a smile appeared in his eyes. He has already felt where the so-called monster is. In the depths of the forest, there is a deep cave, and the monster is in it. The devil fruit was arched under him by the monster as a treasure. Half an hour later, Yang Qing came to the entrance of the cave. It's here, the so-called monster. Stepping in, 5 minutes later, Yang Qing saw the true face of the monster, and his eyes showed a touch of surprise. This is the dragon. Antlers, head turn, donkey mouth, rabbit eyes, elephant ears, fish scales, chicken feet. This is clearly a living dragon, more than 100 meters long, entrenched there, eyes closed, as if resting. His voice was like thunder, and his breath was like wind, causing the air in the entire cave to rise and fall like a heart, shaking unceasingly. Yang Qing was somewhat amazed. After carefully observing the dragon, he finally determined that this was the real dragon. In the original book, Luffy and others have encountered the Millennium Dragon, but the dragon in front of them is still different from the Millennium Dragon. First of all, he is more like Kyushu Guolong, and secondly, his age is obviously not 1,000 years. There was no old, turbid air in his breath. When living beings are old and old, their organs will also age. Qi is generated from the heart, and the breath will be disordered. Second, there will even be a stench. And this dragon, he is clearly very healthy, his whole body is very strong, and he has a strong sense of strength. This dragon treats the devil fruit as a treasure. Yang Qing understood that the legendary Long had the habit of collecting treasures, and this dragon was clearly the same. With a trembling of his hand, the devil fruit under the dragon flew up and entered his hand. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Enough is enough, it can be exchanged for imperial swordsmanship. Yang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Before he ran around, he also looked for some devil fruits. At this moment, he got the devil fruits and finally got them together. Woo! The wind was thundering, and the airflow in the cave suddenly surged. The next moment, the sturdy real dragon in front of Yang Qing suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. At this moment, Yang Qing finally understands what it means to produce light in a virtual room. The moment the dragon opened his eyes, the originally dim, dark cave turned brighter. Then, a great majesty swept here. Yang Qing knew that this was dragon power. Compared with humans, dragons were born at the top of the biological chain. They are born with majesty, more terrifying than the domineering of the king. The void began to twist, and everything shuddered under Longwei. Fun. Looking at this dragon, Yang Qing suddenly laughed. It's decided, you will be my mount from now on. Chapter 375 Subduing the Dragon. The dragon's eyes slowly opened, and as the eyes opened and closed, the air became thicker. This is the real dragon, not the attack majesty produced by imitating the shape of the dragon with all skills, but the real dragon might. Incomparably terrifying, Yang Qing felt the pressure almost instantly. With his strength, he can still feel the pressure under the willpower, which is incredible. Ow! When the real dragon saw Yang Qing, he let out a roar, and the wind was blowing, and the dust on the ground was blown up. The black hair on Yang Qing's head flew towards the back following the surging airflow. This long moan made the whole cave suffocate. Yang Qing could even feel the endless majesty and terror in it. Even, the airflow pushed his body to the back. It's really good coercion. Yang Qing laughed loudly, but this is enough. Come and be my mount. With a loud shout, Yang Qing stretched out his hands, the space suddenly trembled, and the surging airflow stopped. The power of Kongkong fruit swept out, completely covering the true dragon. Almost instantly, the real dragon was fixed in front of Yang Qing. Roar! After 3 breaths, with a roar, the cave trembled with air currents, and the dust rustled down. There was a click sound in the space, and the real dragon's body suddenly moved. Almost in an instant, his huge dragon head was already in front of Yang Qing, and the blood basin opened its mouth and bit down suddenly. The huge bite force told the moving body that almost at the same time, it had already surrounded Yang Qing's surrounding space and encircled it at the center. Like a snake, the real dragon is coiled into a dragon formation with a dragon head at the center. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his hands propped up, he forced the dragon's mouth open and grabbed its teeth. Ow! The real dragon let out a sky-shattering roar, extremely angry, and clenched hard. What a great strength! Yang Qing's face was solemn, and blue-purple scales appeared on his arms, and the unicorn's arms came out. The strength doubled, and he worked hard to open the big mouth of the real dragon. Ha! Shen Sheng shouted loudly, and a huge force burst out from Yang Qing's body, and spread to Junlong's body along his arm. Then I heard a long groan from this big dragon, and the whole body was turned over by Yang Qing. Then, it slammed down to the ground with a bang, and cracks appeared on the ground. Yang Qing laughed and stood up. The next moment, he rode directly on the head of the real dragon. Roar! The real dragon roared angrily and kept shaking his head, trying to throw Yang Qing out. Dragons are of noble birth, and they will never allow a human to ride on their head. Get off, human, roar! The real dragon spit out human words and roared constantly. But Yang Qing just laughed, his laughter shook the sky, and then he raised his fist and slammed it down. Bang! The huge dragon head swayed violently, and it was a little stuffy being hit by Yang Qing's fist. Be my mount! Yang Qing shouted loudly. Roar! Don't think about it, human being, I am a noble real dragon. The real dragon roared, and the huge body flowed and began to go out of the cave. Ha 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 ha! Yang Qing let out a series of long howls and stood between the two horns of the real dragon, smiling very happily. Where are you going? You can't get rid of me no matter where you go, just give up. After 10 breaths, the long dragon body emerged from the cave and meandered towards the sky. This monster-like figure immediately appeared in the eyes of the villagers on the island. It caused the villagers to be amazed, staring at the long body and constantly discussing. Mom, look, there is someone on that monster, it's that big brother. Lily pointed to the sky suddenly and said loudly. The woman froze for a moment, then her eyes narrowed. Lily was right, between the two corners of the monster was the young man. At this moment, with a smile on his face, he seemed to be grabbing the horns of the monster crazily, and kept laughing. Soon, Junlong rushed to the sea with Yang Qing. Drown you! The real dragon roared and plunged headlong into the sea. Yang Qing laughed and waved his right hand. Pediatrics, it's useless. The sea water was completely isolated by him, and the real dragon roared again and again. Seeing it was useless, it stirred the sea, and then rushed out of the sea, driving a series of water droplets. After it rushed out of the sea water in a radius of 300 meters moved. It gathered into a water column like a dragon and attacked the second district towards Yang Qing. But the result is obvious, still useless. The real dragon is very angry, this little guy on his head is really difficult to deal with. Get off, human, or I won't spare you. Ha ha, be my mount. Yang Qing just laughed, ignoring the threat of the real dragon, and even raised his fist and punched the real dragon, staggering several times in the air, and almost fell. True Dragon's heart also twitched, this human's fist really hurts too much. One person and one dragon were swimming in the sky, and the real dragon continued to take Yang Qing into the sea and hit the mountains, but it was useless. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed. After such a long time, the real dragon was already exhausted. Flying in the air and various attacks consumed his physical strength. At this moment, his physical strength was finally exhausted. Get off, human. At this moment, the real dragon's voice is a little weak. Be my mount, I'm better than you. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Big, you should surrender to me, Yang Qing said loudly, with a domineering look in his voice. Shocked, the domineering aura swept towards the real dragon, causing the latter to tremble. Shock and wonder appeared in his pupils, and then he slammed into the ground below. Boom! The long body fell directly on the island, startling a cloud of dust. Submit to me. Yang Qing raised his fist, struck while the iron was hot, and struck down suddenly. Bang! The ground was shaken, smoke and dust were everywhere, and cracks appeared. And the real dragon is even more painful and screaming in pain. His body is constantly tossing, hitting the ground. Submit. Bang. With another punch, the tears of Junlong pain came out, and there were obvious bruises on his head. Yang Qing was punching like this, and the sound made the whole island tremble. I have to say that the real dragon's body is really unbelievable. Yang Qing was not seriously injured even though Yang Qing was hit like this. Ow, human, I'm fighting with you. The real dragon has a great temper, and with a roar, a gust of wind surged beside him, and after a breath, thousands of wind blades formed, surrounded Yang Qing and swept away. Shish. The wind blade splits the air, which is terrifying. But in the face of this, Yang Qing just smiled and punched. Buzz. Everything was calm, and a flash of despair flashed in Junlong's eyes. This inexplicable guy is too powerful. Chapter 376_. The huge dragon body swayed recklessly, and the blue body showed the color of plants, which looked extremely beautiful. The real dragon's body is extremely tough, it roars again and again, and under the threat of Yang Qing, it still does not give in. Naturally noble dragons are not easily surrendered. Yang Qing punched and punched, and the real dragon became weaker and weaker. Ow, you damn human! The real dragon shouted weakly, his claws constantly struggling. Under the tossing of the two of them, the dust in the sky turned the sky into a smog. Ha ha ha, surrender now, you are not my opponent. Yang Qing shouted loudly, full of smiles. If you don't accept it, I will beat you to accept it. Roar. A trace of fear flashed in Junlong's eyes, he was really scared by Yang Qing's beating. That little fist, and even Yang Qing's entire body, was as small as an ant in his eyes, but it was like that. The punch hit him, and the punch spread out, but it caused his whole body to oscillate, and then severe pain swept through his body. This is too terrifying, a small human being can actually threaten himself. No, it is not just a threat to himself, but can really defeat and even kill himself. Submit. I'm running out of patience. If I don't surrender, I will choose to destroy you. The smile on Yang Qing's face gradually disappeared, becoming gloomy and cold, and the killing intent rushed out of the sky. The ability to control the fruit instantly controlled the radius, and the dust floating in the sky suddenly shrank, condensed into a dark ball, and then fell heavily on the ground. Bang! This punch was hit again, and the real dragon let out a roaring roar that was extremely painful. There was blood in his mouth, and the blood was purple, a bloodline completely different from that of humans. According to legend, the 1,000-year-old dragon is very rare and has incredible abilities, and the real dragon is the real auspicious treasure. Yang Qing didn't know what special effect his blood would have. I will punch you 10 times. If you don't surrender with the last punch, I will choose to beat you to death. After you die, your whole body is full of treasures. Long bones can be used as swords, long blood is good for improving physical fitness, and dragon meat is edible. I think it must taste good. Yang Qing's voice was indifferent, but the words made Junlong tremble and tremble. This abominable human even wants to eat himself. He would rather die than be eaten, and become the lingering fragrance of others' mouths. Bang! With another punch, the severe pain made the real dragon struggle, but there was nothing he could do. He began to hesitate, surrender. 10,000 of him are unwilling to surrender to human beings, but if he does not surrender, that guy will definitely kill himself and then eat it. This is something he firmly cannot tolerate. He can prove his ambition with death and prove the nobility of the dragon family, but he cannot face up to his being eaten by other people's things. Because he is the top of the food chain, and he is countless times more noble than humans. Damn, human! Yang Qing counted a few times, and his fists attacked again and again. Bang, 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 bang. With 7 punches in a row, Junlong's whole body lay softly on the ground. His eyes flickered constantly, and cold sweat appeared from his forehead between his horns. To surrender or not to surrender? This question has been backed up countless times in Junlong's mind. He was not reconciled, but there was no way. 3. Like the voice of the god of death, Yang Qing was extremely indifferent. If the real dragon does not surrender, he will really kill the dragon. 2. At the last second, the real dragon's pupils contracted violently. Damn it! This dragon has a long lifespan, so why not surrender to you for decades? It's better than being eaten. Junlong's eyes changed, and finally he shouted. Humans stop, Benlong surrenders. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, then withdrew his fist and touched Junlong's head, causing the latter to tremble violently. Yes, this last punch, if you don't speak, I will definitely kill you. The meaning of the laughter made Junlong tremble, and he was a little scared. If you die, there really is nothing left. In several of his nests, there are still treasures hidden. How many days will it take to recover? I want you to take me for a good swim on this sea. Yang Qing asked, very happy in his eyes. Riding a dragon is a scene I dreamed of many times in my previous life. Finally, here it is, and it's fantastic. It only takes an hour. This dragon is not your fragile human beings. Junlong said proudly. With a grin, Yang Qing shook his head. You will be called Taizu in the future. Before Junlong refused, he stretched out his hand, a quaint horn with old lines on it. Also, when you hear the sound of the horn, you must come over. This horn is called the Iron Pillar Horn. Do you understand? The voice was clear and fast. However, the real dragon roared angrily. Damn it, human, don't go too far. This dragon has a name, and this dragon is called Izura. Don't mess around and change my name. In addition, this dragon is not a human pet. This dragon is a noble family of real dragons. It is 1,000 times more tyrannical than the pseudo-dragon that can only live for 1,000 years. This dragon can live for 10,000 years, you know. You want to call me with a horn, do you think of Benlong as a human dog? An angry Izura roared. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The torso swayed, bringing the air into ripples. Long prestige exudes arrogantly, making the whole sea area still. Yang Qing was expressionless, raised his head slowly, stared at Junlong's pupils, and then spoke indifferently. I don't care what your name is. From now on, you will be called Taizu. And this horn is the prop to summon you. I put your dragon blood into this horn. No matter how far away you are, you can hear the sound of the horn and distinguish its location. I'm not telling you this to make you object. If you don't agree, I'll kill you. Arrogant, so unreasonable, Yang Qing was really unreasonable in the face of this real dragon, and used strong suppression to make Izura feel a stomachache, but there was nothing he could do. Roar. With a roar in the sky, the dragon breath spit out, and the hot flames melted the sand. Izura, no, Tizu was furious. But there was no other way, so he turned his head to the side and didn't look at this hateful human being. An hour later, Taiju's injuries have all recovered. Such self-healing ability surprised Yang Qing. As expected of the dragon clan, it's incredibly powerful. In the pirate world, there have always been legends about dragons. Izura is one of them. Chapter 377 Stealing Things. Of course, true dragons like Izura are extremely rare. Even in an era, it is impossible to have one end. It is a great luck that Yang Qing can meet. According to legends since ancient times, real dragons have the power to increase luck. Yang Qing met the real dragon and conquered it, which was also a great help for his future. Next, Yang Qing took a step and stood between the two corners of the iron pillar. Whoosh! With a dragon roar, Taizu seemed to be venting his dissatisfaction, roaring extremely loudly, causing the birds in the entire island to fly away in fear. The long cyan dragon body roamed in the void, winding up, and its speed was unbelievable. Clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers, dragons who control the sky by nature, the sky to them is like the sea to the fish. Walking through clouds and raining, for the dragon family, it is like an instinct. Where are you going? Half an hour later, Yang Qing looked at Taizu strangely and asked. I'm going to my house and get my baby. Taizu said in a muffled voice. He had temporarily succumbed. Anyway, the life of a human being is only a short 100 years, and for his long life, it is just a time to take a nap. The humiliation is only temporary, and when this kid dies, he will regain his freedom. And, as time goes on, he will become stronger as an adult. His lifespan has come to this moment, which is a mere 1,000 years, and only 1/10 of it has passed, which is like a 10-year-old human being. Oh, you still have a baby. Yang Qing smiled. Don't think about it, those are the treasures that I have saved for 1,000 years, I will not let you. Taizu said vigilantly. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, but he stopped talking. Humph. Taizu snorted coldly, swung his body, and his 5 claws clasped in the void and flew towards the sky. An hour later, the huge iron pillar roared and rushed into his cave. Along with a shock of dust, Yang Qing jumped off the top of Taiju's head, and then glanced around. However, no matter how he looked for it, he didn't see the appearance of a little treasure. Where did you hide the treasure? Yang Qing asked curiously. He was so excited that he couldn't even notice it, which was really strange. Humph, how can you humans know the abilities of our long family? Taizu said proudly. Then, he moved his dragon claws and came to the protruding wall of the cave. Stretching out his dragon claws, he tapped lightly toward the front. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang. After 4 beats with different rhythms, the walls of the deep cave shook with a bang, and then the dust rustled. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing was surprised to see that this was clearly a stone wall, and there was a gate in the place he felt was solid. The sound of boom rumble was thunderous, and the door slowly opened towards both sides. It turns out that there is no hole in the sky. Yang Qing exclaimed. He had already seen the scenery inside through the opening stone gate. In the middle is a thick stone pillar, which is on the ceiling and just supports the entire inner structure. Surrounding the stone pillar, there is a pool of clear water in which the fish swim and cheer, very happy. On the periphery of Qingshui in the first ring, there is a platform with an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. There are all kinds of accessories, swords, and strange things scattered on it. What's all this? Yang Qing asked curiously, pointing to the golden objects on the shore. It's all golden. Taizu sniffed in disdain, and then hummed, it's all my treasure. He was too lazy to answer Yang Qing's question, causing the former to shake his head helplessly. Then, Yang Qing walked into the room and began to scan the treasures to see if there was anything valuable. For him, Wangjin has little practical significance. Tianlong people have never lacked money, not to mention that he has such strength and energy, and stands on the top of the world. While walking, Yang Qing shook his head. There were very few things he needed here. It wasn't until he reached a corner that his eyes narrowed. This is devil fruit. Yang Qing never expected that devil fruits could be found here. He admitted that Tizu's treasure was indeed valuable, but that was only for ordinary civilians. Once the wealth is accumulated to a certain amount and the status reaches a certain level, the demand for money will be minimized. He has no shortage of money and therefore no need, so to speak, of no value to it. Really good. In order to collect devil fruits, he ran around, and only now did he collect 4. The purpose is to exchange for the newly appeared cheats. These secret manuals are of a higher level and can allow him to reach a higher realm and have stronger strength. The current power of the control fruit can spread 300,000 miles, which is nearly 3 times that of the battle with Whitebeard. However, how to control the entire planet is an extremely difficult problem. And if you want to complete your plan perfectly, you need this incomparably huge power. Of course, if the strength is not enough, it can be completed. However, at that time, as Drago said, if one is not good, the world will be destroyed. 4 devil fruits are enough for me to exchange swordsmanship with the most simple way of self-cultivation. Yes, the upgraded swordsman system can be said to be the sword fairy system. Everything about him points directly to the cultivation of immortals, and he has higher end power. And the techniques in it are also the techniques of sword immortals. 3 devil fruits, exchange for, introduction to pure young sword chi, 1 fruit, exchange for. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Swordsmanship. Yang Qing nodded with a smile, and the devil fruit in his hand disappeared immediately. The next moment, 2 secrets appeared in his mind. The robe on his body moved without wind. Yang Qing closed his eyes and began to digest this complicated and mysterious secret book. After a full quarter of an hour, when Yang Qing opened his eyes again, he saw Taiju's lantern-sized pupils. "You stole my treasure. What did you take?" Taizu asked suspiciously, as if he was not sure, but he was very suspicious. "No," Yang Qing said with a smile. "No, you must have taken it. I remember there was a fruit here." "Yes, there was a fruit. It was a purple banana. You must have taken it. Did you eat it?" Taizu swung his own body, asked aloud. "No." Yang Qing still shook his head and refused to admit it. "I don't believe it." Taizu gave Yang Qing a hesitant last look, turned his head, and quickly picked up the treasures on the ground with his dragon claws. Chapter 378 Yang Qing refused to admit it, and Taizu had no evidence. This matter is finally over. Taizu Longclaw is very fast, carrying a strange package on his back, which makes Yang Qing a little surprised. Because, he found that the white cloth-like package seemed to be inexhaustible. There were so many treasures in Taizu, and after they were put in, they did not grow bigger at all. "What is this? It can hold so much?" asked curiously. Yang Qing was puzzled. "HMPH. Taizu snorted. "Stupid human, this is a cloth bag that ate the fruit, and can put anything in it." Yang Qing touched his nose, and only now did he realize that it was the power of the devil fruit. However, this guy has quite a few devil fruits. "By the way, Taizu, do you still have devil fruits?" Yang Qing asked. "Devil fruits?" Taiju's dragon claws paused. "Do you mean strange-looking fruits?" "The one you robbed me earlier." "Yes, that's the kind of fruit. Have you seen it before?" Yang Qing asked. The system gave him a big problem. If he wanted to exchange for superb swordsmanship and secret books, he would need a lot of devil fruits. But something as rare as a devil fruit is rare even in the New World. Unless he can see a capable person, he will kill it, and then recreate it through his own ability. But obviously, he couldn't do it. Really, unless he's crazy. I am afraid that the capable people all over the world will fight with him desperately. No, that kind of fruit is very rare. Taizu shook his head, then continued to pack his things. Yang Qing is not disappointed, if devil fruits are so easy to find. He has hidden many secrets in his heart for a long time, how can it be used so hard to find? 2 hours later, Yang Qing rode on Taizu and rushed out of the cave. Behind him was the big white package. Compared to Taiju's stature, the package was indeed small, but to him, it was like a hill again. He was even able to lean against the package and lie down comfortably. "Taizu, go around and help me find that fruit," Yang Qing ordered, then narrowed his eyes. Sitting on the dragon like this, the feeling of freedom is really wonderful. He has been really comfortable these days. Now the situation is calm, everything just needs to wait for an opportunity. When that point of accumulation, the boiling water, pushes all the steam onto the lid, the pressure cooker lid will explode with a bang. Then the wave of the world will come. 3 days later, the iron pillar stopped in midair. "Hey, wake up, human." Taiju's dull voice came out. Yang Qing opened his eyes, looked at the surrounding white clouds, and said in a confused way, "What's wrong?" "The entrance to the great waterway is below, do you want to take a look at the scenery?" Taizu actually had such a mood, and there was a hint of ridicule in his words, which made Yang Qing a little strange. He stretched, then looked down. The first thing that catches the eye is, without a doubt, the back-to-back river trend of the upside-down mountain. Looking down from a high altitude, such a spectacular sight is very exciting. The white clouds are blooming, and they are condescending, and everything below is seen by Yang Qing. In front of you, the red Earth continent that traverses the entire planet is like a red dragon, lying prone on the ground, dividing the sea into 4 seas. Divide the land into countless islands. And because of the strange magnetic field in the world, it has created a chaotic meteorological force, which is amazing. In a sense, different scenes on different islands, and even the strangeness of the sea, as well as all kinds of magic, are all caused by the magnetic field. From the overall world view, Pirate World is a star different from Earth. Like the Earth, there is no doubt that it is also a habitable planet for human beings to survive and reproduce. The temperature is suitable and the 4 seasons are distinct. The only difference is that the strange magnetic field of Pirate World is simply abnormal, and the other is the strength of the creatures on it. Yang Qing sometimes thought that if the world of pirates is also a planet in the universe, then, is the Earth here? Of course, he wouldn't really explore this question, because it was too far away. At this moment, after Yang Qing glanced at the vast scenery below, he said softly, "Come down, there's an acquaintance there." After Taizu heard it, he didn't ask anything, the dragon's tail swayed and went down quickly. 30 seconds later, a gust of wind picked up, and a huge iron pillar landed on Gemini Cape, causing the sand and gravel on it to fly up, filling the sky with sand and dust. Kurokas felt the change outside, and his face changed greatly. "Big storm. How can there be such a climate here? What's going on?" He tightly blocked the doors and windows to prevent the wind from blowing in here. The gravel slammed on the doors and windows, and there was a continuous sound, like a dense gunshot. This violent wind scene lasted a full 15 seconds before it gradually came to a standstill. Let Kurokas take a deep breath, the weird wind really startled him. "No, hoo, scared my old man to death." There is no doubt that if the strong wind just now blows on him, his old skeleton might not be able to save his life. Bending down, Kurokas took a few deep breaths before turning around and opening the doors and windows. The moment he opened the door and window, he was immediately shocked. This is long. And, this guy. Grim Reaper. 1 person and 1 dragon, let go immediately. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Kurokas was stunned. Pulled out alone, these 2 guys are legendary things, and then suddenly appeared together, the scene was quite shocking. "Hi, old guy, we met again, long time no see." Yang Qing smiled and waved, "Remember me?" Kurokas glanced at the huge iron pillar. This guy, with a look of disdain, snorted his nose, raised his claws, and scratched his body. Just now, the gravel touched his body, which made him a little itchy. The noble dragon family didn't even bother to talk to Kurokas. The god of death, Lucifer. Turning his eyes to Yang Qing again, Kurokas said with some emotion, "I didn't expect that you could reach such a height. In the beginning, when I saw you. It's a big gap from this moment. It's like a dream." With a smile on his face, Yang Qing took a few steps forward and stood face to face with Kurokas. "No, the world is changing too fast." Chapter 379 Confused. "Haha, yes. Since Roger, I didn't expect a character like you to come out." Kurokas laughed, and then he added with a sigh, "How's that kid Bucky?" Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Bucky. That guy is now the captain of the 1st Division of our pirates, a real big man." Kurokas shook his head. "It's a bit incredible. So, Shinx, have you seen it too?" "Yes, I have seen all 3 of the 4 emperors, except for Big Umum." Yang Qing nodded. With a touch of surprise in his eyes, Kurokas looked at Yang Qing with some admiration. "When I saw you for the first time, I didn't expect you to be able to reach such a level and become the new emperor on a par with the 4 emperors." You have rewritten the historical chapter of pirates, and the situation of the whole world will also undergo great changes. Among the splendid and magnificent, can there be a hero who dominates thousands of generations? This era is a good era, and I can't miss it. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he said seriously. What a great ambition. I hope you can accomplish what Roger didn't do. Later waves push forward waves, and the unfinished beliefs of predecessors still have to be completed by later people. Kuroka's eyes are very complicated. Human beings have inheritance, old people pass away, and young children are born. The newly born people carry the beliefs of the dead ones, and then pass on the will, which is reproduced from generation to generation, and passed on. One day, the world will be beautiful and perfect. This is a grand dream. In every era, there are countless outstanding people who are working hard and giving their lives. Roger is one, but before his, there must be countless people who are paying. Have you seen the boy with the straw hat? Yang Qing suddenly asked. Clokas was startled and questioned, you mean Luffy? Yes, he should have entered the Great Channel. Just left a few days ago. That guy, like you, has a way to deal with Rab. Kulokas praised, a very special guy, I saw him as if I saw it. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Qing stopped him with a smile. Like Roger, doesn't it? Kurokas was stunned, how do you know? If I say that he is the most promising person in this era to ascend the throne of the Thief King in Shanghai City, would you believe it? Yang Qing asked with a smile in his eyes. What did you say? Kurokas was shocked and couldn't believe it. At present, the person closest to the throne should be you. Even, you have a better chance than Whitebeard. You are among the 5 emperors, the most recent, you have already stood in front of the throne. Yang Qing laughed out loud. Kurokas, he has great potential. I'm waiting for him to explode with that dazzling power. Without him, I wouldn't be able to accomplish my dream. He is a very important person. What do you think of the Straw Hat Boy? What qualifications does he have to be your opponent? Kurokas said incredulously. No, you misunderstood, it is not an opponent. It is a helper, he will help me to ascend to the throne, and then march to a higher level. Whether it is power or status. It takes his power to change the world. This era is like a cloud of muddy water, and he is the one who lifted up the muddy water and made him ripple. And I'm the one who dumped the dirty water and replaced it with clean water. Yang Qing's words seemed very confident. At this moment, his eyes are deep and magical. He is like a man in control of a chess piece, thinking about it. When the chance to decide the winner comes, he will throw the ball and shock the world. So, what are you doing here now? Kurokas wondered, staring at Yang Qing. It's not just to look at me, the old man. Yang Qing laughed loudly and patted Kurokas on the shoulder. Don't be so rude, I'm really here to meet you and catch up. Cut. Kurokas clearly didn't believe it. Actually, I want to ask you about something. Yang Qing's eyes suddenly became solemn. Although Shanks knows a little bit, he was only a trainee crew after all, and I don't know more from him than you. Quote. What do you want to ask? Kurokas glanced at Yang Qing strangely. I want to know about Roger. Yang Qing said, actually, although I am already very strong at the moment, I know that I have entered a bottleneck. It will take a long time for my strength to grow again, and it is difficult for me to move forward again with my courage. Quote. I want to know how to get stronger. Kurokas was startled and said with a smile, if you want to become stronger, then you should go to Rayleigh. What are you going to do with me, an old man? I'm just a ship doctor, and I can't help myself. No, Rayleigh can't help me, because only you know best what that guy did when he was most desperate and needed to go further. Yang Qing said sternly. Kurokas shook his head, his face was quiet. I understand what you mean. When your strength has reached your level, I am afraid it is stronger than Whitebeard. Yang Qing didn't object, just looked at Kurokas with a smile. Sure enough, Kurokas' pupils shrank. You have reached the level of Roger, what a terrible guy. So, what you want to know should be. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. How Roger insisted on completing everything in the desperate situation of being seriously ill. Then, you are now confused. Crocus's simple words made Yang Qing tremble, and then stared at the old guy. These words are right, they point directly to Yang Qing's heart. His heart was really confused. After deciding that he wanted to become the Pirate King, he kept planning, and fabricating, and wanted to achieve this great cause flawlessly. However, at the same time, he felt a bit of confusion in his heart. That is, what is One Piece going to do? Change the era, open a new era. No, that's too broad. In other words, this goal is too big, and people don't know how to do it at all. Sure enough, you are the same as Roger. When Roger knew that he was terminally ill and would die soon, he was also lost. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Kuroka's. Chapter 380 Hope. Dreams, ambitions, are in a sense the same thing. However, the realization of these two needs strength. Roger wants to become One Piece, but he is trapped in a desperate situation. This is a disaster that God has brought to him. Every strong man in the sea has an incomparably strong spirit and willpower. However, after suffering such a blow, who can insist on fulfilling his dream? It is a kind of powerful spirit, but it is still able to realize one's dreams. It's hard to imagine how difficult it is. Roger is not a god, he is also a human being. He has also been depressed, disappointed, and desperate. When a terminal illness comes, he is enduring severe pain all the time, but what is the basis for persevering? Kurokas took a few steps forward and came to the beach, looking at the undulating sea with complicated eyes. In a trance, he saw the guy who was still smiling every time he vomited blood and didn't care. However, only he knew how much bitterness was hidden behind the smile. No one is like this, and no one wants to be. Roger, how did he get over such difficulties? Kurokas murmured, and Yang Qing stood beside him and listened carefully. He is different from Roger. One is facing a desperate situation, and the other is facing bottlenecks and confusion. But everything is the same, and he always has something to learn from. Perhaps, a conclusion can be drawn from it and a satisfactory answer can be drawn. When the terminal illness came, Roger once thought about giving up his dream and returning to his hometown to take care of his wife, but in the end, he still persevered. I didn't give up because he saw hope. Hope, yes, only hope can keep a person really going. So, Lucifer, you need to find your own ray of hope. Your confusion is just because you don't know where the road is. You have to understand, what do you need, what do you want, or what do you want to do to this world, this era? Kurokas's words echoed clearly in Yang Qing's mind, making him startled. What do I want? What do I want? What do I do to this world, this era? Yang Qing's eyes gradually became clearer, and a smile appeared on his face. I am not alone. And relying on their strength, can I do something to the world, and have the power to change my destiny? What do I want to do and where I want to be? Not just in myself, but in all the power I can use. The powerful force did make Yang Qing a little lost. This is a common problem of the strong, they all believe in their own strength. This is necessary. When they are weak, they rely on their partners and teammates to improve each other. But gradually, due to various reasons, the speed of becoming stronger suddenly accelerated. They believed in themselves and their power to accomplish everything, but they let go of their partners and teammates. This, including Whitebeard, Kaido, and even Shanks is more or less. But at the realm of Yang Qing, what he needs more is a partner, but a person who usually looks smiling and is not worth mentioning at all. Such as civilians, such as pirates, his strength is thousands of times that of these people, but he also needs the help of these people. A person's strength will eventually come to an end, but if there are thousands of people standing behind him, then his strength will be inexhaustible. I finally understand. Yang Qing's eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and the smile on his face is getting bigger and bigger. What bottleneck does not exist at all? I just fell into a misunderstanding. From partner to ego and from ego to partner, what I need to believe is them, all the people I have come into contact with. To be a king, you must have convincing courage, wisdom, mind, and kindness. What I have to do now is not difficult and very simple, is to believe in others. Those who gain the way help more, those who lose the way get little help. Yang Qing finally understands the truth of this sentence. The reason why Luffy has the attitude of the king in the original book is that Shanks and others value him so much. It is precisely because he is born with such a temperament, born to be easy for ordinary people to approach, and has an extraordinary affinity. He is convincing, reliable and admirable. Thank you, Crocus, for showing me the path I should take in the future. Yang Qing said sincerely to Crocus, and bent deeply. It is rude to say that the old man's guidance to him in a few words greatly increased his chances of ascending to the throne of the King of Thieves in Shanghai City. I'm just talking nonsense, I can't help you. Crocus waved his hand and walked towards his hut. We've talked a bit too much, the old man is a little tired, you can do it yourself. Quote. Watching the old man return to his room, Yang Qing restrained the smile on his face, and he bowed deeply again and gave a salute. Then, he just walked towards the iron pillar. The chat is over, human. Taizu hummed, digging his ears out of boredom. Ha ha, Taizu, let's go, it's over. Let's do something. Yang Qing laughed. Oh, do something. What do you mean? Taiju's body trembled, the air buzzed and dust was everywhere. Then get ready to go, Benlong is already very bored. Where to go? Then go to the small garden. Yang Qing thought for a while, then smiled. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The little garden. Where is that? Taizu asked sullenly, then wagged his tail and roared lowly. His entire body suddenly rose from the ground to the sky, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Where? I don't know, just fly along the Great Channel, and land when you see two giants. It's easy to identify. Yang Qing laughed. Cut. Taizu snorted disdainfully, the flames appeared from the sky, and then disappeared instantly. His body zigzagged forward at a very fast speed, and in a blink of an eye, he sprang out for 100 miles. And Yang Qing, at this moment, closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in his mind. He was studying the two cheats that he had just obtained. Swordsmanship. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 381-400. Chapter 381_. Both of these books are very good. Among them, Yu Jianshu can control the operation of swordsmanship, and taking people's heads from thousands of miles away is like looking into a bag. This is more than many times greater than the power of the control fruit to control the sword, and it is also countless. The other is this one. Introduction to Pure Yang Sword Qi. One for attacking and one for cultivating qi is quite good, very good. Yang Qing first carefully studied the Introduction to Pure Yang Sword Qi, and after reading the full text, he found that this secret book is a pure practice secret book. It is the real method of becoming an immortal, and this secret book has a strict division of the cultivation realm. According to the division of secrets, my realm at the moment should be innate. And the next step is to build a foundation. Introductory chapter. You can cultivate to Jindan. Yang Qing's realm at the moment is at the peak of the innate realm, and it only takes one step to enter the foundation. Of course, the division of power in this manual is only the definition of different cultivation systems. It's just a rough mark. If you really want to be strong, you still have to consider all aspects of the situation. In his mind, Yang Qing carefully deduced this recipe, and only opened his eyes after running the simulation 99 times. Then, his pupils shrank, becoming a pinhole-sized hole. Then, his robes moved without the wind. A mighty sword intent soared out into the sky, and the void was trembling and shaking. As soon as this terrifying sword intent was released, the space above the sky was distorted. Taizu, who was rushing forward, immediately trembled, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He felt that there were countless sharp auras hanging anywhere on his long body, and his whole body was shaking. What is this? In the blink of an eye, Taizu discovered that the source of these terrifying breaths was the human being on him, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. It's this guy again. Did Ben Long have any grudge against you in his last life? I've been blamed for this, bastard. At this time, young Qing, he has already started to operate his mind, attracting the pure young sword energy from the outside world. Immediately, streaks of golden rays of light lit up, converging into countless light spots, heading towards Yang Qing's body. As soon as these shining points of light rushed into his body, Yang Qing's complexion immediately changed. Pain, endless pain began to sweep through his body. It was like being inserted into the body by countless thin swords, and then cut. These pure young sword chi are like the sharpest swords, and they are extremely terrifying. It immediately caused damage to Yang Qing, but the strange thing was that while the sword energy rushed into the body, those tiny wounds healed quickly. It is a strange feeling to make Yang Qing feel real pain and happiness. He could feel that his body was rapidly becoming stronger, but the pain went deep into the bone marrow. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead quickly seeped out, and the pain was unbearable for him. In the Dantian, the area where Baiming Junchi was originally located, was suddenly hit by a crazy golden sword at this moment, and it was just a short 3 breaths, just like a cosmic explosion. His Dantian began to boil frantically, and Baiming's true chi was completely cut by the golden sword in an instant, then destroyed, fused, and strengthened itself. Afterwards, these golden thin swords buzzed and made a loud sword chant, and one by one began to float out. 13 breaths later, a total of 999 small golden long swords were suspended in the sky above the Dantian Sea, emitting a crisp sound of sword chants. They are attached to each other end to end, forming a dense sword wheel, which is very magical. There is a golden light on it, and it looks like a bright sun from a distance. After 3 breaths, the 999 golden swords fluctuated violently again, and then the sword hilt swung and plunged into the sea of Dantian below. In an instant, these tiny golden swords were densely covered in the sea of Dantian. Foundation period. Yang Qing suddenly opened his eyes, the dense sword wheel slowly revolved in his eyes, and a great pressure suddenly enveloped the void. Suddenly, a huge sword wheel appeared above his head. However, after 3 breaths, the sword wheel disappeared, Yang Qing's eyes returned to black and white, and the huge pressure also dissipated. Taizu, who had been tense all the time, let out a long breath at this moment. It's too terrifying, the guy on his back is simply not human. How did he do it? How could he be so powerful? Taizu even doubted whether he would be the opponent of this guy when he grew up to his peak and peak period of adulthood. Taizu, haven't you arrived yet? While thinking about his own question in horror, the human voice suddenly came from his ear, causing Taizu to shudder. It's coming soon. Fang Kai's sword intent completely frightened it. Not to mention that it has not reached its peak and peak period, it is strong, it is there, and under that sword intent, I don't know if it is an opponent. Facing this guy who appeared out of nowhere, Taizu could only obey his orders. On the dragon's back, Yang Qing's eyes flashed with joy. The power of pure Yang Janqi, he has already begun to try, and it did not disappoint him. Chi-chi. As soon as he stretched his finger, a thin sword shining with golden light appeared at the tip, revealing a sharp breath, cutting the void. Yang Qing can clearly perceive that this golden rapier is stronger than a normal blade. Moreover, the high temperature of pure yang is attached to it, which can burn everything, which is very scary. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing closed his eyes and began to study the swordsmanship again. This time, the time was fast, about half an hour later. He opened his eyes and smiled. Get out. The index finger and the middle finger pointed together to form a sword, and Yang Qing stretched it out sharply. Out. Back paint. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the black package, the sword weapon that was just a young sword at the moment suddenly vibrated violently, making a humming sound. After a breath, with the sound of choking, the black cloth shattered, and a long black sword appeared, rushed into the sky, and made a crisp sword groan. Sing. The voice was long and powerful, like the melodious chirping of a young man. After 5 breaths, the slender long sword landed smoothly beside Yang Qing and Taizu. As if they had spirituality, they flew together with them. Yuji and Judian, the world of eliminating demons. Chapter 382 Giants. Yang Qing stood up slowly and looked at the suspended iron sword with a faint smile on his face. With a completely different power attribute from the control fruit, the strange feeling of manipulating this long sword is as if the sword is just a part of his body. Compared with the ability to control the fruit, the swordsmanship is more flexible, and can burst out a powerful sword energy at any time. The distance has also increased. With a wave of Yang Qing's right hand, the iron sword beside him immediately made a buzzing sound, rushing into the sky with a "huh," but disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, although he lost the trace of the iron sword in his eyes, he could clearly perceive everything on the long sword. In front of it, the resistance of the air, and everything around it. The speed of Feijian was unbelievably fast, and Yang Qing was almost immeasurable. In an instant, it has already crossed thousands of miles. Suddenly, a dark iron sword appeared in his pupils, and the surrounding scene was clearly visible. Everything is displayed in his eyes. The sea, the ships, and the islands. Through this iron sword, Yang Qing can see everything around him. This is a magical experience. The iron sword seems to have become his clone, allowing him to perceive everything in the endless distance. Taking the enemy's head from thousands of miles away is worthy of such a sword skill. It is like a god. Huh. In the endless void above the sea, a jet-black streamer is unbelievably fast. It broke through the barrier of the air, faster and faster. Finally, this flying sword came to an unnamed sea area. Among them, the huge fish kept jumping, and the white scales shone with crystal light in the sunlight. Suddenly, with a hum, the air twisted, and the iron sword in the sky suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the leaping big fish. This fish is 50 meters in size, and it is huge in size. However, in the next moment, the dark streamer disappeared, and then penetrated the body of the big fish. It was almost a momentary effort, as if spanning the distance of time and space. Immediately afterwards, the iron sword left and disappeared. After 3 full breaths, the 50-meter-sized fish let out a painful neigh. The body in the air suddenly shattered and turned into a mass of flesh and blood, which was thrown down one after another and fell into the sea. The speed of the iron sword was so fast that it was unbelievably fast, so fast that it was completely invisible to the naked eye. After it passed through the body, it took 3 full breaths before it could react. This is the power of imperial swordsmanship, which is so fast that it is so sharp that it is invincible. About half an hour later, the iron sword came behind Yang Qing with a trembling sound. Then, after circling around Tizu 9 times, he plunged into the dark package behind him and fell into silence again. Just now, he just used the imperial sword technique to control its flight. If it becomes a real spirit sword and uses its own sword spirit, then its power will be even stronger. This is predictable, therefore, the joy in Yang Qing's heart can be imagined. You must know that in this sword immortal system, it is not just a swordsmanship, its stronger swordsmanship has not yet been presented. Yang Qing closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the swordsmanship. Many of the tricks of sword mastery require meticulous comprehension and research, and countless repetitions of practice before they can be mastered. About an hour later, Taiju's dull words entered Yang Qing's ears, causing him to open his eyes. Human, the 2 giants you mentioned have seen it. Although Taizu surrendered, the self-esteem of his dragon clan made him unable to call Yang Qing the master. Of course, Yang Qing wouldn't care either. Hearing what Taizu said, Yang Qing opened his eyes and looked down. On an island, 2 stalwart figures are extremely spectacular, sitting cross-legged on the ground like that, talking face to face. It's these 2 guys. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. He stood up and jumped off Taiju's body. The gust of wind picked up immediately, and Yang Qing let his body fall toward the island by letting his body fall freely. After 15 breaths, Yang Qing suddenly stagnated. The strong wind blew dust all over the island, and the two giants covered their faces, and a low voice rang out. What? Subconsciously, one of them waved the huge stick in his hand, and a strong force immediately swept out. With a smile, he stretched out a hand, and then stretched out a finger. Yang Qing pointed at the wooden stick that was countless times larger than his own body. Bang! A dull voice came out, and the wooden stick with the giant's natural strength suddenly stagnated. Dongli's face changed immediately, and the power in his hand was inexplicably stopped. But how is it possible? How could someone be able to stop their own power? The dust gradually dissipated, and a small figure appeared in the middle of the two. Seeing the little man's eyes, the pupils of the two giants were constricted. What? It was just one finger that blocked Dongli's attack. Brokey said in shock. Looking at the two giants in front of him up close, Yang Qing was really shocked. It was so tall that even if the two giants sat cross-legged, they were still like a hill. Their legs are like two pillars, their bodies are like rocks, and the whole body is incomparably huge. Looking at it, Yang Qing actually thought of the witch clan in the Legend of the Earth. According to legend, they are indomitable and extremely tall by nature. Who are you? How did you appear here? Dongli said solemnly, putting away his wooden stick in the rumbling. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He saw that the top of his wooden stick was already covered with cracks, and he couldn't help being surprised. That kid, with just one finger, can directly scrap his weapon. Thinking of his iron sword, after sending the straw hats away, they disappeared, and Dongli's heart was even more heavy. Being able to stand in the air and fight against the power of my giants with one finger. This kid, unfathomable, who is so holy. Yang Qing couldn't help but smile when he saw the faces of the two giants that looked like enemies. At this moment, the two people have begun to stand up slowly, and the huge figure looks taller, blocking a large area of sunlight. You don't have to look like that. I brought friendship, don't worry. Very sincere smile. Yang Qing's voice is very infectious. I don't care who you are. What are you here for? Get out of here at once. Rocky looked impatient, and shot directly, waving the wooden stick in his hand. Chapter 383 _. The sturdy wooden stick drives the wind, and with a terrifying force, a single blow can destroy a hill. At this time, Yang Qing, who was standing in the void, rushed towards him. This blow is even more powerful than Dongli's random attack. But Yang Qing, with the same expression, still stretched out a finger. Boy, it's too hateful. How dare you underestimate my family of giants? Brokey roared angrily, and the wooden stick in his hand added strength again. At this moment, there was a whistling sound of woo 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 in the air, and the air was squeezed like a wave, and waves were pushed towards the distance. After 3 breaths, the stick stopped, and Brokey's face was ugly. His right hand kept exerting force, but the stick remained motionless. That kid, he was really able to resist the attack of the giants with just one finger. Withdrawing the stick, Brokey waved again. The gust of wind blew up, and a huge force poured out. After a breath, the stick stopped again. The natural stalwart power of his giant clan actually seemed so weak before Yang Qing's finger. Ah! Brokey couldn't believe that his powers could be so fragile. He kept swinging the wooden stick, and the rumbling sound kept coming. However, one of Yang Qing's fingers has not changed. Even though he is standing in the void and has nowhere to borrow, he still remains motionless. As if the giant's powerful attack was just a breeze blowing gently. After waving it 30 times in a row, Brokey's expression became extremely ugly. You kid, who the hell are you? He raised the wooden stick again, this time with only 2 hands, then dropped it heavily and swung it towards Yang Qing. Woo! The sound of the wind was loud, a light flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, a finger finally retracted, and then turned into a claw. All of a sudden, he grabbed out with one hand and grabbed hard at the wooden stick that fell on his head. Buzz! There was a pause in the air, and Brokey's attack stopped again. The huge wooden stick is in stark contrast to Yang Qing's small body. The next moment, his right hand suddenly closed, and his 5 fingers pressed toward the wooden stick. After a breath, with a bang, the sawdust flew, and the whole stick in Brokey's hand turned into broken sawdust. Then, an overwhelming force was transmitted to Brokey's body, causing the latter to shake his body and retreat toward the rear. After 10 steps in a row, a huge footprint was stepped on the ground. Finally, he sat on the ground with his butt, his face still full of shame and anger. I am ashamed that I am not a human opponent by relying on strength alone, and I am angry that the other party despised him so much. 1 finger and 1 hand made him so embarrassed. Dongli, this kid is not an ordinary person. Brokey growled and stood up abruptly. When Dongli heard it, he also nodded. When he hit the first blow, he felt the power of the opponent, which was terrifying. Let's take action together and safeguard the honor of the giants. Brokey shouted loudly. His face changed, and the honor of the giants was involved, and Dongli couldn't stand anymore. Brokey, then let go of the battle between you and me, and let's fight for the honor of the giants. Let's take action together and clean up this arrogant kid. Hearing the roars of the 2 giants, Yang Qing's ears were ringing, and he smiled helplessly. No way, he really doesn't have Luffy's natural charm, and can gather all the power that can be used to his side. Therefore, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed. Is it only possible to suppress it with violence? Dongli threw away the wooden stick in his hand, growled lowly, and rushed towards Yang Qing. And Brokey also clenched his fists and hit Yang Qing in the air. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind was surging, and there was a low voice. When the 2 giants moved, the whole island was covered in dust, and when they punched, the air hummed and twisted. Before the huge fist approached Yang Qing, the robe on his body was already violently tossing, and was blown by the strong wind. But at this moment, Yang Qing's face still had that indifferent expression. After a breath, 2 huge fists came to Yang Qing. Every fist is as big as his body, and even exceeds it. It looks daunting. Above the fist, you can see that the twisted and impacted air is violently agitated, and the power contained in it is extremely explosive and majestic. Getting closer, getting closer. At a certain moment, Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and 2 golden swords appeared in his eyes. His fists clenched suddenly, 1 on each side, hitting both sides. Bang! When the 2 voices merged into one, Dongli and Brokey's expressions changed drastically again. Their huge fists, hitting one of the man's fists, didn't even have any effect. This guy, the power is too great. At this moment, even if the 2 were giants, they had to admit it. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing released his fist and grabbed it with his backhand, holding the fists of the 2 in his hands strangely. What? Dongli shouted in shock, and he saw the same look on the face of Brokey on the opposite side. Unbelievable and shocked. That tiny boy used some kind of power to grab the fist they just punched. Then, an incomparably terrifying force surged out and enveloped them all. This force is so powerful that even they can't resist it. The bodies of the 2 actually started to reverse, and then lost their balance. Finally, it got off the ground. They were dragged flying by the kid with 1 hand and 1 hand. Gigantic giant. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 2 people whose weight was comparable to a mountain range were savagely carried away by a human who was so small that it was not as big as one of their fingers. Who is this kind of power, such a guy? Ha ha ha, wake me up. Yang Qing's voice came out at this time, with a deep smile. He didn't feel that much effort. 1 hand, 2 giants, and after being driven by him to rotate 3 times, they were thrown away fiercely. Boom! The huge volume drove the wind and knocked down countless trees on the island. In the face of this huge force, the 2 giants could not control their bodies. They were thrown out of each other. When they landed, they grabbed the ground and forced themselves. When they stopped, their upper bodies had already entered the seawater. Yang Qing's flick actually caused the 2 giants to fly directly to the coast. That guy. Who the hell is he? Could he be Whitebeard? The two giants shook their dizzy heads, their hearts full of surprise. Chapter 384 After they were clear-headed, they stood up and walked towards the center of the island with strides. Because of the decisive battle between the two for many years, in the middle of this dense jungle, it has become a flat area. When they came to the center, the two saw Yangqing standing in the void, holding his fists. "Who the hell are you?" Dongli asked loudly. "My name is Lucifer, I'm here to talk to you about something." Yangqing said with a smile, "I came with good intentions, not to fight." Dongli and Brokey looked at each other, and both saw the fear in each other's eyes. The power in this guy's body is stronger than the two of them, which is incredible. "What do you want us to do?" Brokey asked. "I have long heard that the giants are the bravest and most powerful race on the sea, and I have always admired them. Come to find too, one is to learn from two powerful warriors. As a result, as the legend said, the giants are powerful, which I admire very much." Yangqing said with a smile, his face full of sincerity. "Compared with humans, the giants are indeed very powerful, this is the truth. And the two of them are the leaders of the giant clan. Just now, he judged that these two guys, in terms of power, have the strength of a lieutenant general. It's just that, for some unknown reason, it turned out to be a soy sauce character in the original." These words made the two giants blushed, but they were happy in their hearts. They have always been proud of their own strength, but the battle just now was lost to the opponent. Under the anger in their hearts, there is nothing they can do. Because they really can't beat each other. And now, this person said that he admired them, which naturally made them very happy. No, you are better." The Frank giants just said it directly, making Yangqing laugh out loud. "Second, I want to be a friend of the two of you," Yangqing said seriously again. This sentence made Dongli and Brokey look at each other. "Friend?" "Yes, I want to be friends with the two of you. I know you guys are competing here and want to compete, but after all these years, there is still no result. So, do you want to know who is stronger between you? I can help you to tell which of the two is stronger, and then, after the results come out, we will be friends. Can you?" Yangqing's sudden words made the two giants stunned. The difference. Be friends. They quickly understood, and then there was a raging war in their eyes, and they shouted loudly. "Come on, decide the winner, I've long wanted to decide the winner. I must be the strongest." Dongli roared loudly. "No, Dongli, I must be the strongest Brokey." Brokey yelled and argued. Seeing the two of them like this, Yangqing shook his head and smiled, knowing that the two had agreed. "In that case, let's get started." Then, he started talking about his method. "You have been fighting for so many years, and you still can't tell the winner, so it proves that you can't tell the winner just by the two of you. So, only through external force." "External force?" The two asked strangely, "What do you mean?" "In the past, when you were on this island, you would never meet other people, and you would never meet someone stronger than you, but now it's different." Yangqing smiled and said, "I think that in terms of strength, you are stronger than you. The two are stronger. Of course, there is only one." The two giants looked at each other and nodded. They know very well that in terms of strength, they are indeed not the opponents of the guy in front of them. So, the method is very simple. You fight with me each, and I will decide who is stronger based on the performance of the two of you. How? Yangqing said the method, causing the two giants to frown and think. Both of you and I have only just met, so you don't have to worry about who I will favor. After saying this, Dongli and Brokey just looked at each other and nodded together. Okay, let's do it like this. Dongli nodded, full of fighting spirit. Let's go. I'll come first. Brokey rushed forward. No, I go first. Dongli pulled Brokey behind him and attacked Yangqing. With a look of impatience, Yangqing shook his head and laughed. Fist waving, strong wind surging, Yangqing kept dodging. Let Dongli really be, but he couldn't hit Yangqing with every punch. One of them is in the air, One is on the ground, one is as huge as a mountain, and the other is as small as an ant. However, there was a strange scene. Dongli punched out the wind, and the air was blasted by him, but he couldn't hit Yongqing once, which made him very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. About an hour later, Dongli's forehead was full of sweat, which was not only tired, but also shocking. For an entire hour, he didn't know how many punches he threw, but he didn't even hit a single time, which was simply incredible. That's good, come on, try your punch. Dongli, throw a fist at me. Yongqing nodded to Dongli with a chuckle, and stopped the body that was dodging. Dongli was rude, he threw a punch, and the next moment a bang came out. The air in front of Yongqing suddenly distorted, but Dongli threw this punch out to the. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In front of Yongqing, he seemed to have hit a wall, but he couldn't go any further. What is this? Dongli asked in shock. This is the air barrier I formed. Attack as much as you like, and measure your strength. Yongqing smiled. Dongli understood, and then tried his best to bombard the front. After half an hour, Dongli stopped, panting, his arms were sore. That's it. Then, it's time to test your reflexes. Yongqing stretched out his right hand. Out, an ice blue blade appeared in his hand, and then became huge, and soon, an ice blue longsword with a length of 100 meters appeared. The blade glowed with blue light, and it was made of solid ice. Magic. Attention, Dongli, dodge my long sword. If you can't dodge it, it's over. Dongli narrowed his eyes, stared at the long sword, and nodded solemnly. Call. The long sword was swung, and Dongli's figure flashed, dodging the sword. Then, following closely, another sword rushed out, and the air let out an unsupportive chirping. Dongli's face changed, and he rolled on the spot, dodging extremely dangerously. The third sword. Yongqing chuckled lightly. Dongli's eyes have already moved to the extreme. These two pieces seem extremely simple, but the changes in them shocked him. Just 2 sword attacks made his brain cells die. Chapter 385 Requirements. At the moment of his shock, the third sword in Yongqing's hand suddenly swung out. This sword swung out, and the ice blue light shone, making people dazzling. At the same time, in an instant, this sword changed at least dozens of times, becoming erratic and indistinct. This moment, still here, the next moment, but already there. With an unimaginable mystery, Dongli's pupils shrank, and his face changed immediately. The sweat on his forehead fell to the ground and gathered into one piece. After a breath, he jumped to the left. But after a moment, his expression turned to depression. Failed. To test the ability to react and evade, it was only 3 swords, and Dongli failed. From this short test, Dongli also deeply realized the strength of Yongqing. This tiny human being is not at the same level as him in terms of power. He has far surpassed him and can easily defeat you. The Dongli test is over. Yongqing said with a smile, then he narrowed his eyes and said with a smile after 3 breaths, the overall score, I give him 92 points. Dongli's eyes froze, and then he looked at Brokey. This guy, Brokey, has already taken steps towards Yongqing at this moment. When passing by Dongli, his eyes were firm and he spoke with a warlike expression. Dongli, I won't lose to you. Cut. Dongli wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down on the ground. Come on, Brokey, I believe you already know what to do. Yongqing smiled and gestured. Brokey's eyes were sharp, and with a low growl, he rushed up. After the same 3 tests, Brokey collapsed to the ground. In the third pass, Brokey's test score also failed in the third pass. From this point of view, it can be seen that the gap between this guy and Dongli's strength is indeed very small. How is it? Who is stronger between the two of us? Dongli asked loudly. Brokey gasped, and also turned his eyes to Yongqing, looking forward to it. He believed that he had achieved the ultimate. I did my best to do it, and there is not much difference between it and Dongli. Yongqing glanced at the 2 giants, frowned, and then closed his eyes. He didn't answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. This scene made Dongli and Brokey look at each other and became nervous. Of the two of them, who is stronger? Fighting for countless years, but never decided the winner. However, this guy's strength is far superior to them, and he must be able to tell them apart. Brokey, composite score, 91.5. In terms of strength, you are the slightest difference between you and Tori. This slight gap cannot be reflected in the battle, but it definitely shows that you are not as good as Dongli. After 10 breaths, Yangqing opened his eyes, spit out such a paragraph, and said the result of the competition between the two. Immediately, Dongli and Brokey were left on the spot. After 3 breaths, Dongli's expression changed to excitement and excitement at a speed visible to the naked eye. This giant, who is unknown how old, suddenly bent his knees slightly, jumped up, and roared loudly. Ooh! Finally, my Dongli finally won. I won! Dongli was so excited that he fell to his knees on the ground, and the impacted ground raised a piece of dust, and his tears fell from it like a river. The sudden victory. Ran Dongli's whole person is very excited, he is too excited, and even this red can't describe the emotion. The other giant, Brokey, fell to the ground in disappointment, also bursting into tears. Failed, it was me who failed. Woo hoo woo. This huge giant, with a true temperament, actually knelt down and cried, looking very sad. Victory and battle are the honor of giants, and defeat makes Brokey very uncomfortable. The two giants burst into tears at this moment, and Yangqing shook his head as he watched, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Such a scene really surprised him. Some were speechless, but also nodded for the true nature of the giant. It was not until half an hour later, when the mood of the two giants stabilized, that Yangqing spoke. I said, you have won the battle, are we already friends? Yangqing's voice brought the two crying giants back to their senses, and then wiped the tears from their faces. Of course, you helped me and Brokey to end the battle for so many years. You are our friend, please tell us your name. Dongli said loudly. Lucifer, my name is Lucifer. Yangqing said with a smile. Lucifer, I remember, you are a friend of the two of us. Brokey also said. Giants are brave warriors who have the courage to admit their mistakes and failures. So, now you have decided the winner. What's your plan next? Yangqing asked. Dongli and Brokey looked at each other, lost in confusion. They really don't know what to do. If you don't know where to go, I have an idea. Yangqing said with a smile. Huh, you're our friend, let's talk. Dongli urged. We believe in you. I set up a pirate team, and there is a lack of giant team. I want you to be the captain of the giant team of my pirate team. Yangqing said directly, expressing his thoughts. Yes, the purpose of his visit to these two giants this time was to recruit them as his partners. There, he received a revelation from Kuroka's. A person's power is always limited, but a friend's power is. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Is infinite. I want you to be my partner of Lucifer. Yangqing said seriously, his business seemed very heavy at this moment, which made Dongli and Brokey startled, and then pondered. Partners. What do you mean, you want the two of us to join your pirate group? Dongli asked. Yes, I want you to be my partner. Yangqing nodded. They looked at each other again and exchanged glances. Brokey took a breath and spoke slowly. We were also captains of the pirates before, but we fought here for such a long time due to a dispute. At this moment, neither Dongli nor I fully understand what is going on in the outside world. You are our friend, and I, the giants, are the race that loves adventures and pursues dreams the most. We promise you to be your partner. However, we have a request. A trace of doubt flashed in Yangqing's eyes and asked. What request? Chapter 386 Dangerous. Dongli and I lost many partners in this battle. They have been scattered all over the place, and we don't know where they are at the moment. Although we have been fighting, we are all worried about them. Brokey said slowly, in a dull voice like thunder. "Let me tell you," Dongli interjected, "the two of us are going to find our former partners and summon the giants again." Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "Of course, I just wanted to help you find your partner. But I appreciate the giants very much. You know, my pirate group has a team composed purely of murlocs." Dongli was very surprised when he heard this, and said loudly, "Murloc? Is it the murloc from Fishman Island?" "Yes, it's them." Yang Qing nodded. "You are really amazing. We wanted to see murlocs from the beginning, and we heard that they are an ancient race as magical as our giants, but this happened before they ventured there. I didn't expect you to be able to pull the murloc as a partner. You are amazing, Lucifer, worthy of being our friend," Dongli exclaimed. Yang Qing burst out laughing, and he was very happy to have successfully become partners with the two of them. "It's a pity that I didn't bring wine this time, otherwise I'll have a good drink with you." "It's okay, Lucifer, you tell us the name of your pirate group, and then we will find all the giants who are scattered, and we will find you," Brokey said. "Okay, you must remember. Our pirate group is called the Death God Pirates. And, the location of our pirate group is the extension of the New World, before Ralph drew. There is a piece there, a glance. There are ships that can't be seen, all kinds of races, they cheer each day with thunderous cheers, and they are all our partners," Yang Qing said loudly. "Death Pirates, New World." Dongli and Brokey exchanged glances, then nodded heavily. "We both remembered." Yang Qing stretched out his right fist, and then said solemnly, "Come on, friends, make an agreement, and we will go into the world together in the future." Dongli and Brokey nodded, and then extended their fists in the same way, and touched Yang Qing very seriously. "With the honor of the giants, become a member of the Death God Pirates, and protect everything Captain Lucifer has. Fame, never betray." Bang! The three fists collided, making a dull sound. Then, the three of them looked at each other and let out thunderous laughter. An hour later, Yang Qing threw a golden phone bug into Dongli's hands. "This is the phone bug of our pirate group. I have already explained to my brothers. Once I find out about the giant, I will tell you. If you have anything, you can also tell them. The brothers will do their best to support you." Brokey stared at the little phone bug, then carefully took it into his arms, nodded and said, "We understand. Please leave with confidence, we will go to the New World to join the army." Seeing Yang Qing's voice gradually disappearing, Dongli was serious. "Come on bro, it's time for us to go too. There are still many unknowns that we don't know. Come on, let's go and make our name together. The honor of the giant family should be upheld by us. This time, in the name of the god of death." Immediately afterwards, there was a rumbling sound on the island, and countless trees were brought down by the two and turned into rafts. In the end, the simple but huge raft was thrown into the sea by the two, and the two huge giants sat cross-legged. The wind blew gently, and the pulp began to slide. The raft began to set off, towards the unknown sea. "Rocky, I'm really excited." "Me too, I really hope to see my old friends soon." The words of the two gradually disappeared, and the huge figure was getting farther and farther from the island. Above the sky, Yang Qing landed on Taizu and laughed softly. "Come on Taizu, let's go to Alabasta, where, if I expect it to be good, there should be a good show going on." Roar! Taizu let out a dragon roar, circled his body a few times, and flew towards the sky quickly, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Alabasta, in a small restaurant. A young man wearing a straw hat with a smile on his face walked in and shouted loudly, "Hungry, hungry, hungry. I want to eat meat, eat meat." This style of painting is obviously Luffy. Of course, this scene may be slightly different from the original. Straw Hat Boy Luffy's eyes lit up as soon as he entered the restaurant. He saw a freckled-faced youth in a remote corner with a spoon in his hand, and then fell asleep on the table with his head tilted. "Ha ha ha, Ace. It's Ace, and I met you here." Luffy ran over with a big laugh, and immediately put his hand on Ace's shoulder. At the moment when his hand moved, Ace, who was sleeping soundly on the table, frowned and suddenly opened his eyes. He turned around at an incredible speed, and after that, his face became a little dazed. Luffy. Ace. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed. You, why are you here? Ace said in shock. He really didn't expect to meet him here. Ha ha, Ace, I've already gone to see. Luffy said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Luffy's partners also entered the restaurant. The crowd did. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After the conversation, seeing Ace Bing's polite, gentleman-like temperament, they all sighed. How could Luffy have such a big brother? It's unbelievable that someone like you could be Luffy's brother. I also feel amazing that this kid Luffy has such a handsome brother as you. Everyone looked at me and said with a single word, which made Luffy laugh. Having such a troublesome brother, it's really thanks to you for taking care of me. Ace looked polite. Isn't there anything dangerous along the way? Also, this is Alabasta, why are you here? Dangerous. Zoro frowned. I met a mysterious guy, very young, but as strong as a monster. In his mind, Yang Qing's figure flashed. Yang Qing's mysterious power and identity has made everyone brooding until now. Oh, what kind of guy? Ace asked curiously. Should be a swordsman, Zoro said. No, he's a fighter. This was Shanks. Chapter 387 _ Why do I think that guy is a devil fruit person? Luffy said with a smile. The three people's different answers made Ace immediately stunned. Anyone like that? The only guy who fuses the three powers of swordsmanship, taijutsu, and devil fruit. From the point of mastery alone, Ace can also perceive that this person is not simple. However, since Luffy and the others are safe, it means that the person is probably not malicious. Therefore, Ace was only slightly puzzled and put it down. He would never have dreamed that the guy Luffy and the three were talking about was his captain. Then what are you doing in Alabasta? This is the territory of Crocodile, one of the 7 seas. Ace smiled again. Ace, you know Crocodile too? Luffy asked suspiciously. Of course I know. Crocodile, one of the 7 martial seas, is a sha fruit person. He is a natural type, and his strength is very good. Otherwise, the World Court will not choose him. Ace said with a smile, you better not be with him. Conflict, this guy, is not a good person. Nami's face was heavy, and even Ace had mentioned Crocodile, proving that the goal of their trip was indeed not a simple guy. Luffy, I didn't expect you to go out to sea so soon. Ace said with a sigh, I heard that you are now a guy with a bounty of 30 million, which is really good. Ha ha ha, Ace, how about you? How are you doing? I met you here, and I don't know what you are here for. Luffy said with a big laugh. Ace shook his head and said with a smile, I'm the captain of the 2nd Division of the Death God Pirates. As for coming here. His eyes became sharp. It's to hunt down a guy who was not dealt with because of mistakes in the last battle. The moment his face changed, a depressing aura spread throughout the restaurant, making everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates shudder in their hearts. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other. This Luffy's brother, it's not easy. Yes, the aura on him is terrifying. The two communicated with each other, but did not speak. But Nami stood aside and murmured, Ace, Death Pirates, this name is so familiar. Wei Wei thought for a while, then said in shock, isn't the Death God Pirates one of the 5 emperors of the new century? 5 emperors of death. Nami suddenly raised her head, looked at Ace, and then looked at the smiling and enthusiastic face up close. Her pupils contracted immediately. I remember this face. I have seen it. I must have seen it. Reward order. Reward order. Nami began to quickly flip through a stack of thick reward orders that she had taken from somewhere, and then, when her hand paused, and when she saw the face on it, she was completely shocked. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Death God Pirates, with tens of thousands of elite pirates under his command, extremely dangerous, bounty, 500 million Baileys. Nami read it out loud, then stared at Ace. You You are Fire Fist Ace. Ace was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, my nickname is Fire Fist. There is a 500 million bounty. Nami said loudly. This sentence made the Straw Hat Pirates present quiet, and then looked at Ace's smiling face, and let each other's mouth become a little dry. They swallowed their saliva silently, not knowing what to say. 500 million, 500 million. You know, their highest bounty in the pirates is Luffy, but it's only 30 million. Compared with 500 million noses, the difference is simply unknown. Oh, 500 million. It went up again. Ace touched his head and said with a smile, Navy, I just like to increase the bounty for others. But it's useless, haha. Luffy stared at Ace in amazement. Okay, that's amazing. Ace, you are amazing. Ha ha ha, Luffy, you have to work hard, otherwise, One Piece must be mine. Ace laughed loudly. When everyone knew Ace's identity, they all seemed a little cautious. The reward amount of 500 million represents absolute terrifying strength. Among the pirates they have heard of, Ace is the highest known bounty amount. Alabasta, it is said that the sand crocodile, one of the 7 seas, is only a mere 81 million Bailey. No, One Piece, it must be mine. Luffy shouted. 2 hours later, Ace and Luffy left. He heard the rumor of Blackbeard and left immediately. Before leaving, he left a piece of life paper for Luffy. I didn't expect that, Luffy, you have such a powerful brother. If he is willing to help, Crocodile will not be able to solve it easily. Usopp said admiringly, his face was full of little stars. Nami got out at this time and said with admiration in her eyes. The legendary Fire Fist Ace is a person with the ability to burn fruits in the natural system. He can release a high-temperature flame like the sun, burn everything, and can easily destroy the pirate group. He has the strength of a general. Similarly, he is also one of the highest combat powers of the Death God pirates. Luffy just smirked. Listening to his friends praising Ace, he was sincerely happy. Ace, that's amazing. Then, we can't fall behind. Let's go and find the crocodile, I'm going to shoot him away. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came out, and Luffy and the others began to divide their troops and then acted. In the dry desert, Yongqing and Taizu slowly landed. Roar. Taizu roared, and the Huang sand fluttered in the sky, and Yongqing waved it to disperse it. This place, Benlong doesn't like it very much, it's too dry. Taizu said dissatisfiedly, leave here quickly. Ha ha. Yongqing smiled, shook his head, and said, I need something that I must know to grow into a pirate king. One Piece. You humans are really boring. It's just a meaningless title. Just like the Dragon King of our tribe, this dragon never bothers to fight for it. Otherwise, where would there be the existence value of those pseudo-dragons? Taizu said disdainfully, snorted. Okay, don't talk nonsense. I'm going to find someone who will make yourself smaller and stand on my shoulders. Your current goals are too big and inconvenient. This dragon is not small. Moreover, the smaller body does not conform to the identity of this dragon at all, Taizu resisted. Yongqing's eyes narrowed and he looked at Taizu. Chapter 388 The Courtyard. Come on, or I'll force you to be smaller. Seeing the fierce light flashing in Yongqing's eyes, Taizu let out a low cry in fear, then shrank down and lay on Yongqing's shoulder. The huge iron pillar soon turned into a little dragon about a foot long. It looked like a small snake to the eyes, and the grim face before, looked a little cute at this moment. His 5 claws stood on Yongqing's shoulders, and he looked around with a very angry expression. This state made him very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. It can be expected that if he doesn't listen to what Yongqing said, he will inevitably suffer a disaster. Very good. I didn't expect you to be a little cute after getting smaller. Yongqing nodded with satisfaction. Taizu neighed in dissatisfaction, his face full of disdain. One person and one dragon slowly walked in this desert. As Yongqing walked, he recalled the important tricks in sword mastery in his mind. Every second, he was able to understand the tricks. In the desert, the wind and sand are all over the sky and the climate is dry. It is difficult for ordinary people to endure such weather, but Yang Qing's power radiates and isolates all unfavorable conditions. 3 days later, they came to Albana, the city of Yan in Alabasta. This is a city full of exotic flavors. The houses are made of bricks and tiles, and the top of the circle is like a pyramid-like building. As he slowly moved forward, Taizu looked around, looking very curious. Although he is a real dragon, he rarely appears in front of others, and he spends most of his life sleeping. Therefore, this guy who has survived for a long time does not really understand some things about the pirate world. Baroque Studio. A smile appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. Crocodile, it's been a long time. When he came to this city again, Yang Qing naturally remembered the guy who had fought against him here and was almost killed by him. I don't know, what is that guy doing now? According to the original records, this dark and ambitious guy should have already controlled the kingdom of Alabasta, ready to interpret the historical text. Here, Robin, it seems, she is united with Crocodile. How bold, that fellow, not a good man. Yang Qing shook his head, found a bar and walked in. This is a bar with soothing music, which is melodious and intoxicating. On the stage in the middle, a middle-aged man closed his eyes and played sakas, looking very comfortable. After ordering 2 glasses of red wine, Yang Qing sat here and began to enjoy the silence. When the red wine was on the table, Taizu jumped off Yang Qing's shoulder, and then circled around the red wine glass a few times. The wine in the glass was as red as blood, exuding a mellow and sweet smell. Human drink. Although Taizu was small, his voice was dull. Yes, I invite you, try it. Yang Qing said with a smile. Taizuren stood up, put his head deep into the wine glass, and took a breath. The red wine spun into a red dragon shape, and then entered the mouth of Taizu. The taste is not bad. Taizu squinted his eyes and spit out this sentence after a while. Yang Qing laughed loudly. You can't drink it like this, you have to taste it slowly to appreciate the beauty of it. Humph. Taizu spat in disdain. Just when one person and one dragon were enjoying the peace here leisurely, in another remote corner of the bar, 4 men gathered together. How are you getting ready? Everything is ready, we can start at any time, just wait for the boss's order. Continue to contact the other brothers, this time, we must win, and we must not make any mistakes. Understood. The voice was very small, and after a few short sentences, it became quiet. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and a clear expression appeared on his face. It seems that these people are Kosh's subordinates, the friend of Princess Wei Wei, and the leader of the rebel army. Alabasta is suffering because of the prolonged drought. However, most of the uninformed people thought that these phenomena were caused by the use of dancing powder by the king, thus forming a rebel army. However, these people do not know that everything is Crocodile's conspiracy. Luffy's gang, they should be almost there too. Yang Qing murmured. And, little Robin, where the hell are you? An hour later, Yang Qing and Taizu left here. He began to turn around in Yancheng. In Crocodile's plan, Albana was the top priority. Therefore, at this moment, Robin and the important personnel of the Baroque studio must have a great chance to be in this city. The domineering look of seeing and hearing was stretched to the limit by Yang Qing, and then slowly covered. 3 hours later, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's here. Yang Qing took Taizu to turn left and right from the complicated alley, and then came to a courtyard full of chrysanthemums. The courtyard is very secluded, backed by the mountains, and in front of the door are ordinary people's courtyards. But he did not expect that this person would live in such an environment. Under the tree in the yard, a woman with eyes crossed her legs, holding a book in her hand, reading it carefully. With a smile on Yang Qing's face, he gently walked into the courtyard. With long slender legs, a beautiful face, and an exquisite figure, there is no doubt that this woman is Robin. It's quite leisurely, your captain is here, but he doesn't have the slightest action. Yang Qing said with a light smile. Robin ignored him, but after carefully reading the page of the book, he just finished the book. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The sign clips into it, closes it, and lifts it up. With a smile on his face, Robin didn't seem surprised at all. You're here. Just smiling 3 words, but Yang Qing shrugged helplessly and spread his hands. Isn't there any surprise? I'm here to act as a flower protector. I don't believe it. Robin shook his head. Yang Qing patted his forehead. So, smart women are the most annoying. So, my lord, what are you doing in this remote country? Robin asked with a smile. You are really calm. This country is about to go to war. Yang Qing said helplessly. Ha, it has nothing to do with me. Robin's face was full of indifferent expressions. How has your goal been achieved? Yang Qing asked directly. The last step has been reached. It seems that I can see it in the recent days. Referring to this, Robin's eyes were a little excited. Chapter 389 _ Waiting for so long, dancing with the wolf, you are fighting hard. Yang Qing laughed. Ha, this is a historical text, Captain. Robin smiled playfully. Aren't you curious? The legend has a blank history of 100 years. Blank 100 years. Hearing Robin say this, Yang Qing was startled, and then fell into deep thought. The biggest mystery in the world of One Piece, 100 years of the world. What happened in that blank history? According to legend, these historical truths are recorded in historical texts scattered all over the world, and they can be collected and combined to obtain the historical truth. And wanting to become One Piece and get the legendary big secret treasure seems to be vaguely related to this historical text. And Yang Qing's goal this time, in addition to those devil fruits, is the historical text. If you want to become One Piece, increase your background, and understand the world without a doubt, is a necessary condition. I'm very interested. I came to you for exactly this purpose. Yang Qing pondered, her voice becoming much more serious. Oh, Captain, you are actually interested in the historical text? Robin asked curiously. Of course, my target is One Piece. Yang Qing smiled. One Piece. A strange color appeared in Robin's eyes. Speaking of which, I saw an interesting boy before, and he talked about One Piece. He's your rival, Captain. Ha. Yang Qing let out a series of laughter, and then the figure disappeared here. When you succeed, remember to inform me, Crocodile, he is also an interesting person. The sound penetrated Robin's ears, making the latter look strange. After leaving Robin's place, Yang Qing took Taizu to the auction house because he heard that there was a devil fruit here. It didn't take much effort, and at the price of 85 million Bailey, he took this devil fruit. Although the devil fruit is said to be priced at 100 million, but when its effect is not great, it is worthless. This value will shrink. Next, Yang Qing started to wait. Around Albana, the dark currents have begun to surge, and when the time is right, war will break out. In the dark room, smoke lingered, Crocodile's eyes were indifferent and expressionless. Is everything ready? Yes, the rebel army is ready to move, and a large number of unknown people have entered the city recently. It is expected that they will launch an attack in 3 days. Funny. Inform my partner lady that our plan is finally coming to an end. Understood. A not-so-big war is brewing, but it is equally thrilling. Soon, the time was pushed to 3 days later. On this day, all hidden forces began to act. Kosha, it's time to start. Okay, follow your orders. The leader of the rebel army was indifferent and gave orders in an orderly manner. They quickly shuttled through various lanes, but suddenly stopped when they passed a crossing. At this moment, Kosha was shrouded in a wide robe, looking at the blue-haired girl in the alley. His heart suddenly trembled. Wei, he murmured in a low voice. This leader, at this moment, is like going to call this childhood playmate, but he can't. Holding his hands tightly, and staring at the woman with his back turned to him for a while, Kosha pressed the hat on his head and turned to leave. Plan, get ready to start. And above a tower, Crocodile saw that the bomb in the huge pendulum had been hidden, and the corner of his mouth showed a cold smile. Everything is ready, then, it's time for us to get down to business. Half an hour later, a woman appeared beside Crocodile. The two stood side by side, thinking about walking deep into the palace. Everything went on as in the original. Luffy and others came here to fight the Baroque studio. At the beginning of the war, Wang Jun and the rebel army stood up, and the scene was chaotic. Yang Qing stood on the tower where Crocodile stayed before, with a smile on his face. Interesting, the power of this bomb is not bad. He found the bomb easily and said with a smile. The iron pillar on his shoulder snorted and snorted, as if he was a little disdainful. In a flash, Yang Qing disappeared here and landed on the chaotic ground. There were wars between the two armies everywhere, and both sides were red-eyed. The real scene is a little different from the anime. This is the real world of bloodshed and death. Shuttling between the people in the war, Yang Qing quickly disappeared here, and the direction he went was the depths of the palace. At the same time, Luffy also rushed towards Crocodile. The two are fighting, no different from the anime. Luffy went through quite a tragic battle, but finally defeated Crocodile. This result surprised Robin, but at the same time he was relieved. This kid does have extraordinary power. Looking at the blue sky vaguely, Crocodile was a little confused. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, thinking of the young man who also defeated him many years ago. Today, he has once again lost to a junior. Could it be that over the years, he has really made no progress at all? This fact, Jean Crocidal. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Some were stunned, some were frustrated, and also very confused. What? Doubt, confused. At this moment, a clear voice came over, with a smile. Crocodile struggled to open his eyes and looked at the person who came. Because this voice reminded him of the person deep down in his heart, the guy who made him experience bleak. Lucifer. Gritting his teeth, Crocodile growled. He still looks very energetic. Yang Qing chuckled. Wait a while, the sea soldiers will come here and arrest you. And after being caught by the Navy, do you want to know what will happen to you and what will happen to you? This question made Crocodile startled, and he began to imagine, but the scene in his mind was not very good, so the already ugly face became even more ugly. He didn't have to imagine, Yang Qing helped him to say it. All the things you have done over the years will be revealed by the sea soldiers. You will be deprived of Wuhai's identity, and then you will enter the advanced city, and finally the rest of your life will be spent in endless darkness. Chapter 390 _ Are you happy, Crocodile, the result of your life? Yang Qing smiled, but the meaning of his words made Crocodile shudder. If so, he might as well die. However, he is now completely powerless, but he can't even do self-destruction. Where did that kid get his power? Until now, Crocodile still doesn't understand. Damn it! Crocodile roared with a grim expression on his face. Are you here to see my joke? Kill me if you have the ability. Want to die? Yang Qing raised his eyebrows and laughed. How can it be that easy? Your end is undoubtedly tragic. Listen, the Marines have come here. Damn it! What the hell are you doing here? Crocodile said bitterly, to mock me with a proud and strong attitude. 5 dignified emperors, it's just this kind of bearing. Ha 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 ha. Yang Qing laughed. He stepped over Crocodile's body, and then walked towards the dark stone. This is the legendary historical text, which records the blank 100 years of history, and even traces of ancient weapons. What's written on it? You know what? Only Nicole Robin knows. Didn't your crew tell you? That shady woman probably won't trust you unreservedly. Crocodile's voice made Yang Qing's face gloomy. He remembered what Robin had concealed from him during that trip to the Sky Island. But in the blink of an eye, he laughed again. You hate Robin. It's funny, and it makes me so happy to see you so irritated. How Robin is, only I am qualified to judge. I believe her, and there is a reason why she doesn't tell me. As for you. Yang Qing's face turned gloomy, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. You only have one choice now, surrender to me. Otherwise, wait for you to be arrested by the Navy and enter the advanced city. Crocodile's face changed, and then he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, surrender to you. Submit to you. You actually have this purpose. Are you not afraid that one day, I will bite you in turn and bite off your head? Then you have to have this ability. Yang Qing said expressionlessly, with a strong confidence in his words. Ha ha ha, good. One of the 5 emperors came here for me, interesting, interesting. If you are so sincere, I will surrender to you, so what? Crocodile laughed and surrendered to Yang Qing without much resistance in his heart. It is only right and proper for the weak to surrender to the strong. And, as the person in front of him said, for now, only by surrendering to him can he save his life. Otherwise, when you enter the advanced city, you can imagine what your fate will be. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, and then watched Yang Qing lift his body and put it on his shoulders. At this moment, Crocodile's eyes flashed. He didn't even think that he would be saved by this guy. My life-saving grace will be repaid sooner or later. However, I will never forget the hatred of the sword at the beginning. The deep words made Yang Qing's footsteps stop, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you can cut me and hurt me, just come. Crocodile shuddered, his eyes tightly closed. The trembling eyelashes showed the restlessness in his heart at the moment. Yang Qing's bearing made him involuntarily convinced. No wonder, he will become one of the 5 emperors. Standing on the top, the peak of the pirates. Finally, after taking a deep look, Yang Qing turned around and left the dark historical text. If you want to know what's on it, you'd better ask your crew, Nico Robin, she must know. Crocodile said. Yang Qing stepped forward and saw a large number of sea soldiers in front of him. He turned around and entered another hidden alley, and then kept jumping up and down. After a few breaths, he had disappeared in front of the sea soldiers. Lord Smoky, Crocodile has been rescued. After a large number of Marines came here, they did not find Crocodile and reported it immediately. Have you been rescued? Smog's face was solemn, and he was puzzled. As far as he knew, the Baroque studio had been wiped out. So, who rescued the crocodile? Historical texts. Yang Qing laughed when he heard Crocodile's suggestion. Your suggestion is very good, but, isn't it easier for Robin to collect them all, and then tell me after they've figured it out? I planned to come forward when you discovered the historical text, but unfortunately, it was late. I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so weak, which really disappoints me. Crocodile's face was ashen, and the two had left Albania at this moment. In a remote desert, Crocodile was thrown aside, and Yang Qing was pouring water into his mouth. Although I surrender to you, it does not mean that I will tolerate your humiliation to me. Only the weak are humiliated. Yang Qing said with an expressionless face. If you don't feel like being humiliated, then work hard to become stronger. Get stronger. Crocodile's pupils shrank. He slowly supported the desert. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Standing up, his eyes were a little confused. I also want to become stronger. After the battle with you, I worked hard to break through my limits and finally reached my strength today. If that Straw Hat Boy hadn't mastered my weakness, I would he'd been cleaned up long ago. However, my strength is not enough. I don't know how to get stronger. I've reached my limit. Speaking of which, Crocodile was a little frustrated. No, you haven't reached your limit yet. You just need an environment to get stronger. Go to the New World, go to Dylan's and the others. Let them teach you how to get stronger. Yang Qing turned his head and said with a smile. Crocodile, I don't hate bad guys, especially a principled and dreamy bad guy like you. I'll give you a chance to become stronger, look at your spirit. Whether you can be strong to that level, and whether you can take action against me. Crocodile clenched his fists tightly, his pupils widened, staring at Yang Qing, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go to the New World. A week later, you will set off with the Reaper intelligence team. Chapter 391 People's Dream. Crocodile's eyes flashed, but in the end he didn't say anything. The other party wants to help himself. Although he does not understand the reason, it is a good thing and there is no reason to refuse. 7 days later, Crocodile had recovered most of his strength. He shrouded himself in a large black robe, and did not reveal his true face, sitting alone at the port of Alabasta. Waiting for the arrival of the Death God Pirates intelligence team here, the Navy patrols around, it seems very strict. While searching for the people in the Baroque studio, Sand Crocodile's failure completely exposed his conspiracy, and the whole person has fallen into a situation where the rat is crossing the street and everyone is shouting and beating. From morning to noon, Crocodile's face was a little gloomy. And until this time, an 8-person boat sailed to Crocodile belatedly. Hey, you, the person on the boat shouted. It was a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face, thick long hair and a shawl. His face was arrogant and rebellious. Huh, Crocodile responded gloomily. Get on the boat, we're off. The middle-aged man said. Crocodile nodded and stepped onto the ship. You're the Sand Crocodile, the guy with a bounty of 81 million. As soon as they got on the boat, a young man asked with a smile. HMPH. With a cold snort, Crocodile didn't answer. He took off his robes, revealing a hideous face. Yo, the momentum is not bad, he looks like a vicious guy. The young man laughed, and then his face became silent, but do you know that anyone on this ship has more bounty than you? Gao, their reputation in the New World is beyond your imagination. Quote. Crocodile's face trembled and he was surprised. Just like me, the villain Scarter, the bounty is 160 million, twice as much as yours. And Uncle Bit, his bounty is 360 million. The middle-aged man who started to greet Crocodile touched his head and laughed. On this ship, it's better to be humble. Chihuahai, hee, in the eyes of our Death God crew, it's not as powerful as the smallest squad leader. Scarter said disdainfully. Crocodile's face sank, very ugly, and grains of sand began to float out of his body. Is it natural? Scarter sneered. A dark, armed arrogance appeared on his right arm. It's ridiculous, you only dare to stay in the first half of the half, and you dare to show hostility to me. Guys, I'm going to teach this guy a lesson, what do you think? Scarter turned his head and said to the others. The 7 people all shook their heads with smiles on their faces, and they didn't mind. The next moment, the sand swept the whole ship, but in an instant, Scarter disappeared. Bang! The dull voice came out, the sand dissipated, and Crocodile's entire body was bent, becoming like a shrimp, and the swill was spit out, and his face paled instantly. A guy who can't even use domineering, so what if you have a natural system? Weak and scum-like existence. The development of the nature department is also so weak, which really disappoints me. Scarter's merciless ridicule made Crocodile's face even more ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Being close at hand, the man shattered his elementalization with one punch, making him a little dazed at the moment. Let's go, we can just send him to the next stop, we don't have to worry about the rest. The middle-aged Humpty shook his head with a smile. The ship fell silent and started sailing towards the next island. Just when Crocodile joined the Death God Pirates, he was shocked and stimulated at the same moment. Sitting on the boat, with Ace in his arms, the phone worm on his waist rang. Hey, talk, Ace said loudly after taking it. Captain, we found Blackbeard's trail. What? Where? You didn't lie to me this time. Ace said loudly. I didn't lie to you last time, but you were late. Don't talk nonsense, tell me where he is. Ace yelled. It's on Gaia Island, not far from you, but he's not alone. He still has a gang, you must be careful. Got it. Ace was about to hang up immediately. By the way, your brother is there too, the Straw Hat Boy. Okay. Ace hung up with a sharp look on his face. With a pop, above his legs, a flame burst into flames, and the next moment, he rose into the sky and turned into a scorching flame. Blackbeard, I finally caught you. This time, I will never forgive you. A cold voice came out of Ace's mouth, making this cheerful guy seem a little cruel at this moment. An hour later, Ace landed on Gaia Island. In the ancient town, Luffy walked out of the bar with a gloomy face. His head was full of drinks and scars. These traces were injured by Bellamy. Like the original, Luffy did not fight back. When he walked to the street, he saw a tall and strong man with an ugly face, holding a wine bottle in his hand, pouring it into his mouth, and then sat down cross-legged. Empty island, it exists. This sentence made Nami suddenly look up, covering her mouth in Pakistan, and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at him with wide eyes. The battle just now was won by both of them. Your scolding voice is also very imposing. You are really a courageous woman. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Man. These two words, the big man said to Nami. Then, he looked at Luffy and the others. The new era those guys are talking about are all farts, saying that the era of pirates dreaming has ended, and people's dreams will never end. The new era, those old guys, will never admit any words that slander dreams. Boy, it's hard to be patient with others, isn't it? At this time, there was a burst of laughter from the bar, causing Luffy and the others to look sideways. Let them laugh, as long as you want to be the top person, you will encounter times when you can't find a reason to punch. The words of the big man made Luffy and others stunned, and then they relaxed. They took a deep look at the guy in front of them and then left. Blackbeard sat cross-legged on the ground, watching Luffy and the others disappear here, with a cruel smile in his eyes. He, a newcomer with a bounty of 100 million. It should be very good to use him to surrender to the sea soldiers. That's a good goal. Monkey D. Luffy, see you in the future. Chapter 392 The Duel of Destiny. After Luffy and the others all left, figures appeared behind Blackbeard. How about it, Captain, who's our target next? Lafitte held a slender cane, his voice was shrill, his toes pointed, and he walked like a dance. Haha, the goal is already there, get ready, we will act soon. Blackbeard laughed loudly. Is that the Straw Hat Boy just now? Monkey and Luffy, with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Poison Q said lifelessly, tossing the apples in his hands. That's right, it's him. He sent someone to keep an eye on them. It's not easy to do something on this island. When they leave, we'll take action. Blackbeard said with a smile. Understood. Then, Blackbeard and his party left here. And after the group left, a black-haired young man with a cowboy hat also appeared here, his eyes full of gloom. As the target Luffy and the others. You want to hurt my brother, Tiki, it seems that I am absolutely and will never spare you. His figure quickly disappeared, and he also left here. About a day later, Luffy kicked Bellamy away as in the original book, and then started to leave Gaia Island, while the Blackbeard's group also picked up weapons and prepared to set off. The brothers set off, and our goal has begun to act. Blackbeard had a cruel smile on his face, smiling happily. The boat was moored on the shore, and the group of Blackbeard set off and walked towards the boat. At this moment, a young figure appeared in front of them. Blackbeard's pupils shrank violently, and he stretched out his hand to stop his companions, preventing them from moving on. Tiki, I finally found you. Ace's face was gloomy, his voice was as cold as coming from an ice cave, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Ace. There is no hatred between us. Blackbeard was a little nervous, and the sweat on his forehead began to seep. He had experienced the strength of Fire Fist Ace. At that time, he couldn't even take 3 moves. As long as he was 1 second later, he would surely die. Unexpectedly, on Gaia Island, he could meet this guy, which made Blackbeard's heart immediately rise. "Captain, this guy is blocking our way. What is he trying to do?" Van Oka said indifferently. The rifle in his hand was already aimed at Ace. "Don't shoot," Blackbeard shouted nervously, and then he looked at Ace, squeezed a smile and said, "Ace, get out of the way, we have important things to do now. Things that can really affect the overall situation in the world." "Right." Blackbeard's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted at Ace, "Ace, do you want to join us? Join us as we make something of a sensation in the world. Important thing. Do you want to go after the Straw Hat Boy?" Ace stepped forward with the killing intent in his eyes. "Yes, as long as we catch him and hand it over to the World Court, we can go one step further. Just like Death's original development path, we enter the World Court, and then secretly accumulate strength, and one day, we will definitely become a new one." "The 5 Emperors," Blackbeard shouted frantically, staring at Ace with anticipation in his eyes. "The Luffy you mentioned is my brother, Blackbeard. You really made me unable to hide the killing intent towards you." Ace's face was full of killing intent. "I want to kill now." "You? What? Blackbeard said with surprise in his eyes. His voice was out of tune. I didn't do it on purpose. Let's change the target. Ace, join us." Poof. Ace's face was stern, flames burned on his body, and the high temperature surged out. His voice was like a demon, freezing everything. "No, I choose to kill you, right here. I have no interest in being a partner with a guy who kills his own." After the words were finished, Ace's right hand slammed out, and a loud roar was heard. Fist-shaped flames rushed out. Fire Fist. Blackbeard's face changed greatly, seeing the huge fire fist with a full 10 meters in front of him. The Blackbeard pirates were startled and rushed towards all directions. Bang! The sound of the explosion came out, and the place where Blackbeard and the others stood just now turned into a mass of charred black. Seeing this scene, the faces of Blackbeard's group all turned blue. "This guy is so scary." Everyone had a nervous look on their faces, especially Blackbeard, who was sweating profusely. Ace's strength, he knows very well. This is the 2nd division of the Death God Pirates, and it is still a nature department. I am afraid that in terms of strength, it is enough to fight against the general. "Come on, prepare for cover, run away, we're no match for this guy," Blackbeard yelled. "Want to run?" Ace looked indifferent, his hands in a pistol position. Bang bang bang. The sound of a series of boats came out, and the flames were fired like bullets, scaring Blackbeard's group to jump around. Van Oka stared at Ace indifferently, and suddenly pulled the trigger on the rifle in his hand. Bang! The bullet shot out, but the next moment, his face changed. A spark appeared on Ace's forehead. The bullet rushed into the center of Ace's forehead, but it was directly burned and dissolved into liquid and body. This scene made Van Oka scolded the perverted in his heart. He is a natural ability person. All material attacks are useless to him. Blackbeard shouted. His eyes were cold. Ace stretched out his right index finger, and after a breath, it was huge. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The flame group appeared. Then he spoke indifferently and threw the fireball at Van Oka. Bang! There was a louder explosion than before, and Van Oka was directly blown out. His clothes were on fire, he was seriously injured in an instant, and his consciousness became blurred. A Blackbeard crew member next to him ran over immediately, put out Van Oka's flames, quickly carried him on his back, and ran towards the distance. Blackbeard, you can't run. Ace strode forward, his voice like the language of death. Hee, Ace, there is no need for this between us. Blackbeard was extremely nervous. It's useless to say anything, just die. Ace looked indifferent, and the flame in his hand ignited again. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and the other Blackbeard crew members looked at Ace with some fear. At this time, no one rushed up. Suddenly, Blackbeard's eyes flashed a hint of wickedness, and his hands suddenly stuck out. Dark water. A swirling darkness formed immediately, aimed at Ace. Suddenly, Ace's eyes changed. Chapter 393 Escape. At the moment when the black vortex appeared, Ace felt that his whole body was out of control. What shocked him most was that the flames burning around him went out immediately. This means that his devil fruit ability is invalid. Ha 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 ha, do you see it, Ace, my power? Anyone with the power of devil fruit that I touch will lose their effect. Blackbeard's laughter came out. The power of attraction made Ace fly towards where Blackbeard was. This force seems to contain gravity, which is very scary. Is this what you rely on? Ace's eyes were indifferent. I will let you know the gap between us. As the distance between the two continued to approach, Ace's right arm showed a dark and domineering armament. Armed, Blackbeard's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly recovered his abilities, but it was too late. With that suction, Ace's speed was incredible. Bang! This punch slammed into Blackbeard's stomach, knocking the latter out in an instant. Ow! Ow! The intense pain swept through Blackbeard's soul, making him unable to help shouting out, and layers of sweat poured out of his forehead. However, the figure that followed Ace was already coming towards him. Blackbeard's face was ugly, he endured the pain and shouted towards the back. Go away, I'll hold him back and meet up later. None of you can leave. Ace slammed his fists together, and a thunderous dragon roar came out, and a huge dragon shadow began to emerge behind him. Roar of the fire dragon. Roar. The hot flame wind erupted. This is the breath of the dragon, and it swept away towards the members of the Blackbeard pirates ahead. In just an instant, a large flame curtain covered several people. After 3 breaths, the flames passed, and the members of the Blackbeard pirates burned with flames. Their faces were painful, they kept screaming, and ran towards the distance. Humph! With a cold snort, Ace turned his gaze to Blackbeard. This guy was screaming in pain at the moment, but under him, a dark substance began to spread out, and in an instant, it quickly expanded and devoured everything. Dark cave. In a short period of 3 breaths, this darkness devoured everything that happened on the way. Ace watched this scene, his pupils kept shrinking. This strange scene really surprised him. What kind of power is this? The ability of those who can force the ability fails, and it can also spread the darkness and devour all matter. He kept jumping and undulating, running on the ground, dodging the darkness. After a full breath, the range of darkness spread has reached a radius of 1 kilometer. At this time, Blackbeard bent down and panted violently, looking very tired. Looking at Ace standing on the edge of darkness, Blackbeard laughed. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ace, let you see my new abilities. Afterwards, Blackbeard's expression turned fierce, and he roared up to the sky. Liberation. Ace's face changed and he looked into the sky. Everything that was swallowed up within a kilometer just now was released from the top of his head at this moment. In the sky, it was as if a dark mouth suddenly appeared, and then spit everything out. Flame ring, Great Flame Emperor. Boom. The flames soared into the sky, rushing towards the things that fell overhead. But at this moment, a black vortex appeared in Blackbeard's hand. Dark water. Ace was stagnant, the flame went out, and his body lost control. Damn. Glancing fiercely at Blackbeard, Ace looked up at the sky, but the next moment, countless trees, flowers, and dust all fell, drowning him in an instant. Hoo 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 hoo. Blackbeard bent over and panted, his eyes still full of pain. The ability of this dark fruit is indeed powerful, but the pain it encounters is dozens of times that of others. Boom. Suddenly, the hill that was piled up by the material released just now moved. Blackbeard's face changed, and panic appeared in his eyes. Go. If you don't go, it's over. Dragging his tired body, Blackbeard quickly left here. He had reached his limit, and looking at the violent movement in the hill, Ace clearly suffered little damage. If you wait for him to come out, you can imagine what he will encounter. A minute later, the flames soaring into the sky erupted and swept across a kilometer radius. Ace looked indifferent and stepped out. Standing in the blazing flames, Ace glanced around, but Blackbeard and the others had disappeared. Damn! He cursed fiercely, disappeared in a flash, and continued to look for the trace of Blackbeard. Ace's confrontation with Blackbeard was short-lived, but this time it was very different from the original. Ace, who became stronger, swept Blackbeard's gang with overwhelming force. His imperial aura in the flames and his indifferent eyes left a deep impression on Blackbeard's group. It's terrible, Fire Fist Ace. Is this Fire Fist Ace? The guy with a bounty of 500 million is really scary. Almost, just a little bit, and I'm dead. If that guy didn't focus on the captain, I'm afraid we'd already be dead. Blackbeard gang sitting. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. On the wooden boat, he endured the pain and said loudly. Blackbeard was lying on the deck, gasping for breath. He was so tired that he was dying. Fighting against a character of Ace's level, Blackbeard is under enormous pressure all the time. The shadows of the past, and the overwhelming power of the opponent, made Blackbeard tired to the point of avalanche. Come on, don't be caught up by him again. Blackbeard said quickly, that guy is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Death God, thankfully he is the only one. Captain, you are really amazing, you are actually being hunted down by such a character. You can still live to this day. Blackbeard gave a wry smile. He didn't just stop Ace from chasing him. If the expectations were good, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates should also arrive. It seems that recently, it must be hidden and wait for the wind to pass. As Blackbeard expected, a few steps after Ace walked, a boat came to the coast, and a strong guy jumped off from above. Is it you? Did Whitebeard send you here? Ace asked coldly with a look in his eyes. It was this guy. In that battle, if it wasn't for this guy, Blackbeard would have been killed by himself long ago, so why would he need such trouble now? Ace, it looks like you just fought him. The visitor frowned and asked. Chapter 394 Two Birds with One Stone. Joe's. Ace called out the person's name, and his expression was not very friendly. I didn't come to fight you. Yoja saw Ace's face and waved his hand. Tell me about Blackbeard. This man is sinister and vicious, and should not be underestimated. Ace stepped over Jaz's side and ignored Jaz's words. Soon, his figure disappeared here, leaving only Joe's, staring at the former blankly. This kid. Joe's gritted his teeth. I can find that guy without you. A week later, the injuries of the Blackbeard pirates have begun to recover, and everyone is sitting on the boat. What shall we do next? The trace of Ace has been found a few days ago, and it is very close to us. Damn, there are 7 or 8 islands in a row, and he hasn't gotten rid of him yet. Blackbeard sat cross-legged on the deck and poured the drink into his mouth. Listening to the words of his companions, he pondered for a moment, and then opened his mouth with a grin. Lafitte, you go to the naval headquarters and say, we will give him a great gift, and then we will get the location of Chihuahua. Lafitte was stunned for a moment, turned a few times on the spot, and said with a smile, understood, Captain. Everyone else looked at Blackbeard, and after thinking about it carefully, they all understood. Everyone knows that Blackbeard is ready to use strength. Ace's power, with their current strength, is absolutely unmatched. However, if the Huchung army is added, it will not be necessary. And if they unite with the naval forces, they will not only be able to get rid of the big troubles in their hearts, but also step into the eyes of the world's imperial court, and become the Chihuahua just around the corner. This is a two-pronged strategy, and it works very well. Time is passing by quietly, one day, in the naval headquarters. The warring states were seated in the first place, with a gloomy face. There were only a few lieutenant generals left in the empty conference room. Will they come this time? Who knows? A lieutenant general chatted secretly in private. Chihuahua has a special status, and he ignores the call of the World Court and the call of the naval headquarters. In the past several times, the call for orders was issued, but very few people came. These people are all about their mood. After another 3 minutes, Sengoku was still expressionless. At this moment, a figure appeared in the field. His sharp eyes were like eagles, and he was carrying a dark long knife behind his back. Seeing the person coming, a surprise appeared in the eyes of Warring States, and the lieutenant general behind him shrank his pupils, full of inconceivable. Hawkeye, Mahawk, he, this time, came. What a surprise, I didn't expect you to come. Warring States was a little surprised. Just the way, Mahawk said indifferently, sitting on the chair with Erlang's legs crossed. Immediately following, a tall figure also appeared at the door, holding a thick book in his hand, his face blank. Bartholomew Bear, he's here too. Bear stepped in, then sat down without saying a word. Warring States glanced at him, then withdrew his gaze. Finally, a man in a feather coat came here. His face was grim, and his whole body exuded a gloomy aura, which made the sea soldiers guarding the door sweat profusely, trembling constantly. Brother Doflamingo. Warring States frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Brother Doflamingo's face is still the same as before, but this time, his momentum is completely different. He has become cold, but he is taciturn, and there is no exaggeration and arrogance like before. The 3 members of Chihuahai are here. After waiting another quarter of an hour, the Warring States signaled the seaman at the door to close the door. But suddenly, a figure squeezed in. Hey, everyone, I take the liberty to visit. First of all, let me apologize. The yin and yang strange voice suddenly attracted the attention of everyone present. Warring States frowned and looked at the person who came, seeing that he was wearing a black top hat, a suit, his face was as pale as a vampire, and his behavior was weird, so he asked. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. Under the Blackbeard Pirate's navigator, Lafitte. Blackbeard. Sengoku's expression turned cold. It's bold enough to find you here as a pirate. Did it come from you? No, I'm here on behalf of the captain just to complete a deal with the Navy. Lafitte waved his hand. Deal. Warring States glanced around in front of him, and when he saw that the 3 Chihuahai had nothing to say, he asked, what deal? We send a message, and then our captain needs the location of Shichibukai. As far as I know, the purpose of this meeting of the Marines seems to be to determine the ownership of Chihuahai, right? Well, our captain is competent. Lafitte said with a smile. Chihuahai. Warring States laughed out loud. What qualifications do you have to serve as Chihuahai? Reputation, strength, or something else? As for trading this position, I don't think you have any leverage. No, what if I came here to tell the sailors about the One Piece's leftover? Lafitte smiled mysteriously and put out a depth charge. What? Sure enough, as soon as this sentence was said, everyone including the Warring States shrank their hearts and their eyes were full of interest. One Piece still has a son. No one really knows about this. Especially War. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The country, he had suspected, and the Navy had also sent people to investigate, but they gave up when they didn't get anything. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it was brought up again. Do you know where One Piece's bloodline is? Warring States asked in a condensed voice. Of course, I still know who he is. Lafayette smiled. How about, as long as this transaction is completed and we join forces, the captain will definitely hand over that sinful bloodline to the sailors. Sengoku fell into contemplation, and after careful consideration, he nodded, his eyes majestic. Yes, if you can hand the blood of the Pirate King into the hands of the sea soldiers, the position of Chihuahai will be Blackbeard's. The Navy will definitely be happy for this wise decision. Lafitte said with a smile, but, because that person has a special status and is relatively powerful, we need the support of the Navy General. What? Sengoku narrowed his pupils and looked at Lafitte. What do you mean? It just means that we need the Navy to join forces with us to capture that guy. Lafitte said. Who is that person? Warring States asked in a deep voice. Fire Fist, Ace. Chapter 395_. The Warring States squinted, and the Lieutenant General behind him had a look of shock in his eyes. Unexpected, totally unexpected results. Hawk-eyed Mahawk narrowed his sharp eyes into a slit. Bartholomew Shang's expression was still calm and indifferent, but the eyes under Doflamingo's glasses were more excited. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Death Pirates, Fire Fist, Portgas and Ace. Sengoku murmured, is he the son of Roger? That's right, we need the support of a general of the Navy, and then, in a short period of time, we can hand him over to the Navy. How about it? This is a very good deal. Raphael Tay said with a smile. The Warring States period pondered for a moment. He was thinking about the gains and losses. The identity of Fire Fist Ace really surprised him, and he also hoped in his heart to arrest him and execute the son of the Pirate King. The blow to the pirate power can be imagined. But at the same time, the terrifying group of the Death God Pirates is also a big trouble. The man who has the most hope of ascending to the King of Thieves in Shanghai City, the most powerful man, the man who stands at the top of the world, countless titles and honors hang above that man's head, and anyone who faces his identity will feel a little dazed and fearful. The same goes for the sailors, they need to think about the consequences of this. The consequences, whether they can bear it. For about 2 minutes, the conference room fell silent. After that, Sengoku took a deep look at Lafitte. Yes, the Navy dispatches a general, and you immediately find out where he is. Lafitte smiled and said, trust me, you will be glad for your choice. Then, he turned to leave here. Facing the remaining 3 members of Shichibukai, Sengoku looked serious. Calling everyone here is to inform you of one thing. The position of Chiwahai is a crucial position for naval soldiers in the world's imperial court. Everyone has a great right of convenience, but at the same time, I hope you don't overdo it. Otherwise, we have the right to take back this position at any time. Crocodile is a wicked man who has harmed a country. Now he has been removed from the position of Chiwahai. I hope you will take this as a warning. The 3 members of the Chiwahai present here were all expressionless. Shichibukai is a pirate gang that has been recognized by the World Court and has the right to plunder. Generally speaking, as long as they do not go too far and are not noticed by the majority of the world, there will be no danger. But once the strength is not enough, or is defeated, it will immediately be removed from this position, or directly obliterated. This is a sea soldier, a position under the compromise between the World Court and the pirates. About Ace. Brother Doflamingo had a weird smile on his face, his voice hoarse and cold, I can help. Warring States glanced at Brother Doflamingo and said, no need. Ha ha. Brother Doflaming laughed and said nothing. In this regard, the Chiwahai conference adjourned. The 3 Wuhai members walked out of the naval headquarters with indifferent expressions and boarded their own ships. Brother Doflamingo stood on the bow, looking at the naval headquarters that was getting farther and farther. A cold smile appeared on his face. Ace, hee hee, interesting. The undercurrent is surging, the fuse has been ignited, and then, the world is waiting for the explosion. Ha ha, who will guide the future of the world? I am really looking forward to it. On an unnamed island in the first half of the Great Route, Yang Qing stepped into it with a smile on his face. I heard that there is a devil fruit here, hee hee, I'm really lucky. This is the 4th one I have obtained, since that time. Yang Qing is still very happy in his heart. Although the secrets are dazzling and it is difficult to choose which one to exchange, he still enjoys the feeling of constantly accumulating wealth. But he didn't know anything about what happened in the naval headquarters. The world's runaway, accidental point, even he can't predict it. At the same time, on the empty island, Luffy and his party have come here, and at the same time they have also heard the legend about the gods. Time continued to pass, and soon, just like the original, Luffy and others entered the place of God's trial. And Robin followed Luffy and the others. Walking to the ruins, Robin came to the historical text again, and after reading it carefully, he was filled with emotion. In combination with the historical texts of Alabasta, something new emerges. But the truth of history, I'm afraid, can only be figured out if all the texts are really connected together. Robin frowned and thought, feeling the road was difficult. However, No matter how difficult it is, she has to complete it. This is her dream. Just as she stepped forward, a blue lightning flashed and appeared behind Robin. "What are you doing here with me?" Annalou asked aloud with an indifferent expression. "The god in their mouth is you." Robin turned around and said sarcastically. "Before Lucifer met me, I was the god here," Annalou replied. "So, as soon as I entered the empty island, you found me?" Robin asked. "The range of my heart can be detected even under the Qinghai Sea," Amy said. "In addition to you, I also saw Ace fighting a group of pirates, and the guy from the Whitebeard Pirates." Quote. "Ace," Robin exclaimed. "He's down there." "It's gone now," Amy said. Then he turned his head to Luffy and the others. "What are these people doing?" This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. "It's just an interesting group of people," Robin said. "Don't let them disturb me, otherwise, I won't be polite," Annalou said indifferently. Robin spread his hands and did not respond to Enel's words. "When you're done, go back as soon as possible, otherwise, Lucifer, you should worry about you." Annalou said this lightly at the end, and disappeared here in the form of lightning. Seeing the empty space in front of him, a smile appeared in Robin's eyes. "I've had enough, I'll go back naturally." The plot progressed smoothly according to the original work, and then Annalou finally appeared in front of Luffy's gang. Mortals don't understand the power of God. The thunder light, the dazzling thunder light, the thunder light that was even more terrifying than the original, instantly killed Zoro and Sanji. Only Robin stood there with a helpless face. "I said, can't you be gentle?" "They're fine, they're just dizzy." Chapter 396 _ Annalou's face was indifferent and his voice was very light. Robin shook his head and walked over to check on the two of them. Sure enough, as Annalou said, they just fainted. The other people in the field, the warriors of Shandia, were all knocked down by Annalou alone, and all fell to the ground. Annalou, who has been baptized by countless wars, is no longer him in the original book, and his strength is already very terrifying. He is a strong man who really has the strength to fight against the generals. His two colors are domineering, his excellent physical skills, and his old-fashioned experience have created the current Thor Annalou. Even the Navy, and even the Imperial Court of the World, can't take this veteran Death Pirate's 2nd Division captain lightly. Afterwards, Annalou disappeared and came to his ark. On the empty island, he trained a group of air forces. With the help of Esbagu, the capital of Seven Waters, this Noah's Ark has long since become perfect. It is a huge ark that belongs to Annalou alone. At this moment, he was standing on the ark, followed by the shivering Nami. Humans always think that they can fight against gods. There is no doubt that this is a stupid idea. Annalou's voice was indifferent, and he truly possessed the majesty of gods. His eyes are penetrating, and he has the power of thunder, which is powerful and terrifying. I don't know where you come from, but there is no doubt that that small power has disturbed my peaceful life. Click. Biting off the apple in his hand, Enel looked at Nami. And the mortals who disturb the life of the gods don't seem to end well. Nami was completely terrified, and she hurriedly explained. We didn't do it on purpose, we just broke in by accident. This is my territory, so it's up to me to decide who should live and who should die. Annalou's voice was cold, and she threw an apple into Nami's arms. You're a wise woman, and I won't kill you. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, but at the next moment, Annalou's eyes looked down. There, two figures were running fast, and Luffy was the one at the head. Before the person arrived, his voice came from a distance. Nami, I'm here to save you. A cold light flashed in Annalou's eyes. He stared at Luffy below, and sneered. Look, there are always people who are ignorant, aren't they? Having experienced so many incidents of the Death God pirates, Annalou has already matured and become stronger. Seeing Luffy running quickly, he didn't take the shot first, but just stood on the boat and looked at the kid calmly. 30 seconds later, Luffy landed heavily on the deck, face to face with Enel. Let go of Nami, otherwise, I'll blow you away. Oh, come on, I can't ask for it. Analu laughed. There are people in this world who can beat me, but it will never include you. Luffy roared and rushed over. Discharge. 30 million volts. The blue thunder light rushed out, released from Analu's fingertips, and instantly expanded to 3 meters high, covering a large area. In an instant, Luffy was completely submerged. Luffy! Nami even cried. She knew the power of thunder and lightning very well. Almost anyone could be killed in one move. The lightning dissipated, revealing Luffy unharmed. This scene shocked Analu in his heart. Immune to lightning. Who the hell are you guy? Analu shouted loudly. I'm the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. Luffy said loudly. Rubber is insulating. Nami understood at this time and shouted loudly, Luffy, come on. Ha, I will definitely knock him out. Luffy said confidently. However, after 3 breaths, the tragic fact completely collapsed the two of them. Analu turned into a thunderbolt, and the speed was unbelievable. He had lost his patience, and fighting the weak fellow was boring him. Seeing the color. He avoided Luffy's attack easily and casually, and then his eyes narrowed. Armed color. The dark armament color wrapped his arms domineeringly, combined with his sophisticated physical skills. Almost instantly, in the close combat, Luffy was crushed to death. 10 breaths later, Analu punched Luffy in the face, causing the latter to scream and fly out, hitting the golden wall heavily. It hurts, Luffy exclaimed in pain. Analu walked forward with an indifferent face. Thor fist. The hot thunder and lightning flashed, matched with black and armed fists, like a violent storm, almost unbelievable. All the punches greeted Luffy's body and body. The power that poured out of Analu's body even made the energy come out from behind Luffy. In Luffy's mouth, miserable cries continued to spread out. The powerful attack power made Luffy completely unable to resist. This frantic attack lasted for a full minute before Analu withdrew his fist. Then, turn around and leave. With tears on her face, Nami shouted and ran towards Luffy. Luffy! She shook Luffy frantically. The latter, with scars all over his body at the moment, looked like he was dying at any moment. I'm fine. Luffy spat out these words weakly, then tilted his head, completely unconscious. He's not dead yet. He's really a tough guy. Analu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Forget it, I promise Robin, so I won't shoot anymore. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Then, he looked at Nami with a cold face. Take your companions and leave the empty island. This is not where you should be. At this moment, a melodious bell rang through the entire Sky Island. When Analu raised her head, her eyes flashing. Above the tall tree, Robin smiled and shook the huge golden bell, making it make a loud sound. Luffy was defeated, but the bell still rang. Above Qinghai below. Ace listened to the voice of the phone bug with a serious face and kept nodding. Okay, Blackbeard is in the sea 100 miles away from me. I know, I can get there in 2 days at most. Captain, be careful, that guy, according to our information, has been in touch with the Navy. His face changed slightly, and Ace said with hatred. Even if he joins forces with Lao Su, this time, I won't let him go. The stubborn Ace has a hard time listening to what others say. It is precisely because of his character that he can achieve what he is now, and because of his character, he will also encounter unimaginable difficulties. The wheels of history are rolling forward, and what should come seems to always come. Chapter 397 Two Crazy Men. The end of the first half of the Great Passage, above the Chambord Islands. With a smile on his face, young Qing walked towards the auction. Along the way, he and Tizu swept almost all the first half of the entire Great Channel, and he already had 6 devil fruits in his hand. He did not use these 6 fruits directly, but temporarily stored them. Because the temporary strength is enough, and there are too many peerless secrets in the Sword Immortal system, he didn't know how to choose for a while. Simply save the fruit temporarily for later use. And the Chambord Islands, as the ultimate gathering place for pirates, there is a high possibility of the existence of devil fruits here. With this purpose in mind, Yang Qing came here. Another point is that he came here for a very important thing. An hour later, in a secluded house, the two sat opposite each other. On the table, there were two sake cups, exuding a misty and fragrant fragrance. Long time no see, your growth really surprised the old man. The old voice sounded and entered Yang Qing's ears. Smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yang Qing said, "There's nothing to be surprised at. This era of rampant can push all forces forward and make everything move towards that point. I'm just a bigger point among the countless moving points. You are too modest, you already have the power to change the times." The old man shook his head and smiled. This old man was the old man from the Long clan that day. At first Yang Qing suspected that the old man was one of the 5 old stars, but after seeing the 5 old stars, he realized that the old man was actually a leader of the Tianlong people. Change the era. Yang Qing smiled, his face suddenly became serious. What I want is to overthrow this era. The old man's smile dissipated immediately and became solemn. Do you know what you are talking about? How many people will you shake when you say this? I know, but that's my goal. This era has come to an end and a new era is coming. Roger created the era of the great pirates, and what I want to do is to end this era of rampages. Eyes narrowed, and the old man looked puzzled. Then don't you do the same as the sea soldiers? What good will it be for you to end the era of great voyages? You are a pirate. No, I think you misunderstood. You are all too narrow-minded. Yang Qing picked up the wine glass on the table and touched the old man. I want to end this runaway era, overturn everything, and return the world to zero. In the era of rampage, it's time to fall into stillness. What did you say? Are you crazy? You want to destroy the whole world? The old man was horrified and his voice became louder. I said, you are too narrow-minded. All I want to do is to control the world, control everything. The end of the era of the great pirates will usher in a new era. An era of imperialism. An era of great unification. Yang Qing looked contemptuous, as if he had already stood on the top of a high mountain, looking down at the living beings below. That's impossible. 70% of this world is ocean, only 30% of land, and these 30% of land are all islands, not as big as you call it. The possibility of unification, the old man said loudly. Ha ha. Yang Qing laughed, his face became condensed. No, it's your fault. If I say I can do it, and I must do it too. You lunatic, the old man cursed. The pioneer of every era will be called a lunatic. However, I will use the facts to prove whether I am a lunatic. Yang Qing sneered, then looked at the old man, and now, old man, what you have to do is a choice. Quote. Bet on me, or bet on this decadent era. The sound was sonorous and powerful, which shocked the old man immediately. Then he fell into deep thought. For half an hour, the old man kept watching, observing Yang Qing's expression, and then his complexion changed. Finally, he sighed heavily. You lunatic. But what I didn't expect was that I was crazy too. Tianlong people will be on your side. But. The old man paused, his face serious. After you have the hope of winning, if you are eliminated first, then the Tianlong people will not be foolish to be the first bird. Please understand this. Yang Qing smiled, he nodded, I understand naturally. Afterwards, the two clinked glasses and talked again for about half an hour before leaving. This was an epoch-making meeting, but it indirectly changed an era. In later generations, this meeting, known as the Hut Dingding meeting, had far-reaching influence. 2 hours later, Yang Qing sat in the auction. After a series of auctions, a devil fruit was placed on the platform. Have you seen it? Devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea, this is the devil fruit. At this moment, the devil fruit is initially determined to be animal type, but the specific ability is still unknown. There is no record of it in the Devil's Illustrated book. It is conceivable, this is a mysterious fruit. The starting price is 100 million Bailey. Do you want to have magical powers? Do you want to ride the sea? Do you want to ask for the status of the week? Then, come on, come and fight for this devil fruit and win your life. The host's voice is high and powerful, passionate. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Surging, let the atmosphere in the field suddenly become lively. 120 million. 130 million. 135 million. Immediately, the voices of bidding came out one by one. Just like when Yangqing was a child, at the front of the auction were the Tianlong people, followed by the nobles, and the civilian merchants were at the back of the auction. At this moment, Yangqing is sitting in the back row of the auction. His goal is very small, and the identity of the 5 emperors is absolutely unclear to ordinary people. In the original book, Kaido and others, if they do not go to the New World, it is difficult to know what they look like. Therefore, even sitting here, Yangqing was not discovered. Soon, the bidding slowed down. 210 million, is there anyone else? This is the devil fruit of the animal type, maybe it will be of the eudemons type, does anyone have a chance? The host knew how to look very well, so the face of the big man with the national character who made the bid below turned black instantly. Is there really no more? It is very likely that it will be an eudemons type. I'll pay 250 million. Suddenly, a shrill voice came out. People followed the sound, and the scene suddenly calmed down. Chapter 398 Retribution. After seeing the person who spoke clearly, everyone present became quiet. Even the person who was about to make a move just now and wanted to make a bid closed his mouth, but there was still a trace of resignation in his eyes. Tianlong people, the bidders are Tianlong people. The high status and deep background make it impossible for anyone to compete with it. Even the host was startled, and then laughed dryly. 250 million, devil fruit, belongs to this lord. This sentence, the host said with certainty, but no one objected, because what he said was the truth. No one dares to bid with the people of Tianlong unless they are tired of living. But at the next moment, everyone thought that the moment when the devil fruit had been assigned, a faint voice floated over. I'll pay 260 million. The sound was very faint and light, but it clearly floated into the ears of the audience, ignoring all the noise. The moment this voice came out, everyone looked at the source of the voice. Whether it was nobles, businessmen, commoners, or people from Tianlong, they all looked behind them. The line of sight kept shifting, getting farther and farther from the front, until finally, when he saw the handsome face with a faint smile, he stopped for a while. This pariah, the Tianlong man who had just made a bid just now had cold eyes and sat in the last row, obviously the most common civilian, he's courting death. It's over, he's dead, this daring guy, the adults will definitely kill him. Everyone looked at the figure with the bubble in front of them in horror, fearful in their hearts. Bloodshed rarely occurs in the auction hall. Everyone is a member of the upper class of society. If they use force at any time, it is really detrimental to each other's status. However, this does not include the Tianlong people. While enjoying the power given to them by the whole world, these guys are also unscrupulous, brutal and terrifying. Kill him for me. Sure enough, Tianlong spit out this sentence indifferently. The man in the black suit behind him nodded and reached for the weapon on his waist. Their figures have already started to move towards the rear quickly. This scene made countless people's pupils shrink and their hearts became nervous. Kill, kill. People thought silently in their hearts, such a scene, there is no doubt that people are going to start killing people. And the one who was killed was the kid who didn't know how high the sky was and dared to raise the price in front of the people of Tianlong. It is true that people admire Yangqing for being daring enough to compete for prestige by bidding in front of Tianlong people, but there is no doubt that this kid is also stupid. As the men in black suits approached, some people felt sorry for Yangqing. Looking at his face, he is still a young boy, but his life has just begun, but it is already over, which is really a pity. The pistol was silently aimed at Yangqing, the bolt was loaded, and the smell of gunpowder smoke began to waft faintly. I really don't know what to say. Yang Qing smiled, but his eyes were sharp. The next moment, the pistols in the hands of the men in black suits were all aimed at Yang Qing's body. However, all of a sudden, the void distorted, and an incomparably overbearing aura burst out. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and doubts and fear appeared in their eyes. Just now, they clearly felt a strange aura, which made them throbbing instantly, as if they would fall to the ground in the next moment. Then, they saw that the men in black suits who were close to the young people fell down one by one strangely and lost consciousness. What? Tianlong looked at this scene in shock, his eyes full of incredulity. Yang Qing stood up, and he walked forward step by step. At this moment, there was no tyrannical aura emitting, but his power made the audience quiet. Soon, he came to the front. Then he approached the Tianlong person with bubbles and stood in front of him. Looking at this bubbly Tianlong person up close, Yang Qing's eyes showed indifference. I once said that this bubble is ugly. Extending his fingers, the bubble burst with a pop sound. Tianlong's whole body trembled, and his hand reached his waist. Do you know what's going to happen when you point the gun at me? Yang Qing suddenly said, you must not want to know. The strange power came out, and the Tianlong people were shocked to find that the pistol that he was about to touch was twisted into a ball and turned into scrap metal. He swallowed his saliva quietly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, this guy in front of him is definitely not something he can resist. I could crush you with one finger, but it's pointless. There are so many scumbags like you, it doesn't make much sense to kill you. But remember, retribution is in the near future. You bastards will be eliminated one by one. There was a smile on Yang Qing's face, but in the eyes of the Long people that day, it looked very gloomy, as if a demon had fangs, very hideous. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, the Tianlong people were completely scared. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing turned around and walked towards the platform. The moment he turned around, dozens of people stood up, with cold light flashing in their eyes, pulled out their weapons, and rushed towards him. But in the next moment, a look of horror appeared on these people's faces. My body. It's out of control. Help, what's going on? Immediately afterwards, the sound of poof continued to be heard, and blood splattered all over the place. Tianlong's whole body trembled, his eyes were red, and blood splashed on his face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. His expression became dull and frightened. Weird power, bold young man. The scene in front of the platform made the people in the back start to make noise, and everyone was looking up with their necks raised. It is beyond everyone's expectations that someone has such courage. Yang Qing came to the host, looked at his stupid eyes, and smiled slightly. This fruit is mine now. As for the money, after a pause, he smiled and pointed to the slump down on the seat. Like a fool, just ask him. If he doesn't give it to you, I'll kill him. The voice was very casual, but it caused the Tianlong people below to tremble and wake up, nodding in horror. I will give. No matter what happens in the future, at least for now, saving your life is the most important thing. Holding the devil fruit with a smile, Yang Qing turned around, his ears moved, and he frowned. The sailors are here, it seems I should go. Finally, after taking a deep look at the Tianlong people on the chair, Yang Qing jumped off the platform, and his figure quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 399 Fishing Bait. When the densely packed sea soldiers rushed into the auction, Yang Qing had long since disappeared. And it was only at this time that the frightened Tianlong people came back to their senses and let out a long sigh. He was really frightened. That young man was terrifyingly terrifying, and what frightened him even more was that there seemed to be a terrifying aura about that person. World who are not afraid of Tianlong people, but every one of them is a crazy person. If you touch it, you might die. After leaving the auction, Yang Qing walked easily and casually, but his speed was unbelievably fast. Half an hour later, he came to Aunt Xiao's ripping off bar. Rayleigh was not here. Yang Qing was drinking alone. There were not many guests in the bar, 2 or 3, which seemed a little deserted. "You're not in the New World, what are you waiting for here?" Aunt Xiao said to Yang Qing after taking care of the few guests. "What are you waiting for?" Yang Qing was taken aback, then smiled, "I don't know either. Maybe, waiting for the world to ferment." Shaking his head, Yang Qing stopped talking. "Ace has become many times stronger than the original, so will the war on the top start?" The answer to all this seems to be unknown. Yang Qing pondered. He was thinking, if there was no turmoil when Luffy and his party progressed to the plot of the original book, then the chaotic era would have to be opened by himself. It's just that this first shot is really hard to shoot. Where to hit? Yang Qing was in trouble, frowning and thinking. Red Earth continent, Navy headquarters, or Advanced City, or, directly to the World Court. It seems that it's not that easy. Sighing, Yang Qing decided to wait a little longer. He has a faint feeling that the inertia of history seems to be difficult to change. Even though Ace is already very different from the original, it doesn't seem like the results will change much. Of course, this is just his feeling, not necessarily accurate. The Great Waterway, in the sea area close to the capital of Seven Waters. Ace was lying on the deck, and flames were erupting from the back of the wooden boat, and he was rushing forward quickly. Blackbeard is not far away. He followed all the way, and went straight to this place, but he still didn't catch the despicable boy. This made his heart extremely depressed. He did not expect that this weak guy would be so difficult to deal with. The latest information, that guy is right in front, but I don't know how many times I've reported, but I still haven't caught him. 3 days later, Ace's face was very ugly. He stopped the chasing wooden boat and went to a small island near here. The days of running around have made him very tired, and he needs to rest. The small island is the most common one on the first half of the waterway. It is not big and very quiet. Ace found a restaurant by himself, ordered fried rice, and ate it with a frown. Soon, the meal is over. At this moment, Ace saw the newspaper on the table beside him. Because he was in hot pursuit, he didn't know much about the latest information about the world. After taking a brief glance at the newspaper, Ace's pupils instantly shrank. Luffy, this kid. A smile appeared on Ace's face. There was a big headline in the newspaper, and Luffy's big smile was reflected in it. During the trip to the empty island, the Straw Hats and his group encountered an unimaginable dilemma. The person who controlled the Sky Island was terrible. Luffy challenged Analu 23 times in total, but he was killed every time. In the end, at Robin's request, Analu promised them that he would renounce his position and stop using violence. At this time, the Straw Hats and the gang left with confidence. This requirement is nothing to Analu. Anyway, he is in absolute power in the empty island, and he doesn't care whether he is a god or not. As for violence, he hasn't done it for a long time. What's more, after the training of this batch of Air Force is completed, he will go to the New World, and he will not stay here for long. One of the uses of Noah's Ark is to travel to the New World. Next, everything was the same as in the original book. Luffy and the others came to the Seven Waters and changed boats. Then, they met a little girl named Radish on the way. A group of people got along very well with the Sherville and invited them to join the pirate group. In terms of origin, Sherville and Robin are somewhat similar. The same hometown was destroyed by the Slaughtering Order, and the same secret that the World Court could not tell, was hunted down by the whole world. Until they met Luffy's group, and then, on the trip to Judicial Island, Luffy and others rescued the Sherville, shocking the world. You dare to break into the Judiciary Island, Luffy, you are so brave. Ace said with a smile, but there was no trace of anger in his eyes, but a smile. After that, Luffy and his gang headed towards the Chambord Islands without a doubt. During the trip to Long Chain Island, Luffy encountered the Green Pheasant, the entire army was annihilated, and he was killed in seconds. I heard that you have a brother named Ace. Aokiji's unique hoarse voice made Luffy and the others' faces change. What are you going to do to Ace? Luffy yelled, his arms frozen with ice. What do you do to him? Chingsy raised his eyebrows. You need to care more about yourself than about him. I'm alone, I'm afraid I can't do anything to him. The ice cubes quickly extended, wrapping Luffy's whole body in a blink of an eye, freezing the latter. Then, Aokiji turned to leave. However, I came here to wait for him, but I didn't expect to meet you. Monkey D. Luffy, it's good to do it for yourself, choose the wrong way. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Life is ruined. 5 days later, Ace came to the waters around Long Chain Island. Looking at the frozen ocean ahead, he frowned. Meteor Fire Sea. A little flame rises into the air, then falls down, and finally radiates out. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sea. A thick white fog began to emerge, and the high temperature quickly melted the frozen ice. After about an hour, the sea returned to normal, and the frozen ice was all liquid. Body. Seeing this, Ace smiled. Chingsy, I know you're around, but I'm not afraid of you the most. The wooden boat sailed quickly and chased forward. Blackbeard, a group of people, is on the island ahead. The nameless island is only 20 miles away from Ace. Captain, aren't you running? Van Oka asked indifferently. Ha ha ha, no, the bait, these days, have put enough. Next, it's time to harvest. Chapter 400 Titch. Blackbeard's unique laughter came out, and his face was full of hideous smiles. Behind him, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates burst out laughing, and the corners of their mouths were cold. In that battle, the embarrassment of himself and others, and the injuries on his body were still a little painful at the moment. Ace left an unforgettable impression in their hearts, and this deep impression made them burn the flame of hatred. Ace, your good days are coming to an end. 3 minutes later, a lazy figure came to Blackbeard and the others, with a lazy expression on his face, as if he never woke up. Taking a casual glance at Blackbeard and the others, Aokiji said lightly, Is it you who the sea soldiers are talking about? General, Aokiji, Marines, sent you to support us. Blackbeard said in surprise. It was said to be support, but they made it clear that if you don't have enough strength, I will leave at any time. Chingsy said lazily, You are the ones who started, and I am just a soy sauce. Obviously, the General Aokiji who reinforced them was not very interested in jointly attacking Ace. However, the Blackbeards were not disappointed, and they all had smiles on their faces. Haha, that's enough. This time, we must take him down. Soon, time passed, and it was noon. Lafitte, who stayed on the shore to watch, suddenly shouted. He's here, Ace is here. With a shout, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates all stood up, and the indifferent expression on their faces changed to a solemn one. Even the green pheasant, who was hiding on the side, blinked, and caution appeared in his eyes. I really disliked this unfair confrontation. Muttering a word, Aokiji looked at Blackbeard and the others with indescribable disgust. It didn't take a long time to get along, but he hated the aura of Blackbeard and the others. This group of people exudes an evil aura all the time. Even in an alliance, there is no rule that they cannot hate each other. Ha ha ha, Ace. Blackbeard laughed loudly, looking at the man in the cowboy hat who had jumped off the boat and stood on the shore, and greeted him enthusiastically. Tiki, this time, don't you run away. Ace said coldly, glanced around here, and did not see the sea soldiers, and his heart was slightly relieved. The green pheasant was already hidden in the dark, so Ace didn't find it. No, this time we won't run away again. I just hope, Ace, you don't run either. A smile appeared on Blackbeard's face, and the other crew members behind him also laughed. Looking at the strange smiles of the group of people in front of him, Ace became serious in his heart. He clearly knew that this time it must be a conspiracy trap, but he didn't know what Blackbeard was doing. I'll see what you want to do. Eyes narrowed, Ace strode forward. Brothers, the war has begun. Blackbeard shouted, and the surrounding Blackbeard crew immediately dispersed, divided into several corners, and surrounded Ace in the center. Alone, facing a pirate group, Ace's face was indifferent, expressionless, neither nervous nor afraid. Titch, the power level of the new world, don't you understand it? After finding a group of such partners, do you think you can deal with me? A faint rhetorical question made Blackbeard's face change slightly. Beside him, Van Oka's face was cold, and his right hand pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A low gunshot sounded, and Ace turned his face to the side, easily dodging the attack. Looks like you don't quite understand. Into flames, and at the next moment, with an explosion, bang, the ground under Ace's feet shattered. Then, his figure disappeared from the eyes of Blackbeard and others. Disappeared. He's gone. Van Oka's eyes widened, but in less than a second, a freckled, grim face appeared in front of him. Be careful. Blackbeard's face changed greatly, and he shouted. But it was too late. Ace's right hand was raised, the flames were burning, and a huge fire fist shrouded Van Oka's head. Burst, fire fist. Only then did Ace slowly spit out these 4 words from his mouth. Burst step, using the explosive power of the flame, instantly increases its speed to an unbelievable level. It is a very explosive movement technique, used in conjunction with the fire fist. It can strike the enemy in the fastest time. Ah! A scream came from Van Oka's mouth, and flames enveloped it. Ace! A loud shout came from behind, and the tall fighter Barshes rushed over, hitting Ace's head with his thick fist. Seeing the color, he tilted his head expressionlessly, the wind swept across his neck, Ace's figure flashed, twisted and disappeared, then turned around, stepped forward, and punched his right fist. Fire fist. With a dull sound of bang, Barshes let out a muffled groan, and his whole body burned with flames. Second kill again. The powerful fire fist Ace, facing the crew of the Blackbeard pirates, was crushed almost from start to finish. Blackbeard looked sweaty, angry in his eyes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Flames burst out. These are all the companions he has found from all over the world, and it would be painful for a long time to lose one. Poison Q. Save them quickly, I'll entangle Ace. He strode towards Ace, and the black vortex on his right hand has emerged. Dark water. With a loud roar, the power of attraction emerged, pulling Ace's body directly over. This pulling speed is very fast, stronger than the last time, and the Blackbeard is obvious. During this period of time, the mastery of the dark fruit has reached a new level. Bang! With this punch, Blackbeard actually hit Ace in the stomach, causing the latter's complexion to change and his body to bend. Damn! A punch swept across and hit Blackbeard's head at a faster speed. Bang! Blackbeard screamed and was knocked out. Ace bent over and covered his stomach, sweat dripping from his face. There is no doubt that Blackbeard's fist is not so good. What surprised Ace even more was that he had no idea that this despicable fellow had such great power. I underestimate you, Tiki.